Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 284. Regardless of whether Yue Yang knew how to release his domain of power or not, Moqi Shuling would definitely not give his enemy the chance to do so. He roared like thunder as his body turned into a shooting star, furiously charging towards Yue Yang. As a true innate, Moqi Shuling was very clear about the weakness of releasing his domain of power. He had spent a total of 3 years to practice, and the speed at which he released his domain of power had only increased a little. Even if this brat knew how to use his domain of power, how could his speed be faster than him? Once he was within the range of his attack, under the attack of his domain energy, he would definitely die. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, and the one who strikes later suffers a calamity. This was a principle that Moqi Shuling had understood 300 years ago. When experts fought, victory or defeat would be decided in a second. Whoever could release their domain of power faster and hit their opponent first would be the winner. Fall for me. Moqi Shuling believed that under his domain of power, the Yu clan's third young master would fall and become a tragic loser. With his snail-like speed, how could he use his domain of power? A halo of light spread out from Moqi Shuling's body, extending to a distance of 30 meters, forming a huge halo. Yue Yang, who was in the halo, immediately let out a "eh" sound. His body that was floating in the air started to fall. Although Yue Yang did not fall like what Moqi Shuling said, his body seemed to be restricted by an invisible force, and his movements were greatly affected. It was as if thousands of kilograms of steel was pressing down on Yue Yang's body, causing him to feel extremely heavy. Even taking a step forward was very difficult. His originally light and agile body was now extremely slow even when he moved his fingers. This was Moqi Shuling's domain of power, heavy pressure. Actually, Moqi Shuling, who was a level 5 innate, was still a newbie when it came to controlling his domain of power. His domain of power was still relatively weak. His current domain of power could, heavy pressure, that was 20 times his opponent's weight. This kind of domain of power was at most a beginner level. Domain of power was also divided into beginner, intermediate and advanced levels. Each level could be further divided into first, second and third level. It could be said that in terms of controlling domain of power, Moqi Shuling was just a newbie who had just stepped into the door. He was only slightly better than Yue Yang, who was still trying to figure it out. A domain power like heavy pressure was not a very good domain power. A super strong innate ranker could probably achieve the effect of heavy pressure with just his aura alone. However, for ordinary cultivators, domain power was still an invincible existence. Under the pressure of 20 times gravity, if one's body did not have enough resistance, they would immediately collapse. So this is his domain energy. Yue Yang could see through Moqi Shuling's body with his heaven eyes divine vision. There was a kind of energy that was being stimulated within Moqi Shuling's body. This kind of stimulation was similar to combustion, and there should be a time limit to it. However, within a certain range and time limit, the effects would be very obvious. Yue Yang discovered that there was a ring of light 30 meters away from him. He instantly realized that this was the range of his opponent's domain power, so he immediately turned around and prepared to leave this ring of light. Where do you think you're going? Moqi Shuling realized that this brat was like an undying cockroach. Not only did he not die under the 20 times gravity, he didn't even suffer any injuries. It was just that his movements had been slowed down. He immediately summoned a gold rank level 8 web spider and his guardian beast, a gold rank level 10 golden eagle. A golden eagle at the level of a holy beast. The web spider was not affected by the heavy pressure, and jumped up and down as if it was flying. It shot out a huge white net, covering Yue Yang's entire body. It then quickly dragged the huge white net and wrapped it into a ball, making it impossible for Yue Yang to escape from the net. In the sky, Moqi Shuling, who had merged with the golden eagle, unsealed his final and strongest power. Innate level 5, the entire dimension of duel was on the verge of collapsing. The ground cracked, and lava flowed out. In the dimension, Moqi Shuling's body continuously exploded with shockwaves. Even the gold rank level 8 web spider had no choice but to retreat. On the contrary, with the help of the shockwaves, the other gold rank level 8 sand dust beast was like a tiger that had grown wings. It swept up a sandstorm tornado with a speed that was unimaginable to humans. In the center of the tornado, it was as if there were thousands of knives rolling around, tearing everything apart. If any living being were to fall into this sandstorm tornado, they would definitely be smashed into smithereens that were even smaller than sand. At this moment, there were thousands of golden lights flashing on Moki Shu Ling's hands. He condensed a ball of energy in the shape of a golden eagle. Only innate rankers with holy beasts could condense such a ball of energy. This kind of ball of energy contained the will of a holy beast. Not only was its power 10 times stronger than an unformed ball, it could also be commanded by the holy beast's will, automatically tracking the enemy and maintaining the ball of energy for a longer period of time. Once it was activated, as long as the holy beast did not die, it would definitely hit the enemy. Golden Eagle breaking the ground. Moki Shu Ling raised the ball of energy in his hands and threw it towards Yue Yang, who was trapped in the white net. I'm here. Yue Yang suddenly appeared behind Moki Shu Ling. The web of a web spider might be a headache for others, but for an innate who knew how to teleport, it was not impossible. Yue Yang's right hand was like a sword, while his left hand held onto one of his domain of power, Star Explosion. Yue Yang's domain of power was completely different from the AoE effect of heavy pressure. It was a single point, and before it exploded, it would not affect the enemy. However, once it hit the enemy, it would immediately explode with the destructive power of a star explosion. He waved his hands and attacked together. The innate invisible sword chi in his right hand and the star explosion in his left hand simultaneously struck towards Moki Shu Ling's ears. This ambush was something that Yue Yang had secretly learned from Shui Wuxia. Swish, swish. What surprised Yue Yang was that the ambush of the innate invisible sword chi actually missed. This was the first time that Yue Yang had encountered such a situation in the battle. It wasn't that Yue Yang's attack wasn't slow, nor was it that his sneak attack wasn't timely enough. He had completely anticipated Moki Shu Ling's attack, and when Moki Shu Ling unleashed his full strength, he immediately counterattacked. However, the innate invisible sword chi that had worked every single time actually missed. This truly surprised Yue Yang. Just now, when Yue Yang's sword finger was about to explode Moki Shu Ling's head, a pair of golden wings appeared behind his back. With lightning speed, he carried Moki Shu Ling and narrowly escaped from Yue Yang's ambush. Yue Yang's innate invisible sword chi only managed to cut off a few golden feathers. Moki Shu Ling, who had just escaped from death, felt his heart beating wildly. If he didn't have the help of his holy beast, his head would have exploded just now. He wiped the fresh blood off his face, feeling both shocked and angry. Luckily, he had the help of his holy beast. The golden eagle that was charging towards the white net circled in the sky and continued to attack Yue Yang under the command of the golden eagle holy beast. Moki Shu Ling stomped his feet angrily, causing the ground to crumble. He then stretched out his hand and pressed down, preparing to push Yue Yang, who was still under the pressure of his domain of power, into the crevice and let the magma burn this abnormally fast Yu clan third young master to death. With the golden eagle holy beast, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in terms of speed. In terms of strength, as a level 5 innate, he was more confident that he could suppress Yue Yang. Hiss hiss hiss. That web spider was loyal enough. When it saw that Yue Yang had escaped, it immediately jumped into the air and shot out a huge white net from its tail, preparing to wrap Yue Yang up again. Meanwhile, that sand beast that was still spinning and increasing its power gradually pounced towards Yue Yang. Die! Yue Yang shot out the star explosion in his hand. A meteor streaked across the sky like lightning. It entered the body of the gold-ranked level 8 web spider. In an instant, a terrifying explosion occurred between heaven and earth. It was as if the explosion could even shatter a planet into pieces. The ground, rocks, sand, magma, etc., everything disappeared. The dimension of Duel was filled with flames and shockwaves from the explosion, turning everything into dust. Forget about Moki Shu Ling, the enemy, even Yue Yang, the owner of the domain of power, was trembling crazily. He felt as if the end of the world was coming. He almost thought that the dimension of Duel would explode into pieces. The powerful shockwaves from the explosion caused Yue Yang and Moki Shu Ling to be unable to hear anything. At this moment, they had completely lost their hearing. Moki Shu Ling felt that his head was buzzing and he was disoriented. Even with the strength of an innate level 5, he was still pushed back more than 10 meters by the shockwaves. In front of him, a fist fiercely punched towards him, causing Moki Shu Ling to feel pain in his face. Fresh blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. Yue Yang did not stop attacking the enemy. On the contrary, the explosion was his best cover. Moki Shu Ling was shocked. If it wasn't for the holy beast golden condor automatically protecting its master and flapping its wings in time, he would have been hit by the enemy's star explosion in the next second. Moqi Shuling couldn't open his eyes. He couldn't see at all, but he could feel that the destructive power of star explosion was accumulating in his opponent's hand. Summoning grimoire. Almost at the same time when the second fist arrived, he chose to summon his grimoire and raised his protective shield to defend himself. The fist was pushed away by the protective shield. However, a slender finger silently pierced through the shield. Its target was Moqi Shuling's forehead. It was the golden condor again. It reacted in time and controlled its master's body, Kai. A beam of golden sword energy that could instantly kill an innate realm expert shot past Moqi Shuling's forehead. At the same time it sliced off his hair and scalp, it also left a horrifying wound on his forehead. If he was a thousandth of a second slower, Moqi Shuling's head would definitely be broken. The golden condor's energy ball was flying towards him from afar. It was affected by the explosion to a certain extent and its energy was greatly reduced. However, it still had a certain amount of attack power. Under the golden condor's control, it continued to chase after Yue Yang. Or perhaps, the golden condor didn't hope to kill the enemy. It was just a form of harassment to save its life. Further away, the sand beast that formed the violent sand tornado became even bigger after the explosion. Sand and sand filled the sky as it swept towards Yue Yang. Moqi Shuling realized that the young man in front of him had a murderous look in his eyes. He cursed inwardly. Before he could summon the sand beast back, Yue Yang had already appeared in the center of the violent sand tornado in a flash. The center of the tornado was unusually calm. Yue Yang shouted loudly. The nirvana flame on his body soared into the sky and formed a nirvana flame pillar that was tens of meters tall. This was one of his domain of power, nirvana flame pillar. The sand beast might be able to instantly kill all the beasts in the world. Its power could indeed destroy a city. However, as an elemental beast, it would never be able to fight against the nirvana flame that surpassed all other flames in the world. Under the impact and burning of the nirvana flame pillar, its core was instantly melted. Instant kill. The sand beast's magic core was refined by the nirvana flame and shrunk rapidly. All the impurities were removed, leaving only the purest elemental energy. It landed lightly on Yue Yang's palm. The golden condor's energy ball was completely useless in front of the nirvana flame pillar. It burned and turned into nothingness. Moqi Shuling almost knelt on the ground. His opponent was too strong. This kind of enemy was not someone he could defeat. His previous provocation was so stupid. In the dimension of death, his action of hiding his true strength had turned into a foolish act of self-destruction. Only an innate level 7 and above could comprehend 2 or more types of domain of power. However, this young man in front of him who had only unsealed his innate level 1 innate was able to use it so easily. How could he still fight against this kind of enemy? When Moqi Shuling saw that Yue Yang's hands were rotating non-stop as he chanted with his mouth, countless dark gold and silver runes fluttered out, forming a galaxy of runes in Yue Yang's hands. It gradually condensed into a world-exterminating wheel that was spinning non-stop. When Moqi Shuling saw everything, his heart was filled with despair. His face was ashen and his whole body was trembling. 3 types. This brat actually possessed 3 unique domain of power. It was not that no innates knew how to use world-exterminating wheel, but there was definitely no innate who knew how to condense world-exterminating wheel. That was definitely a domain of power. Exploding star explosion, nirvana flame, and world-exterminating wheel. Any one of these 3 domain of power could easily kill someone. Now that he had 3 types of domain of power in his body, how could Moqi Shuling not feel despair? Break. Yue Yang raised his world-exterminating wheel and prepared to cut through the middle of his grimoire protective shield. Moqi Shuling realized that his grimoire protective shield had already become as thin as paper in his opponent's hands. The mysterious sword chi had already broken through it once. If the world-exterminating wheel were to come again, he would probably die a horrible death. No, Moqi Shuling unleashed his greatest strength. However, it was not to counterattack, but to escape. His mind was completely overwhelmed by Yue Yang's killing intent. At this moment, he was no longer an innate level 5 ranker. Instead, he was a frightened and panicking loser. In a tenth of a second, Moqi Shuling had already escaped 100 meters away. It was even faster than teleportation. Yue Yang's teleportation also couldn't catch up. However, the world-exterminating wheel that Yue Yang threw out could surpass time, speed and space. Under Moqi Shu Ling's fearful gaze, it slashed towards his body. Moqi Shu Ling had already lost all hope. He slowly closed his eyes and waited for his death. Just as he was about to be slashed into two, the golden eagle holy beast saved his life for the third time. It used one of its wings to block in front of Moqi Shu Ling, while the other wing hit the ground, causing its master's body to tilt a little. The world-exterminating wheel cut through the golden eagle holy beast's wing, from Moqi Shu Ling's left shoulder to his right abdomen. The golden eagle holy beast could only use its last bit of strength to protect its master's life. Half of Moqi Shu Ling's body was slashed apart, but his head was safe and sound because of the golden eagle holy beast's protection. He was still alive. The gold-ranked level 10 golden eagle holy beast automatically separated itself from Moqi Shu Ling's body. It raised one of its broken wings and stood in front of Yue Yang. At the last second, it still wanted to protect its master. This was a guardian beast. This was a guardian beast that would never betray its master. If Yue Yang didn't have his exploding star explosion, Nirvana's flame, and world-exterminating wheel, the golden eagle holy beast would still persevere in the battle, but right now, the battle was already meaningless. It only wanted to protect its master until the end of his life. At the very least, it wanted to die in front of its master. Little Wen Li turned into a rainbow and floated out from Yue Yang's body. Her big eyes that could speak looked at the golden eagle holy beast with its broken wing without blinking. Her small hands bowed towards the golden eagle holy beast with a gesture that was used by innate rankers to greet each other. At the same time, the golden eagle holy beast bent its wing and bowed towards little Wen Li. It turned its head and looked at Moqi Shu Ling, who was on the verge of death. Its eyes were filled with humans' complex emotions. It looked like love, but also pity. I'm sorry, Sha, I was wrong. Moqi Shu Ling's eyes were filled with hot tears as he cried towards the golden eagle holy beast. It was my ambition that caused your death. If I had agreed to live in seclusion with you, today would not have happened. It's all because I yearned for the emperor's throne of Ziwei. I was too envious of everything that Shun Tian had. It's all because of my greed that caused your death. I'm sorry, Sha, I'm sorry. In the golden light, the golden eagle holy beast gradually transformed into a young and beautiful woman who was around 30 years old. One of her arms was broken and blood was dripping down. She first shook her head towards Moqi Shu Ling, then paid her respect to little Wen Li for the second time. Her remaining right hand was deeply inserted into her heart. Those sharp nails had completely pierced through her heart. She fell down into Moqi Shu Ling's arms. She looked at him affectionately without saying a word. Then, she slowly closed her pair of beautiful big eyes. Moqi Shu Ling cried out in pain, his voice filled with grief. Tears of repentance rolled down his cheeks. He originally possessed power that no one in the world envied, had a woman who wanted to die in his arms even if she had to die, had love and happiness that others yearned for, but because of his greed, he destroyed everything with his own hands. Slash me, I can't let Sha wait for too long, I owe her too much. Moqi Shu Ling howled madly. Little Wen Li's dual icicle blades danced like snow. An energy blade cut off Moqi Shu Ling's head. After she killed Moqi Shu Ling, she turned around and tightly hugged Yue Yang, who was waiting quietly. Tears welled up in her big eyes. Yue Yang gently wiped away her tears. Other than hugging little Wen Li tightly, he also kissed her smooth forehead. We must remember today's lesson of attracting others. We must never let happiness slip away from our hands. We must become stronger and defeat all our enemies. No one can stop us. Yes. Little Wen Li nodded her head obediently. Then, she raised her dual icicle blades high up and screamed. Her voice was filled with fighting spirit, as if she was replying to Yue Yang's words. Become stronger and defeat all your enemies. The diamond grimoire suddenly appeared on its own. Stone element Medusa, storm mermaid, thunder naga and a female serpent general that Yue Yang had never seen before also wielded her dual icicle blades. It was just that this female serpent general's dual icicle blades were 10 times bigger than Xiao Wen Li's dual icicle blades. It was even colder. The moment she appeared, the burning ground froze, turning it into an icy hell. This female serpent general looked similar to little Wen Li, but she was more mature and dignified, like a great general on the battlefield. She was also wearing a platinum armor decorated with heaven runes and ancient runes. This powerful female serpent general was one of little Wen Li's 4 guardian beasts, the ice serpent demon. Just like little Wen Li, stone element Medusa, storm mermaid, thunder naga and ice serpent demon raised the weapons in their hands and screamed. A ray of colorful light rose from little Wen Li's body. On the diamond grimoire, Medusa and the other 3 girls, 5 rays of dark golden light rose as well. They surrounded the colorful light pillar, forming an even bigger light pillar that shot into the sky. Leveled up, Yue Yang was pleasantly surprised to find that little Wen Li had finally leveled up again. After killing so many strong enemies, little Wen Li did not show any signs of leveling up. It was only when she accidentally activated the runic circle when she was collecting starlight serene indigo grass that little Wen Li leveled up once. After such a long time, she finally leveled up to diamond level 3. Although this leveling up was unbelievably slow. However, with Xiao Wen Li's strength, every time she leveled up, there would be a huge qualitative change. Yue Yang even suspected that Xiao Wen Li, this little loli, might be a mythical beast, or even a transcending mythical beast. Her leveling up was completely different from normal beasts, which was why she was so slow. She was Queen Vivian Li's precious daughter. It was impossible for her to be the same as normal beasts. Xiao Wen Li didn't even have the time to let Yue Yang see clearly what kind of changes she had after leveling up. She threw herself into his arms like a swallow. Her sweet little mouth impatiently kissed Yue Yang's face, just like a little kid who had scored 100 marks in a test and couldn't wait to go back and tell her father. Yue Yang was so touched that he almost cried. With a loli in his hands, he had the world. Chapter 285. After little Wen Li leveled up, she grew a little taller, but she was still a cute little loli. Yue Yang was very patient. It didn't matter if she was a little loli, he could just raise her slowly. It could also satisfy his weird uncle's evil heart. Thinking about Her Majesty Empress Fei Wen Li, in the future when Her Majesty Empress gets out of the black hole sealed space, hugging an empress on the left, a little loli in the middle, and a royal princess on the right, that kind of blissful sexual life, just thinking about it would make one happy from the bottom of their heart. Hugging the fragrant little loli, he fiercely kissed her tender little face a few times. Seeing her smile that was brimming with happiness, Yue Yang felt a sense of achievement in his heart. Was Uncle Strange Uncle something that anyone could do? Of course not. I've decided, I want to be a great weird uncle. No, I mean, we want to be happy. Yue Yang made a huge aspiration. Yes, yes. The little loli nodded her head obediently, not realizing her fate of being raised. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. The magic crystal of the gold-ranked level 8 sand beast was already in his hands, and it had already been refined by Yue Yang's nirvana flame. It was also a gold-ranked level 8 net spider, but its corpse was smashed to pieces. Yue Yang searched for a long time before he found the faint green magic crystal in the mud. The stone element Medusa seemed to be very interested in this magic crystal, staring at it eagerly. Yue Yang was speechless. It was a spider. You're a Medusa, you're a completely different species. However, Yue Yang was not stingy with the gold-ranked level 8 magic crystal. He threw the magic crystal to the stone element Medusa. The stone element Medusa fused the faint green magic crystal with her golden bow, and tied the net spider's poison sac on her waist. A dark golden light shot up to the sky. Purple, green and white lights, 3 different lights flashed on the stone element Medusa's golden bow. In the end, it turned into 3 golden arrows with different patterns. Yue Yang could see the truth with his level 5 divine vision. This stone element Medusa had leveled up again. Furthermore, this leveling up included a qualitative change. After fusing with the fake Nirvana's flame in the Gemini Temple, the stone element Medusa had gained a new type of offensive fire ability. Although it was not as powerful as the Nirvana's flame, it was still extremely powerful against normal beasts. After all, it was the Nirvana's flame that was imitated by the Gemini Temple's Yue Yang's shadow. The fake Nirvana's flame was also very terrifying. Right now, the golden bow had also absorbed the gold-ranked level 8 magic crystal of the net spider, completing a complete transformation from its body to its weapon. On top of the original stone element and fire element, it had also added poison and spider silk. The original stone element Medusa was undoubtedly the weakest among little Wen Li's 4 guardian beasts. However, right now, her power had skyrocketed. She had already surpassed the Storm Mermaid and was catching up to the Thunder Naga. The dimension of duel that the old fox had created to test his abilities had already been completely destroyed. The sky and the ground were filled with mud and dust. There were no more hills, rocks or magma. Everything had turned into dust. Just as Yue Yang put Moki Shu Ling's corpse back, the golden eagle holy beast, Sha, who had transformed into a human form beside him had completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Once its master died, the guardian beast would turn into nothingness and would never be able to revive again. Perhaps the storm mermaid did not like the dimension of duel that was filled with fire and ashes. She blew the storm horn and summoned a storm and a huge tide, engulfing the whole dimension of duel. In less than 2 minutes, the storm and the tide had submerged the whole dimension of duel into a vast ocean. After going through many battles, the storm mermaid's summoning ability had also improved, and its power had increased greatly. When the dimension of duel was submerged, the stone element Medusa had even summoned her contracted gold tiger shark, letting it swim around the dimension of duel. The gold tiger shark had not come out for a long time. It was happily eating the pieces of the net spider's corpse. Although it did not have any magic crystals to eat, being able to eat a gold ranked level 8 net spider to its heart's content, the gold tiger shark felt that its life was still pretty good. Leave this fellow here, let's go out. Seeing that the gold tiger shark was eating happily, Yue Yang decided to leave this gluttonous fellow that could not fight on land. On the mountain road of the Yu clan castle, while Yue Yang was secretly meeting Queen Vivian Li and killing Moki Shu Ling in the black hole dimension, Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others were fighting with Kai Yong of the 7 Great Bears. As for Wei Tai Lang, Thorny Flower Demoness and the Golden Beast, they were as powerful as their masters, continuously oppressing their opponents. The Gold Rank Level 9 King of Black Light, Gold Rank Level 6 Giant Mammoth and the Gold Rank Level 6 One-Eyed Giant were all completely defeated. The King of Black Light was actually very powerful. Before that harmless and lovable Thorny Flower Demoness made her move, the King of Black Light had already swept through the entire battlefield. Not a single beast could withstand a single move from it. If one were to use a phrase to describe it, it would be, the one with the biggest fist is the bosses. For example, the gold-ranked Thunder Mammoth, the one-eyed giant that knew how to use combat skills, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle that had the best defense in the world, the laborer puppet that was not afraid of being beaten up, Fatty Hai that could transform into a behemoth, Shui Tan Lang that was as cold as ice, none of them were its match. The King of Black Light rampaged around, its 30-meter-tall body and its fist that was bigger than a house, fully displaying its arrogance as the boss of the battlefield. However, when the Thorny Flower Demoness with her slender fingers and fair hands appeared, this arrogant fellow immediately met a tragic end. It seemed like the Thorny Flower Demoness could not even be killed with one finger. However, when the King of Black Light saw the Thorny Flower Demoness, it immediately retreated in fear. As a gold rank level 9 beast, although it was not an intelligent holy beast, it still knew what its nemesis and danger were. If it was given a choice, the King of Black Light would probably rather start a war with a human innate than meet this Thorny Flower Demoness. The Thorny Flower Demoness extended her petal-like wings and floated in the sky. With a wave of her small hands, countless huge thorny flower vines shot out from the ground. There were hundreds and thousands of vines, easily turning the entire mountain path into a sea of flowers. What was even more strange was that the countless vines intertwined to form a vine giant. It had a head, a body, arms and legs. Not only was it not shorter than the King of Black Light, it was even bigger. The appearance of the vine giant marked the beginning of the King of Black Light's tragic end. Firstly, this vine giant was not afraid of being hit at all. The King of Black Light's fists were completely useless against the soft vine giant. On the contrary, once the vine giant's vines wrapped around the King of Black Light, it would take a lot of effort for the King of Black Light to break free. Countless vines drilled out from the ground, completely destroying the ground. They grabbed onto the King of Black Light's legs and dragged it underground. The King of Black Light wanted to struggle, but its arms were tightly entangled by hundreds and thousands of vines that were as thick as water buckets. The King of Black Light was extremely strong, but under this kind of strangulation, it could not fight back at all. Oh my god, this girl is too scary. Fatty Hai was frightened by the Thorny Flower Demoness. Luckily she was a beast raised by Yue Yang. If she was an enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Forget about Fatty Hai, even Shun Tian who was watching the battle from afar, who was the Emperor of Ziwei, had a solemn expression. Right now, she was still not a golden crown Thorny Flower Queen, yet she could easily subdue the King of Black Light. If she was able to level up to become a golden crown Thorny Flower Queen, wouldn't she be even more terrifying? Shun Tian was very depressed that he was unable to eliminate the Thorny Flower Demoness, this future threat, as Impatience was eyeing him covetously. He was confident that he could easily eliminate the Thorny Flower Demoness now. After all, she had not truly matured yet. However, When she leveled up to become a golden crown thorny flower queen, she would probably be very difficult to deal with. The battle between the thorny flower demoness and the king of black light was still ongoing. The vines were very effective, they could completely seal off the king of black light's movements, but they couldn't kill it. The king of black light was a rock giant. It didn't need to breathe, its body was made up of meteorite black light, it was incomparably hard. Its unique structure made it unafraid of any kind of attack or strangulation. In other words, even a physical attack like a siege hammer would only tickle it. It wasn't afraid of physical damage at all. How could they kill the king of black light? If this question was given to Fatty Hai, he probably wouldn't be able to think of it even if he used 10 years. Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tian Luo and the others were all thinking. They knew that the thorny flower demoness could completely suppress the king of black light in terms of attributes, but they couldn't think of a good idea. The thorny flower demoness also cutely bit her fingers, tilting her head as she thought. Her pondering expression made Shun Tian extremely jealous. A beast that knew how to think, how far was it from becoming a holy beast? Even if the golden crown thorny flower queen wasn't a highly intelligent holy beast, it was already scary enough. If it could level up to become a holy beast, its power wouldn't just increase by a little, it would double or even 10 times. At that time, if he wanted to kill her again, it would be extremely difficult. The impatience kept staring at him, her face full of smiles, but there was a hidden killing intent in her smile, as if she would attack at any time. Shun Tian was helpless, he could only suppress his killing intent. The thorny flower demoness suddenly thought of a way. The king of black light's fate finally became one with the tragic fate. Countless vines rose up, looking like a forest of vines. The king of black light, who had sunk into the ground, was suddenly pulled out by countless vines, lifted high above the ground, and hung in midair, while countless vines pulled out his limbs. Good idea. Shui Tanlang's cool face was moved, he was the first to praise. What? Fatty Hai didn't understand. Idiot, the king of black light is of the earth attribute. Not only is it stronger in the soil, it can also continuously absorb the earth's energy. Although it isn't much, the thorny flower demoness can't suppress it with her strength, so she can't hurt it. Hence, it can only be a stalemate. Yi Kong suddenly understood. Lifting it off the ground, it prevents the king of black light from absorbing the earth's energy. The king of black light will become weaker and weaker. On the other hand, the thorny flower demoness can also absorb energy from its body, accelerating the king of black light's exhaustion. From now on, the king of black light's defeat is only a matter of time. Prince Tian Luo knew that the king of black light would definitely lose, but he reckoned that the gold-ranked level 9 king of black light was still very strong and could still hold on for a long time. Countless thorny vines drilled into the king of black light's body. Even more vines used their ugly mouths to slowly absorb the king of black light's energy. This kind of attack was very slow and the effect was very weak, but it was enough to scare the king of black light. It struggled with all its might, trying its best to break free from the vine's entanglement. Its struggle was destined to be futile. Maybe it was still a long time away from death, but this kind of futile struggle was ultimately just a deathbed struggle. Other than that, in the ruins of the Yu clan village, the gold-ranked level 6 one-eyed giant was currently crying out in pain. Its only eye had been crippled by Wei Tai Lang's claw. It was currently covering its eye as it rolled on the ground in pain, letting out a blood-curdling screech that made people's hair stand on end. The eyeball was the one-eyed giant's biggest weakness. Wei Tai Lang's claw was really ruthless. However, the golden beast was not a vegetarian either. It was even more vicious and cruel than Wei Tai Lang. It directly bit a hole in the one-eyed giant's head, tearing its scalp open and cracking sounds could be heard from the top of its skull. The golden beast did not care about the one-eyed giant's life or death at all. It used the nearest shortcut and rushed towards the magic crystal. It was not the first time it had bitten open a skull to swallow a magic crystal. Bone dragon, giant, it would bite whatever it wanted, regardless of race. Wei Tai Lang and this little thing cooperated happily. The golden beast was in charge of biting open the skull, while he was in charge of biting off the one-eyed giant's limbs, preventing it from interfering with the golden beast's operation of breaking the skull. The golden beast was gluttonous, but without its master's permission, Wei Tai Lang knew that this little thing would spit it out even if it swallowed it. Reward according to contribution. Wei Tai Lang had heard Yue Yang say this before, and understood its meaning. It meant that the more work it did, the happier its master would be, and the more rewards it would receive. With the mentality of striving for contribution, Wei Tailang and the golden beast cooperated very well. The one-eyed giant was very pitiful, it became the first sacrifice. The thunder mammoth, which was also gold ranked level 6, was very frightened. It wanted to escape, but the Herculean rhinoceros beetle proved to it that there were also powerful normal ranked beasts, such as itself. The Herculean rhinoceros beetle fought against the thunder mammoth. Although its strength was much weaker than the gold-ranked level 6 mammoth, its unparalleled defense allowed it to temporarily not be at a disadvantage. Of course, there were also the two laborers, Megatron and Optimus Prime. Although they didn't have any attack power, as a human wall, they were still quite qualified. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li Brothers, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the others saw that they had the chance to show off their power, so they didn't hold back and attacked. The Thunder Mammoth was outnumbered, its defeat was already set in stone. Its master, Kai Yang of the Seven Great Bears, flew into a rage. Just as he was about to fly over to help his own beast, he suddenly sensed danger behind him with his extremely strong innate senses. Turning his head to look, he saw a white light with terrifying destructive power rushing towards him. Shun Tian didn't care about Kai Yang, the one-eyed giant and the gold mammoth's life and death. The only thing he was paying attention to was the thorny flower demoness. The thorny flower demoness couldn't defeat the one-eyed giant after attacking for a long time. Suddenly, she bit her finger and started to think. Under Shun Tian's cold gaze, she clapped her hands happily, as if she had thought of a good idea. She flapped her petal-like wings and beautifully landed on the one-eyed giant's head. She reached out her hand and grabbed the golden beast that was biting its skull. The golden beast turned into a dark golden blade in her hand. The thorny flower demoness held the dark golden blade and flapped her wings, flying towards the king of black light. Shun Tian was finally moved, his face was filled with surprise. Transform. This is a beast that is one with its master, this golden beast is actually a Tong Tian beast. Impatience laughed coldly. Master Shun Tian, don't you think that changing Tong Tian beast to Tong Tian mythical beast would be more appropriate? At this moment, Shun Tian's expression changed completely. Jealousy and greed flashed across his eyes. He turned around and looked at Impatience. What did you say? Could it be that the golden beast has already contracted a grimoire? It already has the qualifications to become a mythical beast. No, this is impossible. Of course not now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Impatience was still smiling, but the killing intent in her eyes was getting stronger and stronger. She was waiting for the most suitable time to attack. For example, when Yue Yang returned. Chapter 286 Kai Yang of the Seven Great Bears suffered a sneak attack. Although he was covered in dirt, he was still an innate level 2 ranker. His body quickly recovered, only his clothes were torn and he looked a little battered. Kai Yang was furious at City Mistress Fallen Flowers' sneak attack. He immediately summoned a ghost fetus spitting worm beast. Its long and fat body looked like a giant black maggot. It opened its ugly mouth and immediately spat out a black ball. Yi Kong unintentionally discovered something strange and flew over. That black ball didn't look like an energy ball, but more like an iron ball. He waved his staff and swept it. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The black orb exploded violently, sending Yi Kong flying away. I'll send you on your way. As one of the seven great bears, Kai Yang flew down from the sky and chased after Yi Kong like lightning. He pressed his palm on Yi Kong's chest and released his innate chi. No, Fatty Hai noticed Kai Yang's action, but he didn't have time to save him. When he arrived, Yi Kong had already been sent flying by Kai Yang. Fatty Hai knew that an innate ranker's attack wasn't something a normal warrior could defend against. Even if Yi Kong had the King Kong demon ape to protect him, he would still be in danger under an innate ranker's attack. Fatty Hai angrily used hippopotamus meteor punch on Kai Yang's back. Annoying ant. Kai Yang felt a sharp pain on his back. He was angered by Fatty Hai's powerful attack. If he wasn't an innate but a level 8 emperor, he would have been injured and vomited blood. On the surface, he was only a level 6 elder, but he was able to use a level 7 overlord punch. Kai Yang felt extremely angry, but also a little strange. How could this fatty have such speed and strength? Kai Yang's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately used a roundhouse kick on Fatty Hai's chest. Fatty Hai fell like a cannonball, crashing onto the ground with a loud bang. In the sky, Princess Sissy's giant sword heavily slashed on Kai Yang's head. Sword chi was like a giant white tiger, ruthlessly biting on Kai Yang's head. At this moment, the Emperor's sword Qi, the White Tiger's energy, and the heaven runes were all stacked together and exploded on top of Kai Yang's head. Even though he was an innate ranker with an incomparably strong defense, he still felt dizzy and saw stars. This slash of the sword condensed the super strength that Princess Sissy had been accumulating for a long time. With the help of the Emperor's sword Qi and the heaven runes, the formed White Tiger's energy sent Kai Yang, who was caught off guard, flying. Kai Yang spat out blood, but he still had the strength to fight back. Pushing his right hand against the ground, he struck back at Princess Sissy at an even faster speed. Summoning Grimoire, Prince Tian Luo flew to the front of Princess Sissy, summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield, blocking this heavy blow. Princess Sissy raised her gigantic sword and slashed out in a circular motion, bypassing the barrier. In the instant that Kai Yang's attack missed, her gigantic sword slashed out in a circular motion. 20-fold blizzard, Shui Tan Lang, the Ice Cube Man, attacked from the other side. He joined hands with the storm giant that he had summoned, smashing the power of the 20-fold blizzard on Kai Yang's right ribs. On one side was the White Tiger's energy, and on the other side was the 20-fold blizzard. Kai Yang was eager to take revenge, but he was hit by the joint attack of Princess Sissy, Prince Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang. His body was also greatly shaken, but he still forced himself to hold on, exploding his innate strength, sending Shui Tan Lang and Princess Sissy flying. At the same time, he laughed out loud and beat his chest a few times, shouting arrogantly, "I am an innate, you ants, what can you do to me? Overconfident little worms, come, what other tricks do you have? Before you die, I will allow you to show off your cowardice one last time." Lightning, a cold shout rang in his ears. Following that, an explosion that was even more terrifying than a bolt from the blue entered Kai Yang's left ear. Ice frost, at the same time, a pincer attack came from the 7 Great Bears Kai Yang's right ear. This was an attack from Shui Wuxia. Kai Yang's face contorted in pain, his hands pressing on his broken eardrums that were bleeding profusely, letting out an earth-shattering scream. After Shui Wuxia's attack succeeded, she immediately used her third move, other than the crane dance and swallow scissors. It was the third of her 3 ultimate moves, goose stomp. As Shui Wuxia watched the swan take off from the water, treading on the waves, and flapping her wings to soar into the sky, she came to a realization. She combined the original Shui clan's battle technique and created her own unique third move, goose stomp. Furthermore, under Yue Yang's guidance, she improved it once again, becoming a powerful kick technique to attack her enemies. Just as Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears was about to counterattack in anger and humiliation, Shui Wuxia's body floated up lightly. Her legs were as beautiful as a swan taking off, and her power was not any weaker than Princess Sissy's sword slash. She stomped on Kai Yang's face 18 times in a row. When one of the 7 Great Bears, Kai Yang's face exploded and his teeth fell to the ground, she beautifully flew up into the sky. This was Shui Wuxia's goose stomp, the one and only swan dance in the world. Kai Yang was furious. His arms shook the ground, wanting to jump up. He was an innate ranker. If he was beaten to the ground by someone, then he would be the biggest joke in the world. Au! A demonic aura covered the sky and earth. A platinum rank level 5 world. Destroying demon wolf forcefully pushed Kai Yang to the ground, its huge mouth biting onto Kai Yang's head. Its sharp teeth sank into Kai Yang's throat, causing blood to splatter everywhere. This, of course, was Grey Wolf, who had been eyeing Kai Yang for a long time. Kai Yang released his innate chi and struggled with all his might. However, Grey Wolf had the same character as its master, Yue Yang. It wasn't afraid of any innate rankers at all. It firmly bit down, not letting go at all. Kai Yang punched it dozens of times, and it retaliated with dozens of claws. Grey Wolf's skin and flesh were split open. Kai Yang's chest, an innate rancor, was also badly mutilated. There were even some places where white bones could be seen. Fatty Hai desperately pounced forward, grabbing one of Kai Yang's fists with all his might. With both his hands and feet, he strangled Kai Yang's right arm with all his might. On the other side, Yi Kong, who had a few broken ribs and was vomiting blood, also pounced forward while howling. Shui Tan Lang couldn't interfere, so he saw an opening and kicked towards Kai Yang's lower body. At this point, he didn't care about his vital parts anymore. According to Yue Yang's words, he should hit a man's most painful part. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Kai Yang was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Luckily, the injured Fatty Hai and Yi Kong couldn't control him. He struggled to break free from the two's grip, and madly pulled away Grey Wolf, who refused to let go. As Grey Wolf was pulled away, he also tore off a large piece of Kai Yang's face with all his might and swallowed it into his stomach like a tonic. At this time, half of Kai Yang's face was destroyed, his body was covered in blood, his ears were broken, his facial bones were broken, and his ribs were injured. If he wasn't an innate level 2 ranker, he would have died long ago. In his entire life, he had never suffered such heavy injuries. Nor had he suffered such heavy humiliation. A dignified innate master was actually beaten up to such a pitiful state that his skin could barely cover his bones. All of you must die. Kai Yang roared in grief and indignation. Whoosh! Boom! In the sky, a meteor appeared under Prince Tian Luo's summon. It fell at an extremely fast speed and smashed onto Kai Yang's body. At this moment, the earth shook, and dust flew everywhere. When the dust dispersed, one of the 7 great bears, Kai Yang, was actually still alive. He stood upright in the middle of the shattered meteor, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Although he was smashed by another meteor, he only suffered heavy injuries and didn't fall down immediately. He even had the strength to counterattack. On the other side, Princess Sissy, who had just killed the ghost fetus-spitting insect, raised her giant sword. Thousands of sword lights flashed, and the air seemed to be split apart. Under the support of White Tiger's chi and heaven runes, a 12-meter-long sword chi slashed across the sky, fiercely slashing onto Kai Yang's head. Kai Yang's body swayed a little, but his hands were still accumulating energy, as if he was prepared to perish together with everyone. Shui Tan Lang was about to attack, but suddenly, Shui Wuxia floated down from the sky and shouted, "Everyone move aside, let me do it." From the sky, snowflakes fluttered down along with her. Even Shui Tan Lang couldn't summon a 50 times ice storm, but it was formed in Shui Wuxia's hands and smashed onto Kai Yang's head. Kai Yang raised his right hand and forcefully used his innate energy to disperse the ice storm. His injured face, which was dripping blood, revealed a sinister and terrifying expression. He laughed bitterly. "If I die, then all of you will die with me, none of you will live." This Kai Yang was in despair. He prepared to self-destruct. Not only did his body increase his innate energy, even his stomach bulged. Everyone hurriedly retreated. However, this shameless Kai Yang actually pounced towards the carriage. On the carriage, there were Yu Bing, Inan and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sissy, and the rest were shocked and flew out to stop them. Before she arrived, the Li brothers, who had never spoken, quietly came out from the sides of the carriage. They had never forgotten their responsibility to protect the carriage. Unless he died, Kai Yang would not be able to pass through them and reach the front of the carriage. The two of them acted in unison, each grabbing one of Kai Yang's arms. At the same time, they exerted their strength and lifted Kai Yang up. Carrying the crazed Kai Yang of the 7 great bears, they leapt towards the distant ruins of the Yu clan village, away from the carriage and the people who were chasing them. Fatty Hai madly rushed over and shouted, "Bastard, this fellow belongs to me, let go of me." Yi Kong couldn't say anything. He was so angry that blood was spurting out of his mouth. City Mistress Fallen Flowers bit her lips. She had already accumulated her Aurora Light and could give Kai Yang a fatal blow at any time. However, the Li brothers' actions made her unable to do so. In the sky, Shui Wuxia's light wind teleportation was even faster than Princess Sissy. She instantly caught up to the Li brothers and Kai Yang, who was about to self-destruct. On her forehead, the mysterious rune circle that had disappeared flashed once again. Her yin ability exploded. Her lily-white hands pierced through Kai Yang's chest from behind. What her lily-white hands grabbed was Kai Yang's bloody heart. "It's too late. You will all die." One of the 7 great bears, Kai Yang, revealed a vicious smile amidst his pain. "Is that so?" Shui Wuxia laughed coldly. The heart in her hands, because of the cold air from her yin ability, had turned into a block of ice. Under Shui Wuxia's tight grip, it shattered into countless ice shards. Starting from Kai Yang's chest, an irresistible frost quickly spread, covering his entire body. If the Li brothers hadn't retracted their hands in time, they would probably have been sealed in ice as well. Shui Wuxia used a crane dance and kicked Kai Yang's frozen body. At the same time, she floated backwards. Kai Yang, who had crashed heavily onto the ground, finally self-destructed. Millions of ice shards exploded, splashing all over the sky and the earth. Under the freezing effect of her yin ability, the power of the explosion was greatly reduced. The Li brothers who were sent flying by the shockwave were caught by Yi Kong and Fatty Hai without a care for their own safety. Without saying a word, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai ruthlessly beat up Li Qi and Li Jie. In the end, they hugged each other tightly. To be able to sacrifice their own lives to protect everyone at the last moment, they were definitely true brothers. The heavily injured one-eyed giant screamed and died. On the contrary, the thunder mammoth, which had been beaten up miserably, was safe and sound. The reason was that when Kai Yong was surrounded and attacked by everyone, it had already betrayed its master due to its low loyalty. It hid to one side, not daring to make enemies with Princess Sissy and the others. Moreover, it was smart enough not to run away. Otherwise, Wei Tai Lang wouldn't mind eating a meal of mammoth meat. At this time, Shun Tian, who was floating above the Yu clan castle, was so embarrassed that he wanted to cover his face. A dignified level 2 innate ranker, Kai Yong, who was known as one of the 7 great bears, was actually defeated by a group of children. He didn't want to deny the battle power of Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy, but he felt that Kai Yong was really too weak. This kind of innate was useless even if he didn't die. Shun Tian was still very calm now, because he still had his arrangements in the Yu clan castle. Even if Moki Shu Ling, Kai Yong and Yao Guang all died, it wouldn't matter. As a person who planned everything, he would never rely on a few useless subordinates to complete his plans. If Sky Law wasn't here, Shun Tian wouldn't even care about what happened in front of him. The thorny flower demoness, who was holding the golden beast that had transformed into a long sword, sliced open the King of Black Light's skull and dug out the gigantic magic core, was smiling like a blooming flower. She held the heavy King of Black Light's skull and happily flew up and down in the sky, flapping her petal-like wings. When the little golden beast saw this, it couldn't help but drool. It also transformed into a pair of wings and flew clumsily, chasing after the thorny flower demoness, as if it wanted to take a bite out of her. The King of Black Light was actually not dead, but the thorny flower demoness and the golden beast had already forgotten about it. Boom! The King of Black Light's body shook, and its huge torso exploded, shattering into pieces. Shun Tian felt that something was wrong. Why did the King of Black Light die? Could it be that its master, Moki Shu Ling, who thought he was smart and hid his innate level 5 strength, was killed by the Yu clan's third young master? In less than half an hour, the innate level 5 Moki Shu Ling was already dead. Shun Tian snorted lightly. It seemed like he had to carry out the second step of his plan. He didn't look down the mountain anymore and floated down to the Yu clan castle. Impatience also landed on the roof of the carriage. Ignoring Fatty Hai and the others who were drooling, she sat down comfortably. Her snow-white long legs dangled down from the roof of the carriage. Her jade-like toes, which were smeared with balsam juice, swayed lightly, leisurely and contentedly. City Mistress Fallen Flowers obviously recognized Impatience. She quickly closed the curtains of the carriage, not wanting to see her. Princess Sissy raised her giant sword and sent Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others who were staring blankly into the sky. Even Prince of Tien Luo and Shui Tan Lang who couldn't escape in time were no exception. Not long after, a light flashed. Yue Yang, who was dripping wet as if he had just been fished out of a water tank, appeared in front of everyone. He didn't have a single injury on his body, allowing everyone to relax. Princess Sissy was very happy that this brat had returned, but of course she wouldn't show it. Instead, she snorted, "Why are you so slow? I took a bath and changed my clothes. Why, I'm not late, am I?" Yue Yang's expression looked like he was going to someone's wedding. If you didn't come back, you would really be late. Just now, someone wanted to self-destruct and almost caused a tragedy. Impatience giggled, just like a bad fox who had stolen a chick. Damn, then where did you go? Didn't you kill that guy instantly? When Yue Yang heard this, he was furious. I have an important mission, I have to keep an eye on that big monster. Impatience pointed her jade-like finger at the thorny flower demoness and the golden beast that were flying around in the sky. If I didn't keep an eye on you, your 2 treasures would have been snatched away by others. If you have good things, why don't you hide them? If you show them in public like this, it's very easy for people to commit crimes. It's indeed very easy for people to commit crimes. Yue Yang looked at the beautiful cleavage between Impatience's towering breasts, almost drooling. Lend me your ear. Princess Sissy couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled this brat's ear and saved him from Impatience's cleavage. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong quickly pretended to be obedient children, not looking sideways as they secretly swallowed their saliva. However, they were clear that this girl was here for Yue Yang and had nothing to do with them. It was useless to think too much. They should quickly clear the battlefield and see if they could get any benefits. After all, they had defeated an innate level 2 mini-boss. According to Yue Yang, it would definitely drop something. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy gave up, so they wouldn't split the loot. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, the Li brothers, Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang played rock paper scissors. The lucky Fatty Hai was the first to win. He chose the Thunder Mammoth, who had the intention to surrender. He already had the iron-skinned rhinoceros and little hippopotamus, these two strengthening type beasts. If he added the gold-ranked level 6 Thunder Mammoth, his strength would definitely soar. This was the best choice. Shui Tan Lang's luck was also not bad. He was the second to win. He chose Kai Yang's Platinum Grimoire. The third to win, Yi Kong, gave up the Platinum Grimoire and the gold-ranked dual arrowhead blades on Yao Guang's waist. Instead, he chose the one-eyed giant's corpse. On the surface, his explanation was to let the King Kong demon ape swallow the gold-ranked level 6 one-eyed giant to see if it could level up. In reality, he was giving Yao Guang's Platinum Grimoire to Prince of Tian Luo. As for the gold-ranked dual arrowhead blades, he decided to give it to the Li brothers, who were more suitable. Even though Yi Kong didn't have a good weapon himself, he only had the bronze-ranked giant rod that Yue Yang had given him previously. This weapon was obtained from Lich Suo-Ji's gold-armored puppet. Prince of Tian Luo also tactfully chose the Platinum Grimoire, leaving the most valuable and suitable dual arrowhead blades to Li Qi and Li Jie. The rest, such as the broken pieces of Kai Yang's corpse and the Yao Guang's corpse, were all given to Yue Yang. This corpse-collecting maniac, he didn't even let go of the King of Black Light's corpse. If the meteorite obsidian was refined well, then it could be made into the highest quality, meteorite gold essence, and Emperor's Heart obsidian. Even the second highest quality, black gold obsidian, and meteorite iron essence, were not bad. Of course, other than Yue Yang's Nirvana flame, it would be a dream for others to use the King of Black Light's corpse to refine meteorite gold essence. Give it to me. Yue Yang, who was like a slave owner, started to exploit his beasts again. Wu Wu, the thorny flower demoness reluctantly handed over the King of Black Light's giant magic crystal to her evil master, looking pitiful as if she was about to cry. It would be strange if she didn't cry when she had to hand over the magic crystal that she had painstakingly obtained. Woof. Wei Tai Lang, on the other hand, was used to handing over the one-eyed giant's magic crystal to Yue Yang. It knew that its master was only using his authority to display his dignity as the master of the clan. He was still more fair when it came to rewards. Whoever did the most work and put in the most effort would definitely receive the most rewards. After Yue Yang finished collecting the magic crystal, he waved his hand towards the Yu clan castle. His voice was like the voice of Evil Joe: if you want to eat magic crystals, then work harder. When Wei Tai Lang, the thorny flower demoness and the golden beast heard this, they immediately rushed towards the Yu clan castle. Everyone was sweating profusely. Like master, like beast, no matter how good the beast was, once it was in Yue Yang's hands, it would also lead him astray. Chapter 287 Yu Clan Castle, in front of the main gate. Just like the day when Yue Yang dragged forth Mother to the Yu Clan Castle, history was repeating itself. The only difference was that Yue Yang's followers had changed from the two siblings back then. Now, he had many followers. There were Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers, who had fought bravely and sacrificed their lives for him. There were also Yu Bing and Yu Yu, who were sisters who depended on each other for survival. There were also Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang, the two future brothers-in-law who were not afraid of strong enemies and were willing to help him willingly. There were even two family guards who did not share the same surname, Lin Lei and Lin Miao. Of course, the ones who supported him the most were the girls who had a mutual affinity with him. The Yue Yang who fought alone now had Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Shui Wuxia and Inan behind him. There was even an Impatience who was interested in him and was willing to give up on exploring the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower for him. She was also one of the 3 strongest warriors of the demonic palace, Sky La. Last time, Yue Yang's opponent was the substitute clan master Yu Shan. This time, his opponent was the fake Yu Chu who easily defeated Yu Shan. This fake Yu Chu had come prepared. He had the support of several innates and the great emperor of Ji Wei, Shun Tian. He even dared to challenge Yue Yang, who had become an innate at the age of 20 and was in the limelight. If the Soaring Dragon continent didn't have a transcender like Yue Yang, if the Yu clan didn't have Yue Yang as their descendant, then everything would be different. The Soaring Dragon continent's rankers with Zheng Wuyu as their leader would be captured by the Eastern Goblin tribe and would die in the Eastern Goblin tribe's war. The Yu clan, which had been passed down for thousands of years, would completely collapse in the hands of the fake Yu Chu. Yue Yang appeared and changed everything unintentionally. The enemy's plan that they had been planning for hundreds of years had changed because of his appearance. Today was the turning point of the future. If the fake Yu Chu won, the Yu clan would be doomed. If Yue Yang won, then the Yu clan would be revived and the Soaring Dragon continent would see the light of day. The gates of the Yu clan castle were tightly shut. Just like that day, it seems like Great Emperor Xue's plan is not simple. Impatience revealed a cold smile. If that's the case, let's wait outside for a while. Yue Yang's heart stirred slightly. In the past, he didn't have such a strong premonition of the situation. But after breaking through the 5th level of the innate invisible sword qi, other than the improvement of his 5 senses, the premonition of his 6th sense had also greatly improved. Princess Sissy, who also possessed 6 senses, nodded in agreement with Yue Yang's decision. With her 6 records inherent skill, she could feel that the Yu clan castle was like a gigantic prehistoric beast that was about to devour people. If he charged in, he would very likely fall into the enemy's trap. Rather than being controlled passively like this, it would be better to wait for the enemy's reaction outside and act according to the situation. At the very least, he would be able to grasp the initiative this way. Yu Yu and Yu Bing had always followed Yue Yang's instructions. No matter what, they would not leave the carriage and definitely not give anyone a chance to take advantage of them. Yue Yang believed that the enemy would definitely want to capture the 2 girls. They would be the best weapon to deal with him. However, Yue Yang would definitely not let the enemy have their way. Especially when impatience came, he was even more confident that he could control the entire situation in his hands. We are fine, don't waste your spiritual qi. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers all suffered different degrees of injuries. Among them, Yi Kong's injuries were the heaviest. His ribs were broken. Yi Kong felt that he couldn't unleash his full strength, so he couldn't waste Yu Yu's healing on him. There would definitely be a tough battle later on. Yu Yu was the only healing type summoner, so her healing water ball could only be used at the most critical moment. Yi Kong tried to persuade her, but how could Yu Yu just sit and watch? She persisted in summoning the healing water ball and healed Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers. Fatty Hai's injuries were not light at first, but after contracting a gold rank level 6 Thunder Mammoth, he obtained the Thunder Mammoth's huge energy and recovered most of his injuries. He was very happy, and his face was full of smiles. Finally, he had a gold rank beast. As for the silly words he said before about only contracting gold rank beauties, Fatty Hai chose to temporarily forget about it. Yi Kong didn't laugh at him anymore because the big battle was coming. He only needed to find a rock and sit down to rest, recovering his full strength and preparing for the next big battle. Yue Yang walked over and quietly threw a magic crystal at him. Yi Kong was startled. He realized that this was a gold rank level 6 one-eyed giant's magic crystal. Furthermore, Yue Yang had refined it with his Nirvana's flame, so its energy was extremely pure. Yue Yang had level 5 divine vision. He realized that the bronze rank level 5 King Kong demon ape was about to evolve. If it could swallow a magic crystal with extremely strong energy, such as the one-eyed giant's magic crystal, its power would definitely increase greatly. The King Kong demon ape that was carrying the one-eyed giant's corpse had already thrown it away. It almost drooled like a waterfall. It stared at the gold rank level 6 magic crystal in its master's hands without blinking. Yi Kong reacted and passed the magic crystal to his King Kong demon ape. Since it was given by Yue Yang, he didn't need to be polite and accepted it. The King Kong demon ape took the magic crystal and immediately swallowed it. It felt that this was not enough to express its feelings. It was so excited that it pounded its sturdy chest, letting out cheers from its throat. Seeing its useless look, Wei Tai Lang barked a few times. He felt that this gorilla was really stupid. Wasn't it just a gold rank level 6 magic crystal? This thing couldn't be compared to an orb at all. For the first time in Wei Tai Lang's life, he felt that he was much stronger than that stupid King Kong demon ape. This wasn't a problem of level and power, but the difference in knowledge and ambition. Wei Tai Lang felt that his ambition was very great. His dream was to eat a demon king. Was this something a normal beast could do? As for knowledge, Wei Tai Lang looked at the King Kong demon ape and suddenly realized a thought that he had never thought of before. This gorilla seemed to be very stupid, but he seemed to be much smarter than it. Wei Tai Lang couldn't understand why he was smarter than the King Kong demon ape. He looked at Yue Yang and felt that he might have followed the right master. Thus, he happily walked to Yue Yang and rubbed himself against him. If you want to eat an orb, then fight properly later. Beat the enemy to death. Yue Yang threw out the most tempting bait. Okay. The thorny flower demoness also knew how to act. Obedient to please her master now. Woof woof woof, meow, awoo. Wei Tai Lang couldn't speak, otherwise he would definitely proudly promise his master that he would complete the mission. Although he had mastered many foreign languages, it was still too difficult for him to pronounce the human language. On the other side, the King Kong demon ape leveled up with the help of the gold rank level 6 one-eyed giant's magic crystal. It directly jumped over silver ranked and leveled up to gold ranked level 3, 2 minutes later, because the magic crystal that Yue Yang had refined with the Nirvana flame was too pure. The King Kong demon ape leveled up to gold rank level 4. It was a pity that its body could only withstand the evolution of gold rank level 4. Otherwise, it could level up even higher. Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang were extremely envious when they saw this. However, since Yue Yang knew how to refine the magic crystal, they weren't in a hurry. It wouldn't be too late to look for their future brother-in-law when they had a magic crystal that was especially suitable for their own beasts to level up. Gold-ranked beasts would always be a fatal temptation. No warrior could reject it, unless they were abnormal like Yue Yang, whose beasts were either platinum-ranked or diamond-ranked. Beside the horse carriage, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers and the others cheered loudly. They were wild with joy that the King Kong demon ape had leveled up to gold-ranked level 4. Every time they leveled up, it was the greatest desire in a warrior's heart. In the Yu clan castle far away, the sound of a huge chain being pulled was heard. The drawbridge was slowly lowered and landed on the ground with a loud rumble. The castle's gate was pushed open by the tireless puppet beasts. A group of elite clan general guards walked out in a single file. Although Yue Yang wasn't familiar with the clan general guards, he could tell with one look that these people weren't Yu clan guards at all. In the middle of the guards, there was a muscular man around 40 years old. His facial features were similar to Yue Yang's, but he was more mature and more dignified. There was a scar on his face that made him look more masculine and rough. From the surface, this man was undoubtedly a dragon among men. He was mature, steady, dignified, intelligent and strong. He was indeed a suitable candidate to be the clan master. More importantly, this man had an indescribable charisma. He was born to be a leader. Once he appeared in front of others, he could attract others to follow him. On his left, there was another man who looked similar to Yue Yang, but his skin was slightly darker. This young man was also extraordinary. He was obviously an outstanding talent among the younger generation, an outstanding talent among his peers. He had an oppressive heroic aura. Looks like they're the fake Yu Chu and the fake third young master, Yue Yang humphed lightly. He realized that these two imposters were really good at acting. If the fake Yue Yang and the real Yue Yang were to stand together, other than the difference in skin color and the fake Yue Yang looking more mature, there wouldn't be any big difference between them. Other than temperament, the biggest difference between the real and fake Yue Yang was their strength. The fake Yue Yang's strength was only at level 6 elder. In the eyes of others, the existence of this fake Yue Yang was much more reasonable. After all, an abnormal person like Yue Yang who had already reached innate realm at the age of 20 was too unbelievable. To be able to reach level 6 elder at the age of 20 was already an amazing genius. One must know that even Yan Po Jun, Feng Qisha and the other amazing people hadn't reached this level before. Only the Prince of Zijin and young sect leader Bai Yunfei were super geniuses who had reached level 6 elder. At the age of 20, Shui Tan Lang looked at the fake Yu Chu and suddenly humphed. He is a level 6 elder with 2 attributes of dark and fire. Leave this guy to me. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong wanted to test their new strength, but when they heard that the fake Yue Yang was a level 6 elder with 2 attributes of dark and fire, they kept their mouths shut. This kind of enemy was indeed more suitable to be dealt with by Shui Tan Lang, the ice cube guy. Shui Tan Lang was the best candidate to deal with this kind of enemy. Other than the fake Yu Chu and his son, there was also the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, and the 3 heavenly imperial guardians who came to be the judge. There was only one from Da Sha Kingdom. It was the ascetic practice saint, Da Sha Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardian. Beside him was the Tian Luo Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardian. He was also the only one who came. He was dressed in white and was middle-aged. He looked like a scholar and not a heavenly imperial guardian. On their right, there were two heavenly imperial guardians from Zijin Kingdom. One was tall and one was skinny. Both of them seemed to be as strong as the ascetic practice saint. Other than that, there was also the Thousand Goblins Sect's 100 Transformations Demon Elder. Her appearance made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. The Thousand Goblins Sect's 100 Transformations Demon Elder had come. Would the Thousand Goblins Sect leader be far away? Behind them, there was also a demon-like innate whose entire body was burning with flames. Yue Yang had seen him before. This demon innate claimed to be a traitor of the demon abyss. He was very friendly with humans and was willing to stay and live in the soaring dragon continent. Yue Yang was not interested in this fellow. Instead, he looked at the Marquis of Zijin who was hiding behind the demon innate. Yue Yang had never been afraid of strong enemies. In his heart, intelligent people were scarier than idiots with strong abilities. The Marquis of Zijin had an extremely high IQ and was extremely cunning. Yue Yang would rather face another innate than see him appear. The appearance of the Marquis of Zijin was definitely not a good thing. The last one to arrive was the only survivor of the 7 Great Bears, Tian Quan. He had a sorrowful expression on his face. The family guards beside him were holding onto a spirit tablet that was made in a hurry. The names, Yao Guang, and Kai Yang, were written on it. The opponent had as many as 7 innates, although the ascetic practice saint and the middle-aged scholar would remain neutral and might even help Yue Yang. The opponent would definitely have other tricks up their sleeves. For example, the Thousand Goblins Sect leader who was invisible. Just Shun Tian and the Thousand Goblins Sect leader were enough to suppress the opponent. Not to mention the addition of a few innates, this battle, let alone ordinary people, even the impatience frowned. She felt that it would be very difficult. Yue Yang belonged to the kind of person who wouldn't feel itchy even if he was covered with fleas. He didn't care about the opponent's many innates. There were only 3 people that made Yue Yang a little afraid: Shun Tian who was the great emperor of Ziwei, the fake Yu Chu and the Marquis of Zijin. These 3 fellows were the real enemies in Yue Yang's heart. This was because these 3 people all had extremely high intelligence. It couldn't be seen from a smart person's face, but smart people were definitely different from idiots. Yue Yang's level 5 divine vision definitely couldn't see the opponent's intelligence. But he had a feeling. The fake Yu Chu could bring him a lot of trouble, even though he wasn't an innate. The Marquis of Zijin who had hidden his strength couldn't be ignored for even a second. Of course, the scariest one was still the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian. This great emperor of Ziwei was really scary. If he had a 10,000th chance, he would definitely try his best to kill him. Both sides were facing each other, swords drawn. Although Yue Yang's side was weaker, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's fighting spirit was extremely strong. They definitely wouldn't go soft just because the opponent had many innates. Even Lin Lei and Lin Miao, the 2 external disciples, tried their best not to tremble as they stood in front of the carriage with Yi Kong and the others. After the battle just now, they had understood a lot. No matter if they were innates or not, any one of them could instantly kill them with a wave of his hand. Rather than being instantly killed like a coward, it was better to stick out your chest and be a man who looked at life and death with a smile. If they wanted to be a coward, they could be a coward forever. But if they wanted to be a hero, they could only be a hero once in their lives. They had made their choice. Today, I sincerely invite guests from all over to be the Yu clan's witness. The fake Yu Chu sincerely bowed to the 3 heavenly imperial guardians and the other innates. The Yu clan is unfortunate. As the substitute clan master, Yu Chu should be in charge in times of crisis. If there are any rebels or fakes, we should arrest them at all costs. We should pacify the situation and protect the Yu clan for 1,000 years. Right now, the 3 heavenly imperial guardians have suggested that in order to distinguish the real from the fake, Yu Chu would like to use everyone's opinion and use the blood test method. Blood test method. When Yue Yang heard this, he sweated profusely. How could such an ancient method be used? I wonder if the substitute clan master Yu Chu would participate in the blood test method. Mr. Yu Chu has been wandering in the demon abyss for more than 10 years. Has his blood been contaminated by the demons? Is he still a descendant of the Yu clan? Princess Sissy, who possessed the 6 records inherent skill, was the most impossible to be tricked. She could tell if the other party was sincere or not. Even if it was a scheme that was half true and half false, it wouldn't be able to hide from her sensitive observation. Of course, in order to be fair, I have specially invited Mr. Kai Liao, who was born in the demon abyss but is a human warrior's friend. The Yu clan's descendants' blood is pure, completely different from the demon's blood. With Mr. Kai Liao as the standard, all the Yu clan's descendants' blood will be tested in the holy light purifying water bottle. Whoever has any abnormalities will be seen by everyone. Before the fake Yu Chu finished speaking, Yue Yang had already understood everything. This was a very, very big plan. Blood test method was only the first step of the plan. Chapter 288. The blood test method was very simple. On a table, there were 3 bottles filled with holy light purified water. That demon innate rancor, Kai Liao, dripped his blood in the middle as a reference. Then, the fake Yu Chu and his sons, second uncle Yu Ling, Yu Yan, Yu Feng, Yu Yang, Yu Yu, Yu Bing and the others randomly chose a bottle and dripped their blood into it. If the reaction was the same as the demon, then they were obviously not Yu clan's disciples. On the surface, this blood test seemed to be a normal procedure. It seemed to be very fair. However, as a guy from another world, Yu Yang knew that this kind of test was child's play. It would be too easy to tamper with it. The biggest flaw was why the fake Yu Chu was so sure that Yu Yang, Yu Yu, Yu Bing and the others' blood would definitely have the same reaction as Kai Lao's demon blood. This invisible foresight was the biggest suspicious point. If he didn't cheat, how could he be sure that everyone who was not on his side was a demon? Couldn't a commoner's child come and pretend to be him? Why must he be a demon? If the demon innate rancor Kai Lao's demon blood could be used as a reference, didn't this mean that the fake Yu Chu had already predicted that Yu Yang and the others' blood would have the same reaction as Kai Lao's demon blood? City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Princess Sissy looked at each other. They felt that the fake Yu Chu must have done something, but they still couldn't understand the real reason. Since it's like this, let's participate in the test. Yu Yang made his decision. Avoiding the test would only give the enemy an excuse. Only by exposing their despicable and shameless tricks during the test would they be able to turn the situation around. Of course, Yu Yang felt that no matter what, they had to make a move today. The only difference was to let Da Sha Kingdom's Heavenly Imperial Guardian, the ascetic practice saint and Tian Luo Kingdom's Heavenly Imperial Guardian, the middle-aged scholar, find a reason to help him. The innate demon Kai Liao strode forward, cut open his left palm with his sharp nails, and dripped demon blood drop by drop into the holy light water bottle. As the demon blood dripped down, the originally tranquil water in the holy light purifying water bottle suddenly began to tumble, as if there was an invisible monster swimming inside. Then, a large amount of heat was generated, and the holy water in the bottle was almost boiling. White steam was rising. Everyone clearly saw that fiend blood was incompatible with holy water. A single drop would cause it to boil. Next, the fake Yu Chu stepped forward. He casually cut his finger with the dagger and dripped a drop of blood into the bottle on the left. There was no reaction other than a faint light rising from the bottle. The fake Yu Chu had once again set a very good standard. He proved that the blood of the Yu clan's descendants did not have any evil reaction with the holy water. Even if there was a reaction, it would only emit a faint light. From the perspective of others, the fake Yu Chu's bloodline was very pure. Next was the fake Yu Yang. He dripped a drop of blood into the bottle on the right. Similarly, there was only a faint glow. What did this mean? This meant that the holy water in all 3 bottles was the same. Choosing any one of them would not be a problem. Next, let's see the reaction of Yu Shan's son, Yu Tian. My big brother, Yu Shan, had already been killed by a demon 20 years ago. When I heard this news from the demon abyss, I decided that no matter what, I must live and return to the soaring dragon continent alive. This is because I cannot let the Yu clan fall into the hands of the demons. I cannot let the Yu clan be destroyed in the hands of our generation. Previously, when the elders and I were trying to capture the fake Yu Shan, a demon had appeared and saved him. Now, I want to tell everyone the truth. The fake Yu Chu clapped his hands. The fake Yu Yang and Yu Yan dragged the limp Yu Tian out. Yu Bao used his silver dagger to cut a long wound on the back of Yu Tian's hand. Then, he dripped the blood from the dagger into the bottle on the left. Sizzle, the inside of the bottle immediately had the same reaction as when the demon innate rancor Kai Liao dripped his demon blood into the bottle. It immediately boiled, and white steam rose. According to the test, there was no doubt that Yu Tian was a demon. Yu Tian's face turned pale as he fell to the ground, as if someone had pulled out his spine. Yu Yan, Yu Bao and even Yu Feng, The 3 Yu clan juniors dripped their blood into the bottles on the left and right respectively. All of them only had a faint reaction. Among them, Yu Feng's reaction was the strongest, followed by Yu Yan's. Yu Bao had almost no reaction at all. Everyone could clearly see that Yu Feng's potential was the greatest among the 3. His reaction was the strongest. Looks like his bloodline energy had also continued to be the best. Yu Yan sneered at Yu Yang, "Bastard, it's your turn now." Yu Yang looked at the sky from a 45-degree angle, completely ignoring this arrogant and despicable person who had achieved his goals. "Isn't it just being a dog? It's really rare to see you so happy being a dog. Yu Yang can't be bothered with an idiot like you, but as the boss, I can't stand it anymore. Yu Yan, you idiot, come out if you have the guts. See if I don't beat you up. If you don't have the ability, just hide in your pants. Don't embarrass yourself. Do you really think you're a bird?" Fatty Hai couldn't help but mock him. "Fatty Hai, is your mother's skin itching for a beating? This is my family's matter, it has nothing to do with you. If you anger me, I will cut off your flesh and feed it to the dogs." Yu Yan flew into a rage. If Fatty Hai dared to say this a year ago, he would have already killed him. However, the Fatty Hai today was not someone that Yu Yan could touch whenever he wanted. Forget about Yu Yan, even Yan Po Jun, one of the 3 great killing stars, couldn't do anything to Fatty Hai. If Yu Yan knew that Fatty Hai had just contracted a gold rank level 6 Thunder Mammoth, he would definitely not dare to challenge Fatty Hai. The fake Yu Yang acted like a future clan master and stopped Yu Yan. "Fourth brother, why do you have to lower yourself to the same level as those bastards? In front of everyone's eyes, no matter how noisy they are, they won't be able to erase their demon bloodline." Yu walked out, her silver teeth biting her red lips. She firmly said, "I'm not a demon, I'm definitely not. I'm a holy water healing summoner." Yu definitely didn't believe that she was a demon. She also didn't believe that her father was a demon. Although her father pursued power and always wanted to control the Yu clan, he couldn't be a demon. She had seen Yu Tian's test just now. Even if there was a reaction from his demon blood, she still didn't believe that her brother Yu Tian was a demon. The enemy must have done something to him. She knew that something was wrong, but she couldn't see any flaws. The only thing she could do was to use her own blood to prove her father's innocence. A healing summoner with a pure holy water attribute was also a demon. This, of course, was definitely impossible. Yu confidently dripped her blood on the bottle on the left. At first, there was no reaction at all, but after a few seconds, the water in the bottle started to boil. It was boiling so fast that it almost overflowed. Impossible. Yu was completely dumbfounded. She never thought that her blood would have the same reaction as the demon blood. In that instant, she felt as if her soul had been shattered. Was she a demon? Was she the daughter of her demon father? Was she the same as her big brother Yu Tian, a demon's descendant? "Haha, let's see what else you have to say." Yu Yan laughed out loud. Yu's whole body trembled as tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. She wanted to defend herself and refute, but her lips were trembling. She didn't have any evidence to prove herself. Yu Bing wanted to jump down from the horse carriage and hug her sister tightly, but Shui Wuxia waved her hand, hinting her not to go out. Inan pulled her even more tightly, afraid that she would do something that would affect Yu Yang. On the other hand, Princess Sissy was worried about her good friend. She immediately rushed out and hugged Yu's trembling body, comforting her. Now, everyone's eyes were on Yu Yang. There was no meaning in proving that Yu Tian and Yu were the demon's descendant. Only by proving that Yu Yang was a demon could this matter truly end. Would Yu Yang accept the test? First, there was Yu Tian and Yu Yan's comparison. Now, there was the reaction of Yu's demon blood. Many people felt that Yu Yang would be foolishly tricked if he went up to take the test. It would only make him a demon. That was what Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others thought. Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang looked at each other and prepared to stop Yu Yang from taking the test. They had already understood that this was their enemy's trap. No matter if Yu Yang took the test or not, he would still fall into their trap. He wouldn't be able to escape from their enemy's trap. "You don't have the guts to take the test. I've said it before, you are a bastard born from a demon." Yu Yan mocked him mercilessly. "Shut up, you idiot. It's not your turn to speak here. Why would you stand out like an idiot and become someone else's lackey? Do you think that idiocy is gold? Do you think that stupidity can be used to make a living? Stay away from me, otherwise I will kill you instantly. Yue Yang glared at Yue Yang with his heaven eyes divine vision. His aura exploded and sent Yue Yan flying. Yue Yan and Yu Bao were shocked to the ground by Yue Yang's gaze. They were so scared that they wanted to scold him, but they were afraid that Yue Yang would kill them instantly. They were very clear about Yue Yang's temper. This brat was unmoved by force or persuasion. His killing intent soared to the sky. In the entire Yu clan, other than the clan master Yu Hai, who gave him some face, and the fifth elder who protected the fourth branch, he didn't put anyone else in his eyes. If he wanted to beat them, he would beat them. When Yu Shan was still the substitute clan master, he had almost been killed by him. During the clan's New Year's tournament, Yue Yang acted as he pleased in front of the Da Sha Emperor Jun Wuyu. He even stepped on the southern floating mist sect's elder. Knowing that Yue Yang was an innate, Yue Yan decided not to provoke him anymore. If it wasn't for Yu Chu's return, the strong evidence in his hands, and the support of so many innates, Yue Yan wouldn't have dared to provoke Yue Yang. When the fake Yue Yang saw Yue Yang sending Yue Yan and Yu Bao flying with just his gaze turned cold. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of jealousy. In comparison, he, a level 6 advanced elder, couldn't even be compared to Yue Yang who was an innate ranker. Yue Yang didn't care about Yue Yan anymore. He walked to the table leisurely. He first picked up the silver dagger and looked at it. He then sniffed it and threw it away. The fake Yu Chu's gaze was filled with ridicule. Trying to find a flaw in the silver dagger. That was impossible. He knew that Yue Yang would be suspicious, but he believed that Yue Yang would never be able to see through the truth. This is the first time I heard that I'm a demon in my entire life. Yue Yang took out his Eye Destroyer silver dagger and carefully made a small cut on his index finger. He squeezed out a drop of blood with great regret. It was just one drop. He kept his finger away reluctantly and sucked on it. Fatty Hai and the others came closer and stared at the bottle nervously. At first, there was no reaction from the bottle at all. Just as Fatty Hai and the others were about to relax, the bottle suddenly exploded. However, not even a single drop of water flowed out. Countless amounts of water boiled and turned into steam, twisting and rolling like a white demon soaring into the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't this reaction a little too exaggerated? This brat's blood was 100 times more evil than the demon innate ranker Kai Lao's blood. Could it be that this brat was a great demon king? As expected, Yue Yan screamed excitedly. Being able to prove that Yue Yang was a demon was better than anything else. Shut up, this young master hasn't finished testing yet. Yue Yang didn't tremble or feel uneasy. It was as if he thought that this was normal. His expression was as if he had never seen the bottle explode and the steam rise. Try again. You're also a demon. Yu Bao was so excited that his face turned red. He also hoped that Yue Yang would be unlucky. The two of you, come up here and drip some blood into the bottle on the right. Also, the two of you, try it too. Yue Yang signaled Lin Lei and Lin Miao to drip their blood onto the bottle. The fake Yu Chu's expression changed. The fake Yue Yang even used the excuse that Lin Lei and Lin Miao were not Yu clan's disciples and shouted for them to stop. Yue Yang laughed coldly. Not only them, you guys also have to test again. You want to play tricks in front of me? Do you think that your malformed brain can trick me? Hearing that Yue Yang had the confidence to expose him, Fatty Hai's confidence immediately increased. He was pleased. He took the initiative and dripped a few drops of blood onto the bottle on the right. In the end, unfortunately, his blood had a demon reaction. Fatty Hai was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. So it's not only the Yu clan's disciples, the Hai clan's blood is also tainted with the demon's blood. Haha, this blood test, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Yi Kong's blood had a demon reaction. The trembling Lin Lei and Lin Miao's blood also had a demon reaction. The Li brothers' blood had a demon reaction. Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang's blood all had a demon reaction. At first, Yue Yan wanted to refute that they were all accomplices, but when Princess Sissy came out and dripped a drop of blood, the demon reaction was extremely intense. He was immediately speechless. He couldn't possibly say that Princess Sissy also had a demon's blood. Her father was Jun Wuyu. If he said that Jun Wuyu was cuckolded, then Jun Wuyu would definitely go crazy and start a massacre. What made everyone dumbfounded was that Yue Yang dripped another drop of blood onto the bottle in the middle. In the end, the light exploded. It was extremely beautiful, and there was even a faint rainbow. This kind of test result formed a strong contrast with Kai Lao's demon blood reaction. Yue Yang used the Eye Destroyer dagger and made a small cut on Wei Tai Lang's body. He stretched his hand into the bottle to check. Immediately, the demon blood reacted again. My dog grew up eating the demon king's meat. It is an iron-backed demonic wolf with the dark fire attribute. After testing, its blood's reaction is the same as Mr. Kai Lao's blood. When Yue Yang said this, Fatty Hai and the others burst into laughter. This was because Yue Yang was implying that Kai Liao was a dog. Demon innate ranker Kai Liao could obviously hear it. His expression changed as he stared angrily at Yue Yang. Yue Yang ignored him and pointed at the fake Yu Chu, fake Yue Yang and Yue Yan. Please come up and do a test. If your blood's reaction is the same as my dog's, then I'm sorry, but I want you to explain in front of everyone why your blood is the same as my dog's. Aren't you all pure-blooded Yu clan disciples? Yu clan young masters, what are you waiting for? Come up and do the test. Everyone will soon see who is the real demon, who is the real Yu clan disciple. Fake Yu Chu and fake Yue Yang were stunned on the spot. They knew that Yue Yang would not admit defeat, but they never thought that this brat's counterattack would be so sharp. How could they refuse in front of everyone's eyes? If it was really a test, how could it be hidden from so many innate rankers' eyes? Chapter 289. The fake Yue Yang on the other side had a gloomy expression on his face, and he didn't say a word. Yue Yan looked at his surroundings and realized that no one dared to stand out. He angrily shouted, "I'll do it. Even if you, a trash, are playing tricks, I won't be afraid. Get lost." Yue Yang stared at him coldly. "What did you say?" Yue Yan was curious. Didn't this abnormal trash want to take the test himself? I said you're an idiot. Did I let an idiot like you take the test? If no one stepped forward, why did you step forward? Do you think your low IQ isn't embarrassing enough? Do you want to be even more embarrassing? Yue Yang slapped Yue Yan's face, causing the Yu clan's fourth young master to become dizzy and fall to the ground. Yue Yang pointed at Yu Bao and the fake Yue Yang. His voice was as cold as ice. "Both of you, come up and take the test." Now, the people were starting to see the trick. He reckoned that the Yu clan's third young master had some kind of ability to see through his enemy's bloodline. Although Yue Yan had caused him to dislike him, he did not suspect Yue Yan. He only suspected Yu Bao and the others. Only one of the Yu clan's third young master was real. The Yu clan's third young master on Yu Chu's side, no matter if he was real or fake, he would definitely have to be tested. However, why did Yue Yang still want Yu Bao to take the test? Could it be that there was something wrong with Yu Bao? Everyone was surprised and looked at Yu Bao, only to realize that his face was deathly pale. Under Yue Yang's cold, death-like stare, Yu Bao's body trembled unnaturally, as if he was suppressing some sort of fear. Yu Bao looked at the fake Yu Chu from time to time, as if he was hoping that the fake Yu Chu would open his mouth to help him. The fake Yu Chu couldn't even protect himself, so he naturally wouldn't care about him. The fake Yue Yang wanted to speak up, but the fake Yu Chu immediately winked at him, hinting that it wasn't the right time to speak up and help Yu Bao. Yu Bao panicked and screamed, "I am a disciple of the Yu clan, I cannot be doubted. I have tested myself just now, I don't need to test myself anymore, I won't test myself anymore. He is a demon, everyone, don't believe him." Grey Wolf pounced out from beside Yue Yang. He easily pushed Yu Bao down. Yu Bao was dragged to Yue Yang's feet as fast as lightning. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong cooperated very well. One of them pressed Yu Bao down, while the other used his silver dagger to cut Yu Bao's arm. The silver dagger poked into the bottle in the middle, and the demon's reaction appeared. Although it was very slight, everyone could clearly see that this Yu Bao's test was completely different from the previous one. Was he not Yu Ling's son? No, that's not right. I'm a disciple of the Yu clan, I'm not a demon. It's all your fault. Yu Bao was so scared that he started crying loudly. You don't have the qualifications to become a demon. Tell me about the dark energy hidden in your body. Who gave it to you? Whose beast did you subdue? What did they do as that person said? Yue Yang interrogated Yu Bao coldly. Yu Bao's father, Yu Ling, originally wanted to come out, but when he saw his youngest son, Yu Feng, trembling in fear, he sighed softly and hugged Yu Feng tightly, refusing to look at Yu Bao again. Yu Ling was not an idiot. He could see a lot of things, but he couldn't open his mouth. In order to protect himself, his wife and his youngest son, Yu Feng, he could only choose to remain silent. Everything was done by fourth brother. Yu Bao clenched his teeth and pointed at Yue Yan, shouting loudly. What? Yue Yan was dumbfounded. Why was he being blamed? Fourth brother said that no matter what, he had to kill you. He told me to cooperate with him, and even said that if I had evidence, I would definitely be able to destroy you. I only ended up like this because I listened to him. This blood test was also fourth brother's idea. Everything was done by him. Yu Bao cried loudly. Yu Yan looked around in despair. Right now, no matter if it was the fake Yu Chu or Yu Yang, both sides were his enemies. Yu Yan realized that he had been completely isolated. His companions, whom he thought was trustworthy, had abandoned him without hesitation. They had even pushed the blame onto him. At this moment, even his father didn't dare to speak up for him. It was only at this moment that Yu Yan realized that he was actually someone else's abandoned chess piece. A chess piece that could be abandoned at any time. He had once naively wanted to topple Yu Yang and step on this enemy of his that he hated for his entire life. He didn't care if it was right or wrong, he just wanted to destroy Yu Yang at all costs. In the end, he realized how ridiculous his plan was. It turned out that the thing that he relied on the most was just someone else's bait. Because of his revenge, he had become someone else's pawn. Furthermore, he had become a tragic pawn. When Yu Yan turned around and saw the mocking gaze of the other Yu clan third young master, this kind of heartlessness deeply pierced his heart. This man who had been manipulating him from behind was not even comparable to that abnormal trash. At least that abnormal trash had admitted that he was a Yu clan disciple. He didn't even need to be tested to admit that he was a Yu clan disciple. On the other hand, this fake Yu Yang who had returned from the demon abyss had heartlessly abandoned him when he needed help the most. Yu Yan was filled with hatred and regret, sorrow and anger. He painfully roared, "Die, let's die together." Yu Yan didn't charge towards Yu Yang. Instead, he charged towards the fake Yu Yang. Boom! He, who was in a state of panic and anger, was not a match for the fake Yu Yang at all. Forget about this kind of frenzied state, even if it was under normal circumstances, Yu Yan wouldn't be able to defeat the fake level 6 advanced Yu Yang. With just one punch, Yu Yan was sent flying and fell onto the ground. His sternum was broken and he vomited a lot of blood. Dying, he struggled for a while and tried his best to get up. In the end, he fainted due to his heavy injuries. He collapsed onto the ground, fresh blood flowing out of his mouth. His mind was in a daze and he lost consciousness. Yu Yang clapped his hands and praised, "Good hit, good hit, good hit. How should I address this imposter who impersonated me? Don't think that you can impersonate me just because you look like me. Yu Bing, tell this idiot what your brother's inherent skill is." When Yu Bing heard that it was finally her turn, she nodded excitedly. She took a deep breath and suppressed her nervousness, trying her best to make her voice not tremble because of her excitement. "Listen, all kinds of tricks are useless against my brother. This is because my brother's inherent skill is concealment. He can discover other people's hidden secrets. Whatever secrets you guys have, my brother already knows it." When Yu Bing said this, everyone sweated profusely. This brat actually had such an abnormal inherent skill. No wonder he could easily see through such a clever blood test. This brat's inherent skill was an inherent skill that specialized in discovering secrets. When Fatty Hai heard this, he quickly distanced himself from Yu Yang. He was afraid that his secret would be discovered by Yu Yang. "Don't stand so far away, I'm not interested in your secret of wearing flowery underwear." Yu Yang sent this fatty flying with a kick. When everyone saw this, they sweated even more profusely. No wonder they said that the Yu clan's third young master was abnormal. It turned out that he had such a secret inherent skill. He could discover other people's secrets and weaknesses. "Lower your voice, lower your voice." Fatty Hai jumped up and tried to cover Yu Yang's mouth in exasperation. This kind of futile action made Yi Kong and the others laugh until tears flowed down their cheeks. I think everyone has more or less understood the situation. In other words, you guys are a thief crying thief. You guys are demons, but you guys are like dogs trying to bite back. As the righteous Yu clan's third young master, I hereby issue an order. From now on, all Yu clan's disciples, no matter if they are direct descendants or branch descendants, or even outsiders, must immediately leave the fake Yu Chu's group. Otherwise, they will be treated as traitors. The fake Yu Chu and the fake Yu Yang are the main culprits who plotted to take over the Yu clan. Surrender immediately, otherwise, they will be killed. As for those scoundrels who helped them, such as the great emperor of Ziwei Shuntian and the demon innate ranker Kai Liao, get lost immediately. Otherwise, they will be treated as enemies who invaded the Yu clan. Tian Quan of the Seven Great Bears as the fake Yu Yang's master. Immediately cut off one of your arms and announce that you have severed all ties with the fake Yue Yang before you can leave. What about us? The two heavenly imperial guardians from Zijin Kingdom stood up and asked coldly. If you guys want to stay, I will reserve a place for you guys in the cemetery behind the mountain. How about letting my Wei Tai Lang have a good meal and send you guys on your way? Yue Yang knew that it was time to turn hostile. Great Emperor of Ziwei, I'm sorry. You guys are in the wrong. If you can't prove that Yu Chu is real, we will choose to believe Yue Yang's words. Yue Yang, as the Yu clan's legitimate heir, has the right to expel you guys. Even if you guys are innates, you can't help the evildoer. The ascetic practice saint stood up and firmly supported Yue Yang. The fake Yu Chu and the fake Yue Yang are suspected to be demons. Please prove your real identities immediately. Otherwise, I will see you guys as demons. The middle-aged scholarly Tian Luo heavenly imperial guardians also stood up and shouted sternly. The two heavenly imperial guardians from Zijin Kingdom walked over in big strides. The middle-aged scholarly heavenly imperial guardian's expression changed as he scolded angrily. If the two of you dare to help them, it means that Zijin Kingdom is declaring war against Tian Luo and Da Sha Kingdom. We are only reminding you that someone has opened the passage to the demon abyss in Tian Luo and Da Sha Kingdom. Hundreds of thousands of demons are pouring out continuously, devouring the citizens of the kingdom. They are even approaching the royal palaces of the two kingdoms. As heavenly imperial guardians, I believe that you guys will not just stand by and watch, right? The slightly shorter one of the two heavenly imperial guardians from Zijin Kingdom laughed coldly. Do you know why we made a blood test? It's to stall the two of you. Your state Grand Master has already led a team to the Eastern Goblin tribe. The Night Empress is not here, and the two of you are here. The kingdom is empty without anyone guarding it. Who can you blame? You can only blame yourselves for being nosy. I understand. The ascetic practice saint suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. Before I rush back to destroy the demon army, I will slaughter the two of you as a sacrifice to my citizens. With just the two of you. The taller one of the two heavenly imperial guardians from Zijin Kingdom laughed loudly. Our powers are about the same. It would be difficult to determine the victor within 1,000 moves. You two actually dared to speak such arrogant words. Ascetic practice saint, if you are old and forgetful, I would like to remind you that other than the Emperor of Ziwei, there are two more innates on our side, me and Tian Quan. Demon innate Kai Liao pointed at the ascetic practice saint beast. Actually, I have wanted to kill the two of you for a very long time. Your heavenly imperial guardians from Da Sha and Tian Luo have a close relationship and have always been in contact with each other. We have waited for a very long time before we have the chance today. This is really a heaven-sent opportunity. Little Yue Yang, you guys can leave. The ascetic practice saint suddenly turned his head and looked at Yue Yang. If there is a chance in the future, take revenge for us. Since I am already here, I have never thought of going back. Yue Yang shook his head and pointed at the Yu clan castle. He gave an order to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong. There should be a huge teleportation circle inside. The enemies will sacrifice their lives there. Your mission is to attack the Yu clan castle and destroy the teleportation circle. Understood. Do you have any other orders? Destroying the teleportation circle is too easy. Fatty Hai rubbed his palms together, his fighting spirit boundless. He didn't need to fight the innates. He felt that with his current strength, he should be able to charge straight in. When Yue Yang heard this, he smiled slightly. Then after you destroy the teleportation circle, please kick back the blood prison demon king that might have already crawled out. When Fatty Hai heard this, he was so scared that his hair stood on end. He immediately roared, bypassing the innate rankers and ran towards the Yu clan castle. Of course, Yi Kong, Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang were even faster than him. The Li brothers behind them also ran. In the sky, the 100 Transformations Demon Elder, the fake Yu Chu and the fake Yue Yang and the other enemy rankers chased after them. Before the fake Yu Chu left, he looked at Yue Yang, his eyes filled with pride. Maybe this plan was carried out by him. Even if Yue Yang saw through it, it would be useless. That was why he felt so proud. The winner was the king, the loser was the bandit. As long as they killed Yue Yang, the ascetic practice saint and the others in this battle, would anyone in this world know the truth? Only the Marquis of Zijin and the great Emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, frowned at the same time. Both of them felt that since Yue Yang saw through their plan, he wouldn't go according to their plan so smoothly. Just now when he exposed the blood test, if it was to strengthen the ascetic practice saint and the scholar's confidence and seek their help, then what about now? He clearly knew that he couldn't do it, so why did he still attack the Yu clan castle? Furthermore, he wasn't even surprised at all. Even in the face of such an overwhelming situation, he still looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. Was he pretending to be so calm? Or did he really have the confidence to turn the situation around? Impatience had been resting in the horse carriage just now, as if she was catching up on her beauty sleep. Only now, when everyone was ready to take action, did she leisurely walk out, smiling alluringly. "Aya, it seems like a fight is about to break out. I haven't seen an innate battle for a long time, I want to participate too." Sect leader Duan Mu, who has been hiding in the corner and eating everyone's farts, "I didn't expect you to have such a special hobby. Are you really not going to come out and greet everyone?" The space seemed to be distorted by something, but it returned to normal immediately. A middle-aged man with a high crown and crane robe descended from the sky, appearing in front of everyone. Impatience introduced him to Yue Yang. This immortal-like innate is called Duan Mu Long Cheng. He was the sect leader of the Green Summit sect back then. "Oh right, that Moki Shu Ling you just killed was his vice sect leader. Be careful, he might cause trouble for you." "Just nice, let's settle the 1,000 years of dead between the Green Summit sect and the Yu clan." Yue Yang nodded. "Be careful, Shui Wuxia personally carried Yu Bing, Princess Sissy carried Yu Yu, and Fallen Flower's city mistress pulled in and along as they prepared to leave for the Yu clan castle. If they stayed here, they wouldn't be able to display their full strength. Their goal was to destroy the teleportation circle and cut off the enemy's reinforcements." The Marquis of Zijin looked at Yue Yang and waved his hand with a serious expression. He led the elite guards disguised as the Zijin Kingdom's army to stop Shui Wuxia and the others. In the Marquis of Zijin's heart, the most terrifying enemy was Yue Yang, the second was the Impatience, and the third was not the ascetic practice saint and the others, but the mysterious female thief who had made him suffer a great loss before. He could recognize her at first glance, and also knew her identity at the same time. Miss Shui clan. Second uncle Yu Ling also looked at Yue Yang. He didn't say anything, only carrying his heavily injured son, Yu Yan, away and bringing his other youngest son, Yu Feng. It seemed that no matter who was right or wrong, he wasn't prepared to participate in this life-and-death battle. The Yu clan couldn't be without a successor, he would rather bear the name of a coward and preserve the bloodline of the Yu clan. Otherwise, the entire Yu clan would be annihilated. "I'll leave the great emperor of Ziwei to you. Leave this sect leader Duan Mu, Tian Quan and Kai Liao to me." Before the battle, Yue Yang didn't forget to take advantage of her. He hugged Impatience tightly and buried his face in her cleavage. He sighed with infinite satisfaction. "If I could hug you like this every time I fight, I'd rather fight every day. Why don't you ask me how I feel? Don't lick, hey, don't drool." Impatience suddenly felt that something was wrong and screamed. Chapter 290. While Yue Yang and Impatience were hugging each other intimately, Duan Mu Long Cheng, Tian Quan and Kai Liao immediately unsealed their innate powers. Tian Quan's power was even stronger than Yao Guang and Kai Yang. His unsealed innate power had reached innate level 3. His aura exploded, forming a shockwave that shook the whole ground. The one who was even stronger than Tian Quan was the demon innate Kai Liao. They were both innate level 3, but Kai Liao was obviously stronger than Tian Quan. The hellfire that he released clashed with Tian Quan's aura, creating a deafening sound of thunder. At the place where the two's auras clashed, the space seemed to have been shattered. The dark and scorching hellfire splashed all over the sky, and the ground turned into a terrifying sea of fire. Sand and gravel were burning. Duan Mu Long Cheng, this cunning fellow, unsealed his innate power in silence. There was no shockwave or flames. A dim yellow light expanded silently, forming a light circle with a diameter of 100 meters, surrounding Yue Yang and Impatience. Shun Tian didn't unseal his innate power. He summoned a crystal-clear diamond grimoire that shone with 7 colors. He pressed lightly on the diamond grimoire with one hand, summoning his guardian beast. It was a diamond rank level 9 humanoid beast, a golden giant that was almost 5 meters tall. He wore an emperor's crown on his head, a golden white heavenly emperor's armor, and a gold-swallowing dragon fish sword at his waist. Roar, fury, the golden-colored giant, who looked like an emperor, shook his hands and pressed them down. The tyrannical might of an emperor was like a golden tornado, and the might of the pressure was even more terrifying than Moki Shu Ling's domain of gravity, which was 20 times stronger. Woof! Wei Tai Lang and the thorny flower demoness sensed the danger and quickly hid beside Yue Yang. The ground where Yue Yang and Impatience were standing on silently caved in. Although Yue Yang had immediately summoned his silver grimoire, the grimoire shield that he had raised up was still a little unable to withstand the pressure that came crashing down from the sky. The shield was deformed and caved in slightly. Yue Yang was surprised. Even someone as strong as Demon King Ha Xin needed to pierce the grimoire's protective shield with one finger before he could break through. This great emperor of Jiwei, Sun Tian, didn't even make a move. He only summoned a beast to attack. Moreover, it was a pressure that came from a distance, yet it already had the power to break through the grimoire's protective shield. Looks like this diamond rank level 9 golden giant was a super strong beast that was at least a holy beast. What was even more puzzling was that this golden giant was also a guardian beast. As long as its master didn't die, it would never truly die. Under the attack and pressure of this diamond rank level 9 holy beast, Yue Yang was unable to protect himself. It seemed like it would be difficult for him to fight back against the great emperor of Zui, Sun Tian. Lord Sun Tian, let's go to a more open place to fight. We can't fight freely in this small place. Impatience's killing intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. She ignored the pressure from the diamond level 9 golden giant in the sky and floated up into the air easily. Before she turned into a shooting star and disappeared, she waved her hands at Yue Yang. She smiled charmingly and said, "Little thief, you dare to be rude to me. Wait for me to come back, I'll definitely settle the score with you, you little hoodlum." Yue Yang laughed loudly, "I'll definitely wait for you to come back. You can push me down forcefully or not." Impatience smiled when she heard this. Her red lips, white teeth, bright eyes and jade-like cheeks shone with a breathtaking radiance when she smiled. Her bouncing breasts were really captivating. Yue Yang's eyes were glued to the screen, and his saliva almost flowed out. Impatience was overjoyed when she saw this. She first gave him an electrifying look and then blew him a passionate kiss. "If you haven't been crippled, I'll think about it." Wah! Yue Yang felt that his heartbeat had increased to at least 500 beats per minute. He was so excited that he almost exploded. Not only was Impatience's body hot, her attitude was also hot. She didn't reject Yue Yang's teasing like other girls. Instead, she turned around and teased him. Yue Yang started to fantasize. If he really had the chance to tease this Impatience. Further, would she really push him down? A happy push, I'm really looking forward to it. Yue Yang secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He watched as Phoenix Fairy Beauty turned into a stream of light, streaking across the sky and disappearing into the distant mountains. He still couldn't stop his imagination from running wild. The great emperor of Ziwei, Sun Tian, followed behind. Before he left, his eyes flashed as he glanced at Yue Yang. He seemed to have used the ant language to communicate with Duan Mu Longcheng. He even left the golden giant behind to help him before chasing after the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. The battle between Sun Tian and Tianfa might not be able to determine the winner within 1,000 moves. The difference in their strength was not big. Even if he, the great emperor of Jiwei, was slightly stronger, he wouldn't be that much stronger. The real battle would be the battle between Duan Mu Longcheng and Yue Yang. As long as Duan Mu Longcheng could kill Yue Yang, it wouldn't matter if the winner between him and Tianfa was decided or not. With the Green Summit sect leader, Duan Mu Longcheng, a level 6 innate ranker, and 2 level 3 innate rankers, Tian Quan and Kai Liao, if they still couldn't defeat the level 3 innate Yue Yang, then Duan Mu Longcheng and the others should just commit suicide. Sun Tian believed that his plan wouldn't change because of any factors. No matter how heaven-defying, cunning and abnormal Yue Yang was, he would definitely lose. Sun Tian was different from Yue Yang, who was still fantasizing about Impatience before the battle. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar had already started their battle with the Ji Jin Kingdom's tall and short heavenly imperial guardians. They were both heavenly imperial guardians and were level 5 innate rankers. Without a third party's help, it would be hard to determine the winner even if they fought for a day and a night. Rumble. A large part of the mountain in the distance collapsed due to the ascetic practice saint's attack. On the other side of the mountain, the scholar angrily controlled his hurricane and chased after the enemy in front of him. His opponent was the Ji Jin Kingdom's tall heavenly imperial guardian. As the scholar's opponent, he wasn't anxious at all. He fought like a snake, because he knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for him. At this time, the two innate rankers, Tian Quan and Kai Liao, didn't care about the innate alliance's rules at all. They kept summoning their beasts, preparing to surround and kill Yue Yang. The beasts that Tian Quan summoned were all flying-type beasts. Gold rank level 7 feet Storm Griffin, gold rank level 7 feet Red-Crowned Flying Dragon King, gold rank level 6 feet Giant Swallowing Bat, and also gold rank level 6 feet Eagle Demoness. His plan was to use the flying-type beast's speed and agility to attack the Thorny Flower Demoness beside Yue Yang. With the help of Duan Mu Long Cheng's weakening domain, even the diamond-ranked Thorny Flower Demoness wouldn't be able to escape from the encirclement of his flying-type beasts. She was destined to die on the spot. Furthermore, that seemingly powerful Thorny Flower Demoness was only diamond rank level 1. The Thorny Flower Demoness was an expert in summoning thorny flowers from the ground. The sea of flowers was terrifying. It wasn't strange for the King of Black Light who couldn't leave the ground to be defeated by her. However, would the situation be the same when the Thorny Flower Demoness faced 4 flying-type beasts? Duan Mu Long Cheng's weaken could weaken any living being within his domain of weakening by 10 times, including innate rankers who were weaker than the owner of the domain of weakening. Under such circumstances, how could the Thorny Flower Demoness reverse the situation? That was simply impossible. Kai Lao's goal was to kill Wei Tai Lang. This demon innate had summoned all fire-type gold-ranked beasts. 9-headed fire snake, Cerberus, magma giant, magma wyvern and the fire demoness with a flaming whip. Within the weakening domain, there were hellfire everywhere. Wei Tai Lang had to deal with 5 gold-ranked level 6 and even gold-ranked level 7 fire-attributed demon abyss gold-ranked beasts. Forget about Kai Liao who didn't believe that Wei Tai Lang could win. Even Yue Yang felt that Wei Tai Lang wouldn't be able to win this battle. He wouldn't be afraid to fight one Wei Tai Lang alone, but fighting a group of them. It was really hard to say. Yue Yang's enemies were much stronger and more numerous. His greatest enemy was the innate level 6 Duan Mu Long Cheng, the Green Summit sect leader. He was an extremely strong innate who possessed the weakening domain. His strength could even surpass the legendary Demon King. Yue Yang didn't have level 5 divine vision at that time, so he couldn't see through Demon King Ha Xin's hidden strength. However, Demon King Ha Xin's strength at that time should be on par with Duan Mu Long Cheng's current strength. If Demon King Ha Xin didn't hide his strength, then he might not be able to defeat Duan Mu Long Cheng who possessed the weakening domain. Yue Yang didn't look at Tian Quan and Kai Liao. These two innate level 3 fellows seemed to be slightly weaker than the diamond rank level 9 golden giant that Shun Tian left behind. There was no way for Yue Yang to notice their existence. The golden giant's emperor's pressure and Duan Mu Long Cheng's weakening domain complemented each other, making it even more powerful and effective. Yue Yang couldn't help but pay more attention to this diamond rank level 9 golden giant. Alright, since you want to bully me with numbers, then I won't be polite. Yue Yang summoned the quintet golden puppet mice, adding 5 more beasts in one go. PFF'd. Tian Quan spurted out water. He almost fell head first to the ground in the air. A normal rank level 1 puppet mouse that had no attack power. What use was that? Seeing this, Tian Quan almost choked on his laughter. He felt that it was hard to hold back his laughter. The fire rat of the quintet golden puppet mice slowly slid out of the protective shield. It could move freely even under the weakening domain and pressure. Because it wasn't a living creature, it didn't have any fear or physical body. It wouldn't be harmed by any kind of mental, spiritual or physical attack. Hellfire was also ineffective against it. Even the 9-headed fire snakes on the ground wouldn't take the initiative to attack it. They just stared at it. The fire rat slowly slid out, its little head sniffing left and right. It looked like a rat looking for food. 5 seconds later, Kai Liao secretly used the explosive trap that he made with his hellfire to let the fire rat come out and successfully triggered it. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The ground shook incessantly from the explosion, but the fire rat continued to crawl forward slowly, continuing to explore the next explosive trap. When it successfully dispelled the second explosive trap and even blew away the nearest Cerberus, Kai Liao realized that this fire rat was the bane of his traps. Kai Liao's expression changed. He roared and flew down from the sky, punching out with his huge fist. He was prepared to kill this annoying little puppet rat in one move. Let me give you a piece of advice. The bird that sticks out will be shot. Yue Yang quickly appeared behind Kai Liao, world exterminating wheel in one hand and Nirvana's flame in the other. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. As long as the enemies who were cooperating well with each other revealed a flaw, it would be the time for him to counterattack. Yue Yang's counterattack would be a fatal attack. It would definitely not be sloppy. One move would be enough to kill the enemy. Chapter 291. Kai Liao cursed inwardly, the shadow of death looming over him. He knew that the Yu clan's third young master was terrifyingly strong. First, Yao Guang was killed by him, then Moqi Shu Ling also died by his hands. Kai Liao did not dare to be careless towards him. However, he did not expect Yue Yang's attack to be so fast. In the instant that the world exterminating wheel slashed towards him, Kai Liao immediately summoned his platinum grimoire, hoping that it would be able to protect him. As long as he could hold on for a second, he would have 10 ways to escape. Unfortunately, he couldn't summon his grimoire, because Kai Liao was firmly imprisoned in the air by the binding talent. His body, spiritual energy, spirit, consciousness, and even his soul would be completely bound within 3 seconds. There was no possibility of resistance. After leveling up, Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill had also leveled up. Before leveling up, Moqi Shu Ling, who was a level 5 innate ranker, could successfully bind Kai Liao. If Yue Yang needed it, he could even bind them for a longer period of time, even exceeding 3 seconds wouldn't be a problem. Yue Yang was doing this to confuse Duan Mu Long Cheng. He was prepared to give this Green Summit sect leader a huge misconception. This binding inherent skill could only bind innates below Kai Liao, and not Duan Mu Long Cheng, who was a level 6 innate. He would wait for the best opportunity to kill Duan Mu Long Cheng. Of course, Yue Yang's greater ambition was to join forces with the impatience to kill the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian. He would definitely be able to sense this binding innate talent through the golden giant. He had to use it sparingly and deceive this great emperor's way as well. Then, he would wait for the best opportunity. 3 seconds, not to mention Yue Yang, who was an expert in sneak attacks. Even an ordinary martial artist could slap Kai Liao's face a few times. In battle, even a second of losing control was enough to be fatal. The world exterminating wheel slashed across Kai Liao's neck. An evil demon's body that was able to withstand damage from gold-ranked weapons was like tofu in front of the world exterminating wheel. Without any obstruction, the world exterminating wheel slashed through. Yue Yang's right hand, which was burning with Nirvana's flame, plunged deep into Kai Liao's back, forcefully pulling out the demon heart and refining it in an instant. Behind him, the space seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Duan Mu Long Cheng arrived. He was like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ever since Yue Yang had summoned the quintet seeking golden mice, he had a feeling that Yue Yang would try to lure and kill Kai Liao, but he did not warn Kai Liao. Instead, he watched as Kai Liao fell into Yue Yang's trap. Yue Yang had used Kai Liao as a cicada, to cover himself, to use him as bait, to let himself be the oriole that attacked from behind. Duan Mu Long Cheng was very smart. He was definitely a cunning oriole. The moment he attacked, the power of an innate level 6 was enough to destroy a small mountain. Such a terrifying power was gathered on his right fist. It was completely silent. When Yue Yang killed Kai Liao, he successfully launched a sneak attack from behind and punched Yue Yang's back. Duan Mu Long Cheng sacrificed Kai Liao and used his comrade's life as bait to successfully hit Yue Yang. Yue Yang disappeared with a whoosh. He teleported away in an instant and landed 100 meters away. Even though he managed to escape in time, the innate level 6 punch still left a deep fist mark on his back. Duan Mu Long Cheng's terrifying punch almost shattered Yue Yang's spine. If it wasn't for the fact that Yue Yang had learned the space teleportation technique from the old cunning fox and was proficient in teleportation, being able to teleport at any time, anywhere, in addition to the graceful sword dance that he had learned from the mysterious 3 styles, which was extremely effective against sneak attacks, Yue Yang was afraid that he would have already been heavily injured by this sneak attack. Yue Yang's mouth was bleeding, but he was not upset or angry. He even smiled a little. He was not surprised by Duan Mu Long Cheng's sneak attack. Before he attacked Kai Liao, Yue Yang had already thought that Duan Mu Long Cheng would make a move. Hence, he secretly split his attention to watch out for Duan Mu Long Cheng's attack. The only thing he did not expect was that Duan Mu Long Cheng was much faster than he had imagined. This cunning Green Summit sect leader was actually an agility type innate who excelled in speed. He was not an energy type innate who excelled in long-range attacks like Yue Yang had imagined. Yue Yang did not want to miss the opportunity to kill Kai Liao. He would rather take a punch to kill the innate level 3 Kai Liao. As long as Kai Liao and Tian Quan were not dead, they would not be much of a threat to him. However, They were a huge threat to Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and Shui Tan Lang. Once they realized that they could not fight against him, they would turn around to kill them. Duan Mu Long Cheng was too strong, he could not be killed easily. That diamond rank level 9 Sky Emperor Golden Giant was a guardian beast. There was no point in killing it. Shuntian could use his spiritual energy to heal it and summon it again, hence, Yue Yang's targets could only be Kai Liao and Tian Quan. At this time, Tian Quan and the Golden Giant who were watching the battle from the sky also attacked at the same time. Although they were not as fast as Duan Mu Long Cheng, they seemed to have a tacit understanding. The two of them split into two in midair. Tian Quan of the Seven Great Bears pounced towards Wei Tai Lang and the Thorny Flower Demoness. He knew that once the grimoire's owner moved, the grimoire's protective shield would disappear. If Wei Tai Lang and the Thorny Flower Demoness did not have the protective shield, he would definitely be able to kill them in one strike. Hence, Tian Quan rushed to attack Wei Tai Lang and the Thorny Flower Demoness with all his might. He did not think that Yue Yang was an abnormal existence. The grimoire's protective shield would not disappear because of movement, unless the time was up or the grimoire was withdrawn. Otherwise, Yue Yang's silver grimoire would remain, and the protective shield would remain. This was completely different from other people. The Golden Giant suddenly shot down from the sky, attacking Yue Yang from afar. He was a holy beast, so he was very smart. He knew that Yue Yang was already injured, so he did not give Yue Yang any chance to recover his breath. Roar, fury. The diamond rank level 9 Golden Giant pressed down with both of his hands, like a tsunami, towards Yue Yang. Before Yue Yang could dodge, Duan Mu Long Cheng's fist had already arrived. Yue Yang was very surprised. He realized that even with his level 5 divine vision he could not see Duan Mu Long Cheng's sudden increase in speed. Yue Yang was obviously confident that he could dodge this punch, but because of Duan Mu Long Cheng's sudden increase in speed, he was unable to defend in time. Yue Yang could not react in time, but the innate chi in his body was already prepared. Like a spiral, it formed a mysterious energy whirlpool at the right side of his ribs that was about to be hit. Yue Yang counterattacked at the same time. The world exterminating wheel that had killed Kai Liao instantly, Yue Yang used his hand as a guide and slashed towards Duan Mu Long Cheng's back. The Nirvana flame in his right hand turned into a flaming sword and pierced towards Duan Mu Long Cheng's chest. Too slow. Duan Mu Long Cheng's body twisted like a snake. His fist struck Yue Yang's right side at lightning speed, causing Yue Yang's body to tremble. Before he could feel the pain, Duan Mu Long Cheng's flying kick arrived and landed heavily on Yue Yang's knee. If it wasn't for Yue Yang closing his legs in time, his little brother would have been kicked by Duan Mu Long Cheng. Duan Mu Long Cheng's body twisted like a fried dough twist, narrowly dodging the world exterminating wheel and the Nirvana flame sword. His other leg flew towards Yue Yang's face as he spun. His movements were extremely fast. If Yue Yang didn't have the Heaven Eye's divine vision to see the trajectory of his attacks, he would have been beaten to a pulp by Duan Mu Long Cheng. Until now, Yue Yang finally understood. This cunning Duan Mu Long Cheng had an inherent skill that allowed him to break through quickly. With this inherent skill, all of his defenses would become full of flaws. It wasn't that his reaction wasn't fast enough, nor was it because his defenses were ineffective. The reason why he didn't know how to react was because he was plotted against by Duan Mu Long Cheng's sudden acceleration, inherent skill. Duan Mu Long Cheng's fist and leg suddenly increased in speed and struck his body first, causing all of his defenses to fail. So it's like this. After Yue Yang understood his opponent's attack, he suddenly smiled. His smile was very mysterious. Duan Mu Long Cheng's flying kick was aimed towards his face. Yue Yang was suddenly not in a hurry to dodge, but took the initiative to face the attack. His hands became extremely slow, using slowness to break speed, using clumsiness to break technique, using roundness to break point. His innate chi revolved like a tidal wave. This time, even though Duan Mu Long Cheng's flying kick suddenly increased in speed, against Yue Yang's hands that were revolving slowly, it was as if he had fallen into a pile of cotton. His strength was quickly diverted and his speed decreased continuously. It was as if every inch he moved forward was extremely difficult. At first, his kicks were as fast as lightning, but they gradually became slower and slower. In the end, he moved like a snail. Yue Yang rotated his hands and successfully defended against this kick. Duan Mu Long Cheng's expression changed, but it was too late for him to retreat now. He felt that he was still using all of his strength to kick, but he could not retract his kick as he wished. This kind of abnormality was definitely caused by the Yu clan's third young master. Duan Mu Longcheng knew the reason, but he could not think of a way to counter it. Under the slow rotation of the giant circle, he was helpless. The giant circle formed by the yin and yang energy easily broke down Duan Mu Longcheng's head exploding attack and transformed it into a strong force that was transmitted to Yue Yang's legs. Yue Yang's body was bent like a bow. He exerted strength in his arms and his legs instantly closed. His body was thrown high up into the air and his legs shot out like an arrow. From the bottom to the top, he flipped his body and swept his kick. The crescent-shaped sword chi from his leg flashed dazzlingly at Duan Mu Longcheng's chest, abdomen, chin and face. Even though Duan Mu Longcheng rolled away in time and dodged Yue Yang's powerful counterattack, he was still unable to dodge it completely. His chin, which was the highest point of the attack, suffered a heavy blow. When the crescent-shaped sword chi from his leg appeared, Duan Mu Longcheng's beard, skin and muscles were immediately separated from his body. Duan Mu Longcheng felt as though his chin was about to shatter. His head was spinning and he almost fell to the ground. His rationality told him that if he stayed here for another second, he would be in danger of being killed by his opponent. At the same time, he borrowed the force of the attack to bounce his body back and left angrily. The innate invisible sword chi shot out from Yue Yang's toes almost killed Duan Mu Longcheng. A long line of blood appeared on the right side of Duan Mu Longcheng's face, from his chin all the way to his ear. If it wasn't for Duan Mu Longcheng dodging fast enough, there would have been a small hole at the back of his head and his brain would have come out for air. Even with his innate level 6 protective chi and strong defense, he was still unable to withstand the power of the innate invisible sword chi. Duan Mu Longcheng retreated 100 meters away. He was secretly afraid. World exterminating wheel, Nirvana's flame and this mysterious sword chi. These three things were all great weapons that could kill an enemy in an instant. It was no wonder that Moki Shu Ling could not last more than half an hour. From the start till now, not even a minute had passed and he was already surrounded by danger. He almost died under Yue Yang's three great weapons. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that Yue Yang was powerful and fought him with his full strength, he was afraid, if he had underestimated Yue Yang, he would have ended up like Moki Shu Ling, dying miserably in front of Yue Yang. Not bad. Duan Mu Longcheng praised Yue Yang for the first time. You pervert. Tian Quan didn't care. He scolded Yue Yang loudly. The reason was because he thought that the barrier would disappear the moment Yue Yang left. Like a big bird, he swooped down excitedly, preparing to give Wei Tai Leng and the thorny flower demoness a heavy punch. He had never thought that even after Yue Yang had left the range of the barrier, that damned barrier would still exist. Under his heavy punches, the barrier shook non-stop. However, Wei Tai Leng and the thorny flower demoness were safe and sound inside. Their four eyes flashed with a look of looking at an idiot. This kind of look of disdain from beasts deeply hurt Tian Quan. No matter what, he was still an innate. Furthermore, he was one of the 7 great bears. But now, he was being looked down upon by 2 beasts. How could he not be angry? Tian Quan attacked with all his might. Realizing that the barrier was still there and did not disappear because of his powerful attacks, he was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. The most outrageous thing was that while Tian Quan was gasping for breath, Wei Tai Leng turned his butt around and stuck it out of the protective shield. He raised his tail and let out a loud fart right in front of Tian Quan's face before comfortably hiding back inside the protective shield. As one of the 7 great bears, Tian Quan actually ate a dog's fart. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had seen hateful dogs before, but he had never seen such a hateful dog. Unfortunately, he couldn't even hurt a single hair of it. Tian Quan couldn't do anything to Wei Tai Leng and the thorny flower demoness, so he could only vent his anger on his master, Yue Yang. However, Yue Yang ignored his existence. He didn't even glance at him, as if Tian Quan, one of the 7 great bears, did not even exist in this world. This kind of disregard completely angered Tian Quan. He was an innate, how could he be ignored like this? He was bullied by a dog and couldn't take revenge. He wanted to settle the score with his master, but he was ignored by the other party. This kind of humiliation was unbearable. Ever since Tian Quan was born, he had never suffered such humiliation before. If he didn't tear Yue Yang and Wei Tai Leng into pieces, Tian Quan would never be able to rest in peace. Even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Yue Yang really ignored this fellow. Tian Quan was only slightly better than Yao Guang and Kai Yang. If it wasn't for Duan Mu Long Cheng, Yue Yang could have killed this arrogant fellow in an instant. What made Yue Yang feel strange was that Kai Liao, who had been killed in an instant, was still alive. Kai Liao only had his head left and was on the verge of death. However, this demon innate was indeed still alive. His head floated in the sky, summoning his platinum grimoire and raised his barrier. He continuously summoned flames to replenish his energy and heal his body. Yue Yang's level 5 divine vision could see that the reason why Kai Liao didn't die was not because he didn't use enough strength. Instead, this fellow had a special inherent skill that allowed him to escape death. Yue Yang was only focused on defending against Duan Mu Long Cheng's attack and didn't attack to kill Kai Liao. If Yue Yang had chosen to use Nirvana's flame to refine the demon heart instead of burning Kai Liao's ugly head, Kai Liao would have died a long time ago. The problem was, Yue Yang needed that demon heart. If he used Nirvana's flame to burn Kai Liao's head, Kai Liao would die and the demon heart that was filled with energy would be destroyed. That would be too wasteful. Yue Yang looked at Kai Liao's incomparably ugly head. Other than being left with only one life, what else could this guy do? He wasn't a threat at all. It was a pity that those gold-ranked beasts didn't die because of him. Looks like he still needed Wei Tai Lang to do some hard work. Wei Tai Lang, what are you waiting for? Do you only need to eat and not work? Yue Yang was definitely more ruthless than Exploiter Joe. Woof. Wei Tai Lang couldn't wait any longer. Alright, you damn dog, you finally came out. See if I don't skin you alive. Megrez wondered if he should first slaughter this dog, roast it, and eat it to his heart's content, then settle the score with its owner. Or should he first kill its owner, then chop off the dog's 4 legs, let it slowly drain its blood, and watch it slowly die? Or should he find some crazy metal-devouring ants to gnaw on it until only its head was left and bring it back home to keep as a collection? Tian Quan was about to attack Wei Tai Lang when he suddenly felt a light breeze behind his ear. An arrogant voice that could make people go crazy rang out from behind him. You, what are you still doing here? You should have died long ago. Letting someone like you live is simply a waste of the crew's lunchbox. Remember, as a minor character, don't be too arrogant. Chapter 292 Duan Mu Long Cheng's eyes turned cold. Of course he had the ability to save Tian Quan, but the sense of danger that came from an expert's heart made him hesitate. Yu Clan's third young master, could his actions be a trap? When he had ambushed Kai Liao just now, he had already set up a trap. It was just that his speed talent had made it impossible for Kai Liao to defend against it. After exchanging blows, this little brat had already seen through his talent. Now, he was playing the same trick again. Was this action of assassinating Tian Quan a trap specially set for him? As a cautious and suspicious person, Duan Mu Long Cheng would rather see Tian Quan die than put himself in danger. It's better for you to die than for me. If Tian Quan was killed, it would mean that he was incompetent. Duan Mu Long Cheng had already decided that no matter what, he would not lend a helping hand. Towards Yue Yang's arrogant words, Megrez was infuriated. He was also an innate, a level 3 innate. When he was in Tong Tian Tower, not to mention this brat, even his parents were still in their mother's wombs. Did he really think that he had no ability at all? As an innate ranker, he had his own pride and his own abilities. Humph, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tian Quan was not a person who would sit and wait for death. He sneered and spun his body. Both of his hands were filled with starlight as he used his ultimate move, Thousand Star Fall, to ruthlessly attack Yue Yang's chest. This was a kind of energy similar to starlight. It had an extremely strong penetrative power and could easily break through the enemy's defenses. Moreover, it could be delayed until it entered the enemy's weak body. Only then would it truly explode. This would be more powerful and effective in destroying and killing the enemy's body. This was the combination of Megrez's shooting star innate skill and his battle technique. In the past, he had used this technique to attack his enemies, and it had always been successful. Even the Eastern Goblin tribe, who had extremely strong bodies, had once suffered under this technique. A human body, once he was hit, he would definitely be done for. Yue Yang was hit by dozens of stars shot out by Tian Quan. Starlight seeped into his body, forcing him to take a few steps back. There was no pain on his face. Instead, he looked a little stunned, as if he couldn't believe that he had fallen for the trick. Tian Quan felt that this brat was putting up a front. He looked fine on the surface, but the inside of his body was already finished. Unless one had a unique innate talent, such as the Devour innate talent, which could make one immune to the starlight entering one's body, whose internal organs could withstand such a terrifying attack. You're already finished. Tian Quan confidently extended his index finger and shook it at Yue Yang in disdain. This was his signature move. Every time he killed or heavily injured an enemy, he would shake his finger to show his contempt for the enemy. Tian Quan knew what would happen next. In 5 seconds, this Yu clan's third young master's body would explode into pieces. At the very least, his chest would explode and his ribs would break. His heart, lungs, intestines and everything else would explode and turn into a bloody mess, splattering all over the ground. That was one of Megrez's favorite scenes in his life. Just like raping a virgin, it made him feel extremely comfortable, so comfortable that goosebumps appeared all over his body. Cough cough. Yue Yang clutched his chest and coughed a few times. He coughed out a little bit of blood, but it was completely different from what Tian Quan had imagined. His lungs had been blasted open, and blood was spurting out crazily. What made Tian Quan dumbfounded was that this Yu clan's third young master's body did not show any signs of exploding. What was going on? Tian Quan waited for a long time. This Yu clan's third young master's body should have exploded a long time ago, but he was still fine. He would never have thought that Yue Yang's domain of power was devour. The starlight energy just now was equivalent to a tonic. Yue Yang coughed. He was mainly using his innate qi to heal the injuries that Duan Mu Long Cheng had received from his attack just now. Duan Mu Long Cheng's innate qi resonated with his weakened domain of power. The effect was very strong, and it greatly affected Yue Yang's injuries. That was why Yue Yang took the opportunity to heal himself and recover his full strength. Yue Yang did not know that Tian Quan had misunderstood him. Of course, he did not care about his reaction. Tian Quan's starlight energy and inherent skill did not affect Yue Yang at all. In fact, from a certain point of view, Tian Quan's starlight energy could even be considered as a form of help. It could speed up the process of condensing Yue Yang's star explosion domain. How could you be fine? Tian Quan could not understand at all. Yue Yang had obviously been hit, but he was still safe and sound. This was too strange. Yue Yang wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth with his hand and smiled like a demon. It's really not bad energy, but it's too weak. If it's a little stronger, it would be even better. Previously, I could not understand how my domain of power worked. But now, with the help of your starlight energy, I finally understand. It turns out that my domain of power is not outside, but inside my body. Or, it could be said that my domain of power has not grown to the extent that it could spread inside my body. I have always been worried that my domain of power was different from other people's. I was still a little apprehensive, but now it's no longer the case. After your attack just now, I finally understand how to use it. In order to express my gratitude to you, I have decided to show you the true power of my domain of power for the first time. Impossible. Tian Quan almost went crazy from anger. Not only was his attack ineffective, why did it help Yue Yang instead? He roared furiously. He raised his hands and prepared to attack again. Thinking about it, if he attacked Yue Yang, he would be helping Yue Yang. If he attacked Yue Yang, wouldn't he be foolish again? He quickly retreated and prepared to return to Duan Mu Long Cheng's side. Duan Mu Long Cheng stood at a distance and watched coldly. He did not completely believe what Yue Yang said, but he guessed that the Yu clan's third young master must have an ulterior motive for saying that. Maybe it was a trap. The diamond rank level 9 golden giant was also very intelligent. He had been following Duan Mu Long Cheng's movements closely. When Duan Mu Long Cheng moved, he would attack. When Duan Mu Long Cheng stayed still, he would also wait for an opportunity to attack. This was not Shun Tian's instruction, but the intelligence of a holy beast. In terms of battle intelligence, the golden giant was indeed superior to the current Wei Tai Lang. Only Xiao Wen Li, who was connected to Yue Yang's mind and had a tacit understanding with him, could win against him. Of course, under Yue Yang's influence, Wei Tai Lang's intelligence was growing every day. To him, becoming a holy beast was definitely not the end. Look at the stars that I created. Tian Quan's body soared into the sky, but no matter how fast he was, he could not match up to Yue Yang's speed. Yue Yang stretched out his hand. Grabbing one of Tian Quan's legs, he gripped his ankle tightly. The domain of energy, star explosion, appeared in Yue Yang's hand. At first, it was only a small ball, but it gradually expanded, forming a strange phenomenon of condensing and dispersing at the same time. Countless starlight shot out, forming even more star explosions. They connected with each other and formed a cluster of stars. Although the diameter of the cluster was not even 1 meter, its power scared Tian Quan out of his wits. Even Duan Mu Long Cheng, who was far away, frowned. "Save me, save!" Tian Quan saw that Duan Mu Long Cheng was standing still and panicked. He hurriedly asked the golden giant for help. He attacked Yue Yang, but all his attacks did not cause any damage. They only increased the size of the cluster of stars. However, the power of the cluster of stars could hurt him. When the cluster of stars expanded, the starlight that it shot out could easily pierce through or even destroy Tian Quan's body. Tian Quan's innate defense was useless against the star explosion that was getting bigger and bigger. In the sky, the golden giant, who had just swooped down to save Tian Quan, saw that the star explosion in Yue Yang's hand was about to explode. He immediately gave up on saving Tian Quan and turned around to escape. He could clearly feel that the destructive power of this energy explosion was not any weaker than the world exterminating wheel. The world exterminating wheel was very small and easy to dodge. However, if this cluster of stars exploded, everything within 100 meters would be turned into dust. Duan Mu Long Cheng and the golden giant soared into the sky at the same time. Far away, Yue Yang brought Tian Quan and chased after them. Tian Quan was not an idiot. He realized that his life was in danger. If he allowed this star explosion to explode, then he would definitely be blasted into pieces. He was also a ruthless person. He made a prompt decision and with a flash of light in his hand, he chopped off his entire right leg. He left his bloody leg behind and ran away frantically, hoping to escape from the range of the explosion. As for running back to Duan Mu Long Cheng's side and fighting together with him, that was not his choice anymore. This was because Duan Mu Long Cheng's eyes were cold and emotionless, causing Tian Quan to feel extremely disappointed. Tian Quan was still gasping for breath. He prepared to summon his grimoire and raise his shield to protect himself. When he was in the opponent's hands just now, his spiritual energy was suppressed and he was unable to summon it. If he didn't summon it now, he might not be able to escape. "I'll send you off." A voice that sounded like the call of the Grim Reaper came from behind him. "It's over." Tian Quan's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He had not successfully summoned his grimoire, but the enemy had already caught up to him. Yue Yang threw his star explosion towards Duan Mu Long Cheng. He did not need to use his binding chain's inherent skill to grab Tian Quan. He could directly use star explosion to pass through Tian Quan's body. Because he had controlled his speed and strength perfectly, the star explosion would not explode Tian Quan's body. It would only leave a huge bloody hole in his chest. Duan Mu Long Cheng was extremely cunning and knew how to teleport. However, to Yue Yang, under the Heaven Eye's divine radiance, teleportation and camouflage were useless. Forget about Duan Mu Long Cheng, Yue Yang could even see the traces of the other strong ranker who had been hiding here all along. That strong innate ranker had always been hiding in the dark, observing them secretly. Yue Yang had already discovered this fellow's existence a long time ago. The moment Phoenix Fairy Beauty left, he had already arrived. Yue Yang didn't know why he didn't make a move. Maybe he wanted to see Yue Yang's true strength in secret. Yue Yang felt that Tian Quan might be the bait of that person. That person was preparing to use Tian Quan and even Duan Mu Long Cheng to find out his true strength. Who was this person hiding in the dark? According to Yue Yang's guess, this person's strength should not be any weaker than the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian. Then who was he? The Thousand Goblins sect leader. Yue Yang still could not figure out his opponent's background and real goal. What he needed to do now was to pretend that he did not know that the Thousand Goblins sect leader had appeared. First, he would kill Tian Quan and heavily injure Duan Mu Long Cheng. Then, he would think of a way to lure the enemy out. Maybe Ji Zun and Elder Nan Gong had already returned from the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. That was why this Thousand Goblins sect leader was hiding. Or maybe there were other reasons. Rumble. While Yue Yang was still thinking, an earth-shattering explosion had already occurred on the star explosion. The power of the explosion was 10 times stronger than when he killed Moki Shu Ling. Chapter 293. The explosion of the star explosion was earth-shattering. The entire Yu clan castle was shaken by the explosion. A huge crater appeared on the ground in front of the castle. Half of the slope had collapsed and a huge pit that was more than 10 meters wide appeared. After the dust settled, a shocking sight could be seen at the place where Duan Mu Long Cheng had been. It was extremely deep. The original stone pavement had already disappeared without a trace. At the center of the explosion, Duan Mu Long Cheng had already disappeared without a trace. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The diamond rank level 9 golden giant was covered in blood and his clothes were torn. He seemed to be heavily injured. The golden swallowing fish dragon sword in his hand was placed horizontally in front of his chest. The tip of the sword was still trembling. This emperor-like holy beast had actually used sword chi to forcefully defend against the destructive power of the star explosion. Even though he was standing far away from the center of the explosion, and was also a diamond rank level 9 beast with an incomparably strong defense, he was still able to defend against the power of the star explosion's domain of power with just one strike. This was truly a huge surprise to Yue Yang. Other than Wei Tai Lang and the Thorny Flower Demoness, all the beasts on the ground were either sent flying or retreated a few hundred meters away. Before Tian Quan was killed by Yue Yang's star explosion, all the beasts that he summoned had already betrayed him. The gold rank level 7 storm griffin died on the spot. It was Tian Quan's guardian beast, and the only beast that did not betray him. The gold rank level 7 red crown flying dragon king, gold rank level 6 giant bat and gold rank level 6 harpy rushed into the sky, trying their best to avoid the terrifying power of the explosion. Yue Yang counterattacked. In the sky, the bloody queen red dove down. She let out a shrill harpy scream. The giant bat with the sharpest hearing immediately fainted, spinning in the sky and falling down. The gigantic red crown flying dragon king flapped its wings, trying its best to escape from the thorny flower demoness. The harpy's speed was extremely fast. However, no matter how fast she was, her struggles were futile in front of little Wen Li. As soon as the binding inherent skill was used, the dual icicle blades slashed across, and the harpy's head flew into the air. On the ground, the barbarian cow Shadow Ah Man and Wei Tai Lang had already started a massacre competition. Ah Man was up against the 9-headed fire snake, while Wei Tai Lang was up against the Cerberus and the Reaper Mantis. Although its level was lower than the Magma Wyvern, when the Magma Wyvern saw the Reaper Mantis, it immediately escaped with its fastest speed. The Reaper Mantis had always been the natural enemy of the dragon clan. Even the Phosphorescence Bone Dragon, Violent Scarlet Dragon and Hell Black Dragon would retreat when they saw the Reaper Mantis, let alone this Magma Wyvern. The Lava Giant came to help, but it was too slow. Just as the Fire Witch was about to whip the barbaric cow Shadow that was closest to her, a flame whip whizzed down from the sky and whipped her violently. Bloody Queen Red also had the flame whip skill. Although it wasn't as effective as Banshee's Scream, it was still a powerful skill. With the dragon-slaying dagger and the Eye Destroyer silver dagger in each hand, she had just killed the heavily injured and unconscious giant swallowing bat. The second target was the Fire Witch. The lava giant raised its fists that were burning with raging flames, preparing to smash Wei Tai Lang who was fighting with the Cerberus. The little gold beast had unknowingly jumped on top of its head. It ignored the burning flames and started biting crazily. Even the King of Black Light's body that was made of meteorite obsidian, which was harder than metal, couldn't withstand its bite. This lava giant that was protected by raging flames and magma was definitely not a problem. On the other side, Wei Tai Lang was bitten a few times. His temper flared up and his demonic aura exploded. He leveled up from bronze rank level 3 to platinum rank level 5, just now, he didn't use his full strength. Who would have thought that he would be bullied by this Cerberus? Wei Tai Lang was furious. His purplish-black flames soared to the sky and his demonic aura exploded crazily. Previously, the Cerberus could easily bite a bloody wound on Wei Tai Lang's body. However, now that Wei Tai Lang had reached platinum rank level 5, its 3 huge mouths couldn't even bite through its teeth, even though they were shattered. Its sharp teeth couldn't even break through Wei Tai Lang's protective chi. This was the defensive battle skill that Yue Yang taught Wei Tai Lang. It originated from one of the worst mercenary battle skills, the crushing stone hammer technique. Yue Yang had modified it, changing it from an offensive technique to a defensive one. He would circulate his chi throughout his entire body, limbs and tail. Whenever the enemy attacked in any direction, he would condense his chi into a hammer and smash it back at the enemy. This was Yue Yang's request. Of course, Wei Tai Lang had not achieved this yet. It could only circulate its demonic aura and combine it with its metal attribute to circulate on its skin. Once it was attacked by the enemy, it would tighten its skin and use its demonic aura to counter the enemy. Although it still couldn't achieve the effect that Yue Yang wanted, it was enough to defend against the Cerberus's bite. After leveling up to platinum rank level 5, not only did Wei Tai-Lang's defense increase, its attack power had also increased by leaps and bounds. It tore open the Cerberus's chest with one claw and bit the head on the left that was spewing venom, tearing it off forcefully. Immediately, the Cerberus turned into a two-headed dog, rolling on the ground in pain. Seeing that the enemy was defeated, Wei Tai-Lang didn't hold back anymore. It pounced on the enemy and used its claws to press it down. With a fierce bite, it tore the enemy apart and swallowed the demon crystal into its stomach. The one who ended the battle the fastest was definitely not Wei Tai-Lang. Other than little Wen Li, who instantly killed the enemy, the barbarian cow Shadow Aw Man triggered Doom's eyes and the nine-headed fire snake died on the spot. Even the demon innate Kai Liao, who was hiding in the protective shield with only one head left, had its head exploded. Blood pupil double kill. When Doom's eyes was triggered, there was a certain chance that it could kill a related enemy at the same time as it instantly killed the enemy. Previously in the Aquarius Temple, Aw Man had used blood pupil double kill to instantly kill the Aquarius Temple Guardian and the beast goddess servant Shadow. If it wasn't for Yue Yang's luck exploding and Aw Man triggering blood pupil double kill, Yue Yang might not have been able to pass the Aquarius Temple. Now, Yue Yang's luck exploding once again. Kai Liao, who was hiding in the protective shield and thought that he was very safe, triggered blood pupil double kill because his summoned beasts were hit by Doom's eyes. In the end, he, the master, was implicated. When Kai Liao, the master, died, all his beasts exploded. However, it was only the magma wyvern and magma giant. The fire witch girl had already been pierced through the forehead by the dragon-slaying dagger, and was already dead. As for the Cerberus, even its demon crystal and demon heart had entered Wei Tai-Lang's stomach. Wei Tai-Lang even burped a few times. Their speed was not only because of the difference in strength, but also because they lived under Yue Yang's shadow. They had to learn how to kill steel and steal credit. Everything had to be fast, otherwise they would have to follow behind others and eat the northwest wind. Growing up in this kind of environment that was even scarier than hell, their killing speed was naturally very fast. It could be said that the slowest killing speed was the Reaper Mantis, which was originally known for its speed, agility and fatal attacks. Duan Mu Long Cheng disappeared. Yue Yang stood quietly in the middle of the battlefield. With his level 5 divine vision, he scanned his surroundings for any movement. He escaped so quickly. Yue Yang discovered that Duan Mu Long Cheng, who was invisible, was running towards a small hill silently. This fellow was not injured at all. Seeing that his comrade had died, he immediately retreated. Yue Yang discovered that the other person hiding in ambush was also moving slightly. Even though he couldn't see his movement with his Heaven Eyes divine vision, Yue Yang was sure that this fellow was using Duan Mu Long Cheng as bait to kill him. In an even more distant place, two balls of light that were as cold as the sun were chasing each other in the sky. That was the decisive battle between the Impatiens and Shuntian. The two of them had not made any moves yet. They were both looking for each other's flaws. As long as the opponent revealed a single flaw, it would be the key to their victory. As for the ascetic practice saint, the scholar and the two heavenly imperial guardians of the Zijin kingdom, the four of them had already fought somewhere else. In the sky, little Wen Li abandoned the golden giant and turned into a rainbow, disappearing into Yue Yang's body. In an instant, Yue Yang teleported and chased after the invisible Duan Mu Long Cheng. Bloody Queen, Thorny Flower Demoness, Golden Beast and Reaper Mantis replaced little Wen Li to fight against the diamond rank level 9 golden giant. On the ground, Wei Tai-Lang leapt up. The barbarian cow Shadow Aw Man burst out with great strength and threw her huge body into the sky, attacking the extremely strong golden giant. Together with the Bloody Queen and the others, they attacked from both the sky and the ground. Because the golden giant was a guardian beast, there was no point in killing it. Hence, the Bloody Queen, Wei Tai-Lang and the others only tangled with the golden giant, preventing it from affecting Yue Yang's movements. They did not surround and kill it like they usually did. The moment Yue Yang caught up to Duan Mu Long Cheng suddenly laughed. His laugh was extremely sinister. As if his evil plan had succeeded, his face was filled with joy. His enfeeblement spread out for the second time. At the same time, he used his acceleration, inherent skill and punched towards Yue Yang's face. "You're finished." Duan Mu Long Cheng's eyes flashed with a cruel light. His punches instantly turned into a meteor and landed heavily on Yue Yang's chest. Originally, Yue Yang could have dodged it. Even against Duan Mu Long Cheng's acceleration, inherent skill, he was confident that he could dodge it completely. However, at this moment, behind Yue Yang, there was an eerie and terrifying shadow that appeared out of nowhere. A ghostly claw-like big hand pressed towards the back of Yue Yang's head. A strange power, like a restraint, yet different, froze all of Yue Yang's movements. This was the paralysis inherent skill. Yue Yang felt his whole body go numb as he lost control of himself. Although it only lasted for a second, it was enough to kill him. Damn it! Impatience was like a blazing sun, coming from afar with extreme speed. It was as if space and time did not exist at this moment. She, who was more than 10,000 meters away, broke through space and time and appeared in front of Yue Yang in a flash. She was trying to save Yue Yang. At the same speed as her was the great emperor of Jiwei, Sun Tian. His hands were like two small suns, and his body was constantly emitting thousands of sharp sword-like rays of light. One of his punches was aimed at Impatience's back, and the other was aimed at Yue Yang's face. Paralysis. The eerie and terrifying shadow stretched out his ghostly claw-like right hand towards Impatience and used the paralysis inherent skill. Get lost! Impatience shouted angrily. Impatience kicked Duan Mu Long Cheng, who was a level 6 and 8, into the air and landed another kick on the eerie and terrifying shadow. At the same time, her right hand, which was covered in purple lightning, blocked the great emperor of Jiwei, Sun Tian's heavy punch that was aimed at Yue Yang's face. Her left hand quickly pulled Yue Yang, helping him to escape from the control of the paralysis inherent skill. Impatience, on the other hand, was unable to defend herself and suffered another heavy blow from Sun Tian's huge punch. The pain caused her face to change drastically and her cherry lips to bleed. Behind her, the great emperor of Jiwei, Sun Tian, raised his huge fist again, preparing to hit the back of Impatience's head for the second time. Yue Yang endured the pain and dizziness caused by Duan Mu Long Cheng's heavy blow on his chest and abdomen. He reached out and hugged Impatience, turned around and used the binding inherent skill on the great emperor of Jiwei, Sun Tian. The duration of the binding was less than half a second. Fortunately, it worked. The eerie and terrifying shadow forcefully endured the fierce kick from Impatience, and coldly stretched out his ghostly claw, stabbing towards Yue Yang's head. Impatience's smooth and round shoulder was lifted in time to protect Yue Yang. The ghostly claw pierced 5 bloody holes on her shoulder, but Impatience also raised her hand and elbowed the eerie and terrifying shadow's cheek, repelling him. Sun Tian, who had just broken free from the binding, threw out his second punch. Yue Yang held the world exterminating wheel in his left hand and the Nirvana fire sword in his right hand. He didn't defend himself at all and fought back. Sun Tian's fist hit Yue Yang's arm, dodging the world exterminating wheel that had gone out of control. At the same time, he kicked Yue Yang's wrist, blasting away the Nirvana fire sword. Sun Tian's head was like a meteor, crashing towards Yue Yang's forehead. Fight! Yue Yang's whole body was covered with runes, and the Nirvana fire was blazing. He used all his strength and fought head-on with Sun Tian. A rumbling sound was heard. Yue Yang felt that his head was about to break, and he had a splitting headache. Blood spurted out from his throat. Sun Tian's powerful strength wasn't something he could resist at the moment. What was surprising was that Sun Tian's injury was more serious than Yue Yang's. There was a small hole in his forehead, and blood was flowing out, while Yue Yang was only slightly swollen. Actually, if he wasn't the great emperor of Jiwei Sun Tian, but Duan Mu Long Cheng, he would have already fallen to the ground and died. Yue Yang's innate invisible sword chi had reached the 5th level, and it wasn't limited to his fingers or toes to release innate invisible sword chi. Every meridian and acupuncture point in his body had to release innate invisible sword chi. The glabella on Sun Tian's forehead released sword chi at the moment when Sun Tian's attack was at its strongest and his defense was at its weakest. The sword chi pierced through Sun Tian's forehead and penetrated deep into his skull. And the Nirvana fire burned Sun Tian's innate chi, preventing him from expelling the sword chi. Yue Yang's sword chi pierced through his forehead, and the sword chi rampaged in his brain. Even though Sun Tian was at the same level as the Impatience, he was still in great pain. When the Impatience saw that Sun Tian was tricked by Yue Yang, she immediately took action. Sky Law. Under the Impatience's summon, a purple lightning appeared in the void, and with the power to destroy everything, it bombarded Sun Tian's head. This kind of terrifying destructive power wasn't any weaker than Yue Yang's star explosion, and it might even be stronger. Only the world exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame could be compared to the destructive power of heaven's wrath. Of course, this was related to the fact that Yue Yang hadn't fully displayed the power of the world exterminating wheel and the Nirvana fire. If the world exterminating wheel could really destroy the world, and the nirvana fire could purify the world, then there wouldn't be any power in the world that could be compared to them. Yue Yang had just started on the road of innate, so he didn't have much research and understanding, so he could be considered as a beginner. Of course, he couldn't be compared to the thousands of years old monsters like the Impatiens and Xianxia. Just now, the fact that Yue Yang could set up a trap and hurt Xianxia with one sword strike had already shocked everyone. How could this kind of sword chi be so powerful? After being hit by the innate invisible sword chi and the sky law purple lightning, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. He howled in pain. He couldn't care less about attacking Yue Yang and the Impatiens anymore, and escaped immediately. Seeing this, the eerie shadow also wanted to escape. The sharp claws with the green phosphorus ghost fire made a feint in front of the Impatiens to protect itself and quickly escaped. Yue Yang endured the pain and raised his hand to press on the eerie shadow. Both of their inherent skills took effect at the same time. The eerie shadow's paralysis made Yue Yang freeze his body, while Yue Yang's binding inherent skill also made the eerie shadow's plan to escape completely fail. Both of them froze for less than a second, but for the Impatiens, it was enough to beat the eerie shadow to a pulp. Original sin, resentment, redemption. The Impatiens released 3 powerful skills in a row. Her jade-like hands pressed on the air, and a sun-like light shone. The eerie shadow's body shook continuously. His chest, left rib and right leg all had huge bloody holes, and his bones could be seen. Impatiens held onto Yue Yang with one hand and turned her body. Her other hand hit the eerie shadow's face heavily, breaking his nose and causing blood to spurt out. This is for you. She kicked the eerie shadow's lower abdomen while he was escaping. This is for your interest. The eerie shadow quickly retreated. Before he could retreat far away, Yue Yang threw the world exterminating wheel in his left hand at an extreme speed. The eerie shadow seemed to be a rancor at the same level as Impatiens. Even if he was heavily injured, he could still easily dodge the world exterminating wheel's attack. Unexpectedly, Yue Yang twisted his waist and turned his body. The nirvana flame on his body formed a fire spear and pierced deeply into the eerie shadow's lower abdomen. The eerie shadow screamed. Although his whole body wasn't burned by the nirvana flame, the wound on the spear's tip was completely melted. His skin and flesh were destroyed, and he cried out in pain, which shook the mountains. Almost at the same time, 2 laser-like light beams shot out from the eerie shadows and Xianxia's hands. They crossed each other and shot past Yue Yang's face. What a close shave. They only hit his afterimage. If it had hit him directly, Yue Yang's life would have been in danger. This was because the Impatiens had saved him. She pushed him down to the ground and pressed her big breasts against his face. She had snatched him back from the hands of the Grim Reaper in a dangerous attack. The eerie shadow and Xianxia saw that their best chance, their last plan, still couldn't kill Yue Yang. Seeing that the Impatiens had started to gather the power of Sky Law again, they escaped separately, unwilling to fight with the Impatiens, so as not to harm themselves. The gloomy shadow disappeared without a word, disappearing. Xianxia, on the other hand, flew thousands of meters away. His bleeding forehead and blood-stained face made him look very embarrassed and somewhat ferocious, completely different from his majestic appearance just now. Brat, you won't be happy for long. The next time we meet, it will be the time of your death. Xianxia's words implied that the Impatiens was protecting him. If not, then Yue Yang would have died long ago. Yue Yang knew that it was still too early to fight with Xianxia, but he had improved very fast. The next time they met, he might be his opponent. Just like the Marquis of Zijin, the previous battle was also very difficult. Now, in less than a year, he had already far surpassed the Marquis of Zijin. In the future, he might also be able to far surpass Xianxia, the great emperor of Ziwei. Xianxia was definitely not his final enemy. At most, he was just a stepping stone that was harder to climb. Shameless boasting, the Impatiens scolded angrily. She raised her jade-like hands, and Xianxia immediately disappeared without waiting for the purple lightning that carried the power of Sky Law to strike him. The Impatiens saw that Xianxia had left, and the power of Sky Law had completely disappeared. Her whole body softened and fell into Yue Yang's arms. It wasn't that she didn't participate in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower challenge, but because she saw that something was wrong, she was worried that Yue Yang would be at a disadvantage, so she returned halfway. Early on in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, she was already injured. Fortunately, she hid it from Xianxia, and even joined forces with Yue Yang to defeat the joint attack of Xianxia and the Eerie Shadow, severely injuring the enemy. When the crisis was over, She immediately couldn't hold on any longer and fell into Yue Yang's arms. Yue Yang hurriedly transferred his innate qi to her to heal her injuries. Wei Tai Lang, the Bloody Queen, the barbarian Cow Shadow, the Reaper Mantis and the other beasts hurried over to protect Yue Yang, who was also injured, from being disturbed. Duan Mu Long Cheng's eyes were filled with fear and joy. He was happy that Sky La had fainted from her injuries, so it was the best time for him to attack. He was afraid that the Yu clan's third young master could even injure Shun Tian and the others. If he was pierced by the Nirvana Flame Spear or hit by Yue Yang's sword qi, it wouldn't be as simple as just being injured. Come. Yue Yang transferred his innate qi to the impatiens with one hand and stretched out his hand, beckoning Duan Mu Long Cheng with his finger. HMPH. Duan Mu Long Cheng really wanted to attack, but he was afraid that it was a trap. If Sky La was just pretending to be unconscious, then he would be courting death if he foolishly rushed forward to take advantage of her. Duan Mu Long Cheng stomped his feet and gave up on the idea of killing Yue Yang and Sky La. He decided to escape from this place and find a place where Sky La couldn't find him. He would only come out when it was safe. Yue Yang knew that this was an opportunity. If he didn't kill Duan Mu Long Cheng, it would be difficult to find him in the future. As Duan Mu Long Cheng retreated, Yue Yang carried impatience and chased after him relentlessly. Now that the situation had turned around, the longer he dragged this out, the more advantageous it would be for Yue Yang. As long as impatience woke up, Duan Mu Long Cheng would definitely die a tragic death. Of course, Duan Mu Long Cheng suspected that Sky La had not fainted. She might have suffered serious internal injuries, but she still had the strength to kill him. As long as he went forward, he would be instantly killed by her. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Long Cheng ran even faster. In an instant, he was teleported into the Yu clan castle. He was faster than lightning as he shot towards the martial arts training plaza where a chaotic battle was taking place. He didn't care about the situation of the people around him. Before Yue Yang could catch up to him, he rushed into the huge, blood-red, strange teleportation gate in the middle of the martial arts training plaza. Yue Yang didn't have time to think. He carried impatience and chased after him relentlessly. Under the watchful eyes of Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and Prince Tian Luo, Princess Sissy and Yu Yu, Fallen Flowers City Mistress and Inan, Shui Wuxia and Yu Bing, Yue Yang dashed into the blood-red teleportation gate like a shooting star. Other than little Wen Li who had transformed into a rainbow and floated into his body, Wei Tai Lang, Bloody Queen, Thorny Flower Demoness and Barbarian Cow Shadow, none of them could catch up in time. When Yue Yang entered, he realized that he had already been teleported to another world. The blood moon shone high up in the sky. The surroundings were luxurious and majestic. There were many palaces, fake mountains and flowing rivers everywhere, and Demon King statues could be seen everywhere. However, the thing that made Yue Yang sweat the most was the Demon Abyss Palace's unique dark whirlpool. It was constantly spinning in the sky, emitting an endless amount of evil demonic qi. Damn, this is the Demon King's palace. Yue Yang didn't think that he would chase them to such a place. He thought that he would only be able to chase them to the wilderness of the Demon Abyss. Just as Yue Yang was about to give up and return to the soaring dragon continent. Suddenly, he heard a strange calling in his heart. It seemed familiar, yet strange at the same time. Who was calling him? Yue Yang was stunned. Why would there be a friend of his in the Demon Abyss Palace? What did this call mean? Was it an illusion, or was it real? Yue Yang paused for a moment. Now that the situation was dire, he couldn't even protect himself. Did he really have to follow the voice? In the end, he gritted his teeth and made an important decision. Chapter 294 Duan Mu Long Cheng was nowhere to be found. Yue Yang guessed that it wasn't because he was slow in catching up to him, nor was it because that fellow escaped fast. It was because of some reason that he had deviated a little when he was teleporting. If he was in the soaring dragon continent, this deviation would only be a few hundred meters. However, since he was teleporting to the Demon Abyss, a small deviation would make a huge difference. If he landed somewhere else, that would be fine. However, if he landed here, this was the Demon Abyss Palace. It was said that the Demon King lived in the palace. If the great Demon King happened to be at home today and he was carrying the unconscious impatience, it would be too dangerous. However, the strange yet familiar calling in his heart made Yue Yang unable to resist his curiosity. Why would there be a mysterious life form calling out to him in the Demon King's palace? This kind of calling made Yue Yang puzzled. At first, He thought that it was just an illusion and that it was the influence of the dark whirlpool above the Demon King's palace. After carefully sensing and confirming, Yue Yang realized that it was real. Let's go and take a look. Yue Yang didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong, but he knew that this was definitely a risky move. He was in a tiger's den and knew nothing about the Demon Abyss Palace. He had to carry the unconscious impatience and follow the voice to find the life form that was calling him. Even a fool would know that it was impossible. The problem was, if Yue Yang didn't go and gave up the search and returned to the soaring dragon continent now, he wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. As a man, there are some things that he shouldn't do. Sometimes, he had to risk it all. It wouldn't do to be a coward all day. Yue Yang's heart was filled with heroism as he immediately made his decision. Yue Yang carried the impatience on his back and tied her with a ribbon, just like how he usually carried Yu Bing. He then put on the Gemini mask and summoned the Golden Mosque's evil shadow. The evil shadow flew in the opposite direction. Although its strength was only half of Yue Yang's, and it could only exist for an hour, it was already impressive enough to be used to attract the enemy's attention. Yue Yang felt that the longer he stayed in this demon palace, the more dangerous it would be. There was a chance that the Demon King or some other expert could sense his presence at any time. In fact, the enemy might already know that he had intruded and was on his way. Yue Yang carried impatience on his back, and while channeling innate qi into her to help her recover from her injuries, he flew towards the direction that was calling him in his heart. As expected, at the evil shadow's side, countless demon guards discovered the intruder. There were even demon guards shouting and rushing towards Yue Yang. It seemed like they had some kind of monitoring device, just like the Great Xia Imperial Palace's treasure pearl. Yue Yang had never seen the nation-protecting pearl in the Great Xia Dynasty Palace, but he had heard about it from Old Cunning Fox and Princess Sissy. It was said that once there was an intruder with murderous intent, evil energy or malicious intent, the nation-protecting pearl would change color and shoot out a strange energy light, activating the alarm. Under the state preceptor's reveal inherent skill, it could even display the intruder's position and approximate ability. Tian Luo Kingdom also had a nation-protecting mirror. Its function was said to be stronger than Da Xia Kingdom's nation-protecting pearl. It could even display the intruder's appearance. Since Da Xia and Tian Luo Kingdom both had this kind of alarm-triggering treasure, it was impossible for the Demon Abyss Palace to not have one. Yue Yang's only hope was that his disguise inherent skill would be effective, causing the enemy to misjudge his strength and not alert. The Demon King. Moreover, the Demon King had better be out and not having his fun in the imperial harem. Otherwise, if he were to disturb the Demon King's sex life, he would definitely suffer the Demon King's wrath. Yue Yang's speed was extremely fast, and he teleported to a place where he could hide. In another direction, Evil Shadow was causing as much commotion as he could. Rumbling away, it attracted the attention of most of the demon guards. In the sky, more than 10 demon generals streaked across the sky, chasing after the Evil Shadow. There were even 2 demon commanders among them. Yue Yang no longer had any interest in the demon generals. He didn't even put the demon commanders in his eyes, even if it was Ma Liang, who had fought so hard to win. Ma Liang, the demon commander, was very famous among the warriors of the Soaring Dragon continent. He was even called one of the 3 great demon commanders by the human warriors. However, in the eyes of innate rankers, this fellow was not even worth mentioning. He was at the level of an ant soldier. He could fight, but no matter how much he fought, he was still an ant. What made Yue Yang vigilant were the demon marshals and demon kings. The demon marshals were not like the marshals of the Soaring Dragon continent. They were only able to become demon marshals because they were strong enough. Half of the human marshals were military exploits and the other half were military intelligence. On the contrary, strength was not the most important thing. This was because the human marshals did not need to be the first to charge into battle. They needed to strategize and command the army from the back. The demon marshals were the opposite. They would lead the demon army to attack fiercely and be the first to charge into battle. Let alone the demon marshals, even the demon kings were the same. The fighting style of the demon abyss was completely different from that of humans. Just the demon marshals that the old cunning fox had told Yue Yang before were innate rankers. There was even a demon marshal Duran who was innate level 5 under the great demon king Baruth. He was the strongest demon marshal. His strength was equivalent to a normal demon king. If he appeared on the battlefield, no matter how many soldiers there were, they would not be enough for him to kill. Demon Marshal Duran was usually active in the 6th and 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. He rarely participated in the battles of the lower floors. In the higher floors of Tong Tian Tower, he was the only one who was famous as a demon marshal. Yue Yang sincerely hoped that the place he was teleported to was not the great demon king Baruth's palace. This was because the great demon king Baruth was the head of the Demon Abyss Blood Prison's 3 great demon kings. Baruth's ranking was even higher than the demon king Ha Xin, who had almost killed Yue Yang in an instant. If Phoenix Fairy Beauty was fine, Yue Yang and her could work together to break into the imperial palace. If they couldn't win, they could escape. But now, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was heavily injured and unconscious. She still hadn't woken up. If he met Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran, Yue Yang felt that his next battle would be very difficult. He had just fought against the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, and the Thousand Goblins sect leader, and he had not recovered. Now, he had to face another demon king. That would be terrible. After teleporting past a huge garden, he teleported past many strange demon towers. Yue Yang realized that the calling voice in his mind was getting closer. It was getting clearer, as if it was a cry for help. Yue Yang teleported for the last time and arrived at the edge of a huge square. He discovered that the huge square was paved with obsidian stones. It was as wide as a few dozen football fields. In the middle of the square, there was a huge statue of a demon king. Damn, Yue Yang realized that his worst fears had come true. This statue of the demon king was Baruth. Previously, the old cunning fox had shown Yue Yang an image of Baruth. Yue Yang could tell at a glance that Baruth and Ha Xin were similar, but they were not exactly the same. Baruth's horns were even more curved, and there were 2 horn-like magic thorns and 2 long magic whiskers on his lower jaw. He looked even more tyrannical and powerful than Ha Xin. In terms of body size, Baruth was also taller than Ha Xin by 1 meter. Of course, this could not be seen from this statue, because it was exaggerated. It was built at least 100 meters tall, giving off a feeling that it was looking down on the world. Yue Yang only took a glance at this huge statue and ignored it. It could not absorb all of his attention. What really caught Yue Yang's attention were the crystal pillars surrounding the huge statue. There were more than 10 crystal pillars of different lengths. They were 10 meters tall and a few meters short. They shone with a brilliant light of energy. The ancient runes and heaven runes on the crystal pillars were arranged in different ways, looking extremely mysterious. Yue Yang could see something strange with his heaven eyes' divine vision. He felt that these crystal pillars were not as simple as the statue of the demon king Wei Yao. Their main purpose was to seal. Through converting the demon's belief or some kind of sacrifice, these crystal pillars continuously strengthened or maintained the power of the seal. The life form that summoned Yue Yang was sealed under the statue of the demon king in the center of the crystal pillars. I know you're down there, but how do I save you? Yue Yang had a headache. The plaza was filled with all kinds of demons. They were running all over the place, as if they were frightened. Even more demon guards dragged all kinds of beasts over and killed them in front of the crystal pillars, using their demon blood as a sacrifice. There were also demon evil liches that surrounded the crystal pillars, shouting and waving the skeleton staffs in their hands. Maybe it was because it sensed Yue Yang's arrival. The life form sealed in the crystal pillars struggled non-stop, as if it wanted to break out of the seal. The giant plaza that was paved with obsidian shook and trembled. The 100-meter-tall statue of the demon king was also trembling. Cracks started to appear on it, and they were getting bigger and bigger, as if it could collapse at any time. Even more evil liches joined in the sacrificial dance. The skeleton staffs flashed with a terrifying black light under the summoning, turning the demon blood on the ground into even more dark energy and condensing it into the statue of the demon king. Yue Yang realized that the more he sacrificed, the more the dark energy could repair the cracks on the statue, and continue to suppress the life form. Of course, the main reason was that the crystal pillars had received the support of the energy. After absorbing the energy, the seal became stronger, causing the struggling and trembling of the life form to lessen. The enemy is attacking, intensify the sacrifice, you must not let it out, otherwise, all of you will become the Hell Black Dragon's food. Demon Marshal Duran rode on a Hell Black Dragon and appeared in the sky. His roar was like thunder, scaring the demons below to the point that they were trembling. Demon Marshal Duran felt a little strange. He felt that the plaza today was different from usual. Of course, it could be because the seal had loosened, because the evil shadow was frantically escaping on the other side, massacring all along the way. Demon Marshal Duran did not investigate the strange feeling in his heart. Otherwise, Yue Yang, who was hiding in a corner while holding his breath, would definitely be found by him. Demon Marshal Duran did not think that humans had the disguise inherent skill, and could even hide from him. Riding on his diamond rank level 6 Hell Black Dragon, he chased after the evil shadow. He knew that there were 2 or 3 intruders, but one of them was the strongest, while the other 2 were completely disproportionate in strength. He reckoned that they were purposely released to lure the demon guard's beasts. He never thought that it was Yue Yang and the unconscious impatience. Otherwise, he would have found them no matter what. Duan Mu Long Cheng was currently standing on an ancient battlefield. Tens of thousands of demons were waiting to be teleported. According to the rules, the more sacrifices there were, the more people would be teleported, and the more powerful they would be. Tens of thousands of low-level demons or beasts were pushed into the pit of 10,000 people as sacrifices. However, the teleportation gate was far from enough to support so many demons to invade the soaring dragon continent. What made the 3 demon marshals the most furious was that there were 2 places where the teleportation failed. They had entered a small dimension instead of their original destination. A 20-year-old innate. He really chased after us. Respected sect leader Duan Mu, we have never heard of a 20-year-old innate. Alright, we don't doubt it, but where is he? The 3 demon marshals were very respectful towards Duan Mu Long Cheng. It seemed that not only were they familiar with each other, their relationship was not shallow. I'm sure that he chased after us, but that brat is good at hiding himself. I think he is hiding somewhere. Duan Mu Long Cheng was very sure. If that's the case, let's report to His Majesty the Demon King. The 3 demon marshals decided to report the news. The Great Demon King's palace. There's an intruder, it's a human warrior. That human warrior is heading towards this direction at a high speed, he's 100 miles away. Suddenly, Alicia's beast received a strange message and reported it to its master. The lich immediately shouted, "It's him." Duan Mu Long Cheng immediately confirmed that it was Yue Yang. Demon Marshal Duran is chasing after us. That lich's beast received a strange message again, and the lich continued to shout loudly. At this moment, at the Obsidian Plaza, Yue Yang saw that Demon Marshal Duran had left and immediately launched an attack. Since Demon King Baruth wasn't at home and Demon Marshal Duran was chasing after the enemy, he couldn't be courteous with them. Every minute they stayed here was a minute more dangerous. Yue Yang took out his Wei Jin magic blade and swung it down from the sky, killing the 2 liches who were performing the sacrificial dance. He then waved his blade and countless demon soldiers fell to the ground like he was cutting wheat. By the time the demon's alarm sounded, Yue Yang had already cleared the liches and demons from the crystal pillar array. The first slash, earth-splitting slash exploded in Yue Yang's hands and fiercely slashed towards the gigantic statue. Yue Yang was prepared to destroy the statue and save the sealed life form below. Although he didn't know what it was or how it was related to him, Yue Yang had a strange feeling in his heart that he must save it. The Demon King's statue didn't shatter, but the cracks on it increased greatly. At the same time, the sealed life form let out a joyful tremor and struggled even harder. The ground trembled and rumbled. Damn it! Demon Marshal Duran seemed to have sensed it and immediately reacted. He roared angrily, his terrifying voice deafening. He rode on the Hell Black Dragon and retraced his steps. His speed was several times faster than before as he rushed towards the Obsidian Plaza. Chapter 295 Rumble. The Demon King's statue did not move at all. Other than a shallow mark, the crack did not even widen. Yue Yang sweated profusely. This Demon King's statue was not something that could be cut down by his blade. Looking at it this way, how strong was the mysterious life form that could break the Demon King's statue just by moving its body? If it wasn't for the crystal pillar array's seal, the mysterious life form would probably be able to destroy this Demon King statue with a flip of its body. Compared to Yue Yang, what kind of existence was it? Countless demon guards rushed over after hearing the news. There were even 2 demon generals in the middle. It was not good to stay here for long, in case something bad happened. Yue Yang decided to use his ultimate move. The world exterminating wheel condensed in his hands. Countless ancient runes and heaven runes revolved around it, as if it was a sea of runes. Yue Yang waved the world exterminating wheel and cut the Demon King's statue in half. Immediately, half of the Demon King's statue fell down with a rumble, heavily smashing onto the ground. The statue's body was broken and the demon horn on its head was broken. Amidst the broken rocks, the giant energy crystal's edge was revealed. It was shining with an abnormally strong energy wave. After losing the support of the crystal pillar formation, it could no longer protect the statue. Yue Yang was overjoyed, just as he was about to fly down and collect the gigantic energy crystal, taking it for himself. Who would have thought that the crystal pillar formation below would shine with a net of white light? Thousands of white lights moved as if they had a life of their own. They were like the gentle arms of a woman, wrapping around Yue Yang's body. They gently and irresistibly pulled Yue Yang down, as if they wanted to seal him. Yue Yang sweated profusely. Not only did he fail to save someone, he also got himself killed. Yue Yang hurriedly threw out the world exterminating wheel, preparing to destroy the crystal pillar formation. Previously, Yue Yang wanted to try and decipher it. He felt that the rune seal on the crystal pillar formation might be helpful to him in unsealing Queen Vivian Li, so he didn't want to destroy it immediately. But now that the situation was critical, Yue Yang couldn't care too much anymore. He used the world exterminating wheel to destroy the crystal pillar formation first. The world exterminating wheel, which had always been successful, hit a crystal pillar. Contrary to Yue Yang's expectations, it didn't slash past him like before. Instead, it bounced back. In an instant, it returned to Yue Yang's body. Could it be that this crystal pillar array was impossible to destroy? As soon as this thought appeared in Yue Yang's mind, he released it. The ancient runes and heaven runes on the crystal pillar formation appeared. The light of energy was thousands of times brighter, illuminating the entire obsidian square as if it was daytime. The devils that rushed over to attack Yue Yang were illuminated by the white light, and all of them showed painful expressions. The weakest demon that was closest to the crystal pillar formation was completely vaporized, as if it had been shot by Luo Hua's city mistress, Aurora. The demon that was slightly further away had its entire body melted, dying painfully as it howled miserably. The strongest demon that was further away also let out a wail as it scrambled to escape. Other than the two demon generals who were emitting smoke from their bodies, all the demon guards were dead. The lowest ranked devils, who were very far away, started to vaporize. The net of white light pulled Yue Yang down to the ground, wrapping him in the impatience like a huge light cocoon. Countless ancient runes and heaven runes danced in the air and landed on Yue Yang and the impatience's body one by one. Impatience's body became faintly transparent, as if she was being sealed. However, Yue Yang wasn't. The ancient runes and heaven runes didn't have any sealing power on his body. Like a tide, they entered Yue Yang's body and merged with the original rune circle on his body, forming a new rune circle. After the new runes were injected into the world exterminating wheel, its power increased by another level. The rune circles inside were more abundant and more profound. Yue Yang was slightly startled. He didn't think that the ancient wheel could still increase its power. Furthermore, this kind of improvement seemed to be related to his body obtaining more new ancient runes. I'm going to faint. Yue Yang felt that he was very safe, but he realized that the impatience's body had almost disappeared. He didn't know how to stop this kind of sealing power. Could it be that the impatience was going to be sealed here forever? There must be a way, there must be. Yue Yang tried his best to calm himself down. He tried his best to sense the ripples of energy in the surroundings, preparing to break the seal and save the impatience and the mysterious life form that had been sealed for an unknown amount of time. At this moment, in the sky, the furious demon Marshal Duran was riding on the hell-black dragon. The hell-black dragon felt an indescribable fear towards the dazzling white light below. It refused to dive down and let out a series of roars. Demon Marshal Duran also felt slightly uncomfortable. He knew how terrifying the sealing power of the crystal pillar circle was. That was a treasure brought back from the heaven realm by a super ranker from the demon abyss 10,000 years ago. He originally wanted to use it to seal the human Jizun, but he never had the chance to use it. As a treasure of the demon palace, the crystal pillar circle had been passed down from generation to generation. 300 years ago, the great demon king Baruth and demon Marshal Duran encountered an injured mystical beast in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. They were excited to see the prey and invited the rankers of the demon abyss to lead several demon kings and 10 demon marshals to surround and capture the mystical beast. Who knew that things would go beyond their expectations? Even though the mystical beast was heavily injured, 2 demon kings and 8 demon marshals still died in the battle. Even the great demon king Baruth himself was not lightly injured. Furthermore, there was no way to confine and bind the mystical beast. In the end, Demon Marshal Duran could only borrow the crystal pillar circle to seal it. If this mystical beast were to break out of the seal, the consequences would be unthinkable. Dark Whirlpool. Demon Marshal Duran was forced to use the strongest defense of the Demon Palace, the dark whirlpool that had condensed the energy of the Demon Moon in the Blood Prison for thousands of years. It was the treasure of the Demon Abyss. Only it could suppress the brilliant energy of the Crystal Pillar Circle, and suppress that terrifying white light. The dark whirlpool in the sky slowly descended under Demon Marshal Duran's summon. In the entire Demon Palace, other than the great Demon King Baruth, Demon Marshal Duran was the only ranker who could control the dark whirlpool. This was not only a matter of summoning ability, it was also a matter of honor and trust. The great Demon King Baruth did not even authorize his own son, including the Demon Palace Crown Prince who would inherit the throne in the future. Instead, he gave the power to control the dark whirlpool to his most loyal comrade, Demon Marshal Duran. A true comrade who was willing to give up on becoming a Demon King and stay by his side as a Demon Marshal to assist him. Demon Marshal Duran took out the dark magic pearl and added a large amount of demon chi into it. He kept chanting the heaven runes, controlling the dark whirlpool to descend and suppress the white light. Light and darkness, a great battle broke out in that instant. Both sides' energies countered each other. They melted each other, but they were endless and clashed together. The dark whirlpool that had accumulated energy for thousands of years had the upper hand. The dark whirlpool that could cover the sky of the Demon Palace pressed the energy released by the Crystal Pillar Circle into a ball. Under the energy of the dark whirlpool, the Hell-Black Dragon's battle power increased by several times. It swooped down and spat out a long dragon's breath towards the white light below. Its target was the light cocoon that was binding Yue Yang. More and more demon guards, demon generals and liches ran out of the Demon Palace, frantically sacrificing the slaves or low-level devils in their hands in the dark whirlpool, turning the demon blood into energy, strengthening the power of the dark whirlpool, speeding up the suppression of the white light of the Crystal Pillar Array, restoring the Crystal Pillar Array to its original state. At this time, in the ancient battlefield, the three demon marshals and Duan Mu Long Cheng had already received the news. They gave up on attacking the Soaring Dragon Continent and rushed over at full speed. Compared to invading the Soaring Dragon Continent, the abnormality of the holy beast that was sealed by the Crystal Pillar Circle in the Demon Palace's Obsidian Plaza made them even more urgent. Once it broke the seal and jumped out of the Crystal Pillar Circle, it would be a great disaster for the entire Demon Abyss. At the peak of the Demon Abyss Blood Prison, there were 3 great Demon Kings and 6 Demon Kings. Now, there were only 3 great Demon Kings and 1 Demon King left. Not to mention the Demon Marshals that died in battle, they had lost 5 Demon Kings. This was all thanks to the Holy Beast. The human rankers used 1,000 years to kill the 5 Demon Kings, however, the Holy Beast only used a day to kill the 5 Demon Kings and heavily injure the rest. The entire Devil Abyss trembled and wailed in anguish. Furthermore, at that time, it was still an injured Holy Beast. If it was not injured and fought in its peak condition, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hurry up, so that brat Yue Yang's real motive is to release the Holy Beast. Hurry up and stop him, no matter the cost. Duan Mu Long Cheng was obviously a human warrior, but he was exceptionally concerned about the hidden dangers of the Demon Abyss. It was really puzzling. He and the 3 demon marshals abandoned all the soldiers and rushed towards the Demon King's palace in the Obsidian Plaza with the fastest speed they could muster. Obsidian Plaza. Demon Marshal Duran rode on the Hell-Black Dragon and charged down from the sky. He passed through the dark whirlpool and shot his terrifying dragon breath towards the light cocoon that was trapping Yue Yang. However, the dragon breath instantly melted in the white light and turned into nothingness. Yue Yang, who was trapped in the light cocoon, unleashed his innate chi. He cut the light cocoon with a sizzling sound, preparing to forcefully break out of the cocoon. Demon Marshal Duran thought that Yue Yang was the holy beast that was about to break out of the cocoon. His expression changed and he immediately summoned 5 meteors, forming a large meteor shower that smashed towards Yue Yang who was trapped in the light cocoon. After passing through the dark whirlpool, the power of the burning meteors increased by several times. They broke through the obstruction of the white light. Although half of the meteors were melted, they still carried the power to destroy heaven and earth as they smashed heavily onto the light cocoon. The light cocoon was a type of sealing power. Whether it was internal or external defense, it was extremely good. Other than the innate sword chi, Yue Yang could not break it even with his yin and yang powers. The meteors smashed onto the light cocoon, causing it to shake violently, but it did not move at all. Although Yue Yang, who was trapped inside, was not injured, he was still shaken by the shockwave and felt dizzy. Roar! The great demon king Baruth arrived. His body, which was more than 15 meters tall and covered in the terrifying black flames of hell, appeared in the obsidian square. When Baruth saw that the crystal pillar formation was trembling non-stop and could collapse at any time, and that his statue had long been shattered on the ground, he was immediately enraged. He rumbled towards the walls of the demon palace, and his giant arm broke the entire demon tower on the wall. He raised it high. Then, he ruthlessly threw it towards the light cocoon in the distance. Its power was even stronger than the 5 flaming meteors summoned by Demon Marshal Duran. The light cocoon was hit repeatedly and violently shook. Its light became dim and almost shattered. Although Yue Yang was not lightly shaken by the shockwave, the light cocoon that was originally blocking him from leaving had a big hole. This made him happy. It seemed that he finally had a chance to escape. It would be best if he could use a few more fierce attacks to break even the seal below. This was what Yue Yang was looking forward to. Of course, even if he could leave, he didn't rush out immediately. He didn't want to become the enemy's target. The great demon king Baruth roared like thunder. His arms condensed an incomparably powerful light pillar. It was similar to the light pillar that Demon King Ha Xin shot out before that Yue Yang had seen. It was just that the color was slightly different, and the power seemed to be slightly stronger. The purplish-black light pillar shot over angrily. After passing through the dark whirlpool at an extreme speed, the purplish-black Demon King's light pillar's power increased by several times. It could practically destroy heaven and earth. It heavily smashed onto the cracked light cocoon. The light cocoon immediately shattered with a loud bang. Most of the energy dissipated with the Demon King's light pillar. A small part of it shattered, and countless light spots splashed in all directions. After that purplish-black Demon King's light pillar touched the ground, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Yue Yang summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield to protect his life. What a joke! Who would take that kind of light pillar head-on? The most important point was that Yue Yang had already calculated the angle. Before the Demon King's light pillar hit him, he would use his protective shield to deflect the Demon King's light pillar to hit the ground, further destroying the seal below the crystal pillar. He felt that it would be difficult for him to fight the Demon King alone. He definitely had to find a helper, such as a mysterious life form that could make the whole obsidian square tremble with just a movement of his body. Only then would he have a chance of winning. The power of the Demon King's light pillar was extremely terrifying, but it was still not enough to break the seal. Yue Yang was about to give up all hope. Wasn't this damned seal too strong? When the great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran saw that there was a young human warrior in the middle of the explosion, they immediately understood that it was this brat's trick. They were incomparably furious and prepared to pounce on Yue Yang to kill him. Baruth's demon claws stretched out. Yue Yang definitely believed that his claws could pierce through his protective shield. Previously, the Demon King Ha Xin had tried and almost killed him with a single finger. It was only because he was behind the teleportation door and couldn't come over. His arms weren't long enough, and with little Wen Li's binding chains inherent skill, he was able to escape. Now, there was nothing. Without the teleportation door, this demon palace was still the enemy's lair. He was alone, facing countless demons. The most miserable one was the Impatience, who had almost disappeared. It seemed that the seal was effective against her. If he wanted to escape, she would be sealed inside forever. At this moment, Yue Yang's mind was in a mess. Should he fight, or should he escape? Why did he always meet powerful people every time? He had just beaten up the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader, and now, there were two more, the great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran. It was hard for him to fight alone. How could he fight this battle? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under Yue Yang's feet, the ground trembled violently. The weaker demons fell to the ground, and even the demon generals couldn't stand steadily. Amidst the trembling of the crystal pillars, a few of them tilted and fell to the ground, a few sunk into the ground, and a few bounced off. The ceiling formation was successfully broken by the mysterious life form that had been accumulating power for a long time. The white light ceiling formation instantly collapsed and shattered into pieces. Countless white light turned into light arrows and shot in all directions. All the devils that were hid were instantly killed on the spot. Even the great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran had to stop moving forward and block with their hands. The hell-black dragon spat out dragon's breath and blocked a few light arrows, but it still missed one. It brushed past its abdomen. Even though it was a diamond rank level 6 dragon, its flesh was immediately cut open and blood flowed out. The ground trembled so much that even the demon palace was shaking. The sturdy city walls collapsed. The obsidian plaza exploded. It turned out that both of the Demon King's statues' feet had exploded. Millions of broken rocks were sent flying for a few kilometers, but they still didn't fall to the ground. A gigantic black hole appeared on the ground, and the sealed demonic energy shot into the sky like a fountain. In less than 3 seconds, another light cocoon appeared. It was even bigger and stronger than the one that was binding Yue Yang just now. However, the surface of the light cocoon started to peel off, as if something was breaking out of the cocoon. When Yue Yang saw this, he couldn't care less about the great Demon King beside him anymore. Now was the time to save his ally. He immediately used the fastest speed in his life and flew over. His innate invisible sword chi formed a net of sword chi to help cut open the light cocoon. The great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran also used the fastest speed in their lives to stop him. 4 gigantic demon claws were aimed at Yue Yang's small body. They arrived in the sky. As long as any one of the claws hit Yue Yang, his body would definitely be torn into pieces. Fight. It was already too late for Yue Yang to condense his world-exterminating wheel. He could only use Nirvana's flame. The Nirvana's flame pillar suddenly soared into the sky. The great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran wanted to kill him. They had to pay the price. Baruth and Duran, the 2 great experts, clearly knew that the Nirvana's flame pillar that exploded from Yue Yang's body, but they didn't retreat. 4 terrifying demon claws attacked from the front and back. They passed through the Nirvana's flame pillar and landed on Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang's ribs and spine were almost immediately shattered. His internal organs were greatly shaken. Demon Marshal Duran's sharp claws only managed to cut through Yue Yang's chest and was deflected by the Nirvana's flame shield. It was unable to pierce through Yue Yang's body. However, the great Demon King Baruth's sharp claws broke through Yue Yang's Nirvana's flame shield and pierced deeply into Yue Yang's body. Even the transparent impatience, who had almost disappeared, was pierced through as well. Fortunately, Yue Yang managed to use binding chains in time to freeze for 1/10 of a second. He then used graceful sword dance to dodge the claws, avoiding the head, heart and other vital points. One of Baruth's sharp claws pierced through Yue Yang's lungs and came out from his back. Then, it pierced through Impatience's transparent body. His other hand, the sharp demon claws pierced through Yue Yang's right thigh and brushed past the Impatience's shin. It pierced through Yue Yang's left knee and came out from his calf. The great Demon King Baruth was prepared to twist his hands and almost tear Yue Yang and Impatience into pieces. How could Yue Yang give him such a chance? Little Wen Li's binding chains inherent skill was activated again. At the same time, she endured the pain and teleported 10 meters away. He did not care about healing his injuries. Since his injuries would heal automatically in that Nirvana flame, Yue Yang immediately condensed World Exterminating Wheel in his left hand and Star Explosion in his right hand. He was prepared to return the favor. He was prepared to give his enemy a fierce counterattack. Just now, when Yue Yang wanted to save the mysterious life form, he had to take the attack head-on. How could Yue Yang be someone who was willing to suffer losses? Actually, under the irresistible Nirvana flame that could purify everything in the world, Baruth and Duran were not completely unharmed. Demon Marshal Duran was the first to retract his hand. He painfully tore off his burning skin and flesh from his arm. He had this kind of skin removal ability. That Nirvana flame only damaged the surface of his body and did not burn his bones and flesh. The great Demon King Baruth also quickly retracted his hand and shot out a ball of Demon King light from his mouth. Inside the ball of light, there was a little demon that looked similar to Baruth. That Nirvana flame could not be eliminated, but it could be transferred. Baruth miraculously transferred that Nirvana flame to the little demon's body. In the end, that Nirvana flame on his arm gradually weakened and disappeared. The little demon that was burned by that Nirvana flame painfully turned into ashes and was killed on the spot. What was strange was that the mysterious life form that struggled in the light cocoon and finally broke out of it. It did not have the slightest bit of fear towards that Nirvana flame. It seemed that Nirvana flame would not cause any harm to its body. It drilled its head out and charged into Yue Yang's Nirvana flame pillar, allowing that Nirvana flame to burn its body. Yue Yang, who was recovering from his injuries in that Nirvana flame, was stunned when he saw this. This fellow was actually, Chapter 296 Dragon Head, Deer Antlers, Lion Eyes, Tiger Back, Snake Scales, Ox Tail. Wasn't this the legendary Qilin? However, the only difference was that this Qilin had beautiful claws under its 4 legs, and not the horse hooves described in the legends. Yue Yang was stunned. He vaguely remembered that qilins were male and qilins were female. The former had claws, while the latter had horse hooves. Could it be that this fellow was male? But no matter what, it was a qilin. How could it bathe in Nirvana's flames? Alright, this fellow was a fire qilin. The qilin's originally dark green body gradually melted in the Nirvana's flames, turning back into a white jade-like body, sparkling and translucent. A mysterious white light was emitted from its body. It was as bright as the stars, and as soft as the moon. Barath still wanted to attack, but the qilin opened its mouth. A pillar of light shot out. The great demon king Barath, who had almost killed Yue Yang in an instant, immediately dodged as if he had seen a great enemy. The pillar of light that shot out without any preparation seemed to have no attacking power on the surface. It looked more like a healing holy white light. However, in just a second, Yue Yang changed his view. This was because he saw that the pillar of light had destroyed a large part of the obsidian city wall. It had plowed a deep hole on the ground, extending for hundreds of meters without disappearing. The power of this white light was even stronger than Barath's Demon King's light pillar. The difference between this and the Demon King's light pillar was that this white light would not explode. It could only kill creatures in a straight line. It was similar to City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Aurora Light, but its power was much stronger, and its attack range was much longer. This qilin was so powerful. Could it be a divine beast? It was a pity that it was a male. Yue Yang was very disappointed. He had risked his life to save a male qilin, and not a female qilin. That was too sad. Before he could throw out his world-exterminating wheel and star explosion, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm. His body was being dragged, and the scenery in front of him flew backwards. Yue Yang was stunned. He immediately realized that the qilin was actually dragging him with its mouth to escape. He sweated. He thought that if he let it out, it would instantly kill the great demon king Barath. Who knew that it was a coward? Luckily impatience was still on his back. Otherwise, Yue Yang would have to fight it with all his might. Luckily it was a divine beast. Luckily it was still on its back, impatience. This qilin was too useless. Yue Yang was just about to grab the qilin's neck and climb onto its back. How would it look if it kept biting his arm and dragging him? When the qilin realized that Yue Yang was about to climb onto its back, it immediately turned hostile and headbutted Yue Yang, sending him flying. It completely didn't see Yue Yang as its savior. This qilin was not loyal at all. He ran away by himself, leaving Yue Yang behind. When Yue Yang bounced up from the ground, he found that Barath and Duran had blocked all his escape routes. Why didn't they chase after the qilin? Instead, they surrounded him. What kind of logic was this? Yue Yang had a headache. He had worked so hard to save the qilin, but who would have thought that it would be so disloyal? In the sky, Demon King Ha Xin and another Demon King appeared. Yue Yang broke out in a cold sweat. The demonic abyss was indeed a dragon's pool and tiger's den. He had really poked a hornet's nest. Demon Kings came one after another. What's going on? The only thing that made him rejoice was that the impatience behind him had finally woken up. When she saw the scene in front of her, she asked in shock, "The soaring dragon continent has been invaded by the demon abyss. All three great demon kings have come." "No, this is the demon palace." Yue Yang quickly denied. "Why did you come to the demon palace?" The impatience was stunned. He had just finished fighting with Shun Tian. Why did he come to the demon palace to fight with the great demon kings? "For a vacation," Yue Yang answered with certainty. The impatience was speechless. The great demon king Barath obviously recognized the impatience. Forget about him. Even Demon Marshal Duran and the other two demon kings also recognized the impatience. They had probably fought many times in the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower. The great demon king Barath suppressed his anger and said, "I was wondering who it was." "So it's Sky Law. Your human innate alliance has broken the ancient oath and invaded our blood prison demon palace. Since that's the case, we will no longer abide by the ancient oath and directly attack your soaring dragon continent." When the impatience heard this, she immediately denied, "What? I was sleeping just now. I didn't know that this little fellow brought me to the demon palace. Furthermore, this broken place of yours is gloomy and scary. I don't like coming here." The demon king Ha Xin looked at Yue Yang and immediately recognized him. "So it's you." Yue Yang sweated profusely. He could even recognize him with the Gemini mask on his face. Wasn't the demon king Ha Xin's ability to sense auras too strong? Towards the demon king Ha Xin's angry reaction, everyone was very curious. Ha Xin had not stepped into the soaring dragon continent for more than 100 years. How did he know this young human? This young man's life energy ripples looked like he was only 20 years old, and he had never appeared in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower before. How did Ha Xin know him? Among them, the impatience was the most curious. She didn't understand why Yue Yang's enemies were even in the demon abyss. How many people had this brat offended? Towards her questioning gaze, Yue Yang could only smile apologetically. He didn't want to become enemies with the demon king Ha Xin. Who would want to become enemies with the demon king? But at that time, he really had no choice. This human boy is the one who broke my arm a year ago. When the demon king Ha Xin said this, everyone sweated profusely. This brat's ability to cause trouble was not small. A young man who can control the world exterminating wheel, this is really a rare occurrence. Another demon king sighed. Could it be that the soaring dragon continent is going to have a new Jizun? Looks like we have to do everything we can to eliminate this hidden danger. Don't misunderstand, I'm not interested in the Jizun throne. My goal in life is to enjoy a blissful sexual life. Yue Yang immediately pretended to be a good-for-nothing. My dear Barath, my friend, why didn't you introduce me, your old friend, when you have a distinguished guest at your door? Could it be that you think that my old bones are useless and will only make you lose face? On the other side of the sky, in the southeast direction, another two figures appeared. They were the Lich King from the other side of the Demon Abyss, the Underworld, Ghost Clan. The Demon Abyss was 10 times bigger than the Soaring Dragon Continent, but there were only 3 main forces. The second force was the Underworld, which was led by the Demon King. The Undead Ghost Clan was also the nightmare of the human army. The third force was the Eternal Night, which was said to be a new force formed by the fallen angels who were exiled from the Heaven Realm 10,000 years ago. They rarely fought with humans in the lower levels of Tong Tian Tower, and rarely invaded the Soaring Dragon Continent. However, those who were in the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower and above, or the other Outer Realms continents, all knew about the infamous fallen angel army. Their terrifying reputation was not any weaker than the undead army and the evil ghost army. Different from humans, the creatures in the Demon Abyss lived by the law of the jungle. There were killings everywhere. However, the king rankers who were at the top of the food chain were very united. In comparison, the human innate rankers, if it wasn't for the innate alliance's agreement to balance out the forces, they would have already started fighting each other. The humans' 3 great kingdoms, 4 great clans, 4 great sects, demonic palace and 1,000 goblins sect all had different goals. It was only under the mediation of the innate alliance's elder Nan Gong that they reluctantly followed the agreement that they made, that they managed to achieve peace on the surface. Yue Yang recognized one of the 2 Lich Kings as Grun. This fellow was also his enemy. Previously, when Yue Yang had fought with Ji Yulun, he had even killed the Flame Lord that Ji Yulun had thrown out. Now, the 2 cores on the Wei Jin magic blade were the Flame Core and the Bone Dragon's magic core. He just didn't know if Ji Yulun would be so forgetful as to forget about this small matter. Yue Yang hoped that the Lich King Grun didn't recognize him, but it was obviously not possible. The Lich King Grun glanced at Yue Yang with his dark green eyes and laughed weirdly. Speaking of which, I also recognized this young innate. He had killed my followers in the dimension of duel. At that time, I attacked him with my claw, but he dodged it easily. He knows a binding skill that can freeze our attacks for a second. Demon King Ha Xin added. Why are you always surrounded by enemies? The impatiens couldn't help but laugh. Do you think I wanted to? It was them who wanted to kill me, that's why I was forced to defend myself. I'm not that stupid to find trouble with them. They are the ones who complain first, do you understand? Yue Yang was very angry. The problem is that there are 3 Demon Kings and 2 Lich Kings standing in front of us. Do you think they will find their conscience and realize that they are in the wrong? The impatiens giggled as she hugged Yue Yang's shoulders, pressing her towering breasts against his back. She breathed into his ear, it's a pity that I don't have any strength left, otherwise I would help you fight one. If it wasn't for the famous Sky Law, the impatiens, the few Demon Kings would have surrounded Yue Yang and trampled him to death. They could tell that the impatiens was injured and her strength wasn't the same as before. But they definitely wouldn't underestimate her. Even if Sky Law was heavily injured, if she was determined to fight with her life on the line, it was still very possible for her to kill one of them. No one wanted to be the unlucky one. The 3 Demon Kings and the 2 Lich Kings were secretly communicating with the Demon Abyss secret language, preparing to execute the best plan to capture and kill Yue Yang. No matter what, they wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. It would be a great loss to the human innates if they could kill the young innates with great potential and the powerful Sky La here. If the human Ji-Zun got into trouble while exploring the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower and couldn't return to the Soaring Dragon Continent, the Soaring Dragon Continent would come to an end and irreversibly perish. Under the influence of the Dark Whirlpool, the Demon King's and Lich King's powers increased by several folds. Yue Yang and the Impatience's powers were suppressed. Although it didn't affect them too much, it still affected them slightly. As time went by, the gap between them grew bigger and bigger. Fortunately, the Impatience's injuries had gotten better after being healed by Yue Yang's large amount of innate qi. Furthermore, she was in a sealed state just now and her body was transparent. The Nirvana flame didn't seem to cause much damage to her. Of course, there might be other reasons. Yue Yang still couldn't understand why the Impatience's body had the ability to resist the Nirvana flame. Could it be that his Nirvana flame had its own consciousness? Could it differentiate between friend and foe? Yue Yang didn't have time to think too much. This thought flashed past his mind. What do we do now? The Impatience felt that the 3 Demon Kings and the 2 Lich Kings seemed to have made a secret agreement. They were about to attack. You ask me, who should I ask? Yue Yang had no other way now. He couldn't use scrolls to escape in the Dark Whirlpool. The space had already been suppressed by the Dark Seal. Even if he ran with his legs, he wouldn't be able to outrun the Demon Kings. Other than risking his life, Yue Yang couldn't think of a better way. If the Impatience wasn't here, he could still hide in the black hole space where Queen Vivian Li was. He could come out after he became stronger. If he didn't release Queen Vivian Li, she would definitely be able to defeat them no matter how many Demon Kings there were. However, reality was cruel. Not only was the Impatience here, she was also injured. Although Yue Yang was afraid of death, he couldn't abandon an injured woman and escape alone. Especially when this girl had risked her life to save him not too long ago, taking a fatal blow for him, abandoning the woman he liked and was his savior to escape alone. This kind of behavior, when Yue Yang thought about it, he couldn't help but despise himself. The Impatience suddenly sighed. Actually, I have an idea. She seemed to have a way to send Yue Yang away, but needless to say, to send Yue Yang away, she would have to pay the price with her life. Yue Yang didn't even listen and shook his head in rejection. I'm a man, at the most important moment, you have to listen to me. If I say leave, then leave. If I say fight, then fight. The Impatience hugged Yue Yang and kissed his cheeks happily in her heart. Wah wah, little Yue Yang, you're so manly. If you were a little more handsome, maybe I would like you. The 3 Demon Kings and 2 Yak Witch Kings didn't care about the touching moment between Yue Yang and the Impatience. They all had hearts of stone. Including Demon Marshal Duran, the 6 rankers stood in 6 different directions, gathering energy at the same time. They were prepared to attack together and kill the 2 of them on the spot. In the sky, a white light flashed slightly. The Qilin that ran away just now suddenly returned. It tilted its head and looked at Yue Yang. After looking for a while, it suddenly spoke out of Yue Yang's expectations. Why aren't you running? When Yue Yang heard that the voice didn't seem to be male, but female, his mood immediately became better. Why did you come back? I got lost, so I came back to ask how to get to Tong Tian Tower or Heaven Realm. When the Qilin said that, the Impatience and the other Demon Kings almost fell to the ground. Natural days. Yue Yang remembered that there was a very strong attribute, which was natural days. I'm talking about Heaven Realm, not natural days. Don't you know how to get to Heaven Realm? You're really an idiot. The Qilin's words made Yue Yang burst into laughter. Other than humanoid beasts, Yue Yang had never seen an animal-type beast that could talk. Furthermore, it was so cute. The cutest thing was that her personality was natural days. I don't know how to get to Heaven Realm, but I know how to get to Tong Tian Tower. Impatience expressed that she knew, but looking at her smiling face, it was obvious that the fox wanted to eat chicken. No, Mom said that most women are hypocritical, jealous, selfish and can't be trusted. When the Qilin said that, Impatience sweated profusely. That's right, Yue Yang clapped his hands and praised. Those demons with low abilities should know where Tong Tian Tower is. It's a pity that I haven't recovered my strength, otherwise I could catch them to lead the way. When the Qilin said that, the other Demon Kings had the urge to hit their heads against the wall. Were they demons with low abilities? Did you come from Heaven Realm? Even the Demon Kings wanted to know the answer to Yue Yang's question. Heaven Realm only existed in legends. What was it like? Right now, no one knew. If this lost holy beast really came from Heaven Realm, then it must know about Heaven Realm. At the very least, it could prove that Heaven Realm existed. The naturally dazed Qilin denied Yue Yang's question. I'm not from Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm is very boring, there's no fun place, the people there are very fierce and unreasonable. I don't like Heaven Realm. If it wasn't for the fact that I have to pass through Heaven Realm on my way home, I would never go there again. It's not fun at all. Yue Yang pointed at the great demon King Barath and asked the Qilin girl, look at this demon who sealed you. If he went to Heaven Realm, how strong would he be? The Qilin girl thought for a while and gave an answer that made everyone sweat. I don't know, I've only played in Heaven Realm for a few hundred years, I'm not familiar with the situation there. In terms of strength, I think the mercenaries who sometimes run around foolishly are about the same as him. Barath almost burst into tears. He could only be a mercenary in Heaven Realm. Lich King Grun made a gesture to the great demon King Barath, indicating that he must keep this holy beast that had not recovered its strength at all costs and seal it again. They could slowly study it in the future. Everyone's future path to Heaven Realm might be on this holy beast's body. Is there a higher realm above Heaven Realm? If there is, then are there little Taoist priests who can fly on swords? Yue Yang asked again. I can't talk anymore. Mom said that my voice is still very tender, so I can't talk too much. Otherwise, if my voice becomes hoarse, I won't be able to sing anymore. The Qilin girl seemed to be a good child, listening to her mother's words. Yue Yang suspected that this Qilin girl was purposely teasing him. If he answered yes or no, wouldn't that be the end of it? I'm tired, I'll temporarily borrow your house to rest for a while. The Qilin girl flew over and knocked Yue Yang to the ground. Yue Yang didn't even have the time to cry out in pain before she said to Yue Yang with grievance, it's fine if you don't welcome me, but it's very rude to refuse a guest to enter your house, forget it, if you don't agree, I'll rush in myself. The Qilin girl didn't wait for Yue Yang's reaction and instantly turned into a rainbow light, entering Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang was speechless. It was fine if she didn't help in the fight, but she still wanted to borrow his body to rest. Who taught this girl? The great demon King Barath gave a condition to Yue Yang. If you and Skylaw stay, we can let bygones be bygones and treat you as distinguished guests. If you leave, we will not hesitate to kill you on the spot without any conditions. I'll give you a minute, you can discuss this with Skylaw. If it wasn't for the fact that the Qilin girl knew about Heaven Realm, the 3 great demon kings and the 2 demon wizard kings would definitely not let Yue Yang and the Impatiens off. But now, they felt that this brat was a rare commodity, so they put him under house arrest and slowly clear up the matter of Heaven Realm. Before they finished their words, a colorful light suddenly flashed on Yue Yang's body. A young girl with a horn on her head appeared in front of Yue Yang, touching her pinky pitifully. Your family's child is too tyrannical, he actually chased me out. Ah, I forgot to transform. After speaking, she returned to her Qilin form amidst the colorful light. The 3 great demon kings felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity and immediately joined hands to attack. At the same time, they swooped down from the sky and joined hands to capture this holy beast that could transform easily. The 2 Lich Kings attacked Yue Yang and the Impatiens respectively. The focus was on restraining the Impatiens. Demon Marshal Duran, who was at a distance, took out the dark magic orb and continued to summon the dark whirlpool. With the power of the 5 great rankers in the demon abyss, it wasn't impossible to capture the other party in the dark whirlpool, the prison-suppressing treasure. A clear cry that was more pleasant to the ears than the sounds of nature rang out, causing one's soul to tremble. Nirvana's flame soared into the sky. Yue Yang realized that this Nirvana flame was actually not ignited by him. However, what surprised him the most was that 2 creatures that he had never seen before had actually flown out from his body. They were very familiar to him. Chapter 297 Phoenixes, Golden Phoenixes. These were not the Western phoenixes that looked like fire birds, but 2 Eastern phoenixes that looked like celestial phoenixes. Their bodies shone brightly and the Nirvana flame that they emitted was 10 times more powerful than the Nirvana flame that Yue Yang condensed. It shone with a golden light and looked extremely holy. Looking from the outside, these 2 phoenixes looked exactly the same no matter where they were. When they flew in the Nirvana flame pillar, they also circled around each other. Only now did Yue Yang realize. So the soul-shaking cry that he heard previously was the cry of this pair of phoenixes. However, he had never contracted a beast before, how could he have 2 phoenixes? Little Wen Li was given by Queen Vivian Li, Wei Tai Lang was picked up, and Bloody Queen was contracted by herself. All of the beasts had their own origins, but only this pair of phoenixes appeared. This made Yue Yang very confused. Where did they come from? Could it be that these phoenixes were guardian beasts given by the divine grimoire? Like a phantom, however, long before he contracted a divine grimoire, Yue Yang remembered that he had heard that kind of heavenly cry before, and it was not just once. Could it be the same as the heavenly sword goddess? Yue Yang's thoughts flashed. Could it be that these phoenixes were the same as the heavenly sword goddess and lived in his xianxia bag? Or could it be that they were phoenix eggs that hatched later on, so they were also his beasts? If this was really the case, could there be other treasures in his xianxia bag? When the 3 great demon kings and the 2 lich kings saw the descent of the phoenixes, their attacks paused slightly. When they looked again, they realized that these beasts that they had never seen before did not seem to be strong beasts, but more like pet beasts for ornamental purposes. They immediately joined hands to attack again, but this time they changed their focus to capturing Yue Yang. This was because even if they were ornamental beasts, it was not easy to bathe in nirvana flame. They did not want any unforeseen events, so they decided to capture Yue Yang first, then slowly interrogate him. If it was a minute ago, Yue Yang would definitely carry impatience and run away. But now, things were different. When the phoenix appeared, Yue Yang immediately felt that his body was filled with the energy of nirvana's flame. There was a feeling that the energy was about to gush out and would not be satisfied until it was released. It turned out that the movements of the 3 great demon kings were extremely fast, like lightning. Yue Yang couldn't even see their waving sharp claws with his level 5 divine vision. Now, he could easily capture the attack trajectories of the 3 demon kings and 2 lich kings. Before they even arrived, Yue Yang's body automatically reacted and moved according to his heart. It was as if there was a mysterious force guiding him, and he automatically intercepted the demon king's attacks. The nirvana flame filled his body. This kind of fire energy that could purify everything in the world, under the support of the 2 phoenixes, was like a volcanic eruption. Yue Yang brandished his fist, first blocking the great demon king Baruth's sharp claws. Initially, Yue Yang thought that it would be very strenuous for him to block the demon king's claw with a single punch. He did not expect that he would be able to block the demon king's claws so easily. The great demon king Baruth was instantly dumbfounded. This brat didn't even have 1% of his strength, yet he could actually block his sharp claws. Get lost. Seeing this, Yue Yang was naturally ecstatic. His left fist carried the power of the nirvana flame and completely blocked the demon king Ha Shin's claw. At the same time, he also kicked Lich King Grun, who had turned around to attack Impatience. The joint attack of the 3 strongest warriors in the demon abyss was actually blocked by Yue Yang alone. Forget about the demon kings and lich kings, even Yue Yang himself couldn't believe this result. With the support of the phoenix's nirvana flame, he was actually able to fight against 3 demon king level warriors in the demon abyss. What kind of concept was this? If Yue Yang didn't have the support of the phoenix, he wouldn't even be able to fight against one of them. At most, he could only be an assistant to Impatience, coordinate with her attacks, or use his binding chain's inherent skill and innate invisible sword chi to launch a sneak attack. Yin Yang Extremes, Spherical Beheader, Frost Arrow, First Slash, Earth-Splitting Slash and other combat skills were useful against demon generals, demon commanders and demon marshals. They could even be used against innate level 3 and below. However, when used against demon kings who were at least innate level 8 and above, it was completely useless. Instead, it was a weakness. Baruth, Ha Shin and Grun weren't any weaker than Shun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader. Previously, when Yue Yang and Impatience joined forces, they barely managed to defeat Shun Tian and the Ghastly Shadow. At that time, the main force was Impatience. Later on, when Yue Yang fought against Baruth alone, although he couldn't dodge to save the Qilin, Yue Yang understood that even if he had the space and time to fight, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Baruth. Furthermore, now that the 3 demon kings and 2 lich kings were supported by the Dark Whirlpool, their power had increased by several folds. Yue Yang was able to fight against 2 demon kings and 1 lich king by himself. Impatience, who was preparing to use all her power to fight to the death, was completely dumbfounded. She knew that this brat was abnormal, but she didn't expect him to be abnormal to this extent. Fighting against 3 demon king rankers alone, she knew that she could do it when she was at her peak, but she definitely wouldn't be able to do it so easily. When fighting against 3 demon kings, if one wasn't careful, one would definitely be at a disadvantage and injured. How could it be like this brat now, blocking the attacks of the demon kings with just his punches and kicks? This was too unbelievable. Unless it was Ji Zun, no human warrior could fight against 3 demon kings so easily. The other great demon king who didn't fight against Yue Yang before, but Yue Yang recognized him as O Zhen. While he was in shock, he was forced back by impatience's jade-like palm. As for the Lich King that Yue Yang didn't recognize, he was in a more tragic state. He was a top-notch existence among the undead spirits in the demon abyss, but he was sent flying by the Qilin. Yue Yang could even hear the crisp sound of his ribs breaking. In front of human warriors, he was a powerful Lich King. However, in front of the naive Qilin, he was just a slightly taller skeleton. Barath, Ha Xin, O Zhen and Grun all had shocked expressions on their faces. They weren't shocked that their comrade was sent flying by Qilin, but they were shocked that Yue Yang was able to fight against the 3 of them alone. They all knew Yue Yang's strength. Even if he had the world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame, this young human would definitely not be able to defeat a Demon King rancor. This was because he hadn't grown up yet. His future potential might be Ji Zun, but his current realm was still below innate level 3. If he wasn't different from the others, a level 3 innate rancor would be killed instantly if he met a Demon King. Now that he was able to fight against 3 Demon Kings alone, this was definitely not his strength. It was the support of those 2 mystical beasts. What exactly were those 2 mystical beasts? Where did he get them from? If he could also get this kind of support, entering the Heaven Realm wouldn't be a dream. The 3 Demon Kings quickly retreated. Lich King Grun rushed to his comrade's side and asked, "Ma Fa, how do you feel?" "I only broke 1 rib, my demon heart is fine." The Lich King called Ma Fa shook his head with a serious expression. "Grun, I thought of a legend." Dong Fang Immortal Tribe. Demon Marshal Duran was the first to react. Yes. Demon King Ha Xin also stared at Yue Yang with his blazing eyes and nodded in affirmation. Only the legendary Dong Fang Immortal Tribe, as long as a beast comes from there, would have such a strong support without any side effects. I know the Eastern Goblin tribes, Osprey. He once told me that the Dong Fang Immortal Tribe has a special kind of holy power within their bodies. It can support internally and purify externally. Even within the same tribe, it is a very terrifying power. It is said that the humans of the Soaring Dragon continent are the same as the Eastern Goblin tribe. They were exiled from the Dong Fang Immortal Tribe during the ancient times. They are different from the humans of the Qi Lan continent, Tian Feng continent, Ke Luo continent and other foreign realms. I dare say that this brat has inherited the ancient bloodline and awakened the ancient bloodline, obtaining the abilities of the ancient warriors. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to reach innate at the age of 20, let alone fight against us. Is it really like that? The Impatience's eyes looked as if she wanted to strip Yue Yang naked and study him. Maybe it's like that. Yue Yang replied. Of course, he couldn't say that he was a guy from another world, nor could he completely deny that he had not awakened any ancient bloodline. Forget about outsiders, even he himself wouldn't believe those kinds of words. Now that he threw out the ancient bloodline and ancient awakening to scare people, these few Demon Abyss bosses would probably have some misgivings. Yue Yang didn't know how long the Nirvana flame in his body could last. If it disappeared, he and the Impatience would have no choice but to escape. As expected, when he said that, the expressions of the 3 great Demon Kings, 2 Lich Kings and Demon Marshal Duran changed. Doubt was one thing, affirmation was another. As expected, this brat had awakened the ancient bloodline and obtained the potential of the ancient warriors. Barath knew that the best thing to do now was to get rid of this brat at all costs. But the biggest problem now was not how to defeat him who had received a strong boost, nor was it how to defeat Sky La who was wholeheartedly protecting him, nor was it how to swindle the confused holy beast's help. It was how to deal with those 2 beautiful beasts who looked like they didn't have any attack power, but in reality, as long as they had killing intent in their hearts, they would give off a feeling that they would be instantly killed. Barath didn't know why these 2 beautiful beasts didn't attack, but he could tell with his Demon King's super senses. As long as he had killing intent in his heart and intended to attack, he would feel a terrifying sense of danger. He felt that he would be instantly killed by them at any time. If they didn't have killing intent in their hearts, then these 2 beautiful beasts would look completely harmless. Barath felt that he couldn't imagine the hidden strength of these 2 beautiful beasts. They weren't creatures from his world at all. Only a world higher than Heaven Realm would have such magical existences. The Qilin girl turned back into a young girl with horns. She was estimated to be around 14 or 15 years old. She looked tender and cute, with golden horns on her light green hair. The horns weren't long, nor were they sharp. They looked as harmless as tender shoots. However, when Lich King Ma-Fa was hit by the horns just now, one of his ribs that was 100 times harder than a bone dragon's was immediately broken. If he didn't dodge fast enough, Lich King Ma-Fa's ribs wouldn't just be broken. She was wearing a light green one-piece robe, and there were some auspicious clouds drawn on it. It looked extremely beautiful. Her smooth and round shoulders were slightly exposed, and her two snow-white arms were tender and lovely. When Yue Yang saw them, he really wanted to give them a big kiss. Looking at her white jade feet, she was wearing red shoes with a pink ball at the front of the shoes. It looked very similar to the shoes of the child-giving fairy girls that Yue Yang had seen in the New Year's paintings. This Qilin girl looked cute and harmless, very suitable to be raised as a kitten. She could even be used to warm the bed at night. But her power was incredible. If she was angry and flipped out, Yue Yang reckoned that he wouldn't have many bones left. "It's those two little girls who kicked me out just now. What kind of father are you?" The Qilin girl pulled on Yue Yang's sleeves and complained to him. She even looked as if she would cry if he didn't do something about it. "Two little girls, mine." Yue Yang sweated profusely when he heard this. When did he have two phoenix daughters? Could it be that the old Taoist priest kidnapped other people's daughters and framed him? If the real phoenix parents came looking for him, he would probably be burnt to ashes with just a breath. Not to mention that he gave birth to these two daughters. Even if he gave birth to them, he couldn't do anything to them. Furthermore, the one in the wrong was not the two of them, but the lost Qilin girl who barged into other people's house. The two golden and dazzling immortal phoenixes were originally circling in the sky. They seemed to understand the Qilin girl's complaint and immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. Their heavenly voices rang in his heart, shaking his soul. It seemed like they were going to dive down and teach the complaining Qilin girl a lesson. Without waiting for the two phoenixes to dive down, the Qilin girl immediately ran away and disappeared. Her speed was so fast that even with his level 5 divine vision, Yue Yang couldn't see her clearly. "Demon kings and goblin witch kings, sorry for disturbing you today. I'll treat you to a cup of tea when you're free." Yue Yang picked up Phoenix Fairy Beauty and ran away, chasing after the Qilin girl who had lost her way. Regardless of whether she could be used to warm his bed, he would bring this Qilin girl home first. She couldn't go back anyway, so he would take care of her for a while on behalf of her mother. "Should we chase?" Lich King Grun realized that the two phoenixes were still circling in the sky, staring at everyone. Anyone who had the intention to chase would feel the terrifying feeling of being attacked. "Forget it." Demon King Ha Xin, who was usually the most courageous in battle, swallowed his saliva and shook his head to reject this foolish action. It was not a good idea to start a battle with beasts that he couldn't defeat. Furthermore, the other party didn't have the intention to attack. Forcing them to attack was a foolish action that would bring about one's own destruction. Sure enough, when Demon King Ha Xin said this, the two phoenixes immediately turned into colorful lights and streaked across the sky, disappearing quickly. Their speed was so fast that even the three demon kings who had caused a commotion in Tong Tian Tower were ashamed. Compared to these two beautiful beasts, the three demon kings estimated that even if they tried their best, they would only be able to eat the dust behind them. They weren't even on the same level of speed. That was the difference between a meteor and a firefly. What made them sweat profusely was that after a while, the three demon marshals who were so scared that they almost lost their minds came back and reported a piece of news. Their ally Duan Mu Long Cheng had been killed in an instant. Who killed him in an instant? Barath was shocked when he saw the demon marshals. Strange, could it be that Sky La had personally killed them? Two exceptionally beautiful flying beasts that look like pet beasts. One of the demon marshals thought that Barath didn't believe him, so he exaggerated and described it. Of course, his description was very long, but the process was very simple. It was nothing more than Duan Mu Long Cheng sending out an enemy to stop them and delay the Demon King's reinforcements. In the end, he was killed. Where's the corpse? Ha Xin still wanted to collect his ally's corpse as usual. Completely vaporized, not to mention the corpse, even his soul had been purified and destroyed by the Nirvana flame. Nothing was left, the demon marshal replied. The three demon kings and the two lich kings looked at each other. They knew how strong Duan Mu Long Cheng was. He was a level 6 and 8, and he could kill him in an instant. Luckily they didn't attack him just now, and the two beautiful beasts didn't take the initiative to attack him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 298. When Yue Yang was fighting with the great demon king, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were also fighting hard in the Yu clan castle. Among them, the one who was having the easiest time was Shui Tan Lang. Although the fake third young master was a level 6 advanced elder, he was forced to become a level 6 elder by an innate and not by training. Against a genius like Shui Tan Lang who had been training hard since he was young, not only was he unable to gain any advantage, he was also restricted and could not display even half of his strength. If the fake third young master did not have the help of the two Zijin Kingdom generals, he would have been defeated by Shui Tan Lang long ago. It was impossible for the fake third young master to win. Shui Tan Lang's personal strength, battle skills and beast attributes were all his weaknesses. Because of Yue Yang's appearance, as a super genius and the hope of the Shui clan, Shui Tan Lang was under a lot of pressure. After a year of tortuous training, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. With his sister's guidance, the fake third young master was not his match at all. If not for wanting to capture this fake third young master alive to clear his name as his future brother-in-law, Shui Tan Lang would have won long ago. As for the two generals sent by Zijin Kingdom, their strength was not even comparable to the fake third young master. They were exhausted by Shui Tan Lang's high-speed snowstorm and could not catch up at all. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong fought the hardest. The two of them attacked the fake Yu Chu together and suffered greatly from the fake Yu Chu's battle skill heaven-destroying earth slash. Yu Chu was fake, but the battle skill he had learned was real. If not for the fact that their beasts had extremely strong defense, and that one of them had contracted a thunder mammoth and the other had leveled up from bronze rank to gold rank, both of them would have been beaten to the ground by the fake Yu Chu. The Li brothers tried to help, but they couldn't split their attention, because the two demon generals who had come out from the teleportation circle were surrounding them with a large group of demons. Fortunately, the other strongest demon general was instantly killed by Princess Xianxia and Luo Hua. Otherwise, the Li brothers wouldn't be able to defend against this kind of endless and fearless group attack. Kill, kill, the Li brothers' eyes were bloodshot from the killing. The gold-ranked double-edged arrowhead weapons that they had just seized as spoils of war made them even more powerful. The two of them had killed close to 100 evil spirits, but there were even more demons pouring out of the portal. There was simply no way to kill them all. Although some of the Yu clan's guards couldn't see the situation clearly and didn't know whether to help Yu Chu or Yue Yang, they knew that the demon race's invasion was definitely a disaster. There were also many people who picked up their weapons and fought against the evil spirits of the demon race together. Some of the stronger ones could even kill a few low-level evil spirits. The Yu clan castle's martial training plaza was in a complete mess. Many people were fighting in confusion. Other than the Yu clan's guards, there were also a small number of Zijin Kingdom's elite soldiers who would pick up their weapons and fight against the demons. The reason might be that the demons did not differentiate between friend and foe after they came out, they would kill anyone they saw. Hence, they were forced to fight for their lives. Lin Lei and Lin Miao's strength could at most bully the weakest green-skinned monsters and yellow-skinned monsters. They couldn't even touch the stronger ones, especially Lin Miao. Once he saw a strong evil spirit appear, he would be so scared that he would run far away. Or he would dance, roll and crawl while screaming, luring the demons towards the Zijin Kingdom's elite soldiers. In reality, this method of luring trouble to others had really caused the death of many elite soldiers. Princess Sissy vs. the 100 Transformations. Demon Elder. The 1000 Goblins sect's 100 Transformations Demon Elder was very strong. She was a level 8 emperor and her strength was already close to a lesser innate. If it was Fatty Hai or Yi Kong, they would probably be beaten to a pulp in less than 10 moves. However, Princess Sissy, who had been purified by Nirvana Flame, tempered by ancient runes and trained in body fusion with Yue Yang, had already dared to fight against an innate rancor even though she had not broken through to the innate realm. Furthermore, she had even injured her opponent. It could be seen how powerful her attacks were. The 100 Transformations Demon Elder's advantage lay in her speed. She leapt up and down to dodge the attacks, not daring to face Princess Sissy's great sword head-on. At the same time, her sharp claws carried a deadly poison that could seal one's throat. Princess Sissy had to be careful when dealing with it. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Yu Yu and Inen had joined hands to fight against the 1000 Goblins sect's newly promoted 100 Wings, 100 Eyes and 100 Claws Demon Elders. These 3 demon elders' strength was far weaker than the 100 transformations demon elder. They only had the strength of an elder. If City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Aurora Light hit them, she would definitely be able to kill one of them in an instant. Although the 3 demon elders were very famous, their strength could only suppress Yu. Even Inen, who had a gold-ranked beast, Spirit Mirror, couldn't gain the upper hand against them. Once Inen's special ability was unleashed, any demon elder would probably go crazy. She was looking for the best opportunity, especially the 100 Eyes demon elder who was mainly using the cat eyes beast. He had already gradually walked into the death trap that Inen had created. He was preparing to die in the dream of death. The shadow in his heart kept appearing, causing him to gradually lose his rationality. Among the enemies, the strongest one was none other than the Marquis of Zijin. Shui Wuxia had personally fought against this strong opponent. Other than her, there was no one else who could be the Marquis of Zijin's opponent. Facing this strong opponent, Shui Wuxia would rather fight against an innate level 1 opponent herself than fight against this guy who was full of sinister schemes. The Marquis of Zijin, the demon abyss prince who had hidden his strength, was the future demon king's successor. A few months ago, he had fought against Grandma Kai and Wan. Under a situation where his battle power was severely depleted, he had fought against Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia again. In the end, he still almost killed Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia that day. Yue Yang had also learned that space teleportation skill from him. "I'm not interested in fighting with you." The Marquis of Zijin teleported out of the Yu clan castle. Then scram, Shui Wuxia also used light wind teleportation and chased after him closely. The Marquis of Zijin dodged Bloody Queen Red's attack and picked up the demon innate Kai Lao's head before Wei Tai Lang could. Wei Tai Lang was so angry that his hair stood on end. Just now, he had fought off the enemies with great difficulty. Before he could even swallow the spoils of war, a demon's head had actually been picked up by this guy. That was his nourishment. The furious Wei Tai Lang pounced towards the Marquis of Zijin fiercely. In the sky, the Reaper Mantis and Bloody Queen Red swooped down at the same time. The Barbarian Cow Shadow and Thorny Flower Demoness also flanked him from the left and right. If it was another enemy, they would definitely die without a proper burial ground. However, this Marquis of Zijin had a way to escape. He did not rush to teleport away. Instead, he summoned his grimoire and raised his shield to block Wei Tai Lang's attack. He summoned his beasts one after another, attracting the attention of Wei Tai Lang and the Reaper Mantis who were fond of killing. Shui Wuxia noticed that this guy did not summon his beasts from his grimoire. Instead, he took out a summoning crystal to summon his beasts. Her heart sank slightly. She remembered Yue Yang's telepathic message before the battle started. This Marquis of Zijin might not be here to help the fake Yu Chu. He might be here to mess things up, or he might be about to level up to innate, but he lacked something essential. He might need an item or learn some kind of innate ranker's battle skill. Shui Wuxia felt that Yue Yang's words made sense. Especially when she saw the Marquis of Zijin pick up Kai Lao's broken head, she was even more certain of her judgment. That demon innate Kai Lao's head was definitely an essential item for the Marquis of Zijin to level up to innate. "Goodbye, I'm very happy with your gifts. If there's a chance in the future, I will return it to you 100 times more. I swear on the name of the future Demon King." The Marquis of Zijin opened a golden teleportation scroll and scratched a few bloody marks on his chest and face with his sharp claws. The Bloody Queen Red already had enough intelligence to judge the enemy's actions, but she still couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind the Marquis of Zijin's actions. The small golden teleportation door opened and 3 men flashed out. One of them was a tall and mighty innate ranker. Shui Wuxia could recognize him at first glance. He was one of the 5 great consecrators of the Zijin kingdom. He was also an innate ranker. This innate ranker was called Lu Wei, and was even the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Zijin kingdom. He was originally from the small Yu clan and was a consecrator of the Yu clan king. Afterwards, he betrayed his master and defected to the Zijin kingdom. Afterwards, he personally led an army and trampled over the Yu clan, seizing all of the Yu clan king's concubines and daughters as his own. He became the world's most notorious traitor who betrayed his master and defected to the enemy. This was because the Yu clan king's youngest daughter was an unregistered disciple of the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion. She was only 8 years old, and the world didn't know that her identity was special. After she was raped and killed by Lu Wei, the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion sent out 2 great elders to chase after Lu Wei. Under the obstruction of the Zijin Kingdom and Western Lion Pagoda warriors, the two great elders were heavily injured, but they still forcefully castrated Lu Wei, allowing him to escape with his worthless life. Because of this, the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion announced that they would never accept a female disciple from the Zijin Kingdom. The world didn't know the reason, and thought that the Zijin Kingdom king had once disrespected the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion. Nobody knew that he was actually protecting a scum like Lu Wei, causing the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion to be furious. The world thought that Lu Wei had been executed, but Lu Wei changed his name to Gong Yu, and became the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Zijin Kingdom Palace. The two people behind Lu Wei had fair skin. Although they were male, they were as pretty as girls. They were Lu Wei's most beloved male pets, and they followed him everywhere he went. After Lu Wei's painstaking long-term training, these two male pets also had the strength of elders. Their killing methods were extremely vicious, and they could easily wipe out an entire family. The world's warriors secretly called them chrysanthemum twin spear dogs, but of course they didn't dare to do so on the surface, and only called them chrysanthemum twin spear generals. Master Hu, how did you get injured? Who was so daring to hurt Master Hu's priceless body? Lu Wei looked towards the sky, as if he was ignoring everything around him. As for the Marquis of Zijin, he only cupped his hands slightly, as a form of greeting to the Marquis of Zijin. Then, he asked in a tone that was as soft as a woman's, but it was too sickening to listen to. Although Shui Wuxia was a girl, she still shivered when she heard these words. Luckily the food in her stomach had already been digested, otherwise she would have vomited from this disgusting voice. The Marquis of Zijin's left and right temples also had blue veins throbbing, as if he couldn't stand this fellow. However, he still pretended to be injured on the surface, and coughed twice. I'm injured and need to recuperate urgently. It's hard for me to fight again, so I'll leave everything to you, head chief. Lu Wei smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll definitely do everything for you beautifully. I won't let you down, Master Hu. The Marquis of Zijin's body swayed, and he almost fell down. Luckily his legs supported him in time. He hurriedly opened a teleportation scroll, and left as if he was escaping. How do you want to die? You should also know that I hate beautiful women the most. Those who are prettier than me must all die. Little chrysanthemum, little flower, what are you waiting for? These are all good dogs, wait for me to injure them, then you can form a contract with them. As for those women, I'll skin those who need to be skinned, and those who need to be broken into pieces. You guys do everything beautifully for me. If you guys dare to cheat on me, I won't allow it. When Lu Wei said this, Wei Tailang immediately vomited, vomiting until his whole body cramped. Could it be that this fellow is the slut that Master was talking about? Bloody Queen Red pointed at Lu Wei in sudden realization, and asked her future mistress, Shui Wuxia. Slut? Yeah, is a slut tasty? The thorny flower demoness didn't speak, but the expression in her big eyes was exactly what she meant. It's not like that, slut. A slut is the kind that makes you want to beat him up fiercely. He's not food, he's not. Ah, forget it, you can eat him later. Bloody Queen Red originally didn't like the thorny flower demoness eating people, but she felt that if the thorny flower demoness ate Lu Wei, then she would be able to vent her anger. Hence, she didn't object to the thorny flower demoness eating people for the first time. I agree. Shui Wuxia also nodded in agreement. This was also the first time in her life that she felt that eating people was a good idea. Woof, woof woof. Wei Tailang rejected. He felt that if he ate this kind of slut, he might get diarrhea. He refused to eat Lu Wei into his stomach. Boom 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 boom. The barbarian cow Shadow Ah Man's actions were the most practical. She released her aura and stomped on the ground, charging towards Lu Wei who was an innate. She swung her fist and punched. Of course, no one was slower than her. In the sky, the Reaper Mantis and the Bloody Queen attacked at the same time. Countless thorny flowers drilled out from the ground. That was the masterpiece that Yue Yang had designed for the thorny flower demoness, the Great Thorny Flower Demonic Tree. The Great Thorny Flower Demonic Tree that had once beaten the 30-meter-tall King of Black Light into submission, once again made its move. The Great Thorny Flower Demonic Tree was formed from thousands of huge thorny flower vines. Wei Tailang was on the left, the Golden Beast was on the right, and the future. Mistress Shui Wuxia, with lightning in one hand and ice in the other, attacked from the front and back with Ah Man. Innate. How many innate rankers had everyone helped Yue Yang kill? Could an innate be awesome? Could an innate speak disgustingly? Could an innate be despicable? Wei Tai Lang felt a little regretful. If he could talk like the bloody Queen Red, he would definitely tell this slut not to be too arrogant. Just like what his master had said, don't act cool, you'll be struck by lightning if you act cool. Chapter 299 Inches Kill Her. In the Yu clan castle, 2 demon generals and 2 Zijin kingdom generals surrounded and attacked Yu Bing. This kind of strange scene of demons and humans joining hands to attack a girl was probably a rare occurrence in 100 years. At first, no matter if it was the demon generals or the Zijin kingdom generals, they didn't want to join hands and looked for their own opponents. However, they quickly realized that under this plant-type girl's attacks, the demon army had suffered heavy losses. If she continued to massacre like this, even the demons that came out from the teleportation gate would not be enough to kill her. The 2 demon generals and the 2 Zijin kingdom generals had no choice but to join hands and attack her together. Even so, Yu Bing still controlled the Treant defenders and massacred the demon army in large numbers. After her brother's careful guidance, Yu Bing was no longer the unfortunate widow who was bullied by others. She was still stubborn and courageous, but her battle power and confidence had increased 100-fold. Tree thorns. Yu Bing stood in the protective shield and controlled the 2 Treant defenders to massacre the demons. Hundreds of sharp tree thorns protruded from the ground. All the demons in the area were hit. Some of the smaller demons were pierced by the tree thorns and died on the spot. Some of the bigger demons were only pierced through their feet. Those who reacted quickly jumped up into the sky before their feet were pierced. However, no matter how injured they were, as long as the tree thorns pierced through any part of their skin, they would immediately fall to the ground and die. This was because the tree thorns had the poison, antiaris poison. This was a skill that Yu Bing had obtained from the Scorpio Temple. It was a reward from the Scorpio Temple for leveling up her intense poison inherent skill. Low-level demons, even if they had a certain level of poison resistance, would not be able to withstand this kind of antiaris poison. As for the Zijin Kingdom's soldiers, needless to say, those who were poisoned would die immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows and fireballs flew over one after another and smashed into the bodies of the 200-year-old Treant defenders. Everyone knew what plant-type beasts were afraid of. Ice, fire and lightning were the 3 types of attacks. Among them, fire was the easiest to attack. Especially the demon army, their fire ability was ranked above demonic energy and poison. When the flames were burning on the body of the 100-years-old Treant, Yu Bing calmly summoned the Green Light Tree Demoness. The Green Light Tree Demoness had 3 skills: Green Rush, Revival, and Spirit Root. The green ball of light she released greatly buffed the Treant defenders. The burning flames were converted into energy, which then grew into branches and leaves. Most of the energy that attacked the Treant was converted by her. The Treant defender became taller, and its branches and leaves became more luxuriant. A demon general rushed forward to attack without any regard for his own safety. He was prepared to restrain the enemy and let his comrade accumulate an even larger fireball. Yu Bing immediately flew out of the light barrier. Right now, she was not only a summoner, but she was also proficient in combat techniques. Before the demon general could even attack, he had already been kicked in the face by Ji Yunshu, who was in midair, and fell heavily onto the ground. Bind. Yu Bing pointed her finger, and countless tree vines, roots, and roots surged out from the ground. 2 Treant defenders wrapped around the demon general at the same time, beating him up. Countless tree thorns drilled out from the ground, firmly nailing the demon general to the ground. The Green Light Tree Demoness released her spirit root. After the 2 Treant defenders received the buff, their huge roots pierced through the demon general's body, forcibly absorbing the enemy's energy to replenish their own. The entire battle did not even last half a minute, but the demon general, who was originally a vigorous and powerful demon, had turned into a dried corpse that had lost all of its energy. The remaining demon general did not even dare to step forward to help, fearing that he would also fall into a dead end. Countless evil spirits threw their fire beads over, forming a rain of fire. However, to the battle-hardened Yu Bing, this rain of fire was just a drizzle. She controlled the Treant defender and leapt high up, passing through the gaps between the rain of fire and landing on top of the fire-throwing evil spirits. After trampling a few evil spirits to death, the Treant defender raised its huge tree arm high up and heavily smashed it down. The ground shook, even the houses not far away were shaking. The evil spirits that were smashed were turned into meat paste. The remaining evil spirits could not escape in time and were killed by the tree ant defender. An especially tall evil spirit was even lifted up by the tree ant defender and smashed into the wall far away. Boom! It smashed into a house and was buried alive by the collapsed bricks and wooden tiles of the house. While Fatty Hai and Yi Kong were still fighting bitterly, Yu Bing had already killed her way to the teleportation gate alone. She was unstoppable, like a hot knife cutting through butter. The ferocious demons were utterly defeated in front of her. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yu Bing's tree ant defender began to attack the teleportation gate. As soon as the surrounding evil spirits got close, the tree ant defender's deadly spikes would immediately activate. The evil spirits advanced wave after wave. Very quickly, Yu Bing killed them until their corpses littered the ground. Seeing this, the fake Yu Chu immediately abandoned Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, these two stubborn opponents. He used the Armageddon /S earth-splitting /S first slashing towards Yu Bing's head. Yu Bing's figure flashed, miraculously dodging the slash. At the same time, a large number of tree vines and roots emerged from the ground, quickly wrapping around the fake Yu Chu's calf. The fake Yu Chu swung his blade and cut off the tree vines. Just as he regained his freedom, Yu Bing kicked the fake Yu Chu's back. Her speed was so fast that even the fake Yu Chu was shocked. Fatty Hai shouted, "Be careful," from afar. The fake Yu Chu who had been kicked did not retreat, but advanced instead. A black pillar of light shot out from his left index finger, straight towards the middle of Yu Bing's eyebrows. At the most dangerous moment, Yu Bing tilted her body backwards, narrowly dodging this fatal attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity to retreat from the battle, the fake Yu Chu chased after her at an extremely fast speed. Yu Bing's body continuously flipped in the air, causing the fake Yu Chu's sword to hit nothing but air. He angrily kicked out, treacherously attacking Yu Bing's back. Yu Bing was hit, her whole body flew more than 10 meters away, knocking a few evil spirits away. She was almost hit by the hammer-wielding demon general. Princess Sissy rushed over like lightning, throwing her giant sword to send the demon general flying, catching Yu Bing just in time. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were so angry that they went berserk. Their eyes were bloodshot like hungry wolves as they pounced forward without a care for their own safety. The two of them didn't even care about the swords piercing into their flesh. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong used the special locking technique that they used to attack Kai Yong from the 7 Great Bears. This was specially designed by Yu Yang for them. It was used to deal with strong enemies that were hard to defeat or enemies that were extremely agile. The fake Yu Chu's sword slashed onto Fatty Hai's shoulder, cutting deep into his bones. His sword pierced through Yi Kong's right rib, piercing through his back. The two of them disregarded everything and pounced forward, risking their lives. Their 4 hands grabbed onto the fake Yu Chu's arms, exerting strength with their 4 legs, tripping the fake Yu Chu to the ground. The fake Yu Chu's chi exploded, causing the two of them to spit out blood. However, Fatty Hai and Yi Kong held on, not letting go. The Li brothers rushed over, their sharp arrowheads piercing through the fake Yu Chu's legs. Boom! The fake Yu Chu roared in pain as he sent Fatty Hai and Yi Kong flying with his powerful strength and explosive power. Before he could leap up, the Li brothers abandoned the weapons in their hands and pounced on him like hungry wolves, locking his legs in a death grip. The fake Yu Chu's fists rained down on the Li brothers, shattering their ant soldier armors and breaking their ribs. However, the Li brothers gritted their teeth and held on. The two brothers were like a pair of giant pincers, locking onto the fake Yu Chu's legs. No matter how hard the fake Yu Chu attacked, they wouldn't let go. "Go and die, you trash imposter!" Fatty Hai howled madly, his whole body bathed in blood. He hugged the fake Yu Chu's body from behind, his legs clamping onto the fake Yu Chu's waist, his arms locking onto the fake Yu Chu's throat. "You're looking for death." The fake Yu Chu elbowed Fatty Hai's left and right, breaking his ribs as he spat out blood. "I'll let you be awesome." Yi Kong didn't have time to retrieve his weapon. He picked up a big rock and smashed it on the fake Yu Chu's head. The moment the fake Yu Chu fainted, he locked onto the fake Yu Chu's right arm. The fake Yu Chu hit Yi Kong's heavily injured left rib with his left hand, turning the fake Yu Chu's wound into a bloody mess. Yi Kong clenched his teeth and used all his strength to twist the fake Yu Chu's right arm, turning his body around. The originally elegant and handsome prince of Tien Luo was also fighting crazily. He had never cooperated with Yi Kong and the others before, but when he saw that Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers couldn't subdue the fake Yu Chu, he shouted and flew over to help. He grabbed onto the fake Yu Chu's left arm, turning the fake Yu Chu around with the help of Yi Kong and the Li brothers. The fake Yu Chu's head smashed backwards, breaking Fatty Hai's nose and causing blood to flow out. Just as the five of them were about to successfully suppress the fake Yu Chu's body quickly transformed into a demon whose entire body was burning with raging flames. He was at least 5 meters tall and had incomparable strength. Even with the combined strength of Fatty Hai and the others, they were still slowly being turned around by him. In the sky, a meteor-like shadow flashed. Yu Bing raised the giant rod that Yi Kong threw away just now and smashed it heavily on the fake Yu Chu's head. Boom! She was sent flying by the fake Yu Chu's protective chi. Let me do it. Princess Sissy also abandoned the 100 transformations demon elder who had been fighting with her. Her white tiger chi and sword chi exploded together as her giant sword slashed down with a destructive force. The fake Yu Chu who had turned into a demon spat out a beam of light from his mouth, breaking Princess Sissy's giant sword. Princess Sissy was furious. She changed her giant sword from a slash to a smash, smashing the head of the fake Yu Chu who had turned into a demon. The 100 transformations demon elder's claws covered the sky as she prepared to save the fake Yu Chu. Behind her, the cold current was like a snowstorm in winter. The storm giant attacked with its tail. Even faster than the storm giant was Shui Tan Lang who had frozen the fake third young master into an ice sculpture. The 100 transformations demon elder dodged Shui Tan Lang's frontal attack and clawed at Shui Tan Lang's chest, almost digging out his heart. Noob, this cold air is nothing. How can a noob like you deal with me? You are still young, learn a little. The 100 transformations demon elder's speed was as fast as lightning. Shui Tan Lang was originally not her match, and after fighting the fake third young master, he was already exhausted. In a short while, he was forced to retreat step by step, unable to retaliate. The 100 transformations demon elder turned around and saw that the fake Yu Chu's comrade was in a critical situation. Princess Sissy and Yu Bing were using their weapons to hit his head. Although the demon's head was extremely hard, it would definitely shatter after being hit for a long time. Unless I die, don't even think about going over. Shui Tan Lang clenched his teeth and attacked. He knew that he was not the 100 transformations demon elder's opponent right now, but as long as he could drag on for another minute, the fake Yu Chu would definitely die. Scram, get out of my way. The 100 transformations demon elder changed her sharp claws into a heavy palm strike. She continuously hit Shui Tan Lang's chest and abdomen. She couldn't kill him in a short time, so she decided to send him flying and save her comrade first. Suddenly, there was a voice behind her that sounded like an ice bead bursting, emitting a bone-chilling aura of death. If he can't do it, what about me? The 100 transformations demon elder turned around and saw that Shui Wuxia was standing behind her with blood flowing out from the corner of her mouth, staring at her coldly. She was so scared that she couldn't help but shiver. She cried out in fear, "Where's the Marquis of Zijin? Did you kill him?" Shui Wuxia shook her head and lightly wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth. "I only killed a bastard called Lu Wei. If you don't mind, I can send you down to accompany him. If you like eunuchs, that would be a good choice." As Shui Wuxia was speaking, the bloody queen red dove down from the sky and let out an extremely shrill scream that shook the soul. The 100 transformations demon elder's eardrums exploded and her mind went blank. She fell into a state of dizziness. The Reaper Mantis's giant scythe slashed over like lightning and clamped onto the 100 transformations demon elder's body. Meanwhile, the golden beast turned into a sharp sword while it was flying. Shui Wuxia stretched out her hand and caught it. She then spun out a beautiful sword light and slashed at the 100 transformations demon elder's neck. At the same time, the barbarian cow Shadow Awe Man jumped down from the sky and stomped on the fake Yu Chu's chest. His demonic body immediately caved in. Her two fists that had the strength of 10,000 kilograms smashed onto the fake Yu Chu's head like a meteor. At this place, the fake Yu Chu's defense had already reached its limit. Blood spurted out from his 5 orifices. He roared and sent Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Prince of Tian Luo and the Li brothers flying. However, just as he stood up, the Thunder Mammoth and the Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle attacked him from the front and back. The huge forces collided with each other and the fake Yu Chu's bones were all shattered. He fell to the ground in pain. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Prince of Tian Luo and the Li brothers were afraid that the fake Yu Chu wouldn't die, so they pounced on him and clamped his body tightly. The fake Yu Chu's demonic body struggled with all his might. However, he had already reached his limit. Under the continuous attacks of Yu Bing, Princess Sissy and the barbarian cow Shadow, His willpower, strength and body had all collapsed. Wei Tai Lang pounced on him and dug out his demon heart with his sharp claws. In the end, under the attacks of Princess Sissy's White Tiger Qi and Sword Qi, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, the Li brothers and the Prince of Tian Luo managed to tear the fake Yu Chu's demonic body into a few pieces. The fake third young master, who had just been released from his frozen state, was scared out of his wits. He only cared about looking back at Shui Wuxia and the others, afraid that they would discover him. He tiptoed along the corner of the house and left. However, he didn't see that the thorny flower demoness was staring at his sneaky figure from the top of the city wall. Countless thorny flowers appeared from the ground under her summons. The fake third young master didn't even have the time to scream before he was swallowed by the thorny flower demoness. He struggled violently inside, but it was all in vain. There was only one fate for him, and that was to be digested as food. Shui Wuxia didn't participate in killing the fake Yu Chu. She raised the golden beast's illusory sword and destroyed the teleportation gate to the demon abyss. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the two Zijin Kingdom's generals committed suicide in despair. The demon general still wanted to lead his troops to break out of the encirclement, but City Mistress Fallen Flowers chased after him. She released her Aurora Light, instantly killing a large number of demons. Even the demon general was turned into ashes. The Thousand Goblins sect's newly promoted 100-eyed demon elder had turned into a madman under Inan's spirit mirror's control. He attacked crazily with his comrade 100 Claws, and in the end, he self-destructed, perishing together with them. The only one who didn't manage to kill her opponent was Yu Yu. Her opponent was 100 Wings. With Yu Yu's current attack power, she could barely fight her opponent to a standstill. Furthermore, she was at a slight disadvantage. Luckily, City Mistress Fallen Flowers had been looking after her all this while, so she wasn't seriously injured. Yu Yu was more proficient in healing. Her current attack power was a new ability that Yue Yang had developed on her. Furthermore, her Storm Waves beast was more suitable for water battles. Her opponent was 100 Wings who could fly in the air, so of course she was at a disadvantage. Under the Bloody Queen's pursuit, 100 Wings couldn't even escape more than 2 kilometers before the Bloody Queen caught up to him. With a flash of the flame whip, 100 Wings' wings were broken, and he fell to the ground. The Bloody Queen swooped down. At the same time that the Banshee scream stunned 100 Wings, the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and eye-destroyer dagger in her hands pierced deeply into 100 Wings' heart and forehead, killing him in one blow. When Yue Yang returned, from the Demon Palace to the Yu Clan Castle's main gate, the battle had already ended. Looking around, it was a scene of devastation. Thick smoke rose from the Yu Clan Castle. Many of the houses that had collapsed were still burning. On the ground, corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood was flowing everywhere. At first, Yue Yang was still worried that the battle would not go smoothly. Suddenly, he heard waves of cheers coming from the Yu Clan Castle. He could even faintly hear Wei Tai Lang's unique howl. Yue Yang immediately relaxed. This battle was finally over. The process was very difficult, but the cheers could prove one thing. In the end, the battle was won. Little Wen Li's body floated out and obediently hugged Yue Yang's thigh. Her small body silently supported him. No matter if it was in battle or in daily life, she would always be by his side. They had always been together. Chapter 300. The battle had truly ended. Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the other summoning grimoires all glowed with the light of leveling up. They were of different colors. Fatty Hai's grimoire flashed with green light, Shui Tan Lang's grimoire flashed with blue light and Prince of Tian Luo's grimoire flashed with white light. Among them, Fatty Hai, who had the lowest level, was the weakest, fought the fiercest, and fought the most bloody battles, gained the most. His iron-skinned rhinoceros had leveled up from bronze rank level 4 to silver rank level 4, and from iron-skinned rhinoceros to silver-horned rhinoceros. If it were to level up again in the future, it would become an extremely rare beast that was known as the king of land battles alongside the thunder mammoth, the diamond rhinoceros. This time's evolution was very meaningful. Fatty Hai's rhinoceros could finally be displayed on the stage. For beasts like the iron rhinoceros, most of them would remain as an iron rhinoceros for their entire lives. However, as long as they could level up to become a silver-horned rhinoceros, there was a 99% chance that they would level up to become a King Kong rhinoceros in the end. Hence, Fatty Hai couldn't stop smiling when he leveled up this time. Although he was heavily injured and in so much pain that he could barely stand up, this battle was worth it. Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers were extremely envious. None of them had a summoning grimoire, so it was impossible for them to level up with battle points, and it was also impossible for them to obtain the ancient code's reward. For example, not only did Fatty High's iron-skinned rhinoceros evolve into a silver-horned rhinoceros, he even gained a skill called copper skin iron bones. Yi Kong was so envious that he almost drooled. This was the difference between having a grimoire or not. Shui Tan Lang, the ice cube guy, did not announce his leveling up reward. He had always been cool, but seeing the unconcealable joy in his eyes, it seemed like the reward was pretty good. Prince of Tien Luo's element-type beast, Skyfire Meteor, had leveled up. Although this beast was originally gold-ranked, it did not level up. Among the crowd, the one who improved the most was neither Shui Tan Lang nor Fatty High, it was Yu Bing. After her 100-year Treant Defender leveled up, it became a 1000-year Treant General. It had leveled up from bronze rank level 5 to silver rank level 5. The 1000-year-old Treant General was taller than the 100-year-old Treant Defender. It was more humanoid, and at the same time, it had the heart of the ancient tree. The tree heart was very important to the Treants because as long as the tree heart was not destroyed, the Treants would not die. 1000-year-old Treant Generals, not only would their battle prowess increase, their life force would also become more tenacious. The path of the Treants, evolution was Treant Warrior, 100-year Treant Defender, 1000-year Treant General, and 10,000-year Ancient Tree King. Yu Bing's Treant was only one step away from becoming the king of ancient trees that no one else in the world possessed. Possessing the tree heart was the beginning of a tree man becoming a humanoid, a sacred beast, and a powerful existence. Xianxia, Fallen Flowers, and Yu Yu had all improved to varying degrees. Among them, Kai Yong and Lu Wei, who had killed innate rankers, and Shui Wuxia, who had killed 100 transformations demon venerable, had gained the most. The girls all chose to keep it a secret and did not publicize the situation of their leveling up. The evil spirits in the demonic abyss had all been killed. Most of the Zijin Kingdom's elite soldiers had also died in battle. A small number of survivors chose to surrender, and a small number of them were afraid of being punished afterwards, so they chose to commit suicide. The Yu clan's guards and clansmen who had submitted to the fake Yu Chu had all chosen to surrender. A portion of the clan generals and clansmen who had been put under house arrest or imprisoned because they had opposed Yu Chu were released by everyone. They immediately started to clean up the mess, save people, and save their homes. For example, Lin Lei and Lin Miao, the two external guards who had followed Yu Yang at the first moment, were now extremely powerful. They were now heroes. Even the Yu clan's collateral disciples would greet them as Brother Lin when they saw them. Their relatives, such as their cousins, lifted them up and cheered. Everyone felt that the Lin clan's position in the Yu clan would rise greatly. Once the innate ranker Yu Yang took over the Yu clan again, the Lin clan would definitely be revived. Some of the clan generals and guards who did not surrender in time lowered their heads in shame. Those who had participated in the killing of the demons were still alright. They were considered to have rebelled and resisted until the end. Even if no one caught them, they would still stand aside and quietly wait for their fate of being judged. They were all from the Yu clan, but who was right and who was wrong, who was loyal and who was traitor, everyone could see for themselves. Who would want to fish in troubled waters? That was simply impossible. The two elders who were released from the prison couldn't help but cry when they saw the Yu clan castle in ruins and the corpses of their clansmen strewn all over the ground. This battle was definitely an unprecedented disaster for the Yu clan. Fortunately, the Yu clan managed to hold on even though it was impossible for them to win. This was because the Yu clan had a descendant who miraculously turned the situation around, the third young master Yu Yang. With his own strength, he killed a few innates, defeated the great emperor of Ji Wei, Shun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader's shadow. He even chased after the Green Summit sect leader, Duan Mu Long Cheng, and killed his way into the demon abyss. If he did not kill his way into the Yu clan castle for the second time, the Yu clan that had not fallen for thousands of years would have been taken over by someone else. Now, we just have to wait for brother to come back. Yu Bing knew that the matters of the clan were waiting to be sorted out, but she did not like to manage the clan's affairs. Furthermore, she did not understand these things. On the other hand, Yu Yu went to the family courtyard in the castle and comforted the frightened women and children who were hiding there. There was once an evil spirit that attacked the family courtyard, but it was blocked by second uncle Yu Ling and Yu Feng. The Yu clan's women and children were finally safe. Don't worry, Your brother will definitely come back safely. Shui Wuxia gently caressed Yu Bing's blood-stained face and comforted her gently. Woof. Wei Tai-Lang's senses were the best. He was the first to rush to the door before the Bloody Queen and the Thorny Flower Demoness. His master had returned. He could sense Yue Yang's unique life aura. Of course, the Bloody Queen and the Thorny Flower Demoness could sense it too, but they were slower by a bit. They followed closely behind Wei Tai-Lang and happily flew to welcome him. Forget about them, even Fatty Hai and the others who had not recovered from their injuries started to struggle. They ran out to welcome Yue Yang's return personally. Accompanying Yue Yang through the door was the ascetic practice saint and the scholar who were bathed in blood. Both of them looked as if they had just been fished out from a pool of blood. Their bodies were riddled with scars, but their expressions were very calm, as if the wounds on their bodies belonged to other people. There was even a hint of pride on their faces. This was because they were all heavenly imperial guardians. After paying such a price, the two Zijin Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardians had died on the ground. They were all heavenly imperial guardians, but they were much stronger. The scars on their bodies were the heavenly imperial guardians, medals of glory. Of course, they still felt a little ashamed standing next to the uninjured Yue Yang. However, they already knew that Yue Yang was a pervert, so they did not feel ashamed. It was not that Yue Yang was not injured at all. His injuries were actually very serious, but they had already recovered with the help of Nirvana's flame. The ascetic practice saint and the others knew that Yue Yang had fought with Duan Mu Long Cheng, Shun Tian and the others, but they did not know that he had also fought with the great demon King Baruth, Ha Xin, O Zhen and the two Lich King Grun and Ma Fa. If they knew, they would have a heart attack. Actually, Yue Yang didn't stop there. He had even rescued the Qilin girl who was sealed in the crystal pillar formation, who was a little naive. He had even met the Phoenix twin sisters who had been living in seclusion in the Divine Grimoire. The Qilin girl had barged into the Divine Grimoire's world and was kicked out. In the end, she was accepted by the Phoenix sisters and lived in the Divine Grimoire's world. Yue Yang had also fulfilled his great wish of abducting the lost girl. Originally, he had wanted to talk to the Phoenix sisters. However, the Phoenix sisters were very young, even younger than little Wen Li. They could not speak at all. When their thoughts came into contact with Yue Yang felt dizzy and lightheaded. Nirvana's flame filled his entire body, making him feel as if he was about to explode. With his current strength, he was still unable to communicate with the Phoenix sisters' thoughts. Of course, this was also because the Phoenix sisters did not know how to control their own abilities. Yue Yang had only sensed for a moment, but he understood a lot. With the help of the lost Qilin girls, translation, he had understood many things. For example, he knew that the Phoenix sisters and the Qilin were kind immortal beasts. They were naturally kind, intelligent and had the purest heart of nature. Normally, they would not take the initiative to attack any enemy, unless the enemy was a threat to them. Hence, unless someone wanted to harm Yue Yang's life, they would not come out to fight under normal circumstances. As for their origins, the Qilin girl could not say how the Phoenix sisters were born. However, she firmly believed that Yue Yang was a father. She even believed that little Wen Li was also Yue Yang's daughter, completely disregarding the issue of race. This made Yue Yang speechless. The Qilin girl also liked little Wen Li a lot. She felt that little Wen Li's temper was much better than the Phoenix sisters. Little Wen Li did not have any objections to her entering the Divine Grimoire's world, and would not kick her out like the Phoenix sisters. The Qilin girl did not know that little Wen Li's real thoughts were that as long as the other party did not fight with her for her father, everything else did not matter. Yue Yang was 80% sure that the phoenix egg was in his Chenkin bag, but he did not know how it hatched. Maybe it was given to him by the heavenly sword goddess, he did not care about this for now. In any case, the heavenly sword goddess was his first wife. With her taking care of the household, Yue Yang was very at ease. He felt that he only needed to enjoy his blissful sexual life. The heavenly sword goddess would take care of everything. If he did not have any internal matters, he would ask his first wife, the heavenly sword goddess. If he did not have any external matters, he would ask his second wife, Shui Wuxia. The Impatiens and Yue Yang agreed on a time to meet again, then waved her hands and left. If she did not leave, the ascetic practice saint and the scholar would be very nervous. Their palms would be sweaty, their heartbeat would increase, and their anger would rise. This was not because she was very attractive, but because she was the famous Sky Law. She was the great sky demoness who killed without batting an eye. She was the enemy of Da Sha and Tian Luo for thousands of years. Sky La and Yue Yang had a good relationship, but it did not mean that the ascetic practice saint and the others would be at ease with her. It was even more impossible for them to treat her as a friend. Hence, before the ascetic practice saint and the scholar had finished their battle, she smiled and left first. Yue Yang's return had hastened the deaths of the two heavenly imperial guardians of the Zijin kingdom. Although Yue Yang did not attack, when the two heavenly imperial guardians of the Zijin kingdom saw his return, their minds were in chaos and they lost all their fighting spirit. The ascetic practice saint took the opportunity to unleash his hidden strength and killed his opponent. Then, he helped the scholar to kill the remaining person. Finally, he followed Yue Yang into the Yu clan castle in glory, announcing the final victory of this battle. The old cunning fox also quietly teleported over. There was not a single trace of blood on his body, but his contribution was great, second only to Yue Yang. This was because he had used his own teleportation ability to move the Demon Abyss teleportation gate of Da Sha and Tian Luo kingdom into his testing space. Under the situation where there were no innate rankers guarding the place, he had used his own strength to secretly protect the two kingdoms. The old cunning fox's spiritual energy was exhausted and he was half dead from exhaustion. He teleported over with a pale face and picked up his walking stick, wanting to knock on Yue Yang's head. That was because this rotten idea was suggested by Yue Yang. Although it was very effective, if it wasn't for his rich experience and his breakthrough in his spatial ability, the old cunning fox felt that he would have died from overexerting his spiritual energy. Thinking about it, he still felt a lingering fear. Before he could even lift his walking stick, Yu Bing had already run over with her tear-stained face and threw herself into her brother's embrace. Of course, she was happy. Seeing that her brother had returned, Yu Bing's heart was relieved. With her brother, her life would have a sky. Without her brother, she didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her, her mother and her sister, the Bloody Queen, the Thorny Flower Demoness and the barbarian Cow Shadow all rushed over to welcome their master. Wei Tai Lang happily rubbed itself against Yue Yang's leg. This position belonged to it alone, no one would snatch it from it. Unable to hug Yue Yang, and also not daring to touch the two innate rankers, the ascetic practice saint and the scholar, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others could only lift the old cunning fox up. Amidst the cheers, he was thrown into the air. Because their bodies were in pain and they were extremely tired, after throwing him twice, their arms were so tired that they couldn't lift him up. Those who were about to lift him up didn't have the strength to catch the old cunning fox. The old cunning fox tragically fell to the ground. He almost broke his tailbone, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. In this battle, we have defeated our enemies and obtained a complete victory. History will remember you all. You have created a miracle that cannot be replicated. The peace of the country and the protection of the Yu clan are all thanks to you all. The ascetic practice saint raised his arms with all his might, praising Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the other hot-blooded youths loudly. Victory! In the ruins of the Yu clan castle, the cheers were deafening. Everyone shouted to their heart's content, feeling proud of this victory. Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Inan and Shui Wuxia stood outside the crowd, quietly looking at Yue Yang. Their eyes were filled with tenderness. They were also worried about his safety. They also wanted to hug him tightly, welcoming his return. However, at this moment, they gave him to his friends, to his clansmen who were cheering for him. Chapter 301 The battle at the Yu clan castle had shaken the whole world. Previously, the fake Yu Chu was so powerful that some people suspected that he was a fake. However, reality was reality, and strength was strength. They didn't think that the real Yu clan's third young master would win. After all, this was a fight between an innate and many innates. Furthermore, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the people supporting the fake Yu Chu were Zijin Kingdom, Thousand Goblin Sect, Green Summit Sect and even Lion Pagoda. Everyone believed that Yue Yang would definitely lose, and the fake Yu Chu would topple the Yu clan. This was the second time that Yue Yang had brought his sister to the Yu clan castle. Many people thought that this was his most impulsive and irrational action. So he was a genius boy, the future hope of the Yu clan. Because he was young and impetuous, he didn't know how to endure, and he was about to walk on the road to ruin. Never to return. Everyone in the world thought so. Who would have thought that when the final result of the battle was revealed, countless people's eyeballs would drop to the ground? The fake Yu Chu, who had the support of many big powers and had even colluded with the Demon Abyss, was actually dismembered. The fake third young master was even swallowed alive by the real third young master's beast. Those innate rankers who had come to help, such as Yao Guang, Kai Yong and Tian Quan of the Seven Great Bears, had all died on the mountain path of the Yu clan castle. They were all killed by the unimaginably abnormal Yu clan third young master. As for the demon innate ranker Kai Liao, Zijin Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardians Ma Sheng and Niu Guo, as well as the Minister of Internal Affairs Lu Wei, with the help of the ascetic practice saint and the scholar, none of them were spared. The Green Summit sect that attacked the Yu clan with all their might was exterminated. Not a single expert was left. First, the vice sect leader Moki Shu Ling had a life and death duel with the Yu clan third young master, and was killed by the Yu clan third young master without suffering any injuries. The sect leader Duan Mu Long Cheng, who was a famous innate ranker in Tong Tian Tower, suffered a crushing defeat and ran for his life. The Yu clan third young master chased him all the way to the demon abyss and killed him. Even someone as strong as the great emperor of Ji-Wei, Shun Tian, who was a senior expert from 900 years ago, the great emperor of Ji-Wei of the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower, returned empty-handed in the end. People really couldn't imagine how strong the Yu clan's third young master who had defeated so many strong enemies was. The most maddening thing was that this kid was only 20 years old. If someone else were to become a sect master at the age of 20, they would already be considered a super genius that only appeared once in 100 years. Compared to him, she wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. When the Yu clan's third young master was 20 years old, he was able to kill the innate level 6 Green Summit sect leader Duan Mu Long Cheng. He even chased him to the demon abyss and killed him. This kind of heaven-defying feat was definitely unprecedented in history. Because two of the heavenly imperial guardians had died in battle, Zijin Kingdom, who had originally planned to attack the Da Sha Kingdom, hastily called back the 200,000-strong army that was preparing to leave their borders. They changed from attacking to defending and stationed their troops at the Sirius fortress between the two kingdoms, fearing that the Great Sha Kingdom would launch a counterattack. The envoy of Zijin, who had arrogantly asked the Da Sha Kingdom's crown prince to marry his sister, Jun Yuan, to the prince of Zijin as his concubine, was immediately thrown out of the door by the Da Sha Kingdom's crown prince after the battle at the Yu clan castle. When the second prince found out about this, he immediately sent his guards to tie this fellow up. After beating him up, he stripped him naked and hung him upside down at the entrance of the Da Sha Kingdom's palace as a public display. Although the Da Sha Kingdom's crown prince did not have the authority to declare war against the Zijin Kingdom, the crown prince and the second prince, as well as a few other princes who had the ability to compete for the throne, all expressed that the Zijin Kingdom was purposely tarnishing their sister's reputation. The Da Sha Kingdom would not stop at a war to avenge their humiliation. Afterwards, the Zijin Kingdom sent a special envoy to beg for forgiveness. They also publicly accused the envoy that they had sent earlier of colluding with the Demon Abyss, saying that he was not acting on the Zijin Kingdom's emperor's orders, but was purposely trying to sow discord between the two kingdoms. The Da Sha Kingdom's crown prince and the other princes refused to accept the Zijin Kingdom's special envoy's explanation and declared that they would pursue the matter to the end. Before Zheng Wuyu returned to take charge of the situation, the crown prince and the other princes did not have the authority to mobilize their troops. Furthermore, there were many rebellions in Da Sha's territories. Horse bandits were everywhere and the internal strife was severe. They urgently needed to quell the rebellions, so it was impossible for the Da Sha Kingdom to immediately send troops. However, even a blind man could see that the Da Sha Kingdom and the Zijin Kingdom would have a war sooner or later. The Da Sha Kingdom's crown prince and the other princes, other than sending their trusted aides to congratulate Yue Yang on his victory, they also sent a large number of gifts to congratulate him. The competition between them was intense. Even the Da Sha Kingdom's crown prince had personally led his family's generals and royal guards, taking advantage of Yue Yang's great victory in the Yu clan castle to kill the horse bandits everywhere, to persuade the city lord to surrender, and to take credit for the rebellion. As for the other great clans, they all came to congratulate him. The person who received them was Yu Ling, Yue Yang's second uncle. He was also the Yu clan's new substitute clan master. Yue Yang was not interested in becoming the substitute clan master. Furthermore, he had to manage so many people in the Yu clan and rebuild their homeland. He would be exhausted to death. Yue Yang threw the responsibility to his second uncle Yu Ling. Although Yu Ling was not as talented as his big brother Yu Shan, or as strong as his third brother Yu Chu, or even as wise as his fourth brother Yu Ling, he was better than everyone else. He had a little bit of ability in all aspects. Furthermore, during the bloody battle in the Yu clan castle, although he did not help Yue Yang, he did not help the fake Yu Chu either. In order to preserve the Yu clan's bloodline, he was also outstanding. Hence, the remaining two elders were willing to let Yu Ling temporarily take over the position of substitute clan master until Clan Master Yu Hai returned. Yu Ling would never have dreamed that the position of clan master, which he had longed for the most in his life, would actually fall into his hands. Previously, there was the powerful Yu Chu in front of him, followed by his eldest son Yu Shan. Amongst the younger generation, his nephew Yu Ting was being groomed as the future clan master. His father was still old but vigorous, his big brother was still in the prime of his life, and his nephew was full of youth. Yu Ling reckoned that he would never be able to become the substitute clan master in this lifetime. Furthermore, Yue Yang, who rose up later on, was extremely talented. Not only his father, everyone in the Yu clan saw him as the hope of the future clan master. The possibility of him becoming the clan master was very high. As long as Yue Yang agreed, no one would object. He never thought that he would actually give up the position of substitute clan master to him. In fact, he did not even support him before. Second uncle Yu Ling felt ashamed and touched at the same time. When Yue Yang came to talk to him and asked him to take over the position of substitute clan master and lead the clan to rebuild their homeland, Yu Ling was stunned for a long time. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. However, he did not reject Yue Yang's offer and agreed immediately. Yu Ling was determined to be a good substitute clan master until his father returned from the Eastern Goblin tribe. Then, he would lead the clan members to rebuild the Yu clan castle from the ruins. Yue Yang, his nephew, was already an innate. His future lay in the Tong Tian Tower, so it was normal that he did not care about the position of substitute clan master. Although Yue Yang did not manage anything, second uncle Yu Ling would come to report on his work progress in the evening every day. Even if Yue Yang did not have the time to see him, he would still give a summary of the day's work to Yu Yu or Yu Bing, asking them to pass it on to him. After this battle, the Yu clan members had also changed. They had become more united. The collateral family members and disciples who did not have the same surname as before were no longer inferior to the others. Under the leadership of the new clan leaders, Lin Lei and Lin Miao, they became more enthusiastic and took the initiative to participate in rebuilding their homeland. The Yu clan was already rich with resources. Furthermore, the various big clans, the Da Sha Crown Prince and the other princes had sent a large amount of resources and manpower. The Yu clan castle was rebuilt very quickly. Although they were still in the midst of construction, they believed that it wouldn't be long before the Yu clan castle, which was even more majestic and glorious, would be built with such enthusiasm and vigor. Qilin girl, do you think I should refine this medicine like this? Yue Yang was like a studious primary school student. Stupid, you can't use Nirvana's flame right now. Nirvana's flame is too pure, some of the medicinal properties will change. Your purple flame is enough. It might be better if you add some water of life to temper it, but I haven't tried it yet. The naturally silly Qilin girl was usually a little muddle-headed. However, when it came to refining medicine, even 100 Yu Yangs couldn't compare to one of her fingers. Previously, when Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia were discussing martial spirit pills and martial god pills, the Qilin girl who came out to play had a look of disdain on her face. She accidentally said that martial spirit pills were equivalent to jelly beans. Only the immortal pills that she refined were good things. When she said this, Yue Yang immediately caught her. Yue Yang threatened to beat her and chase her out of the house if she didn't teach him pill refining skills. In the end, it was a great success. Just like this, Yue Yang had a free tutor who was even more ferocious than the world's pill refining grandmaster. The only shortcoming was that this tutor didn't have the patience to teach his disciple. The Qilin girl preferred the evil clothes that Yue Yang designed, such as lace stockings and lace bras. She even wanted to try the more evil transparent, hollow, mesh and other underwear that would make a girl blush with shame and make a wolf's blood boil. Unfortunately, because of the Qilin mother's super protection, the Qilin girl couldn't change into any clothes. This was because the Qilin mother had put on a heavenly robe that was said to be made from the Qilin treasure armor. Not to mention outsiders, even the Qilin girl herself couldn't take it off when she was in her human form. Yue Yang was very busy. Although the desire to design sexy underwear was great, he didn't have time to do it for the time being. At most, he would draw some pictures to tempt the Qilin girl. Waiting for Yue Yang was the work of refining martial spirit pills to help the girls, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others to further improve their strength and break through to the innate realm. He also had to study the heaven runes and ancient runes to prepare for the future exploration of God's ruins. He also had to heal the injured dragon turtle in the depths of the despair abyss mentioned by the Night Empress and obtain the black tortoise pearl. At the same time, he also had to complete the task of gathering the azure dragon pearl, vermilion bird pearl, white tiger pearl and black tortoise pearl. Of course, he also had to complete the task of world tree, obtain the wisdom fruit and lustrous branch, further upgrade Yu Bing's 1,000-year-old tree ant general and prepare to become the 10,000-year-old tree king. At the same time, he also completed the promise of handing over one wisdom fruit a year to Jizun. There was also the exploration of Death Canyon. The Death Canyon was the outer area of God's ruins. Yue Yang had obtained a treasure map from the Ares temple previously. There must be some secret hidden in this treasure map. Of course, there was also the treasure place that the Bloody Queen mentioned. That was a place where a gold king beast could level up and surpass its rank. The Bloody Queen's mother had entered that place and later ascended to the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower or even higher. Of course, Yue Yang had to go and take a look. If a gold king beast could level up, then Yi Kong's King Kong Demon Ape and the Li brothers' ant soldier would have the hope of leveling up. He could enter the puppet shrine and look at the ghost genius Yu Gong's precious inheritance and learn how to design new puppet beasts. He could heal Grandma Wu Tang's accumulated injuries, help her recover and help the old cunning fox break through to the innate realm. He could explore the mysterious heaven stairway, also, how to enter the world inside the grimoire, how to truly unleash the beast's potential and unearth the beast's potential and skills, train his own strength and fight against the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian and the 1,000 goblins sect leader, as well as a few great demon kings and lich kings. There were too many things waiting for Yue Yang. Even if he was divided into 10 people, he wouldn't be able to finish so many things. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the fact that the Yu clan needed him to stay and encourage them, he would have already run back to the little flower garden to enjoy the sickly beauty's gentle service. The Yu clan's only hope now was Yue Yang. Everyone was afraid that this third young master would abandon them at this time. Every day, they had to see this brave and unparalleled third young master out for a stroll. Only then would they feel at ease and work energetically. Hence, Yue Yang could only stay behind temporarily. While he was busy with his own matters, he would also encourage his clansmen who were rebuilding their homes. They didn't need Yue Yang to do anything. As long as he stayed, they would be satisfied. Unable to leave, and knowing that the Qilin girl knew how to refine pills, Yue Yang decided to learn from her first. Don't even think about immortal pills, he didn't have the materials to refine them. What Yue Yang could refine now was the martial arts pill that every warrior in the world yearned for. Although to the Qilin girl, the martial arts pill was similar to jelly beans, this was already all that Yue Yang could do. Qilin girl, what do you think of the effect? Would it be better if I add a little more God's due? When Yue Yang secretly learned from others, he was definitely very serious. Whatever, your precious God's due is even worse than my family's well water. If I were you, I would add more. What's the point of being so thrifty? You won't be able to refine good pills if you save materials. Iya, that's right, why don't you call my name? The Qilin girl was curious. You have a name? Yue Yang really didn't ask for her name before. Of course I do. The Qilin girl blinked her big eyes and looked at Yue Yang cutely. Don't you know that we, the Celestial Clan, have our own unique names? The Celestial Clan all have names. Then what are you called? Yue Yang was very curious about the Eastern Celestial Clan. He had always wondered if the old Taoist priest who kicked him to the Soaring Dragon continent was a powerful person from the Celestial Clan. If the old Taoist priest was too powerful, it would be too difficult for him to take revenge. However, if he really had a granddaughter, he could just kidnap one as compensation. Mother said that my throat is too soft, I shouldn't talk too much. The Qilin girl lowered her head and rushed towards Yue Yang. She wanted to enter the world inside the divine grimoire, but she didn't control her strength well. She first knocked Yue Yang to the ground, then turned into a rainbow light and floated in. Yue Yang even suspected that this girl did it on purpose. Thinking about it again, this Qilin girl was naturally dumb. Knocking him to the ground was probably the same as knocking into a pillar when she was walking. Shui Wuxia had been quietly watching Yue Yang concocting medicine. She also quietly listened to the conversation between him and the Qilin girl, never disturbing them. When Yue Yang needed it, she would cooperate with him and give him the medicine he needed. She would drip a drop of God's dew or pour a drop of life water for him. In any case, when Yue Yang needed it, she would be there. When Yue Yang was learning, she would become invisible. She definitely wouldn't affect the conversation between Yue Yang and the Qilin girl. Among all the girls, only she could do this. Yue Yang looked at the unfinished medicine on the table. It had been knocked over by the Qilin girl's dumb action just now. He sighed and was about to redo it again. However, Shui Wuxia stretched out her hand to stop him. She pointed at the medicinal liquid that was slowly emitting a faint light. "Don't, look, we've already succeeded. It can't be, we're so lucky." When Yue Yang saw this, he was pleasantly surprised. He couldn't even concoct the medicine for half a day, but he succeeded just like that. Furthermore, he could sense that the medicinal liquid's energy was even better than the martial spirit pill recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. It was almost on par with the martial god pill. "Why don't you suspect that the Qilin girl is helping us on purpose?" Shui Wuxia rolled her eyes at Yue Yang. Chapter 302. In other words, the new concoction wasn't a martial spirit pill, but a martial spirit pill liquid. Although Yue Yang had obtained the hard-shelled dragon fruit from mercenary Zhang Hao, he was still lacking a supplementary ingredient, the snow lotus root. Without the snow lotus root, the martial spirit pill was only one step away from becoming a pill. For warriors, they needed a hard pill to slowly absorb the medicinal power, allowing their body to adapt and gradually improve. If it was a pill liquid that entered their stomach, their body might not be able to withstand it if they absorbed it too quickly. Another point was that the energy of the pill liquid would dissipate too quickly. Even if the warrior didn't explode after consuming it, he wouldn't be able to completely absorb the precious pill liquid, causing most of the energy to dissipate. In other words, consuming the pill liquid was not only dangerous, it was also a waste. However, the hard-shelled dragon fruit and snow lotus root were very rare. Yue Yang had obtained the hard-shelled dragon fruit before, and under Grandma Qi's hospitality, he had secretly stored some hard-shelled dragon fruit juice. The main ingredient was not a problem at all. On the contrary, the snow lotus root was in short supply. It was said that the Western Lion Pagoda had cultivated it before, but Yue Yang and the Western Lion Pagoda were enemies, so he couldn't ask them for it. As for the other 10 supplementary ingredients, the Prince of Tian Luo brought them from the Tian Luo Palace. Shui Tan Lang also represented the Shui clan and contributed some of their treasures. There were also many precious ingredients from the Da Sha Crown Prince and the other princes. Finally, the Yu clan's medicine collection was given to Yue Yang by the 2 elders for him to use. When second uncle Yu Ling heard that he was going to refine a martial spirit pill, he asked awkwardly if he could give it to the crippled Yu Tian. Yu Ling's request to give the martial spirit pill to Yu Tian instead of his son Yu Yan made Yue Yang a little surprised. He realized that this second uncle was serious and was not testing him. He also felt that this second uncle really had the concept of looking at the big picture after becoming the substitute clan master. It seemed like it was not a bad idea to let him become the substitute clan master. Yu Tian and Yu Yan had bullied the pitiful guy a lot in the past. Since Yue Yang had taken the pitiful guy's identity, he was naturally his enemy. If he had not gone through this great battle, he would rather feed the martial spirit pill to the dogs than give it to Yu Tian and the others. However, now that Yue Yang thought about it again, he was already an innate rancor. Why would he want to go against a bunch of ants who weren't even level 6 elders? At the very least, they did not betray the Yu clan even when the fake Yu Chu was suppressing the entire clan. Other than Yu Bao, that greedy fellow, Yu Tian and Yu Yan did not pledge their allegiance to the fake Yu Chu. They could be considered to have the backbone of a Yu clan disciple. Yu Tian and Yu Yan were destined not to have a bright future. They would probably stay in the soaring dragon continent for the rest of their lives. In that case, Yue Yang made up his mind. I will only consider it if I have a lot left over. I don't have such plans for now. Let's see what happens in the future. Yue Yang didn't reject immediately, but he didn't agree immediately either. There were a lot of martial spirit dans, so much that he couldn't finish them all. Yue Yang would consider giving him 2 Yu Ling dans and letting him distribute them. Of course, Yue Yang guessed that such a situation was unlikely to happen. However, Yu Ling was overjoyed. He also knew that Yue Yang would not give the martial spirit dans to the crippled Yu Tian first. It would be good enough if Yue Yang didn't kill Yu Tian and Yu Yan. Yu Ling's thoughts were similar to Yue Yang. If Yue Yang really had too many martial spirit dans to finish one day, it would be good for Yu Tian and Yue Yang's future if he gave them 2 martial spirit dans. Although it was impossible to finish all the martial spirit dans, it was still a hope. Without the snow lotus root as a supplement, Yue Yang would not be able to use it. However, he had an extremely strong teacher, the Qilin girl. The Qilin girl had never seen the snow lotus root before, but she understood immediately after reading the medicine encyclopedia. She felt that he could use the water of life and the white frost truffle to replace it. At the same time, he added the purple red stone grindstone fruit and the 3-leaved coxcomb flower. After trying, Yue Yang realized that the medicinal effect was slightly suppressed, but it became harder to absorb. Thus, he decided to add 1/10 of the god's dew as a supplement. Even Shui Wuxia secretly praised Yue Yang's bold attempt. It was a pity that Yue Yang did not have a good grasp of the fire when refining medicine, so he was unable to refine the pill. It was only until the Qilin girl knocked Yue Yang down and mixed the ingredients again that he succeeded by chance. The medicinal liquid shone brightly. The martial spirit Dan's medicinal liquid gradually evaporated and condensed into a pill. Yue Yang used the lightest amount of Nirvana's flame to refine this semi-finished product. After repeating it 3 times, he achieved great success. The room was filled with a strange fragrance that was refreshing to the heart. Just by smelling it, there was already a feeling of raising one's qi. If one consumed it and converted it into energy, it would definitely help a warrior who was stuck in a bottleneck to break through successfully. The 3 newly formed martial spirit dans could be said to be of the highest quality. How could a normal pharmacist have the water of life and the god's dew to refine martial spirit dans? Especially with the Nirvana's flame as the finishing touch, it simply raised the martial spirit dans by more than 1 grade. According to the medicine encyclopedia's evaluation, the martial spirit dan was a 6th rank elixir. A 6th rank elixir was already a pill that a normal warrior could only dream of, and a 7th rank elixir was the limit of a normal warrior. If a normal warrior consumed a 8th rank elixir, their body would probably explode immediately. That was something that only an innate ranker could endure. Now, Yue Yang added the water of life and the god's dew, and then used the Nirvana's flame to refine the martial spirit dans. It broke through the 6th rank and reached the 7th rank, close to the 8th rank. After eating these 3 pills, Yue Yang did not doubt that they could help people break through, but he was worried that they would explode after eating them. It smells so good, the medicine is done. When Luohua city mistress, Princess Xianxia and the other girls smelled the fragrance, they all rushed in and curiously stuck their heads out to watch. They looked at the 3 scarlet martial arts pills that Yue Yang had placed on the jade bowl. They stared at Bloody Queen Red and Barbarian Cow Shadow Aw Man with great anticipation. Bloody Queen Red and Barbarian Cow Shadow Aw Man could still control themselves, but the Thorny Flower Demoness was already drooling. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid that Yue Yang would be angry, she would have immediately grabbed the pill and stuffed it into her mouth. Wei Tai Lang tried his best to act like an obedient child. He knew that if he performed well, his master would reward him. Although these 3 pills did not contain as much energy as an innate orb, he could feel that his body craved this kind of energy. Hence, Wei Tai Lang was sure that these were good stuff. Yue Yang originally wanted to give City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Princess Sissy 1 each. This way, they would be able to awaken their abilities and level up to innate. City Mistress Fallen Flowers especially needed it the most. As for Shui Wuxia, she did not need it. This girl who loved to read books even had the power to surpass innate level 1. With her wisdom and comprehension, coupled with Yue Yang's dual training, yin and yang complementing each other, she would definitely be able to break through to innate level in a short period of time. The only thing he was worried about now was that this martial spirit pill was too high in rank and its medicinal power was too strong. Xianxia and Fallen Flowers would not be able to bear it. Princess Sissy looked at Yue Yang, then looked at Shui Wuxia. She suddenly shook her head lightly. I don't need it, leave it for Yu Yu. Yu Yu needs this pill more than me. Yu Yu hurriedly waved her hands to reject. No, don't waste it. It's useless for me to eat the martial spirit pill. I'm too far away from innate level. It's better to take it slow. I'll build my foundation first and think about it when there's a chance in the future. I'll definitely be able to make more martial spirit pills in the future. I don't need it now, leave it for Bing-er. When Yu Bing heard this, her face instantly turned sweet. Her lips curled into an extremely cute arc and she smiled. No need. With brother's help, I believe that I'll be able to reach innate level very soon. I'm improving very quickly now. I don't have any bottlenecks, so I don't need it at all. I think Sister Inan needs it the most. Vice Principal and Grandma Wu Teng also need it the most. Let's give it to the people who need it the most. City Mistress Fallen Flowers agreed. Her situation was similar to that of Yu Bing. Her strength had increased rapidly with Yue Yang's help. It was like 1,000 miles in a day. There were no bottlenecks and they didn't need any pills. Moreover, Yue Yang would definitely not only refine 3 martial spirit pills. If there was a bottleneck in the future and he really couldn't break through, it wouldn't be too late to take it. Although Inan had improved in the great battle, she had a small bottleneck in her cultivation. She felt that her cultivation of mental energy was much slower than her sister's. Most importantly, Inan was seriously dissatisfied with her own battle prowess. She felt that Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers could help Yue Yang. Only she was still holding him back. Sister Wuan could help him study runes and Sister Wuxia was his best partner. Their tacit understanding was unparalleled. They were a match made in heaven. Under the light of her sisters, Inan felt that her little fiancé was very useless. If he took a martial spirit pill, he would be able to help Yue Yang like Sister Luo Hua did in the future, why not? It was just that everyone didn't want it. She was the only one who ate it. It seemed a little embarrassing. Yue Yang caressed Inan's little head and said softly, "It's decided. I'll help you think of a way to control the power of the pill. I was very busy before and forgot to raise your strength. Now it's time to make up for it. Inan, you're the first." Inan saw him also caressing her head in front of her sisters. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Her little face seemed to be burning, making her blush and ears hot. Especially when she thought of the day when she lied to him that she was going to help her sister, she was actually arranging a marriage for her. She bravely put the jade on his neck and told him not to be like Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, and to come find her. When Inan thought of the past, she was even more ashamed. Fortunately, none of the girls laughed at her. Fourth Mother even praised her for being brave and smart, a good daughter-in-law. After her identity was exposed, Inan didn't dare to look Yue Yang in the eye. She was deeply afraid that he would make fun of her for taking the initiative to marry him. Thinking about the past, Inan couldn't help but want to laugh. At that time, he was really amused. He completely thought that she was a man and said everything in his heart to her. He said, "Brother Inan, let's go pick up girls." He said, "Brother Inan, I'll introduce you to a big-breasted beauty." He also said, 2 pairs of shoes in front of the bed, take off your clothes and put them on the floor. If he knew that she was a girl at that time, he definitely wouldn't be like that. He would definitely pretend to be serious. However, his seemingly ordinary but memorable thoughts on a quiet night really resonated with nostalgia. The bright moonlight in front of the bed, suspected to be the frost on the ground. Raising my head to look at the bright moon, lowering my head to think of my hometown. At that time, if he hadn't mentioned this poem, then she wouldn't have noticed him. She had always thought that he was a playboy, but she didn't expect that he only liked to fool around on the surface. Behind his back, whatever secrets he had, he would never say it out. Unless there was no other way, he would only show his hand. Inan fell into deep thought. She remembered that day when she met him at the mercenary guild. This brat purposely teased her. He said that he didn't know how to write his name, so he named him Titan. He even said that Titan was a dwarf. Later on, she asked her aunt. Her aunt said that Titan was the tallest giant in the outer realm. He could even defeat giant dragons. Of course, she felt that something was wrong. She didn't think that she would still be fooled by him in the end. Strictly speaking, excluding Sister Wu Sha who was his betrothed, she should be the first girl he met, right? She gave him a jade pendant. She believed that she was the first girl to give him a love token, right? She wondered if he still carried her jade pendant with him. Inan shyly raised her eyes and looked at Yue Yang. She suddenly realized that the people around her had left and she was the only one left. She immediately panicked. She wanted to turn around and leave, but Yue Yang grabbed her small hand. Inan's heart was beating like a deer. She protested with a voice like a mosquito, let go. There's a beauty's hand for me to hold. If I let go, wouldn't I be an idiot? Yue Yang didn't let go. Instead, he reached out to hug Inan. Inan was extremely embarrassed. Looking at his wolf-like appearance, her body softened and she dodged. She lightly punched his big hand with her small fist, signaling him to let go of her. Her jade-like face was flushed red, and even her snow-white neck was burning red from embarrassment. "Don't be like this. If you have something to say, just say it." Inen dodged Yue Yang's hug and struggled a little. She realized that she couldn't break free from his fiery big hand. She didn't resist and let him hold her. The feeling of him holding her small hand seemed to be a very strange feeling. Her whole body felt warm. It was comfortable, but also sad. In short, it was very strange. Yue Yang knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu if he was impatient. The little lamb belonged to him. He could eat it slowly. He pulled Inen's small hand and sat down. He deliberately leaned closer to look at her lowered head. She was happy and shy, but she didn't dare to make eye contact with him. "Brother Inen, we haven't talked for a long time. Why don't we talk about big-breasted beauties again?" When Inen heard this, she couldn't help but raise her small fist and punch him. "You're still talking, you liar. Tell me, did you really not know?" Yue Yang smiled brightly and asked, "If I really didn't know, what would you say?" "Then you're an idiot." Inen burst out laughing. She remembered how he used to call her, Brother Inen. It was really funny. "What if I pretend not to know?" Yue Yang asked again. "Then you're a liar, a big liar." Inen gave him a cute supercilious look. She felt that he must have seen through her in the end. He just didn't say it. He even told her about the love story between Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. He must be hinting that she was an idiot. Thinking about it again, she was so nervous that she put the jade on his neck. He must have laughed behind her back. What a hateful liar. Inen punched him angrily. Unfortunately, when she looked up and saw his naughty smile, the strength of her punch suddenly became weaker than a mosquito. "Do you like an idiot or a liar?" Yue Yang moved closer, almost touching the tip of her nose. Who would like you? That's my aunt's decision." Inen had a feeling that this bad guy wanted to kiss her. This made her very nervous. She found that her lips were tight and dry. It seemed that she was not prepared at all. He wanted to kiss her. What should she do? Inen wanted to lick her lips first to ease her nervousness. But she was afraid that he could see that she was nervous. She was even more afraid that he would misunderstand that she was longing for his kiss. Yue Yang's lips were only a centimeter away from Inen's cherry lips. When he spoke, he would almost touch her lips. The hot breath he exhaled made her feel dizzy. Inen was so nervous that her heart was pounding like a deer. In her heart pounding, she was so shy that she wanted to move away, but she was afraid that he would be angry. Most of all, her body also had a kind of desire. She did not dare to take the initiative to kiss him, but she was waiting. She knew that this bad guy would definitely kiss her. He was just teasing her. He wanted her to kiss him. That was impossible. She would definitely not let this bad guy succeed. Previously, when she was engaged to him, she gave him the jade pendant. Now that she kissed him, she absolutely could not. "Do you want to hear a story? I'll tell you a story about Shu Xian and the white snake. Do you want to hear it?" Yue Yang gently blew on her delicate face, stimulating her face until it turned red and hot. Inen was ashamed and angry. What kind of story was this? If he wanted to kiss her, then hurry up and kiss her. She could not hold on for long. Couldn't she tell the story later? "Do you want to hear it?" Yue Yang moved a little closer, almost touching her red lips. She could almost feel the heat from his lips. I want to bite you to death." Inen frantically replied. If this brat did not kiss her, then she would be angry. Chapter 303 The fiery lips, the electric feeling, the almost suffocating breathing, and the beating heart that was difficult to suppress. Inen felt like she was in a dream. It was extremely beautiful, but also hazy. It was so unreal. Now that she thought about it, she still couldn't believe it. Her first kiss was actually snatched away by that big bad guy before she could even feel it clearly. The memory left behind was like a dream, both clear and blurry. She could remember all the feelings, but not the process. She didn't remember when he started kissing her, and she didn't remember how she reacted at that time. All she could remember was his sometimes gentle, sometimes overbearing kisses. At first, it was especially gentle. The kiss was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It was a light footprint, rubbing against her lips. When her whole body was electrocuted by that lingering touch, he kissed her again in a domineering manner. He opened her lips, forced his way in, and sucked on her little tongue, refusing to let go. Inen felt that compared to him, she seemed particularly clumsy, but he was very skilled, very skillful, kissing her until she couldn't breathe. The whole process was intoxicating. Inen only remembered that the kiss was very comfortable, and there was an indescribable wonderful feeling. As for when she let him hold her in his arms, she couldn't remember. Greedy ghost. Inen remembered that he refused to let her rest for a while. He kissed her until her lips were swollen, but he still couldn't bear to let go. He kissed her over and over again, and his naughty hands were touching her body. If the vice president hadn't come, if it wasn't for Yu Bing, who was outside, using spiritual dialogue to inform him, she would probably still be hugged by him. When she thought of his greed just now, she couldn't help but want to spit at him. This greedy bad guy, if she didn't stop him, his naughty hands would have reached into her clothes. How does it feel to kiss? City Lord Fallen Flowers saw that Inen had been in a daze after returning to her room. She couldn't help but be a little curious. Was kissing really so wonderful? No, there's no that. Inen quickly denied. Really? City Lord Fallen Flowers saw that Inen's cherry lips were slightly swollen, and she was secretly amused. That brat Yue Yang must have kissed her very hard, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Of course, she didn't want to expose Inen either. She wanted to save some face for Inen, who had courageously given her the engagement token. Inen shook her head guiltily and lowered her head, not daring to look at the girls. Thinking back to the ecstasy of the kiss just now, she suddenly felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. She finally kissed him. Although she didn't do that bad thing with him, she could at least confirm that he had her in his heart. He always had. In another room, Yue Yang and the old cunning fox were having a secret conversation. They didn't want the girls to know what they were talking about, so that they wouldn't be worried. How's the Feng family? Yue Yang asked about fourth uncle. Before Yue Yang attacked the Yu clan castle for the second time, fourth uncle and Miss Feng had already been captured by the enemy. Although the enemy's speed was too fast, the Feng clan couldn't react in time and couldn't even see their shadows clearly. Yue Yang guessed that this was done by the Thousand Goblins sect, because the Thousand Goblins sect wanted to save the Thousand Goblins king who was sealed in the Heaven Stairway. Fourth mother was the key to opening the Heaven Stairway, and the only thing that could threaten her was the baby in fourth uncle in Miss Feng's womb. The Thousand Goblins sect captured fourth uncle to force fourth mother to tell them the secret of opening the Heaven Stairway. The old cunning fox had already visited the Feng clan inside. The Feng clan is unharmed, but the old master is very sad. He doesn't want anything else, he only hopes that you can save the little grandson in Miss Feng's womb. If Yue Yang had enough time, he should be able to research the medicine to save fourth uncle and Miss Feng, especially with the Qilin girl's guidance. However, fourth uncle and Miss Feng had been captured by the enemy. He guessed that fourth uncle and Miss Feng's lives would be in danger. Even the baby in Miss Feng's womb would be in danger. If the enemy couldn't get the secret of the Heaven Stairway, the possibility of them killing the hostages was very high. Of course, even if they got the secret of the Heaven Stairway, there was still the possibility of them killing the hostages, unless they were lucky enough to find the enemy's lair and rescue them before the enemy could react. Fourth uncle was poisoned. Even if he was rescued, it would be hard for him to live. Yue Yang didn't dare to tell Yu Bing about this. He could only hide it from her for the time being. What about fourth mother? Yue Yang asked about fourth mother's current situation. Before the Night Empress explored the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, she sent a maid to fetch her. Now your fourth mother and little Shuang are living in the Mirage. They are very safe. She knew about what happened to fourth uncle and was very sad. However, she said that you just have to protect your sister and don't act rashly. Be careful not to fall into the enemy's trap. The old cunning fox patted Yue Yang's shoulder and nodded. I think so too. Don't worry, I will act according to the situation. Yue Yang felt that he would have to fight with the Thousand Goblins sect sooner or later. He definitely couldn't avoid this battle. There seems to be a kind of medicinal smell. After the old cunning fox finished talking about the important matters, he sniffed and smelled the fragrance of the martial arts pill. Looks like the Da Sha Empire is about to give birth to the 8th innate. Yue Yang passed the jade bottle containing the martial arts pill to the old cunning fox. When the old cunning fox heard this, his hands trembled. He took the bottle and calmed himself down before pulling out the cork. A fragrant scent filled his nostrils and seeped into his lungs. His old face immediately turned red from excitement. He carefully held the jade bottle, afraid that his hands would shake and drop this treasure. After looking at it carefully, the old cunning fox suppressed the excitement in his heart and nervously coughed. You really succeeded. The medicinal power of this pill is really strong. Aren't you still lacking the snow lotus root? How did you manage to refine it? Yue Yang smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about it. I have successfully refined it, and it's a 7th grade pill. The old cunning fox looked at Yue Yang's eyes in disbelief. He was extremely surprised. 7th grade. You can even refine a martial arts pill to the 7th grade. Yue Yang waved his hands, indicating that this was child's play. He was simply too arrogant. If it was any other day, the old cunning fox would definitely give him a walking stick. However, right now, he was full of joy as he nodded his head. He felt that Yue Yang's arrogant expression made him especially happy. He kept nodding his head and couldn't stop smiling. Good boy, look at your arrogance. Isn't it just a 7th grade martial arts pill? Is it really a 7th grade pill? It's too precious. I don't know if I can bear it. Looks like I have to prepare well. With you, I won't say thank you. This martial arts pill, I will accept it. Grandma Wu Tang was not here. Otherwise, Yue Yang would have given her the last pill to help her recover from the injuries that had not healed for many years. Princess Sissy found the ascetic practice saint to help the old cunning fox break through to the innate realm. Although Yue Yang was an innate, he was different from others. His experience of breaking through to the innate realm was useless to the old cunning fox. Besides, Yue Yang's innate invisible sword chi could not be made public. This unique innate martial art only belonged to him. The two heavenly imperial guardians, the ascetic practice saint and the scholar, came. They first selflessly imparted their own experiences to the old cunning fox. Then, they used their holy beasts to guide the old cunning fox and help him absorb the martial arts pill to break through the bottleneck and break through to the innate realm. Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others all listened to the two seniors' experiences. Especially Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tian Luo, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, they listened attentively. This was because the experience of the ascetic practice saint and the scholar was something that they could only dream of. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy could do body fusion with Yue Yang. With Yue Yang's guidance, everyone could improve together and break through to the innate realm. However, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai did not have this possibility. They had to rely on their own cultivation to break through. Now that they had the guidance of the ascetic practice saint and the scholar, although it was still too early for them to break through to the innate realm, they at least had the knowledge and experience in this area. After taking the martial arts pill, the ascetic practice saint and the scholar supported each other with their holy beasts. Bit by bit, they absorbed the martial arts pill's power. After a day and a night, the old cunning fox finally managed to absorb the power of the pill. He slowly stimulated it and strengthened his body, officially breaking through to the innate realm. With the help of two holy beasts and his own gold-ranked level 7 guardian beast, Space, the old cunning fox finally exploded with all his power and broke through to the new realm. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar retreated 10 meters away, leaving everything to the old cunning fox. As long as he succeeded in breaking through, he would be able to step into the innate realm and become an innate. If he failed, he would be stuck below the innate realm for the rest of his life. The aura of the old cunning fox exploded, spreading out like a hurricane, blowing Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others all over the place. His body shone with a golden light as his energy exploded to its peak. However, he was still unable to break through after a long time. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar were slightly nervous. As long as the peak of his energy passed, he would quickly become weaker. He would probably fail in breaking through to the innate realm. However, they were unable to help him at this moment. Otherwise, it would only disturb his state of mind and speed up his failure. The old cunning fox's face was purple gold. His clothes and beard fluttered even though there was no wind. Waves of golden light surged from his grimoire and guardian beast, but he was still unable to break through. Seeing that he was about to fall back, Yue Yang couldn't help but become anxious and decided to help him. He didn't care about the consequences. Since he was about to fail, he might as well treat a dead horse as a living one. This was his last gamble. According to what he saw with his level 5 divine vision, Yue Yang gathered his innate chi in both of his hands and fiercely punched the old cunning fox's life gate acupuncture point on his back. He channeled his innate chi into the old cunning fox's spine and channeled it into the old cunning fox's meridians. He then pressed his palm on the old cunning fox's head and channeled his innate chi into the old cunning fox's body, helping the old cunning fox to regain his consciousness. When the old cunning fox was concentrating, he received a heavy blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and he almost fainted. He suddenly lost control of his energy. Instead, it allowed Yue Yang to receive it easily and guided it together. His control was even more ingenious than the old cunning fox's, and he officially broke through to the innate realm. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Yue Yang's entire body was sent flying, floating in the air. Above the old cunning fox's head, his grimoire and his guardian beast, a golden light surged out and intertwined with each other, forming a pillar of light that rose 20 meters into the sky. The light did not disperse for a long time. This phenomenon was the sign of an innate rancor breaking through to the innate realm. That pillar of light represented the potential of its owner after they broke through to the innate realm. Everyone was different. A normal innate rancor's pillar of light was on average 10 meters. Those who didn't have innate strength and were forcefully leveled up by others, such as Tu Cheng and Kuang Zan from the Thousand Goblins sect, Kai Yong, Tian Quan and Yao Guang from the Seven Great Bears. Their pillars of light were usually only around 5 meters. It was impossible for them to exceed 10 meters. The old cunning fox's pillar of light was 20 meters. He was already considered to be a very good innate. His potential was considered to be outstanding. Of course, no one could be compared to Yue Yang, this abnormal person. No one knew how high Yue Yang's pillar of light was when he broke through to the innate realm. Because it was so high that it could be seen from 100 miles away, it was hard to estimate. If not for Yue Yang's high potential, he would not have caused such a sensation in the world. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, Yue Yang would not be able to continue to level up and trouble would come knocking on his door. Not bad. I didn't expect you to have a pillar of light that was more than 20 meters when you broke through. With this potential, you would be able to break through to innate level 5 in the future. Looks like the Da Sha Kingdom will have another heavenly imperial guardian. The scholar congratulated the ascetic practice saint. Not all innates could become heavenly imperial guardians. One had to at least reach innate level 5 to become a heavenly imperial guardian. Only then would they have the ability to protect the kingdom. What makes me the happiest is that little Yue Yang seems to know how to guide his energy at the last moment to break through to the innate realm. The ascetic practice saint was in a good mood. Not only could he see it, even Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others could see it. Actually, when the old cunning fox was trying to break through to the innate realm, he almost failed. It was Yue Yang who pulled him back with one hand and guided his energy to explode again, officially breaking through to the innate realm. Although Yue Yang only took action for a few seconds, the value and contribution he made was much greater than the ascetic practice saint and the scholar using their holy beasts to help them for a day and a night. With Yue Yang's Dao Yin technique, the chances of everyone failing to break through to the innate realm would be greatly reduced. The old cunning fox looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. Beside him, his guardian beast, space, turned into a transparent mirror-like fragment, continuously rotating and changing, reflecting countless strange lights. Looks like it had also leveled up. When he finished his long cry, the shattered space gathered back into a ball and entered the grimoire. At this moment, the innate realm was officially completed. The old cunning fox who was floating in the air slowly descended. When he looked at Yue Yang again, tears streamed down his face. He tightly hugged this student who had given him miracles everywhere. With his help, he had officially bid farewell to being a normal warrior and stepped into the innate realm, truly becoming a strong warrior. Congratulations, teacher. This was the first time Yue Yang had called the old cunning fox teacher. Good, good. The old cunning fox patted Yue Yang's shoulder. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar also came over to congratulate the old cunning fox for becoming an innate. Although the old cunning fox was only innate level 1, with his potential, his strength would not be inferior to the two of them in the future. Furthermore, the old cunning fox's inherent skill was the extremely rare time teleportation. They believed that time teleportation would definitely be developed in his hands. Looking at Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, the Li brothers, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo's envious eyes, Yue Yang smiled slightly. Train hard. I believe that you guys will join the ranks of innate rankers in no time. His words caused Yi Kong and the others' morale to soar, their blood to boil. The innate realm was just in front of them. Would it still be far away? With the martial arts pill, Yue Yang's guidance, the experience of the ascetic practice saint and the scholar, the two heavenly imperial guardians, and the old cunning fox's example, would it still be far to break through to the innate realm? The only thing they were lacking was one thing, and that was their own hard work. This was something that Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others did not lack. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy looked at each other. They did not say anything, but they knew that the two of them would be the 9th and 10th innate rankers in Da Sha. Chapter 304. With the stimulation of the old cunning fox becoming an innate, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others trained even harder day and night. Even the Ice Cube man Shui Tanlang, who liked to train alone, stayed behind. Usually, other than training by themselves, they would also challenge Wei Tai Lang, Barbarian Cow Shadow Ah Man, Thorny Flower Demoness and the others. Their courage was commendable, but they were definitely asking for trouble. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were beaten up by Wei Tai Lang until the fallen flowers were almost all skinny. Fortunately, Wei Tai Lang and Barbarian Cow Shadow Ah Man were beasts that fought with their lives on the line. Normally, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full strength during training, otherwise they would have lost even more miserably. The old fox stayed behind to guide them, and the ascetic practice saint would come over from time to time. The ascetic practice saint mainly guided Shui Tanlang, while the scholar guided Prince of Tian Luo. When Yi Kong and Fatty Hai saw that they were at a disadvantage, they went to look for Yue Yang. In order to avoid being harassed, Yue Yang spent 3 days to create a new battle skill for them according to their situation. Yue Yang combined Yu Chu's heaven-destroying earth slash, the Jun family royal family's emperor's sword Qi, Moki Shu Ling's heavy pressure, Duan Mu Long Cheng's weaken, Marquis of Zijin's teleportation, and even the Eastern Goblin tribe's 9-headed Goblin Marshal's transformation and Demon Marshal Duran's dark summoning to create a great totem battle technique. This was an extremely shameless group fighting technique. The more people involved, the more powerful it would be. At the same time, it was a kind of formation. Yue Yang used the black obsidian and meteorite iron that he refined from the King of Black Light's body, combined with the heaven runes, and combined it with the totem pole ideas that Yue Yang had learned from playing online games before he transmigrated to this world, to create a unique rune totem pole. Since Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others couldn't use their domain of power now, they would use their totem poles to replace their domain of power. By inscribing the heaven runes on the totem, within a certain range, it would produce an effect similar to a domain. This was Yue Yang's copycat idea. Although the idea was a knockoff, its power and effect were very good. The ascetic practice saint and the calligrapher praised it greatly. Under Yue Yang's shameless plagiarism and copying, the great totem battle technique was born. First, he forged 4 totem pillars. Other than Yi Kong, who used a totem pole as his weapon, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers each carried a totem pole on their backs. Once the battle began, they would first insert the totem poles with the 3 negative effects of weakness, gravity, and darkness into the battlefield. Then, when they unleashed their power, they would attack together. The more totem poles he inserted into the ground, the more powerful they would be after they were connected, and the wider the range would be. As for the combat skill, it was the Great Totem Combat Skill, which was based on the destructive sword slash, supplemented by the Emperor's sword Qi, and had the special effects of teleportation and transformation. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai mainly focused on transformation, especially Fatty Hai. He had already been able to transform into a behemoth in the past, so he definitely wouldn't have any problems. Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo mainly focused on teleportation. Anyway, even if he didn't teach them, they would still learn it secretly. Yue Yang might as well be generous and teach them both. As for the Li brothers, other than supporting them in attack, they were also responsible for protecting the totem poles. If it wasn't for the lack of materials, Yue Yang wanted Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo to carry totem poles on their backs as well. It would be best if they could carry one and insert one. In any case, the Great Totem Combat Skill created by Yue Yang was an extremely shameless group fight tactic. A single person wouldn't be able to unleash its full power, but the more people there were, the more powerful the group fight would be. During the testing phase, not to mention normal warriors, even the old fox who had just become an innate almost suffered a huge loss. This was just the beginning. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others hadn't unleashed their full power yet. They had just learned the combat skill and hadn't fully understood it yet. Their coordination wasn't good enough either. When Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others had truly mastered it and unleashed 100% of its power, they should have no problem fighting against innates like the 7 Great Bears, Yao Guang and Tian Quan. Zheng Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the others hadn't returned yet. The Yu clan castle was being rebuilt by the second uncle Yu Ling. In addition to the fact that the enemies had disappeared without a trace, everything was peaceful for the time being. Yue Yang decided to put aside his lack of materials for concocting pills and alchemy first and busied himself with other things. He left Wei Tai Lang behind to train with Yi Kong and the others, torturing them, while he brought Shui Wuxia and the others back to the Little Flower Garden. Other than training body fusion with the girls during the day and leveling up together, he also enjoyed his blissful sexual life to the fullest at night. Sickly Beauty was becoming more and more like a virtuous wife. More accurately, it was Yue Yang's teaching ability that was too strong. Previously, there were many embarrassing actions that Sickly Beauty didn't know or was unwilling to do, but under his seduction, she tried them on him one by one. This made Yue Yang feel extremely good these days, as happy as a deity. Although Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers' rooms were far apart, they could often hear Sickly Beauty's distinctive panting and moaning at night. This was especially clear when Yue Yang did something naughty that Sickly Beauty couldn't endure. Princess Sissy, who had the 6 records inherent skill, was more vexed. It seemed that having sensitive ears wasn't always a good thing. However, the one who was most vexed wasn't her, but Yu. She knew that husband and wife had this kind of exercise in bed, it was very normal. She even hoped that Sickly Beauty would give birth to a white and fat son for Yue Yang, so that the 3rd and 4th branches would have a successor. However, when she unintentionally heard these sounds, she would still feel extremely embarrassed. After all, her identity was the older sister. There weren't many rooms in the little flower garden. Furthermore, as Yu's strength continued to increase, her eyes and ears became clearer. When it was late at night, no matter how much she covered her head with the blanket, she would still be able to faintly hear some sounds. What made Yu even more frustrated was that although her willpower was very resistant and unwilling to listen to these sounds, she often scolded herself in her heart. However, once there was a sound, her willpower wouldn't be able to overcome her body's instincts. Her ears would always be able to acutely capture the faintly discernible sounds, as if she longed to hear these kinds of shameful sounds. Her heartbeat would increase along with Sickly Beauty's light panting. In the beginning, she couldn't adapt to this kind of life. However, she found that Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and Castellan Fallen Flowers all appeared to be completely fine, so she couldn't take the initiative to ask to leave. After a few more days, she found that she had already gotten used to listening to the light sounds of her brother and sister-in-law having fun at night. If she hadn't heard them, she would even have a strange feeling of not being able to sleep well. The happiest one was Yu Bing. She was tired from training during the day, but slept especially soundly at night. Moreover, Yue Yang would always cover her with a blanket and only go back to enjoy himself after seeing her sleep well. As for Inan, her relationship with Yue Yang developed rapidly. The reason was that Yue Yang would tell her stories every day to coax her. Something about the butterfly lovers, something about Shu Xian and the white snake, something about Romeo and Juliet. Everything could be fresh and different every day. Inan wanted to laugh, but Yue Yang told her about Hua Mulan's disguise as a soldier to make her laugh. If she wanted to hear a more tragic story, he would tell her about Du Xianyang angrily sinking her treasure chest. If it was more tragic, he would tell her about how Li Qingqiao met a swindler and got married again and was imprisoned. If it was more tragic, he would tell her about how Lu Rushi, one of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai, was humiliated and hanged herself. If she wanted to hear about the lingering love story that lasted for thousands of years, there were also stories about Meng Zhongnu crying and collapsing the Great Wall, or Farewell My Concubine. So much so that when Yue Yang threw down his school bag and vividly told the poignant love story of Lu Yu and his cousin Tang Wan, as well as the poem, Phoenix on a Hairpin, all the girls in the room cried. Red hands, yellow tang wine, the whole city is filled with spring, the palace walls and willows, the east wind is evil, love is thin, a heart full of melancholy, a few years of separation, wrong, wrong, wrong. Spring is still the same, I'm thin and empty, tears stained red, the silk of the mermaid penetrates, peach blossoms fall, the leisure pond pavilion, although the promise is there, the brocade letter is hard to trust, no, no, no. In order to woo girls, Yue Yang remembered Lu Yu's poem, Phoenix on a Hairpin, very clearly. Of course, this was also related to his innate invisible sword qi, which increased his memory by 100 times. Now, if he wanted to recall what he had learned in the past, he could remember it very clearly, almost instantaneously. If he had this kind of memory ability in the past, he wouldn't even need to revise to get good grades. When this poem, Phoenix on a Hairpin, appeared, even Shui Wuxia, who usually wouldn't be easily moved, strongly requested him to write down Lu Yu's cousin Tang Wan's reply. In the end, Yue Yang could only throw down his school bag again. The world's feelings are thin, human feelings are evil, the rain sends dusk flowers fall easily, the dawn wind dries, the tear stains remain, I want to write my heart's worries, lonely words slanted, difficult, difficult, difficult. People are separated, today is not yesterday, the sick soul has tasted the autumn rope, the horn sounds cold, the night wanes, afraid of people asking, I swallow my tears and pretend to be happy, hide, hide, hide. Now, finally, no one doubted that Yue Yang couldn't compose poems. At first, Shui Wuxia suspected that this brat was just making up stories to coax in, and only smiled at Romeo and Juliet. However, as she listened, she felt that something was wrong. The story of the white snake even had a love song, and the song, Farewell My Concubine, was even more desolate. Although Yue Yang couldn't sing that kind of feeling, Shui Wuxia could hear that the melody could easily cause people to resonate with it, making people's hearts tremble. If it was a girl who sang it, it would be incredible. It could be said that this brat could sing, but he definitely couldn't compose poems. This required talent. Yue Yang, this brat had the talent to compose poems. Shui Wuxia had always suspected that he had read about it in some ancient book. He probably knew how to weave 2 pairs of shoes in front of the bed, and play those kinds of obscene poems on the floor when he took off his clothes. Afterwards, Yue Yang talked more and more, coaxing in to the point that she was beaming with joy. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Yu were secretly shocked. Which ancient book could contain so many stories? Which ancient book would have so many amazing poems in it? Even Shui Wuxia, who had read a lot of books, had never seen such poems and love stories before. Even Sickly Beauty, who had studied many ancient texts and runes, had never seen such a thing in her life. Everyone guessed that there were only 2 possibilities. First, this brat had some kind of godlike intuition, and could dream about things that others didn't know. Second, this brat was an abnormal genius. Not only did he practice martial arts, but he also knew how to write poems and make up stories. Although he didn't use it for the right purpose, he only used it to coax little girls. After discussion, everyone felt that these 2 possibilities were possible. The reason was that this brat could improve his skills when he slept. Maybe there really was some godlike guidance in his dreams. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to improve just by sleeping. Sometimes, when Yue Yang encountered difficulties, he could solve the problem by sleeping. There must be something different about this brat, but everyone just didn't know. This was the first reason. As for the second reason, the girls didn't doubt Yue Yang's genius. This brat could create such an abnormal and shameless martial art like the great totem battle skill. It wouldn't be difficult for him to make up a short story to coax in. Moreover, he had a previous record. When he first met Inan, he pretended to be illiterate and asked her to help him fill out a form to sign up as a mercenary. He even gave him the name, Titan. Yue Yang, who shouldn't have even heard of the outer realm and didn't even know what Titan was, how could he give the name Titan? He even said ironically, saying that Titan was a dwarf. This proved that he knew and was very clear about the outer realm. Yue Yang's ability to write poems was probably related to his mother's inheritance of knowledge. Maybe Lu Yu and Tang Wan were people from ancient times. Their stories weren't passed down, but Yue Yang's mother knew about it through ancient documents and passed this knowledge to her son. That was why Yue Yang knew these secrets that others didn't know about. Yue Yang, work hard and write a more emotional poem next time. Shui Wuxia patted Yue Yang's shoulder. Before the girls could react, she put away the 2 phoenix hairpin poems. Mine must be different, and it must be a top-grade poem. Princess Sissy glared at Yue Yang with her tigress eyes. It's okay to write a few more. I like poems and songs. If you can sing while watering my flowers, that would be great. City Mistress Fallen Flowers smiled, but if Yue Yang didn't agree, she would twist his ear. Do you think this is giving birth? I don't have one in my stomach. Forget it, it's not that hard. Yue Yang carried the flag of plagiarism. Damn it, what was there to be afraid of if he didn't know how to write poems? He had read 300 Tang poems. Even if he didn't know how to write them, he could still steal them. At most, he could just memorize them. As long as he could win the hearts of beauties, memorizing a poem wasn't difficult at all. After memorizing Tang poems, he would memorize song poems. After memorizing Chinese, he would memorize Western poems. Whatever Goethe, Heine, or Byron, he would use them all. To pick up girls, he had to be bold, careful, and thick-skinned. As long as he could pick up girls, plagiarism was nothing. Brother is so awesome. Yu Bing worshipped her brother even more now. As for Inan, she decided to keep him at night and watch a butterfly pair with him. No butterflies at night. Then she would use a hallucinatory butterfly instead. Chapter 305 The meteorite essence iron that was refined from the King of Black Light's corpse was mostly used by Yue Yang to refine the totem pole. The rest was used by Yue Yang to reforge the crescent blade. The bronze-ranked crescent blade could no longer support the usage of Yue Yang, an innate ranker. Even the Wei Jin magic blade that had leveled up to gold ranked urgently needed to be leveled up. Otherwise, Yue Yang would fall into the awkward situation of not having a weapon to use. Of course, the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger could be used, but the assassin-style Bloody Queen Red needed a good dagger more than Yue Yang. Yue Yang now had more heaven runes, materials and the best Nirvana's flame. He could totally reforge a weapon that was more suitable for himself. After adding the meteorite essence iron and black obsidian, the reforged crescent blade's quality was upgraded to silver ranked. The appearance of the crescent blade was more like Wei Jin's current appearance to Yue Yang. But the appearance was bigger and heavier. Yue Yang then used a few gold-ranked magic crystals to inject energy into the crescent blade. At the same time, he used Nirvana's flame to carve the ancient rune, everlasting, and the heaven rune, frost, and sharpness. After painstakingly carving for 3 days, the crescent blade's quality was upgraded to gold-ranked. It could completely support Yue Yang's innate Chi's attack or defense. Because the crescent blade's quality was upgraded, it was officially named. Yue Yang named it Crescent Moon. As for the Wei Jin magic blade, Yue Yang didn't need to reforge it too much. It had the molten flame core and the demon dragon's crystal. As long as it continuously absorbed fire and dark energy, it could continue to upgrade. After many battles, the two of them absorbed a lot of energy. Yue Yang even used the magma wyvern's magic crystal and the demon general's demon heart for Wei Jin to absorb in large amounts, allowing it to continue to evolve. Yue Yang even wanted to merge the demon orb he obtained from killing the Dark Golden Spectre, the strange orb that contained the destructive power of emptiness, into the Wei Jin magic blade to upgrade its quality. Unfortunately, the molten flame core and the demon dragon's crystal were extremely afraid of this orb. Even now, the two were still unable to resist the demon orb. Yue Yang was worried that if he released the Dark Golden Spectre, the molten flame core and the demon dragon crystal, these two low-level artifact spirits, would shatter. He even suspected that the Dark Golden Spectre wasn't truly dead, and was still hiding inside the demon bead. He could only put aside the matter of fusing with the demon beads for now. Yue Yang had been continuously upgrading his Wei Jin magic blade even before he upgraded it into a crescent moon. At first, Yue Yang didn't dare to directly use the Nirvana flame on the Wei Jin magic blade. The Nirvana flame could purify everything in the world, and the Wei Jin magic blade couldn't withstand it. He chose to use the fake Nirvana flame that was burning on top of the stone element Medusa's head. After the molten flame core had adapted to the fake Nirvana flame, it evolved into the flame core, and its fire energy became purer. However, because the demon dragon's crystal did not have the best energy replenishment, the Wei Jin magic blade was still gold ranked, and couldn't be upgraded to platinum ranked. While pursuing Duan Mu Long Cheng, Yue Yang teleported to the Devil Palace. After destroying the Demon King's statue, Yue Yang obtained a huge magic crystal. This magic crystal was probably made from hundreds or even thousands of high-grade magic crystals, and was used to maintain the shape of the Demon King's statue. Even though Yue Yang was fighting with the 3 great Demon Kings and 2 great Lich Kings, he didn't forget to keep the magic crystal and brought it back. With the energy of this huge magic crystal, the Demon Dragon's heart received the best replenishment. At the same time that the Wei Jin magic blade was upgraded to platinum ranked, Yue Yang carefully inserted a bit of Nirvana flame into it to refine the flame core. In the end, half of the flame core's evil consciousness was destroyed, while the other half's bloodthirsty consciousness was preserved because Yue Yang tried his best to control it. The flame core that was almost destroyed leveled up again, becoming a true fire core that contained a bit of Nirvana flame. Its power was even greater than the Demon Dragon's crystal that had absorbed a large amount of dark energy and Demon King's evil energy. Yue Yang engraved the heaven runes, blood-sucking, and energy-sucking, on the upgraded Wei Jin magic blade. As for the ancient runes, Yue Yang felt that the Wei Jin magic blade might be able to evolve to diamond ranked. He didn't go through the permanent solidification for the time being and let it evolve automatically. Moreover, there might be better ancient runes in the future. Yue Yang didn't want to limit the evolution of Wei Jin magic blade. The platinum-ranked Wei Jin magic blade had 2 remnant spirits. In this world, it could definitely be considered a holy ranked existence. Moreover, it was unique and could only be used by its owner, Yue Yang. If it was someone else, even if they obtained the Wei Jin magic blade, their body would be invaded by the two remnant spirits of Wei Jin magic blade. They would suck blood, absorb energy, and devour the person who stole it. Only Yue Yang could truly use it. Only the designer, Yue Yang, could unleash the true power of this terrifying magic weapon. Such a terrifying magic blade. It can't be called a holy ranked weapon. I think it's more appropriate to call it a magic weapon. Princess Sissy evaluated the newly upgraded Wei Jin magic blade. Wei Jin, it should be able to evolve to diamond ranked in the future. At that time, adding the meteorite gold essence, Emperor's obsidian heart, ancient runes, and even immemorial runes, I think it will become a divine weapon in the end. Shui Wuxia also felt that the Wei Jin magic blade still had a lot of room for improvement. The crescent moon blade didn't have a spirit, and it couldn't absorb energy automatically. No matter how much Yue Yang forged it, there wouldn't be much improvement. Platinum ranked was probably the limit of the crescent moon blade. But Wei Jin was different. Its future was limitless, just like Wei Tailang among the beasts. Wei Tailang continuously absorbed fire, gold and darkness energy, especially the demon clan's demon heart, which continuously provided it with energy. From demon soldier to demon general, demon commander, demon marshal and even demon king in the future. If Wei Tailang continued to eat and evolve, its future would be even more limitless. If Yue Yang killed more Eastern Goblin tribesmen in the future, the Eastern Goblin tribesmen's orbs would also be a great supplement. Compared to Wei Tailang who actively fought and evolved, the Wei Jin magic blade would be more passive, and its evolution speed would be much slower. Most importantly, although it had two artifact spirits, the two artifact spirits were only remnants of their consciousness, and they were still vaguely hostile towards each other. Furthermore, no matter how conscious Wei Jin was, it wouldn't be able to have Wei Tailang's intelligence. Wei Jin definitely couldn't be compared to other beasts like Wei Tailang. It could only be ranked as the leader among the weapons, if Shui Wuxia's ancient book, which also had a spirit and could level up continuously, didn't compete with it for the position of the leader. After the weapons were upgraded, Yue Yang prepared to bring Yu Bingen in into the depths of the Despair Abyss, to search for the injured dragon turtle that the Night Empress had mentioned. The Black Tortoise Orb, one of the four symbols orbs, was also one of the necessities that the Night Empress wanted Yue Yang to gather. Before that, Yue Yang decided to abduct a lady of smoke and flame. She was obviously his guardian beast, but she always hid in the dimension of duel and refused to come out. This wouldn't do. The spirit of smoke and flame was originally the big-breasted tavern girl. She had lost her human body and her original thoughts, and only had a little bit of consciousness left. Yue Yang had brought Yu Bing and the others to visit her many times, but he found out that she could only, barely, recognize herself. She couldn't remember anything from the past at all. Maybe she had already become a beast, and no longer had her original, human, thoughts. After not seeing her for a period of time, the spirit of smoke and flame had actually leveled up from silver rank level 1 to silver rank level 3. It seemed that the flame trap that Tu Cheng and Kuang Zan had laid together had stimulated the energy of the magma, giving her a lot of nutrients. Now, she was even more smoky and hotter, and when she transformed, she looked more like a human. At first, she was vigilant towards Yue Yang's arrival, but after sensing him clearly and realizing that it was Yue Yang, she immediately became happy again. Her smoky body rolled in the sky, drawing a long pillar of smoke and spewing flames as she rushed towards Yue Yang. I have a magic crystal, you will definitely like it. Yue Yang used his trump card and took out the Sand Beast's magic crystal that had been tempered with Nirvana flame. The Sand Beast was a gold-ranked level 8 feet Storm King. To the spirit of smoke and flame, its magic crystal was even more dangerous than candy to a child. As long as she absorbed this gold-ranked level 8 magic crystal that had been tempered with Nirvana flame, the spirit of smoke and flame would definitely evolve to gold-ranked, or even platinum-ranked. Forget about the spirit of smoke and flame, even the Bloody Queen Red would want this magic crystal. However, Yue Yang felt that the spirit of smoke and flame would be more suitable, so he chose to give this pure elemental magic crystal to the spirit of smoke and flame in the end. Yue Yang didn't say anything, but he was grateful for the help that the tavern girl had given him when she was still alive. He was especially touched when she and her sisters risked their lives to save Fourth Mother. Although he couldn't resurrect the tavern girl and turn her back to her original form, Yue Yang still hoped that she could evolve into a holy beast, have a new mind and a new life. When the spirit of smoke and flame saw this, she immediately rushed towards Yue Yang excitedly, wanting to swallow the magic crystal in his hand. She didn't have the reserved thoughts of a human anymore, she only had her instincts. Do you want it? Yue Yang tempted the spirit of smoke and flame evilly, just like how Uncle Strange Uncle tempted the little lowly. He raised the storm core magic crystal and shook it in front of the spirit of smoke and flame. Follow me, understand? Yue Yang summoned the silver grimoire that had leveled up after the battle and signaled the spirit of smoke and flame to accept his summon. The grimoire leveled up after the battle, so did Yue Yang's inherent skill. Actually, what Yue Yang wanted the most was for the thorny flower demoness to become his guardian beast, or for the barbarian cow Shadow, Bloody Queen Red and the others to obtain some kind of skill. Unfortunately, Yue Yang's wishes weren't fulfilled. He only leveled up his inherent skill and Gemini inherent skill. His level 5 Divine Vision inherent skill didn't even level up. The leveling up of Gemini inherent skill allowed Yue Yang to obtain a skill called Spirit Pacification. He could only use it on his own beasts for the time being. Through Spirit Pacification, he could release his beasts from their negative emotions. Now, Yue Yang used Spirit Pacification. He tried his best to let the spirit of smoke and flame sense his own soul and let her eliminate her hostility. He didn't know if it was the temptation of the Storm Core or the effect of Spirit Pacification. After receiving the Storm Core, the spirit of smoke and flame accepted Yue Yang's recall summon. She turned into a wisp of smoke and returned to the grimoire. This was the first time she listened to Yue Yang's summon. Seeing that Yue Yang had successfully recalled the spirit of smoke and flame, Yu Bing and Inan, who didn't dare to open their mouths and disturb Yue Yang, immediately cheered. As long as the spirit of smoke and flame absorbed the Storm Core's energy, the next summon might be the gold-ranked Smoky Flame Girl. Yue Yang lacked an element-type beast, and now the Smoky Flame Girl could fill this gap. After recalling the Smoky Flame Girl, Yue Yang brought Yu Bing and Inan to the Despair Abyss. They returned to the campsite that was besieged by the demonic palace's followers that day, and prepared to use this as a base to advance towards the center of the Despair Abyss to look for the injured dragon turtle. Coming to the Despair Abyss for the second time, not only Yue Yang, even Yu Bing's strength had increased 100-fold. The three of them ignored the curious gazes of the mercenaries and left on their own. Yu Bing summoned the Tree Man and sat on the Tree Man's shoulder with her brother as they walked towards the center of the Despair Abyss. Inan didn't summon the Silver Pegasus like she usually did. Instead, she sat beside Yue Yang and hugged onto Yue Yang's arm like Yu Bing. She turned her head and chatted happily with Yu Bing. Inan and Yue Yang's relationship had improved greatly. She was still a little shy in front of Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy. But in front of Yu Bing, she had already tacitly accepted her identity as her future sister-in-law. Silver-ranked level 5 Tree Man General. A mercenary leader who knew his stuff was dumbfounded when he saw the Tree Man that was rumbling away. Mount. Yue Yang had been thinking about the mount along the way. The Qilin girl was unwilling to be his mount, otherwise it would be even more perfect. How could he convince this lost girl who had no home to return to? This was really a difficult problem. Chapter 306 Yu Bing had a hard time exploring the Despair Abyss. There were countless spiders, all kinds of strange snakes, demon eagles, giant bats, fire ants, demonic bees and other monsters. Yu Bing had suffered a lot during her training. After the 12 Zodiac Temples, the 100-school elite competition, rescuing her mother and returning to the Yu clan castle, Yu Bing had grown up. Because of Yue Yang's careful guidance and the rewards from the 12 Zodiac Temples, Yu Bing's strength had already surpassed Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, suppressing the 3 great killing stars. Currently, only Shui Tan Lang had a slight advantage due to his beast's attributes. The others like Feng Qi Sha and Yan Po Jun had already lost their lead after Yu Bing's Treant evolved into a 1,000-year-old Treant general. In terms of combat skills, other than Yue Yang's careful guidance, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy had also taught her with their female experience. Yu Bing's strength was improving by leaps and bounds every day. Yue Yang, this competent brother, was even preparing to create a combat skill that was most suitable for Yu Bing. After the 100-school elite competition and many battles, Yu Bing's agility and attack power were already very impressive. The tree ant's entanglement, tree thorns, and intense poison were also very effective. The only thing she lacked was her defense. Yue Yang was thinking if he should make her an extremely good armor, just like the Qilin girl's Qilin armor. It was a pity that the Qilin girl was still wary of Yue Yang and did not allow him to touch her clothes. Otherwise, Yue Yang would want to study her heavenly robe. With Yue Yang by her side and Inan's mental support, Yu Bing commanded the 2,000-year-old Treant generals to kill everything in their way, advancing deeper into the abyss without any obstructions. Bloody Queen Red did not even need to do anything, she was only responsible for collecting magic crystals. As for the Thorny Flower Demoness, she was about to evolve into the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and was currently in hibernation. Her corpse could only be wasted. The Reaper Mantis kept circling in the sky, chasing away those flying beasts. Although the current Reaper Mantis was not as strong as its mother, it was still a Gold King beast. Having just leveled up to Gold rank level 4, it still didn't know how to conceal its own aura like the Bloody Queen Red. When the Golden King beast's aura was released, the low-leveled flying beasts in the Despair Abyss feared it like a tiger. The moment they saw it, they would immediately run far away. On the ground, all kinds of monsters were running away from the Treant General. Unless it was a strong beast that was bronze rank level 6 and above, the king of a certain region, or a large number of hungry beasts that lived in groups, or beasts that lacked intelligence like the fire red ants, only then would they dare to attack the Treant General. Boom! Several horned pythons with waists as thick as water tanks died under the combined attacks of the 2,000-year-old Treant generals. The real cause of their deaths was Yu Bing's intense poison and anti-airist skill. The horned pythons had thick skin and thick flesh. Their scales were as hard as iron shields. When several of them attacked together, even if the Treant general could win in the end, it would still take a long time. Seeing that the fight was strenuous, Yue Yang secretly cast 2 giant shadows on the 2 Treants. When the Treant general was summoned by Yue Yang, it could be enhanced by the giant shadows. Although the strength of the giant shadows could not be compared to Yue Yang himself, it was at least 10 times stronger. After a few heavy attacks, the horned python's skin was immediately lacerated. Yu Bing immediately activated her intense poison inherent skill and the terrifying anti-airist skill was cast. The battle ended in an instant. Entering the center of the Despair Abyss, powerful beasts could be seen everywhere. In the swamp, there were marsh crocodiles, horned pythons, dog-headed fish monsters, water spiders. In the sky, there were giant bats, various kinds of demon eagles, as well as jackal-headed wind demons. There were also filthy spitting monsters that were disguised as puddles of water. There were even poisonous water scorpions and quicksand dogs that looked like spiders in the crevices of the rocks. These quicksand dogs looked like spiders and had a dog's head. They didn't know how to weave webs, and they didn't know how to spin silk. When they walked on the ground, they were also very slow. However, they were extremely fast when they dug into the sand. They were very good at creating smooth and flawless quicksand traps. Once their prey fell into the trap, they would immediately dig out from the quicksand and drag their prey into the quicksand to suffocate them to death. When there was no prey, they would even imitate the painful and miserable howls of a dog to attract their prey. These quicksand dogs were very cunning creatures. With his level 5 divine vision, Yue Yang could see that they were actually a kind of mutated bad monster. They weren't spiders or dogs at all. Their wings had degenerated and they could no longer fly. They could only dig into the sand. Their 4 claws had also evolved and split into 8. That was why they looked like spiders and dogs at the same time. The ranks of the quicksand dogs were very low. Most of them were normal ranked and very few of them were bronze ranked. Yue Yang had never seen a silver ranked one before. However, Yue Yang felt that their magic crystals had a special effect. Yue Yang felt that this kind of strange magic crystal would have a certain effect on Wei Tai Lang, the smoky flame girl and the barbarian cow shadow. The reason was that this kind of magic crystal had a kind of earth attribute energy that could mold their bodies. To be more accurate, it was the transformation energy of quicksand. Maybe if Yi Kong and Fatty Hai used this kind of energy crystal, they could also increase the transformation of their bodies. Yue Yang even wanted to use this kind of energy to research a kind of transformation pill. Because of the research mentality and purpose, Yue Yang and the 2 girls killed hundreds of quicksand dogs and collected a large amount of magic crystals. The center of the Despair Abyss was extremely big. Yue Yang didn't have a map and could only explore step by step. The deeper they went, the lower the ground became. Many places were filled with large pools of water. There was a waterfall in the pools of water. Looking down the cliff, it was still a bottomless canyon. The 3 of them walked to the end. The 1,000-year-old Treant general couldn't move freely on the cliff. It was like a waterfall city. Countless amounts of water fell from the sky. If they didn't have flying beasts and only relied on their legs, they might not be able to walk to the bottom of the waterfall even after walking for half a month. Yue Yang, who had reached the innate realm, didn't need to use his legs anymore. He unsealed a small amount of his innate strength and brought Yue Bing and Inan with him as he floated down easily. The Bloody Queen and the Reaper Mantis explored the path in front of Yue Yang, trying their best to reduce some unnecessary flying for Yue Yang to conserve his innate qi. The thin line of sky that could barely be seen before gradually disappeared. A few kilometers down, the thin line of sky had completely disappeared. The canyon became dark, and the deeper they went, the darker it became. Countless monsters hid their killing intent in the darkness. Some of them even glowed to attract their prey. Once a prey appeared, they would immediately open their mouth and swallow it whole. Of course, this kind of situation wouldn't happen to Yue Yang. When the innate rankers appeared, all the monsters were scared silent. There were even some monsters that couldn't escape in time and tried to fight to the death. However, they were easily killed by the Bloody Queen and the Reaper Mantis. Yue Yang brought Yue Bing and Inan along with him. He estimated that he had descended for 20 kilometers along the huge sloping cliff and the high-altitude waterfall. In the end, he realized that the bottom of the pitch-black abyss was a black, abyss ocean. Yue Bing and Inan didn't have Yue Yang's night vision ability, so they couldn't see in this kind of terrain. They could only use the luminous pearl that Princess Sissy gave them to see the space around them. When they realized that there was an abyss ocean below them, they were shocked. They didn't expect that the center of the despair abyss was actually a place like this. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, followed by a heavy downpour. Faintly, the two girls could see that there was a huge monster on the surface of the sea, stretching its long neck and twisting continuously. If there was only one, they would think that it was a dragon turtle. However, there were more than 10 huge monsters stretching their necks out of the water. They were so scared that they quickly suggested to Yue Yang to leave this place and find a place without monsters before diving down. When Yue Yang killed the 10,000-year cancer crab in the Cancer Temple, he obtained the tidal pearl from its body. This tidal pearl could form a huge bubble in the water, protecting the user's safety while diving, ignoring the water pressure. At the same time, the tidal pearl could also allow the user to use the water breathing skill 3 times every other day. If the user's body could withstand the water pressure, the user could swim freely underwater like a fish. The Bloody Queen Red and the Reaper Mantis were the kings of the sky. When they reached the bottom of the water, their battle power would be at its lowest. There was even a possibility that they would be easily dragged into the water by a bronze-ranked strange fish and killed. This was the same logic as when the powerful Flame Lord met the Storm Mermaid in a battle against two beasts with the same attribute. If it was a magma giant or a magma wyvern diving into the water, they wouldn't even need to fight against the enemy, they would just kill themselves. After keeping the Bloody Queen Red and the Reaper Mantis, little Wen Li dived into the water and dispersed the surrounding monsters. She then summoned the Stone Element Medusa, the Storm Mermaid and the Thunder Naga. As for the strongest Ice Serpent General, she didn't summon it. Maybe little Wen Li felt that it wasn't necessary. The Stone Element Medusa could also be summoned. She summoned the Gold Tiger Shark that was close to leveling up after eating the Net Spider's fragments and let it open the way for them. As soon as the 3 overlords of the water appeared, they immediately scared away countless hungry sea monsters. Even the Gold Tiger Shark could run amok in the inner sea. Brother, do you think the dragon turtle is at the bottom of the water? Yue Bing felt that the inner sea was so big, how were they going to find it? It should be. Let's go this way. No, let's go this way. Yue Yang knew that finding a dragon turtle at the bottom of the sea was like looking for a needle in a haystack. If it was in the past, he would definitely not do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. However, after breaking through the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi, he had a faint feeling that he could sense a strong life form. It might not be 100% accurate, but he felt that he should be able to sense the general direction of the dragon turtle. Yue Yang activated his underwater breathing ability and stayed outside the water bubble. Yue Bing and Inan hid inside the water bubble. The Stone Element Medusa and the Thunder Naga protected them from the front and back. The Storm Mermaid skillfully controlled the water flow and lightly moved the water bubble, following closely behind Yue Yang. Yue Yang rode on the back of the Gold Tiger Shark and leisurely advanced towards the place. He sensed the injured dragon turtle should be hibernating in front. It seemed that it was different from the Qilin girl. If it was the Qilin girl, she would be able to sense his arrival from afar. Even if she was sealed, she would be able to send out a thought wave to ask for help. This dragon turtle seemed to be incomparable to the Qilin girl. However, since it possessed the black tortoise pearl, it seemed that its original strength was not bad. The deeper they went, the more powerful and ugly sea monsters appeared. Even the gold-ranked ocean tyrant was occasionally seen. When they noticed Yue Yang and his group, they did not attack immediately like they usually did. Instead, they sensed the danger and hid far away. Yue Yang was anxious to search for the injured dragon turtle and did not chase after them. Otherwise, he would be able to obtain a lot of gold-ranked magic crystals. They swam at an extremely fast speed underwater for half a day, but did not find anything. After sensing for a long time, Yue Yang was a little tired. He stopped to rest for a while. He felt that his senses were not wrong, but he just could not find the place. The two girls were also a little bored in the water bubble, so they floated to the surface of the sea to get some fresh air and eat something. With the mentality of giving it a try, Yue Yang summoned the water attribute quintet seeking golden mice and let it try its luck in the water. Yue Yang felt that although this inland sea was not a real ocean, it was still huge. Sending a small mouse to find the injured dragon turtle was a little ridiculous. He was just trying it casually and did not have much hope. Who knew that after half an hour or so, when Yue Yang and the two girls finished resting and were preparing to continue diving, the summoning grimoire suddenly flipped. The water attribute quintet seeking golden mice had discovered something. On the page of the summoning grimoire, a line of words, "Discovered underwater palace, ancient building," appeared. It can't be. Yue Yang sweated profusely. He had searched for half a day, yet he could not compare to this little mouse. If he had known earlier, he would not have had to spend so much effort. Ghost genius Yue Yang was indeed a super powerful person. How many secrets did the quintet seeking golden mice that he created have yet to be discovered? Chapter 307 The Water Palace was a very special space. Yue Yang was the first to dive in. He discovered that it was filled with air, as if it was an underwater vault. The seawater hung high above. Inside, there seemed to be a strong and invisible force pushing the seawater away, forming a special space. This place was completely different from the ground. The gravity here was very light. People could float in the air effortlessly. At the same time, they could swim like fish. There was no need to walk. Occasionally, a strange fish would enter, but they would leave immediately. No matter what level the sea monster was, they all seemed to be in awe of this special space. Yue Yang took a few breaths of air. He discovered that the air here was just like the forest and valley outside. It was extremely fresh. Although there was no wind, he didn't feel stuffy or uncomfortable at all. At the bottom, there was a small amount of glowing strange plants. They looked like mushrooms, trees and long vines. Yue Yang had never seen this kind of plant before in the soaring dragon continent. His heart suddenly moved. There seemed to be some relevant information. He searched his brain with his super strong memory. Could it be that it was recorded in the medicine encyclopedia? Yue Yang, Yu Bing and Inan went down. He took out the medicine encyclopedia and compared it with the plants in front of him. He discovered that he could really find relevant records. This was a kind of glowing, daughter silk sphere fruit tree. It was originally a product from the outer realm of Tong Tian Tower. In the soaring dragon continent, only the destroyed Ming Kingdom had introduced it. However, as the Ming Kingdom's territory fell into the flames of war, it disappeared. This kind of daughter silk sphere fruit tree had disappeared for hundreds of years. He didn't expect to see it here. According to the medicine encyclopedia, the daughter silk sphere fruit tree had the effect of slightly dispersing dark energy. If you were injured by demons, you could use this tree's sap to heal. However, what people paid more attention to was not its healing. It was the aphrodisiac. The daughter silk sphere fruit tree and the aphrodisiac blood leaf tree both had obvious aphrodisiac effects. The former took effect slowly and had few side effects. The latter, on the other hand, was the opposite. It took effect quickly and was extremely hot. It could last for a long time and was loved by many old nobles. Of course, the side effects were huge. It was harmful to the human body. If it was taken for a long time, it could be life-threatening. Let's not talk about others, but the previous two kings of Zijin Kingdom, the Golden Wolf Emperor Chu Hongqi, who was a level 7 overlord, was rumored to have used the aphrodisiac sheep's blood leaf for a long period of time. Every night, he slept with no less than 10 women. In the end, he vomited blood and died from exhaustion. As a level 7 overlord, he did not die in the hands of a strong enemy. Instead, he died of exhaustion on his beloved concubine's belly. This had become the laughing stock of the soaring dragon continent. Unlike the blood leaf herb of the aphrodisiac goat, the daughter silk sphere fruit tree's fruit juice had a relatively slower medicinal effect. It also had a calmer effect on the regulation of qi and blood. It wasn't as aggressive as the blood leaf herb of the aphrodisiac goat. Unless the victim was extremely weak, it wouldn't cause any harm to the body. In the medicine encyclopedia, the aphrodisiac sheep's blood leaf flower was rated as a third-grade poison, while the daughter silk sphere fruit tree was rated as a fourth-grade medicine. Due to the disappearance of the daughter silk sphere fruit tree in the Ming Kingdom, there were very few people who possessed it and it was extremely rare. Therefore, only the nobles of a certain area could possess such a precious medicine. In the palace, it was also known as the imperial concubine sleeping dragon, or daughter sending sons. It meant that if the concubine had it, she would be able to obtain the emperor's favor. She might even be able to obtain a dragon seed as she wished. After a few hundred years, the daughter silk sphere fruit tree had gradually disappeared from the world. Otherwise, the golden wolf emperor Chu Hongqi would not have suffered the tragedy of dying from exhaustion after consuming the aphrodisiac sheep's blood leaf for a long period of time. Yue Yang did not expect that there would be so many daughter silk sphere fruit trees at the bottom of the despair abyss. Looking closely, these daughter silk sphere fruit trees were all huge trees. The biggest one was so big that it would take more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. It was obvious that these trees had existed for more than 1,000 years. Yue Yang's ability was extremely strong, just like his martial arts. They were both at an abnormal level. Sickly beauty couldn't satisfy him alone. Even so, Yue Yang did not mind collecting some daughter silk sphere fruit trees to make medicine. The sap of the daughter silk sphere fruit tree had the effect of dispelling dark energy. The fruit juice also had the effect of boosting one's sexual vigor. Other than these, Yue Yang also knew a secret that was not recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. From the knowledge passed down by the pitiful guy's mother, Yue Yang found an extremely useful secret recipe according to his memory. Rebirth pill. If one of the ingredients for the rebirth pill was replaced by the mixture of daughter silk sphere fruit juice and lustrous branches sap, the effect would be even stronger. Now that Yue Yang had the goddess, Terran gods do, he was preparing to concoct the rebirth pill. With this daughter silk sphere fruit juice, it was like giving a pillow to a sleepy person. Of course he wouldn't stand on ceremony. Furthermore, there was a special fruit in Tong Tian Tower called the fruit of youth. It could help ordinary people recover a little of their youthful vigor. Innates could even extend their lifespan if they consumed it. However, this kind of fruit of youth had a strong poison, so it was not suitable to consume it directly. One must first consume the heart-protecting pill, which could increase the body's immunity and remove the poison. Only then would one be able to completely absorb the energy of the fruit of youth. The daughter silk sphere fruit juice was one of the important components of the heart-protecting pill. If one reached the innate realm, even if one did not consume any medicine, a true innate ranker would be able to extend their lifespan by more than 1,000 years. Of course, this was excluding people like Yao Guang and Tian Quan who were forced to become innates by others. Yue Yang had never worried about himself or Shui Wuxia and the others. However, Fourth Mother did not know any martial arts at all, so she would definitely not be able to stay young forever. Thus, he had to concoct the rebirth pill or feed her the fruit of youth and other medicines to extend her lifespan and maintain her youthfulness. Although Yue Yang had never said it out loud, this had actually been his wish all along. What is this? Yu Bing and Inan did not have Yue Yang's knowledge, nor did they have any inheritance of knowledge. They only felt that this was a strange tree. Medicinal ingredients. Yue Yang did not explain much. The two girls were curious and had no interest in the medicinal ingredients. If it was Yu, she would definitely question him to the end. Other than the daughter silk sphere fruit tree, there were many other plants in this water palace. Yue Yang used his memory and inheritance of knowledge to collect a few other medicinal ingredients. These were all medicinal ingredients that the soaring dragon continent lacked. It was a pity that Yue Yang did not find any snow lotus root here. Otherwise, he would definitely refine the martial arts pill and give them a surprise when Elder Yu Hai and Zheng Wuyu return. Elder Yu Hai, Zheng Wuyu and the others had not been able to break through for many years. Even if they could not become innates after consuming the martial arts pill, they would still gain a lot of benefits. If their abilities improved and they had the ability to protect themselves, Yue Yang would be able to explore Tong Tian Tower with peace of mind in the future. After walking for more than 2 kilometers, Yue Yang felt a mysterious energy in front of him. After walking around the thicket, he discovered a huge stone pillar in front of him. Its appearance was very similar to the crystal pillar that sealed the Qilin girl. However, it was not made of crystal and there were not as many pillars. There was only one abnormally huge pillar. On top of the 10-meter tall pillar, there was a carving of a demon king. There were rows of inscriptions on it. Yue Yang could vaguely recognize a few of them. These inscriptions were written in an ancient language. Although Yue Yang had the inheritance of knowledge, it was still difficult for him to understand them. He reckoned that they were introducing this demon king statue. At the bottom of the pedestal, there was a row of heaven runes. There was also an ancient rune that represented suppression. What is this? When Yu Bing and Inan saw this pillar, they felt uneasy. They even had a feeling that something evil was hiding inside. In ancient times, human warriors defeated the corrupted warriors and suppressed them here. Looks like this is the graveyard of the corrupted warriors. There is not only one such pillar here. Yue Yang brought Yu Bing and Inan along with him and walked forward. He discovered that there was another similar pillar not far away. After walking for a while, he discovered that there were even more huge pillars that represented the corrupted warriors that were suppressed here. After counting carefully, Yue Yang felt that there were at least 100 corrupted warriors suppressed here. Perhaps the era was different, but they were all from a long time ago. The evil qi inside the pillars had already disappeared. The stone pillars were also weathered and dissipated. It seemed that the corrupted warriors that were suppressed inside the pillars had already died. Some of the more intact ones could feel the evil qi. There were also a few evil qi that seemed to be able to break through the seal of the stone pillars. In the middle of these scattered stone pillars, there was a big hall. Yue Yang brought Yu Bing and Inan into the hall. They discovered that this place was extremely big. After walking up 1,000 steps, they arrived at the big hall. They discovered that the inside was even bigger than a football field. The inside of the hall seemed to have once been glorious. However, due to the passage of time, the glorious paintings of the past had already faded. Some of the statues had also disappeared, leaving only the empty hall. Looking at it from afar, the whole building was grand and majestic, giving off a sense of awe. After walking down a few hundred steps in 1,000 meters, they saw a white stone building that was 100 meters tall. The building that had been covered in dust for a long time still stood tall, like a giant overlooking them. To the left, there were houses of different sizes. To the right, there was a small hill in the distance. At the bottom of the hill was a pond. When they got closer, they discovered that the pond was extremely big. It was at least 100 meters long and wide. There was a huge black shadow inside, as if it was sleeping in the water. It's a dragon turtle, it's a dragon turtle. We've finally found the dragon turtle. Yu Bing cheered. It's too big. Inan had thought that the thunder mammoth and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle were already big enough. The 30 meters tall king of black light was even more incomparable to other beasts. However, the king of black light paled in comparison to the black shadow in the pond. It wasn't even worth mentioning. This black shadow had almost filled the entire pond. Seeing it sleeping in the pond, Yue Yang felt that it was too small. Yue Yang had wanted to throw a stone into the pond to wake the sleeping dragon turtle. But before he could move the stone, the water in the pond started to tremble and overflow. In the end, the waves rolled and a whirlpool appeared. The wriggling black shadow caused the water in the pond to soar into the sky, creating waves that were a few meters tall, almost drenching Yue Yang. In the end, even the earth started to tremble. Amidst the extremely exaggerated vibrations, the black shadow started to float up. The waves hit the shore of the pond, splashing waves after waves. The huge head and shell were the first to emerge from the water. Yue Yang saw it clearly. It was indeed a dragon turtle. Dragon head, tortoise body. It looked like it was platinum rank level 6, but Yue Yang was shocked to find that this dragon turtle was actually in a state of near death due to heavy injuries. If it recovered its peak strength, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Even in a state of near death, it was already so powerful. If it was at its peak, wouldn't it be able to do whatever it wanted in the soaring dragon continent? Of course, this dragon turtle originally lived in the higher floors of Tong Tian Tower. It was only injured that it came here to recuperate. If it wasn't for its heavy injuries, this dragon turtle wouldn't have come to the beginner village of the soaring dragon continent. Old turtle, I'll accept the quest to heal you, but I'll say it first. Other than that black tortoise pearl, what other rewards do you have? Shouldn't there be some extra rewards for running errands? It took me a lot of effort to find this place. If it wasn't for the Night Empress, I wouldn't have come to this remote and desolate place. Yue Yang purposely used the Night Empress name to see the reaction of this old turtle. Did the Night Empress send you here? What proof do you have? Yue Yang's guess was right. This huge dragon turtle could really speak. This fellow's voice was incomparably old, sounding like it was thousands of years old. Yue Yang was speechless. It turned out that the Night Empress was just a little girl in front of this old turtle. Chapter 308 Inches No. Yue Yang shrugged. If I knew you wanted a keepsake, I would have asked her for some treasures as a keepsake. Every year, many people come to disturb my sweet dreams. Sometimes, it's a human warrior, sometimes, it's a demon. The dragon turtle's aged voice heaved a long sigh. If you can't prove your identity and ability, I won't believe you so easily. You'd better leave. My brother was definitely sent by the Night Empress, he wouldn't lie to you. Yu Bing saw that the dragon turtle had the intention to refuse to see her off, so she quickly pleaded for Yue Yang. He's also Ji Zun's disciple. Inin felt that if she mentioned Ji Zun, her name would be even more famous. Is that so? Then what unique skill did you learn from Ji Zun? The dragon turtle indeed knew about Ji Zun, and it seemed to be quite familiar with her. Yue Yang was speechless. Although Ji Zun was Yue Yang's introducer, she had never taught Yue Yang any unique skills. Other than giving him a crystal card at Shangwu Camp, she had only chatted with Yue Yang for a while at the Cloud Peak Lakes, one line of heaven. Normally, she didn't care about what Yue Yang did, let alone teach Yue Yang any unique skills. Ji Zun did admit that she was Yue Yang's introducer, but she wasn't very qualified. According to Ji Zun, she wanted to give Yue Yang unlimited freedom, and wouldn't control Yue Yang like how she controlled her sister in the past. This was to prevent Yue Yang from having a rebellious mentality. In fact, Yue Yang hoped that there would be a beautiful Ji Zun with super big breasts to control him every day. He wanted to see her dazzling breasts shake every day. How cool would that be? It was a pity that the beautiful Ji Zun had a psychological shadow because of her sister's matter, and was no longer willing to care about Yue Yang's matters. In the end, under this unlimited freedom, Yue Yang didn't get any treasures or divine beasts. He didn't even know the beautiful Ji Zun's unique skills. Yue Yang couldn't answer the dragon turtle's question. Forget about learning it, he had never even heard of Ji Zun's ultimate move. Yue Bing was also a little embarrassed, but she still answered honestly. Grandpa Dragon Turtle, although Ji Zun did not impart any unique skills to Big Brother, she was indeed Big Brother's introducer. If you want to see Big Brother's strength, why don't you let Big Brother unseal his Shantian realm strength for you to see? The gigantic dragon head of the dragon turtle shook lightly. There's no need to unseal it. I'm not blind. I can tell with one look that this boy has the power of a level 3 innate. He has great potential. I've never seen such a young innate before. Unfortunately, he's too young. As for the two of you girls, you're a level 7 beginner overlord and a level 6 advanced elder respectively. You're slightly stronger than the girl who specializes in mental energy. This old man wants to say something. With your strength, even if this old man gives you the task and you enter the Prison Emperor Divine Palace to help me retrieve the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal, I'm afraid that you won't even last for half an hour before you are all killed. Aren't we looking for medicine to heal your injuries? Inin knew that she wasn't strong enough, but she didn't expect the dragon turtle to say that Yue Yang would also be killed if he entered the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Of course, she knew what kind of person Yue Yang was. The Green Summit sect leader, Duan Mu Long Cheng, was also chased by Yue Yang to the Demon Abyss and was killed. Furthermore, this old dragon turtle even said that Yue Yang wasn't qualified to enter the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Wasn't this too exaggerated? My holy beast soul is injured. Right now, my body is like a perforated water tank. I can't retain any energy. It's useless no matter how much medicine I eat. Even if I can recover, I can only recover to platinum rank level 10. I reckon that I won't be able to recover my peak strength even after 1,000 years. If that's the case, it would be meaningless. The dragon turtle sighed deeply. Are you in a hurry? Yue Yang felt that this dragon turtle was a little strange. Maybe this dragon turtle saw that his strength was not bad, so he raised the level of the task. Previously, the Night Empress didn't even mention anything about retrieving something from the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. With his current strength, he wouldn't even be able to last for half an hour. Why would the Night Empress give such a dangerous task to him? Furthermore, the Night Empress wouldn't have predicted that his growth would be so fast. It was something that even he didn't expect. On the surface, This dragon turtle seemed to be suspicious, but in reality, it still had the intention to give him the task. Otherwise, why would it talk so much nonsense? It could have just sunk to the bottom of the pond and continued to sleep. However, wasn't the level of the task a little too high? Originally, healing this dragon turtle was probably a B-rank task at most, and the reward was the black tortoise pearl. Now that this dragon turtle had suddenly raised the level of the task, it seemed that it was at least S rank, maybe even SS rank. If he couldn't even last for half an hour in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, then Yu Bing and Inan wouldn't even be able to last. As for the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Prison Emperor Divine Seal, what were those things? Holy ranked equipment, divine ranked equipment, the dragon turtle muttered to itself for a long time. In the end, it sighed in its old voice. In the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, there is a heaven realm door that opens once every 100 years. If I don't get the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Prison Emperor Divine Seal this year, I won't be able to recover my peak strength. If I don't recover my peak strength, I won't be able to kill the traitor Prison Emperor Divine General that year. If I let the Prison Emperor Divine General enter the Heaven Realm, I'm afraid that he would be able to get away scot-free forever. Because of the Heaven Realm Alliance Agreement, Jizun and the Night Empress can't kill the rankers who have the qualifications to enter the Heaven Realm. After this year, the Heaven Realm door will close. You are all children with great potential. It's a pity that I won't be able to wait for the day you become stronger. I don't have much time left. What's in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace? Yue Yang was also secretly considering whether he should accept this task or not. If he accepted it, it would definitely be dangerous. If he didn't accept it, it would be a pity. 6,000 years ago, I was only 2,000 years old at that time. My identity was the Prison Emperor's Divine Guardian Beast. I was very young, the youngest among all the Divine Guardian Beasts. However, I was deeply trusted by the Prison Emperor. No matter if it was conquering the Demon Abyss or entering the Heaven Realm, I would always follow the Prison Emperor. The Prison Emperor was an unimaginably powerful human ranker. He was invincible. Even the rankers of the Heaven Realm trembled when they heard his name. After that, the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm were afraid that the Prison Emperor would threaten the Heaven Realm, so they went against the rules of the ancient code and forced their way out from the Heaven Realm door. They led countless Heaven Realm rankers to besiege the Prison Emperor. That battle was earth-shattering. Even some of the continents sank to the bottom of the sea. Two of the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm fell forever, just like how the gods of the ancient era fell. They were sealed in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace by the Prison Emperor and could never return to the Heaven Realm. The remaining one escaped back to the Heaven Realm, abandoning more than 100 Heaven Realm rankers and escaped alone. The Prison Emperor joined hands with the human rankers and killed these Heaven Realm rankers one by one. In the end, all of them were sealed in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. The Prison Emperor used his own life force as the price to seal all of the enemies. He, who was heavily injured, died before he could even leave the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. After that, the Soaring Dragon Continent, which had lost the Prison Emperor, fell into chaos. The Prison Emperor Divine General and the other traitors took the opportunity to rebel. In the end, the stability of the Soaring Dragon Continent collapsed and the continent gradually declined. Losing its former glory, all the rankers had died in the battle against the Heaven Realm. My companions had also died in the battle. Now, I am the only one left. In the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, there are Heaven Realm rankers whose souls are sealed. Even without a physical body, the sealed souls are not something you can fight against. The dragon turtle's aged voice carried an indescribable sorrow. As it recounted the past, only then did Yue Yang know that the humans of a few thousand years ago were so powerful that they could actually fight against the Heaven Realm. Thinking about it now, the warriors of the Soaring Dragon Continent couldn't even enter the Heaven Realm. The difference between 6,000 years ago and 6,000 years later was so huge. Yue Yang compared it with Queen Vivian Li's words. Queen Vivian Li was a ranker from the Demon Abyss 10,000 years ago. She was so powerful, but she was actually sealed in the black hole space by a human ranker. From this, it could be seen how much the human race had declined. If the human race lost Jizun and Night Empress, the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the others to stir up trouble again, in a few hundred years, the human warriors might not even be able to contract beasts. At that time, they would completely become the slaves and food of the Demon Abyss. The current Soaring Dragon Continent was like a broken ship riddled with holes, leaking water everywhere. If it wasn't repaired soon, Forget about continuing to sail, it might even sink into the sea one day and be consigned to eternal damnation. We don't have to fight against those sealed souls, why don't we steal the things? Inan suggested. The souls inside would definitely interfere with the stealing. Furthermore, once the divine staff leaves the sealed souls would gain more freedom and gain more power. Even if they couldn't leave the prison Emperor Divine Palace, their power would definitely increase by 10 times. At that time, it would be even harder for them to leave. The dragon turtle obviously didn't think highly of Yue Yang and the others, because in its eyes, Yue Yang was too young. Even if he was a super genius and an innate at the age of 20, he was still too young. Grandpa Dragon Turtle, can we invite the prison emperor out? Yu Bing felt that the prison emperor might not be here anymore, but she still held onto a sliver of hope. If the prison emperor could be revived, even if his soul could come out, then things would be easier. The prison emperor is no longer here, his divine staff and divine seal still have his power. It's a pity that you guys don't have the prison emperor's bloodline, otherwise you could use them and inherit the prison emperor's power. With the prison emperor divine staff and divine seal, I have the confidence to kill that traitor, the prison emperor divine general. If it wasn't for him guiding the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm, the Heaven Realm rankers wouldn't have been able to descend onto the soaring dragon continent so easily. The dragon turtle's main goal was to take revenge and kill the prison emperor divine general who had lived for 6,000 years. Do you need the prison emperor divine staff and divine seal? Yue Yang felt that other than Ji Zun, even the Night Empress couldn't see through his true power. Although this dragon turtle was powerful, it shouldn't be able to see through his true power after being injured. Could the old dragon turtle really see through his counterfeit inherent skill? With Nirvana Flame, World Exterminating Wheel, Explosion Star Explosion, Devouring Domain and most importantly, innate invisible sword chi, how could he not fight? Among his beasts, he had Little Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red and Barbarian Cow Shadow Aw Man to support him. If he really couldn't do it, there was still the Qilin girl and the 2 Phoenix girls. If they weren't willing to come out and help him, then he would go into Queen Vivian Li's black hole sealed space and think of a way to get Queen Vivian Li out. She was a powerful person from 10,000 years ago. If she wasn't injured and sealed, the prison emperor and the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm would be nothing to her. Yu Bing and Inan still wanted to ask about the situation, but Yue Yang waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. He recorded 10 teleportation scrolls in front of the dragon turtle and nodded. I might be able to help you break into the prison emperor divine palace, but I have to make some preparations first. The dragon turtle seemed to know that Yue Yang wouldn't give up, so it gave him a final blow. Little boy, I appreciate your good intentions, but the prison emperor divine palace is a special sealed space. If you don't get the prison emperor divine staff or the prison emperor divine seal, you won't be able to come out. The prison emperor divine staff and the prison emperor divine seal respectively seal the 2 great leaders of Heaven Realm. Even if they only have 1% of their strength left, they are still not something that you can fight against. You are not me, how would you know that I can't? Yue Yang rolled his eyes unhappily. He thought to himself that he could even enter and exit the black hole sealed space at will. How could this prison emperor divine palace be a problem for him? He only wanted to go back and discuss with wuxia and Tigress to raise the price. Otherwise, if he agreed too readily, the reward for the quest wouldn't be high. At the very least, he wanted to extort 1 divine equipment from the dragon turtle. If he couldn't get either the prison emperor divine staff or the prison emperor divine seal, then he would also want 1 of the prison emperor divine armor, prison emperor divine helmet and so on. Yue Yang pulled his sister Yue Bing and Inan and teleported back to the little flower garden. Breaking into the prison emperor divine palace would probably be even more difficult than breaking into the 12 zodiac temples. Yue Yang felt that he had to discuss with the girls and brainstorm to see if they could think of the best way. Chapter 309 Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia were sparring on a lake 10 miles away, while City Mistress Fallen Flowers was planting flowers in the courtyard of the small manor. In the inner room, Sickly Beauty was copying heaven runes. When Yu saw Yue Yang return, she welcomed him happily. You found the dragon turtle, right? Yes. Yue Bing nodded happily. What do you need to heal it? Is healing water enough? Yue felt that it was finally her turn to make a move. Although she wasn't good at fighting, healing was not a problem. Inan shook her head, indicating that it wasn't that simple. While Yue was astonished, City Mistress Fallen Flowers in the courtyard heard the commotion. She threw down her hoe and ran back, especially the 3-tailed snow fox, who ran even faster. While Yu Bing was explaining the process to Yu, Inan rushed to inform Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia to come back. On the other side, City Mistress Fallen Flowers was doing a full-body search on Yu Yang. She knew that if he came across any strange flowers or herbs during his exploration, he would definitely not forget to bring them to her. Of course, the most important thing was that she used this as an excuse to check if he was injured. Yu Yang hurriedly expressed that he was uninjured and passed the daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree seed to her. This is. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw the daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree seed that had disappeared for hundreds of years, she was surprised. There was actually a seed that she didn't recognize. Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree, it has the effect of dispelling dark energy. Yu Yang reminded her, Wah, this thing has disappeared from the Soaring Dragon continent for hundreds of years. My garden lacks this kind of plant that blooms at night and glows. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was ecstatic. She hugged Yu Yang's arm and gave him a sweet kiss. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was too excited. Her relationship with Yu Yang had not reached the stage where she would give him a kiss anytime. Yu Bing was fine, but Yu blushed. Yu knew about the daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree because it was similar to her healing ability. They both had the ability to disperse dark energy. Even when she was studying in Shangjing Academy, many perverts gave her the nickname, Daughter Silk Moonlight. This nickname, Daughter Silk Moonlight, was because her skin was especially white and smooth, and her figure was alluring. When her soul spring, inherent skill leveled up, according to her teacher's prediction, Yu's spiritual energy would have the same effect as moonlight bathing. It would be extremely nourishing for a warrior's body. While replenishing spiritual energy, it could also purify and dispel negative effects such as demonic energy. If it wasn't for the fact that she was born in the Yu clan and was already engaged, Yu's pursuers would probably form a long line of thousands of meters. Xiao San was already super powerful. If he also took this daughter Silk Sphere fruit juice that had the effect of strengthening one's sex drive, how could Sister Wu Hen stand him? When Yu thought of this, her face became even redder. However, when she saw Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia flying back, she couldn't help but feel relieved. There was still Xianxia and the others, there was no need for her to worry about him. There was no harm in taking the daughter Silk Sphere fruit juice. Maybe he brought it back to plant it for fun. Yu hurriedly shifted her attention to other things. Coincidentally, she heard Yu Bing mention the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Prison Emperor Divine Palace, she had never heard of this before. When Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia returned, Yu Yang explained the situation to them. All the girls frowned. There are no records of the Heaven Realm War that happened 6,000 miles ago. However, according to the Dragon Turtle's description, we cannot let our guard down. After all, humans are still unable to enter the Heaven Realm, and the Prison Emperor alone could fight against the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm. If the Prison Emperor Divine Palace really has a sealed Heaven Realm ranker and the two great leaders, I'm afraid that we won't be able to force our way in. Shui Wuxia started to realize that this matter was almost as difficult as the exploration of God's ruins that they had planned to leave until the end. Other than Yu Yang's mother, no one else had been able to enter the inner layer of God's ruins until now. That was definitely a big challenge. However, this Prison Emperor Divine Palace that had existed for 6,000 years and had sealed the souls of the two great leaders was not simple either. Princess Sissy usually did not ask anyone for help. However, she suddenly suggested to Yu Yang, why don't you ask that big breasts girl? She might know something. Furthermore, she is trying to get close to you, so give her a chance. The big breasts girl that she was talking about was Impatience, Sky La. If it was before, Princess Sissy would definitely not trust Impatience. However, after the decisive battle in the Yu clan castle, where Impatience used all her strength to save Yu Yang and fought with the great emperor of Ziwei until she fainted, Princess Sissy had changed her mind. Although she didn't really like Impatience, this kind of big breasts girl who could seduce Yu Yang into bed at any time, her rationality told her that if they wanted to explore the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, without inviting Sky La, it would not be enough to rely on their own strength. She wouldn't be at ease to let Yu Yang go in alone and fight alone. She also couldn't bear to do so. The best way was to find him a helper who would not betray him in front of benefits. This person was Sky La. As Sky La, one of the big shots of the demonic palace, she had everything and lacked nothing. She only lacked a man who could make her not feel lonely in her life. As long as Yu Yang used his charm and sacrificed himself a little, Sky Law would definitely lend him a helping hand. For example, during the battle in the Yu clan castle, she did not hesitate to fall out with the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian. Even when facing the three great demon kings and the great lich kings in the demon abyss, she did not abandon Yue Yang and escape alone. This proved that this big-breasted girl was a trustworthy ally. I agree. I also agree to join hands with Sky Law to explore the prison Emperor Divine Palace. We would rather pay a certain amount of compensation. Luo Hua's city mistress usually didn't care much about things, but she was actually very decisive. If she wasn't a woman, the throne of Tian Luo Kingdom's future emperor might be passed to her instead of the prince of Tian Luo. Do your best to raise your fighting power. If you are not an innate, even if everyone wants to go in and help, it would be very limited. Shui Wuxia said slowly. This sentence hit the girl's weak point. What she meant was that the girls were useless and couldn't help Yue Yang the most. In the face of difficulties, they needed to ask Sky Law, a super love rival, for help. Shui Wuxia did not object to inviting Sky Law, but she felt that it was more important to raise their fighting power at home. After all, it was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. Even if they succeeded in exploring the prison Emperor Divine Palace this time, what about the next time they enter the Heaven Realm? The old dragon turtle said that the Heaven Realm gate opens once every 100 years, and it happened to open this year. If they missed it, they would have to wait for another 100 years. If Yue Yang wanted to enter the Heaven Realm, with Sky Law and the others' help, it wouldn't be difficult. However, the girls did not have the strength to do so. Could it be that they would have to wait for another 100 years to meet Yue Yang again? At that time, Sky Law and Yue Yang's grandsons might not even know how to play a supporting role. Princess Sissy clenched her fists with hatred. She gritted her teeth and said resolutely, 1 month, I will rush to the innate realm. It was impossible for her to rush to the innate realm in a month by herself. No matter how talented she was, she couldn't compare to Yue Yang, this abnormal person. However, if she threw away all her worries and trained body fusion with Yue Yang like a couple, or even husband and wife, it was still possible. As long as she could rush to the innate realm, she wouldn't be left behind. Although she was fierce towards Yue Yang on the surface, she felt extremely sour in her heart when she helplessly asked Sky Law to join hands with her. This was equivalent to handing him over to someone else. Princess Sissy could imagine that after Yue Yang fought in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, his strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, he would most likely go to the God's Ruins and the Heaven Realm Gate to explore. Once he entered the Heaven Realm and left for 100 years, would he still call her tigress like he did today? Forget about Sky Law, there was also the Night Empress and Jizun. Just within the Heaven Realm, there were probably countless outstanding girls. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't meet a few more. At that time, they might even replace her position. Anything could happen in 100 years' time. Under such a sense of crisis, Princess Sissy decided to give up everything and rush to the innate realm. If she wanted to keep him by her side forever, she couldn't rely on weak tears like ordinary girls. Instead, she had to become strong enough and become his irreplaceable helper. I also want to rush. Yu Bing's fighting spirit was the strongest. Work hard. Under the influence of Yu Bing's fighting spirit, in addition to the fact that her relationship with Yue Yang had improved by leaps and bounds, Inen didn't resist training body fusion anymore. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Shui Wuxia looked at each other. Needless to say, both of them wanted to rush to the innate realm. Shui Wuxia would probably reach it faster than Princess Sissy, because she had always been training body fusion with Yue Yang and was just a little bit away from it. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was a little slower. If she used all her strength, she would probably reach the innate realm in at least a month, at most 2 months. Sickly Beauty wasn't weak in the first place, but she wasn't good at fighting and had no attack power. She and Yue Yang had already connected their meridians a long time ago, but she didn't usually say it out, so as not to give everyone a shock. If needed, she could break through to the innate realm anytime. Princess Sissy and the others also knew about this. The one who was the most flustered was Yu. It wasn't convenient for her to train body fusion with Yue Yang. Even if they trained together, she couldn't be as open as Princess Sissy, because she and Yue Yang were siblings. Unless her father, Yu Shan, was really a fake, a real demon, it was impossible for her to marry Yue Yang. Yu didn't want her father to be a demon, and she didn't want her body to have the demon's bloodline. However, the identity of siblings made her feel depressed. Why was the one who protected her in every aspect of her life a mistress? He was her own brother. If he wasn't, then it would be better. Siblings definitely wouldn't end up together. Yu sighed. She wasn't like Yu Bing, who could say that she wanted to break through to the innate realm. Yu Bing was still young and didn't understand the relationship between a man and a woman. She had already grown up, so it should be taboo. Sister Yu, let's break through to the innate realm together and go to the heaven realm together. I will bring back the best things in the heaven realm as a gift from my mother. Yu Bing hugged Yu happily, as if she could enter the heaven realm tomorrow. To little girls, the legendary heaven realm was mysterious and full of dreamy colors. It was hard to not look forward to it. Okay. Yu agreed on the surface, but she smiled bitterly in her heart. Break through to the innate realm by herself. Do body fusion with the mistress. Was that even possible, and was it really that easy to enter the heaven realm? Maybe the heaven realm was more cruel than the soaring dragon continent, where the strong preyed on the weak. Of course, she couldn't discourage Yu Bing's enthusiasm, so she could only agree. Yu knew that her seventh sister's achievements were destined to be higher than hers. Not only was she a super genius, she was also completely focused. Her cultivation progressed at a tremendous pace. Before she understood the relationship between a man and a woman, she believed that she would be able to reach an extremely high realm with her third brother's help. If it's possible, talk to Bing Yin again. She would definitely have a better idea. Sickly Beauty suddenly added, who's Bing Yin? Yue Yang was surprised. He had never heard of this name before. Could it be the name of Night Empress or Ji Zun? Who called me? Qilin girl suddenly jumped out. Because she turned her head to look at Sickly Beauty halfway, she didn't look where she was going and didn't stop walking. With a bang, she knocked Yue Yang to the ground. Yue Yang didn't know if she did it on purpose or if she was really dumb. Chapter 310. When she heard about the prison emperor divine palace in the heaven realm gate, the Qilin girl yawned and said disinterestedly, let's talk about this when the time comes. I'm a girl, I'm not interested in fighting and killing. Furthermore, the two girls in your family had just expanded the Phoenix Nirvana pillar. I'm preparing to use the Nirvana pillar to rest for a while. When I evolve to a golden Qilin, I'll consider coming out to help you. When Yue Yang heard this, he knew that he couldn't count on this girl. She and the Phoenix sisters were kinda mortal beasts. They wouldn't attack him first. They would only attack him when he was about to die. Sickly Beauty asked on behalf of her husband, what Phoenix Nirvana pillar? Can you bring Yue Yang in to take a look? The Qilin girl blinked her cute big eyes and asked back, I'm just curious, why doesn't he go in to live? Ah, my throat is very soft, I can't talk too much every day. Good night everyone. She turned into a ray of light and floated into Yue Yang's body. The girls were all sweating when they saw this. This Qilin girl would always act like this at important times. There must be some reason why she didn't want to say it out. But even if that was the case, she didn't need to find this excuse all the time. Yue Yang went outside and found the Thief Guild to send a message to Impatience. This message was very simple. There were only 4 words, Prison Emperor Divine Palace. However, because he sent a message to Sky Law, the Thief Guild charged Yue Yang 100 gold coins. Furthermore, he couldn't guarantee that the message would be delivered. Yue Yang's heart ached for a while. Damn it, killing a bronze rank level 3 lightning leopard, including its magic crystal and leopard skin, was only worth 5 gold coins. This message cost 100 gold coins. It was no different from robbery. Sending a message was equivalent to killing 20 lightning leopards. Even the Central Mobile Army wasn't this black-hearted. Yue Yang almost raised his crescent blade, Crescent Moon, to kill this wretched old thief in front of him. Returning to the little flower garden, Shui Wuxia gave a suggestion to Yue Yang. Your grimoire has not leveled up, and your innate skills have not been upgraded yet. Why don't you take this opportunity to upgrade it? It should be of some help. After passing the 12 zodiac temples, you can also pass the 3 world shrines. In the future, no matter what you do in the Tong Tian Tower, there won't be any level restriction. There's no need for you to always be a level 3 hero. Now that everyone knows that you are an innate, you can obtain the Ancient Code's reward if you level up. Why not? Maybe after you obtain the reward, you will have more confidence in exploring the Prison Emperor's Divine Palace. Her opinion was very good. Yue Yang was just not used to summoning his grimoire and raising his shield to fight. Little Wen Li didn't need to be summoned. She could even help to summon the barbarian Cow Shadow, Bloody Queen and the others. She didn't need Yue Yang to summon them. That was why Yue Yang had always been fighting like this. He rarely used his grimoire in big and small battles, even when he was challenging the 12 zodiac temples. Then I'll go and challenge the 3 world shrines in the second floor of Tong Tian Tower. Yue Yang remembered that after he had cleared the 12 zodiac temples, he had obtained a mysterious pearl that even his Heaven Eye's divine vision couldn't see through. It was even more mysterious than the pearl that sealed the dark golden specter. It felt similar to the black jade necklace that sealed Queen Vivian Li. It looked ordinary on the outside, and he couldn't see any energy fluctuation at all. However, in the dream realm, this mysterious pearl was the second item that appeared other than the black jade necklace. At that time, the big loli held it in her hands and looked at it. In the end, she threw it back to Yue Yang. That was the reward for clearing the entire 12 zodiac temples. It couldn't be a useless item. Especially since it was the only thing that could enter the dream realm other than the black jade necklace. It was definitely a treasure among treasures. The black jade necklace sealed Queen Vivian Li. Even if this mysterious pearl didn't seal a powerful person, it would definitely be an incredible treasure. However, with Yue Yang's current Heaven Eye's divine vision, he still couldn't see the truth behind it. The 12 zodiac temples had many rewards, but what about the 3 world shrines? The 3 world shrines had the same difficulty as the 12 zodiac temples. Of course, other than Yue Yang, who was an abnormal innate ranker, there was no other warrior who would still be a level 3 hero after reaching the innate realm. The 12 zodiac temples and the 3 world shrines, heaven, earth and man, all restricted the entry of warriors who were level 6 elder and above. Other than Yue Yang, who could easily clear the stages, it was almost impossible for other people to clear the 12 zodiac temples and the 3 world shrines before becoming a level 6 elder. It could be said that it was Yue Yang's bad habit of rarely using his grimoire that created this kind of opportunity. If Yue Yang summoned his grimoire in every battle and accumulated battle points, he would have long surpassed level 6 elder. It would also be impossible for him to enter the 12 zodiac temples and the 3 world shrines to challenge them. I'll stay behind and train with Sister Inan. Brother, do your best. Yu Bing knew that once she went, her brother would definitely give the rewards to her. Don't be so wishy-washy, go and come back quickly. Princess Sissy stretched out her hand and gave Yue Yang a punch. She looked fierce on the outside, but she was very nervous on the inside. Breaking through to the innate realm in a month, body fusion would definitely surpass the superficial way of holding hands. It might even surpass the way of hugging and kissing like Shui Wuxia. They weren't engaged yet, and she didn't see how hard this brat was trying to woo her. If she were to be naked with him, and even let him see all the secrets of her body, it would be too degrading, but what could she do? If she didn't do that, how could she break through to the innate realm in a month? It was fine if she were to be naked with him, but she was afraid that this brat wouldn't be able to control his lust and would eat her up. At that time, she would really want to cry but have no tears. Could it be that when the old man at home returned from the Eastern Goblin tribe, she would go and tell him, "Congratulations, you have a son-in-law. He is your brother Hai's grandson. If you don't mind hearing another piece of good news, I also want to tell you that you will soon have a grandson to hug." That old man would probably be so angry that he would fall head first onto the ground from the dragon throne. No matter how angry her father was, he would still pass. At most, she would be scolded by him. But the real problem was that she wasn't ready yet. Could it be that she really had to be like Sister Wu Hen and cook the rice, serving this brat every night and letting him play until dawn? Princess Sissy's heart was restless. Of course, she couldn't tell anyone about her worries, and no one could comfort her. Forget about wuxia, she would definitely ignore her worries. Sister Fallen Flowers's worries were exactly the same as hers. As for Yu, she was probably even more troubled than her. Looking at Yue Yang's back as he left, Princess Sissy sighed. It seemed like her good body had been taken advantage of by this brat. Why was this brat so lucky? Her sisters were all proud and arrogant. No matter how outstanding a man was, they wouldn't even look at him. But in the end, they still followed him, and none of them could escape. Could it be that this was the will of the heavens? Sickly Beauty seemed to be able to see through Princess Sissy's worries. She smiled gently. Her face was no longer pale, and now looked especially rosy and delicate. Her big eyes shone with the gentle light of a virtuous wife. "Xianxia, you're thinking too much. Actually, that matter isn't that scary. Moreover, Yue Yang isn't a man-eating tiger." When Princess Sissy heard this, she was slightly stunned. She thought to herself that it was true. If Traceless could withstand it with her weak body, of course it wouldn't be a problem for others. Moreover, she often heard her fighting with that bad guy throughout the night. It was endless, and she didn't seem to feel any discomfort during the day. In fact, she seemed to be in good spirits, and her entire personality seemed to be nourished. Could it be that women were born to withstand men's naughtiness? Could it be that doing that thing was really that comfortable? Hearing Sister Traceless' voice, it sounded as if her soul was about to melt. Princess Sissy suddenly thought of Yue Yang's body. She remembered that she had seen that bad thing a few times. Her face instantly turned red, and her heart thumped wildly. She didn't believe it. That bad thing was simply a huge monster. Forcefully entering such a tender place, how could it not hurt? Moreover, before that old fellow agreed to let her marry him, she definitely couldn't go see him with a big belly. She might be shameless, but he was an emperor, and he had to care about his reputation. An unmarried princess with a big belly. What kind of words was that? Yue Yang didn't know what Princess Sissy was thinking as he excitedly rushed towards Tong Tian Tower. His journey was smooth. He was teleported in, and then transferred to the second floor of Tong Tian Tower through the teleportation circle. He then headed towards the Great Void Realm, where the 3 world shrines were located. Just like the star region where the 12 zodiac temples were located, this Great Void Realm was also a place with the ancient law. Warriors couldn't fight personally, and could only summon their beasts to fight. Of course, strengthening type warriors who were one with their beasts were an exception. On the surface, strengthening type warriors seemed to have an advantage, but they were actually at a disadvantage under the ancient law's restriction. This was because if they were to fight personally, they would most likely lose their lives if they met with danger. On the other hand, elemental type and beast type beasts could still escape. As for special type beasts, they had already been reduced to living beasts or even pet type beasts. They had already been abandoned by ordinary warriors. Unless there was someone who had a super abnormal special type beast like the one in Yue Yang's hands. Are you sure you want to challenge the 3 world shrines? The golden armor captain who was guarding was not the person from the 12 zodiac temples. He didn't know Yue Yang at all. Furthermore, Yue Yang was currently disguised as a masked thief. Yes, Yue Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly paid the money. Good luck. The golden armor captain received no less than 1,000 challengers every year. Every single one of them came full of confidence and left dejectedly. He estimated that this little thief who was only a level 3 hero would be forced to crawl out of the tower in less than 10 minutes. He might even lose his life inside, unable to leave forever. Yue Yang had learned his lesson this time. He didn't take out that eye-catching crystal card anymore. He specially used his identity as Yue Yang to apply for a bronze card. This card was the one that the old cunning fox had accompanied him to apply for. The old cunning fox had helped him conceal his identity and was his introducer. Although a normal warrior could only apply for 1 card in their lifetime, Yue Yang had someone backing him up, so he had secretly applied for an extra card. This could be considered as an exception. The old cunning fox had initially thought that the bronze card that Yue Yang applied for would be a useless card to deceive people. He didn't expect that this card could also be recognized by the ancient code. At that time, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. In the end, he confirmed that Yue Yang was indeed a big abnormal. Entering the human shrine. This was the first shrine of the 3 world shrines, just like the Ares temple of the 12 zodiac temples. However, this human shrine of the 3 world shrines was 10 times better than the Ares temple in terms of space, architecture, guards and restrictions. There were 500 bronze rank level 5 puppet warriors, 50 bronze rank level 6 puppet commanders, 5 bronze rank level 7 puppet generals, and even a bronze rank level 8 puppet king. If it wasn't Yue Yang, and if it was any other warrior who was restricted to level 5 Grandmaster and below, they would probably cry in fear upon seeing this large group of humanoid puppets. A normal level 5 Grandmaster would be lucky to have a bronze rank level 5 beast. 1 against 500. Furthermore, there were still 50 puppet commanders, 5 puppet generals and a king. This was definitely not something a normal warrior could challenge. If it was only a few hundred humanoid puppets, it would still be fine. In the sky, there were fire ravens that knew how to attack from afar. Flying-type beasts would be in despair. There were more than 100 bronze rank level 5 fire ravens in the sky. In a crooked river, there was also a large group of tidal giants that were also good at shooting water into ice from afar. Similarly, They were also bronze rank level 5 beasts. Only a freak would be able to pass through the 3 godly temples before level 6. Yue Yang knew that he was an exception. There was no one like him who didn't summon his grimoire to fight. He had Xiao Wen Li, Phantom Shadow, Wei Tai Lang, Innate Invisible Sword Qi, Nirvana Flame, World Exterminating Wheel and so on. He didn't need to summon his grimoire to fight his enemies, but others definitely wouldn't be able to. Without his own strength, other level 5 Grandmaster would be seeking death if they came here. The human shrine did not have any time to protect itself as the enemies rushed towards them. The battle began. This time, Yue Yang did something different and summoned his advanced silver grimoire. Little Wen Li floated out and summoned the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid, ordering them to destroy the tidal giants in the water. The bloody queen and the reaper mantis killed the fire ravens in the sky. As for the barbarian cow shadow and the thorny flower demoness, they dealt with the humanoid puppets on the ground. Yue Yang stood obediently inside his shield, leisurely nibbling on an apple as he watched little Wen Li fight against the giant puppet king. The battle ended within 10 minutes. Ah Man, who had the support of 2 giant shadows, effortlessly smashed all the puppet warriors into pieces. To her, numbers were not a problem at all. The difference in level, strength and intelligence allowed her to easily slaughter the entire puppet army. The thorny flower demoness also easily smashed the 5 demon generals into pieces. She even ordered the thorny flower to collect the mechanical cores and place them in front of Yue Yang. The fire ravens in the sky fled in all directions, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun the reaper mantis's scythe. Furthermore, there was still the bloody queen who was famous for her speed. The banshee scream caused the fire ravens to fall one after another. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger was a great killing weapon. In the water, it was the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid's domain. Forget about them, even the golden tiger shark that the stone element Medusa summoned could show off its might. This wasn't because the human shrine's guards weren't strong enough, but because Yue Yang's beasts were too abnormal. When little Wen Li used her frost blade to freeze the puppet king and took out the puppet core, Yue Yang's summoning grimoire had finally leveled up. The golden light pillar of the leveled grimoire shot straight up. A unique halo of light spread out from the grimoire. It seemed to be an unknown new domain, but it also seemed to be runes revolving around it. With the grimoire as the center, the halo of light had a radius of about 10 meters. Yue Yang was stunned. He had never seen anyone's grimoire with a halo of light before. Wasn't his own grimoire's halo a little too flashy? What use did it have? He didn't know now, but the grimoire might have relevant records. When he looked at the grimoire again, Yue Yang was shocked. When his own grimoire was a high-level silver, there weren't many abnormalities. It was just that there were a lot of runes. Now, even a blind person could see how special Yue Yang's grimoire was. Firstly, it was incomparably huge. Other people's platinum grimoire wasn't even half the size of Yue Yang's gold grimoire. It was more than 2 meters long and close to 1 meter wide. As for its thickness, Yue Yang discovered that it had more than 30 pages. When a bronze grimoire was leveled up to a silver grimoire, there would be 1 more page every time it leveled up. Now, it had suddenly increased by more than 10 pages. It had doubled. Countless runes flashed on the surface for a long time, continuously combining, as if they were condensing into something new. However, Yue Yang couldn't understand what they were. The little bit of ancient runes that he had mastered was simply not enough. After waiting for a long time, the glorious golden light pillar gradually faded away. However, the halo of light was still there. There were even a few more heaven runes that flickered within the halo of light. It felt especially solemn and holy, with infinite mysteries. Yue Yang recognized these heaven runes. They represented the 4 attributes of wind, fire, water and earth. What exactly did this mean? Opening the newly upgraded gold grimoire's front page, Yue Yang was immediately stunned. Chapter 311. The gold grimoire's title page had changed greatly. The mystical runes formed a myriad of strange and mysterious patterns that faintly emitted a mysterious energy. It turned out that the patterns of the divine vision and counterfeit inherent skill had been greatly enriched. The counterfeit inherent skill now had the starry sky as its background, and the shadow seemed to be moving and moving forward. It was gradually becoming invisible, but when he looked closely, it did not move at all. With divine vision inherent skill, the shadow became darker, and the eyes shone brightly like stars. Right now, it gave Yue Yang a strange feeling, as if he was looking at the reflection of a mirror. The Gemini inherent skill that he shared with Yu Bing had leveled up to level 4. Telepathic dialogue and eye exchange skills had a greater range. There were also some new skills that Yue Yang hadn't explored yet, but it wasn't clearly shown on the grimoire. What surprised Yue Yang the most was that there was actually a guardian beast under the special type phantom beast. Other warriors would only get one, or more accurately, they would only get one guardian beast. However, Yue Yang got the second reward. World, special type, platinum rank level 1, chaotic body, domain form, guardian beast, eternal summon, skills, primal chaos elemental domain. Could it be that this halo is a beast? Damn it, Yue Yang knew that the reward for leveling up this time was extremely powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Although this world had nothing to do with the soaring dragon continent, and was only a special type beast, one could tell how powerful it was just from its name. How should this world be nurtured? It wasn't an animal nor a plant, so it couldn't be fed or given energy. Furthermore, this world wasn't summoned by Yue Yang himself. It was an existence that could be summoned by eternal summon. As long as the grimoire was summoned, it would exist at the same time. There was no need for Yue Yang to control it, and it wouldn't be controlled by Yue Yang's will. Just when Yue Yang didn't know what to do, he suddenly saw that more than half of the magic crystals that the thorny flower demoness sent back with her thorny flower had disappeared. When he took a closer look, he found that this domain-shaped world was absorbing the energy of the magical crystals at an extremely fast rate. By the time Yue Yang realized what was going on, he had only managed to snatch back the few magic crystals of the puppet generals and the puppet kings. The remaining hundreds of magic crystals of the puppet warriors, the fire ravens, and the tide giants were all drained of their energy by this domain-shaped world. They quickly shrunk and turned into ashes. Within the few heaven runes, the fire and water runes shone brightly, as if they had received a great amount of nourishment. The grimoire flashed with a golden light. The special type beast world had leveled up to platinum rank level 2. It expanded outwards a little, and among the 4 revolving heaven runes, there was an additional metal attribute. It seemed that after absorbing the magic crystals of more than 500 puppet warriors, it had obtained the metal attribute. However, from Yue Yang's point of view, this heaven rune that represented gold was still the weakest one, because its light was the dimmest. Bloody Queen Red shot down like an arrow. Once she entered the range of the domain form world, she disappeared without a trace. Yue Yang was shocked. Could this world have absorbed the Bloody Queen Red as well? Not long after, the Bloody Queen Red flew out hurriedly and excitedly said to Yue Yang, "Beautiful, a new world, this is a door, it leads directly to the world inside." After hearing the Bloody Queen Red's excited description, although Yue Yang didn't understand everything, he finally understood a little. In the gold grimoire, a new world was born. It was very beautiful inside and very suitable for the Bloody Queen and the others to live in. As for the world inside the divine grimoire, it was too high level. The Bloody Queen Red couldn't enter and exit as she pleased. She needed little Wen Li's help to enter and exit. Moreover, because she wasn't strong enough, the Bloody Queen Red felt very inferior living in the world that was too high level. She was more willing to move back to the gold grimoire. A golden light flashed and the pages of the grimoire turned automatically. The Bloody Queen Red really moved back to the gold grimoire. The Reaper Mantis was also very excited. It didn't have the qualifications to enter the world inside the divine grimoire, but it was very satisfied with the world inside the gold grimoire. As for the thorny flower demoness, she also moved back to the gold grimoire. Only little Wen Li didn't move. It seemed like she was very comfortable living in the world inside the divine grimoire. She didn't intend to move back to the new world. "Why can't I go in?" Yue Yang was a little speechless. As a master, she couldn't enter the world inside her own grimoire. Wasn't this too pitiful? Forget about the divine grimoire, he couldn't even open it himself. But the gold grimoire was fine. When Yue Yang gathered his thoughts and wanted to enter the new world inside the gold grimoire, he suddenly felt that the beast world that looked like a halo of light was resisting his will, as if it wanted to stop him from entering. Could it be that he needed its permission to enter? Did this halo have its own consciousness? Yue Yang couldn't understand it no matter how he thought about it. Advanced, it's fine as long as you level it up to advanced. It's still forming inside. Chaos. The Bloody Queen Red expressed that the current grimoire world wasn't suitable for Yue Yang to live in. Yes, little Wen Li also nodded in agreement. After some understanding, Yue Yang found out that the world inside wasn't complete. There was probably no air, or the air was thin, or maybe it was just chaos. That's why he was rejected by the world that looked like a domain. This world was like a door to the world inside the gold grimoire. It was responsible for guiding the residents of that world in and out. It didn't have a consciousness, but its existence was like a law. All people or beasts that didn't meet the requirements couldn't enter. Even the master was no exception. Was it fine as long as he leveled up the gold grimoire to advanced? Yue Yang was overjoyed when he heard this. He obtained new beasts, leveled up his old abilities, and even had a small world that he could move into. If the new world inside the gold grimoire could be inhabited, then he would bring all the girls in. This way, he wouldn't need to be separated from them. He could return to reunite with them anytime. If something happened, he could also discuss countermeasures with them anytime. He wouldn't need to be separated like now. The most important thing was that they would be very safe in the grimoire world. As long as he was alive, they would be safe and sound. There was one thing that Yue Yang didn't understand, was the world outside his beast or the world inside the gold grimoire his beast. Could they be one? Was the world outside a halo that represented the grimoire world inside it? Yue Yang couldn't understand, but he was too lazy to think about it. There were a lot of things that he couldn't understand anyway. Looking at the original evaluation, it was different now. Level 4 Hero, you who have surpassed Hero, has already started on the road to becoming a strong warrior. However, you must not be arrogant, because you have just taken the first step. This evaluation was no different from a normal level 4 Hero. What made Yue Yang different was that behind the level 4 Hero, there were two dark golden words, innate. Compared to before, the dark golden words, innate, were slightly different. The two words now were formed by extremely fine heaven runes. The heaven runes inside could move and combine, but the shape of the two words, innate, would never change. If one didn't look carefully, they would only feel that the two words were flashing, emitting a dark golden light. It was extremely heavy. In front of the teleportation circle in the human shrine, there was a giant human king statue. This giant human king statue was tall and mighty. It wore a crown on its head, with one hand on its sword and the other in front of it, as if it was high-spirited and high-spirited. Yue Yang took out his crystal card and lightly swiped it across. The giant human king statue's outstretched hand. Yue Yang only wanted to obtain the reward for clearing the trial, but he didn't expect that with this swipe, the entire giant human king statue would immediately collapse, shattering into pieces of rocks on the ground. Yue Yang searched for a long time before he found a black pearl. He used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to look at it and immediately felt dizzy. Human King Pearl, fake. The holder can possess the dignity of a human king for 10 seconds, can only be used once. He really wanted to vomit blood. It was fine if it was a consumable item, but why did it have the word, fake? After painstakingly clearing the trial, what he got was actually a fake product. Yue Yang was really speechless. Luckily his reward for leveling up was not bad, otherwise he would be depressed to death. If it was someone else, after narrowly clearing the trial and obtaining a fake human king pearl, it would be strange if they didn't cry. No wonder there were so few people challenging the 3 world shrines. With such a bad reward, only people with a headache would come here to challenge. If Yue Yang had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come. Of course, obtaining a fake human king pearl was not his goal. His main goal was to level up his grimoire and obtain the ancient code's reward. As long as he could level up his grimoire to a high-level gold grimoire, he would be able to enter the new world. Yue Yang tossed the fake human king pearl in his hand and teleported to the Earth Shrine. He originally thought that the human shrine's challenge was already abnormal enough, but he didn't expect it to be nothing compared to the Earth Shrine. In front of Yue Yang, 300 storm demonic wolves, 300 lightning demonic leopards and 300 flaming lions were running towards him. They had different sizes and abilities, but they were all silver rank level 5. There were even 30 silver rank level 8 wolf kings and 30 silver rank level 8 lions. In the sky, giant eagles were circling. In the faraway lake, lake crocodiles were floating and sinking. Without exception, they were all silver rank level 5. Not only were the Earth Shrine's beasts stronger than the human shrines, their numbers were also greater. Other than Yue Yang, other warriors who were below level 6 Elder would probably be annihilated if they met with this kind of situation. Different from the human shrine, warriors who passed the trial had to swim across the lake regardless of whether they were escaping or clearing the trial. Under the siege of almost 1,000 terrifying beasts, Even warriors who managed to escape into the lake would not be able to escape from the attack of the lake crocodiles. Not to mention that there were giant eagles swooping down from the sky at any time. Yue Yang cursed in his heart, who the hell designed this lousy instance dungeon? The difficulty of clearing the trial is so high, the boss's abilities are so abnormal, and the reward is a fake human king pearl. I'm going to make a phone call to complain about you. Even with the help of little Wen Li and the others, it took a lot of effort to clear this stage. Beasts weren't puppets. Puppets didn't have any intelligence. Even if their defense was slightly better, their agility, skills and abilities were far inferior to beasts. The barbarian cow Shadow Aw Man was bathed in blood. The Reaper Mantis was so tired that its scythes were trembling. The bloody Queen Red was panting heavily. Only the extremely powerful little Wen Li wasn't injured. The Gold Tiger Shark was the first to be injured. It had killed more than 10 lake crocodiles, but there were too many lake crocodiles. It was almost killed by them. Luckily its master, the stone element Medusa, saved it in time. The storm mermaid summoned a gigantic storm, almost drowning the entire Earth Shrine. The Thunder Naga summoned lightning. She killed and injured the Wolf King and the male lion, and scattered the wolf pack and lion pack. Aw Man, who was strengthened by the giant shadow, stepped on the knee-deep water, crazily slaughtering the wolf pack and lion pack that had lost their ability to run. The fresh blood from the massacre dyed the water in the entire Earth Shrine red. When Aw Man and Red killed the last storm demon wolf together and returned to Yue Yang's gold grimoire had leveled up again. From a beginner gold grimoire to an intermediate gold grimoire. The biggest reward wasn't the leveling up of the grimoire, but Yue Yang's long-awaited wish had finally come true. The Thorny Flower Demon Flower had finally evolved into the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, that Yue Yang had been thirsty for a long time under the help of countless battles and the help of digesting super rankers. Looking at the green light on her body shooting towards the sky, Yue Yang, who had trained her single-handedly, felt an indescribable sense of achievement. After more than a year of training, he had finally succeeded. Chapter 312. A jade green light shot up to the sky. Faint rainbows surrounded the surroundings as countless thorny flowers sprouted from the ground, waiting for the thorny flower demoness who was floating in midair. Between heaven and earth, an indescribable fragrance appeared. It was fragrant and refreshing, as if one only needed to take a deep breath to purify their entire body. There were snow-like flower petals dancing in the air, swirling around the thorny flower demoness in the green light pillar as if they were alive. The rainbows on the green light pillar hung down from the sky, forming a bridge of rainbows. There were also firefly-like lights floating around. Little by little, when the energy reached its peak and fell back down, the white light shot out, illuminating the entire Earth Shrine, making the Earth Shrine as bright as day. When the white light disappeared, the darkness returned. An even more fragrant and strong fragrance came, as if there was a heavenly melody singing, or a girl whispering among the flowers. A resonance resonated in the bottom of his heart, lasting for a long time. Yue Yang felt a warm, fragrant and soft girl's body pouncing into his embrace. Under his touch, he felt that the other party's body was completely naked. Her skin was soft and smooth like jade, giving him an indescribable feeling. On his face, hot lips, as soft as flower petals, kissed him passionately the moment he hugged him. This fragrant and warm body made Yue Yang feel both familiar and strange at the same time. Was it the thorny flower demoness? No, it should be the one who had successfully evolved into the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. When Yue Yang's eyes recovered from the piercingly cold white light, he saw a flawless female body in front of him. This body was different from the bodies of all the girls Yue Yang had seen before, but they were not the same. Each had their own merits. Snow-white like jade, delicate and fragile, it was not even enough to form the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's skin. Looking at her appearance, Yue Yang felt that this Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen looked a little like Shui Wuxia, and also a little like City Mistress Fallen Flowers. She even looked a little like Princess Sissy and Yu. She was different from them, but she had combined some of their outstanding features to form her own unique and beautiful face. This face was breathtakingly beautiful, so beautiful that it made people sigh. Her light green hair, which was like a bud, was wearing a corolla composed of purplish green vines, emerald green branches, and budding flower buds as her crown. The corolla emitted rays of golden light, like a halo above the Virgin Mary's head. However, her golden light was not circular. Instead, it scattered outwards in a perfect arc. Yue Yang dared to say that this was the most beautiful, natural, and flawless crown he had ever seen in his life. Only she, the golden crown thorny flower queen, had this kind of flower crown. Under the beautiful corolla was a tender and beautiful face. Her smile made anyone who saw her feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. However, her sapphire-like eyes were only looking at Yue Yang. Her smile was also only because of him. I have awakened my intelligence, the golden crown thorny flower queen spoke in fluent human language. It was pleasant to the ears. Have you evolved into a holy beast? Yue Yang secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This golden crown thorny flower queen was not wearing anything on her body. Her naked body was too alluring. If it wasn't for little Wen Li, Red and Ah Man watching, he might not be able to resist pushing this thorny flower queen down. Under that perfect swan-like neck was a pair of round and small shoulders. It made her look a little weak, making people feel pity for her. He had the urge to hug her and protect her. The holy maiden's breasts in front of him did not look like a weak girl. Her breasts were protruding. Her snow-white skin and cherry-red fruits made Yue Yang feel like his nose was about to bleed when he saw her. Because she was tall and straight, her cleavage was deep. She floated in front of Yue Yang motionlessly. That bouncy pink snowball also trembled slightly. This was definitely the legendary breast trembling. Yue Yang had watched countless Japanese action movies. It could be said that he had seen countless women, so he had a certain resistance towards women's bodies. However, in front of the golden crown thorny flower queen, those were all fleeting clouds. Her lower abdomen was as perfect as a demon, her slender waist that could be held with one arm, her round and deep navel, as well as the faint green grass under her lower abdomen, half covering the mysterious and delicate pink flower petals between her legs. This was because the golden crown thorny flower queen was currently floating in front of Yue Yang. Yue Yang, who had sharp eyesight and an extremely perverted heart, had only cast a casual glance at her, and he had already engraved this beautiful thing into his heart. It was too perfect. On the surface, Yue Yang had to pretend to be an obedient child. The current golden crown thorny flower queen was no longer like before. She was a 15 or 16-year-old young girl. Now, her body was already that of an 18 or 19-year-old young girl. She was no longer the little flower bud that was about to bloom, but a blossoming young girl that was waiting to be plucked. She had everything that a girl needed to grow up to be. She was even more perfect and seductive than most girls in this world. I am now a bronze rank level 1 golden crown thorny flower queen. However, according to another way of saying it, I am a first rank holy beast. I should also be called a 1-star holy beast. I am the same as Sister Hong, who is the bloody queen. If Sister Ah Man awakens her intelligence in the future, she will also be the same as me. The golden crown thorny flower queen suddenly felt extremely touched as she bent down and floated into Yue Yang's embrace. She hugged Yue Yang tightly and sobbed with tearful eyes. My previous memories have disappeared, but I will never forget the process of you painstakingly nurturing me. You are like the sun, giving me energy. In the past, I couldn't feel everything that you gave me, but now, I feel an incomparable warmth from your body. Cough cough, you should put on your clothes first. Yue Yang felt that the bloody Queen Red's gaze was filled with jealousy. Little Wen Li was even more jealous. She hurriedly patted the golden crown thorny flower queen's jade back and conjured a set of Yu Bing's clothes for her. The golden crown thorny flower queen's body flashed with a colorful light. Beautiful flower petals grew from her back and ribs, gently wrapping around her chest and her buttocks, gently wrapping around the most mysterious part of a woman. Using this incomparable and unparalleled flowery dress to cover her body, it made her even more sexy and charming. Behind her back, 2 rainbow-like bands of light extended out. They were faint and about 2 meters long, as if they were the wings of the bloody Queen Red. They gently shook, causing the golden crown thorny flower queen to stand in the void like a fairy. She turned around and smiled sweetly at the flabbergasted Yue Yang. It's a pity that I'm only bronze rank level 1 now. I can't maintain a fully grown appearance for a long time. After saying that, she disappeared into the green light. Gradually, she shrunk. In the end, she actually turned into a 10-year-old little loli. Her appearance didn't change, but she had a kind of immature cuteness of a little loli. She then took the clothes from Yue Yang's hands and put on Yue Bing's clothes. The clothes that were a few sizes bigger on her body looked extremely cute. Yue Yang couldn't help but stretch out his hand and lightly pinched her face. After the golden crown thorny flower queen finished putting on the clothes, she suddenly greeted little Wen Li with an innate etiquette. as if she was expressing her respect to little Wen Li. Little Wen Li slightly returned the etiquette. Although little Wen Li was young, no matter if it was in Yue Yang's heart or among the many beasts, she was the absolute boss. When the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen greeted Bloody Queen Red and Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, they didn't return the etiquette lightly like little Wen Li. They returned the etiquette more seriously, paying their respects to each other. Yue Yang didn't understand this etiquette, but he understood that this seemed to be the etiquette between holy beasts and innates. He remembered that Elder Nan Gong had also bowed to him like this before. Give me a drop of blood too. I want it to become my eternal life imprint in my hibernation. I want to be like Sister Red and become your guardian beast. We will be together forever. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen opened her mouth and lightly bit Yue Yang's finger. She used her little white teeth to bite out a drop of blood and gently sucked it. Her body started to emit waves of golden light. Following that, she floated into the grimoire and continued to hibernate and evolve in the new world. Yue Yang was surprised and turned to ask little Wen Li, can a guardian beast sign a contract on its own? Little Wen Li immediately shook her head, indicating that it was impossible. Bloody Queen Red muttered to herself and said uncertainly, maybe your blood is an exception, that's why it can be done. It's in my soul imprint that your blood can complete the soul blood contract. That's something that only gods can do. Yue Yang had heard about the soul blood contract from Queen Vivian Li. He had also heard from the pitiful guy's mother that this was the fifth evolution path of a beast from the mysterious notes and inheritance of knowledge. He knew that his blood was very special. It could be because he had crossed over, or because he had trained in the innate invisible sword qi. It could even be because the old Taoist priest had kicked him to compensate him. It could even be because he was a descendant of Yan Huang. However, Yue Yang didn't think about these reasons for now. He only wanted to know one thing. Did gods really exist? Was this Tong Tian Tower really built by gods? Where did gods live? In the heaven realm, or in a higher realm? Yue Yang asked little Wen Li, do gods really exist? Little Wen Li still shook her head. Yue Yang didn't know if she meant that she didn't know or didn't exist. She suddenly smiled at Yue Yang. Although she didn't say anything, Yue Yang understood what this little girl meant. She was saying that no matter what, even if they really had to face a god, she would accompany him and fight together. Because he was touched, Yue Yang picked Xiao Wen Li up and hugged her in his arms. He happily kissed her. Red and Ah Man walked over and snuggled up to Yue Yang. Their expressions were gentle and dependent. Ah Man was still a bit away from awakening the intelligence of a holy beast. Although her intelligence was high, her EQ wasn't very high. She wouldn't be jealous or hate. She only imitated Bloody Queen Red and little Wen Li being intimate with her master. Compared to Bloody Queen Red, she was clumsier, like a silly girl who didn't know anything. However, compared to the Reaper Mantis, Ah Man's intelligence was much better. As the Bloody Queen Red, she was completely different. She had already awakened the intelligence of a holy beast. She was even smarter than the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen who had just awakened her intelligence and became a holy beast. She knew more about the matters between men and women. She had seen Yue Yang and Sickly Beauty's love, as well as his life with the other girls. Gradually, with her high intelligence, she understood more emotions and evolved more and more like a human. Maybe she would never become a human girl, but she could be infinitely close to a human girl, no matter if it was her body, thoughts or emotions. When Yue Yang kissed Xiao Wen Li, she also sneakily peeked her head over. Her beautiful face was blushing as she quickly kissed Yue Yang's cheek to express the happiness in her heart. She also felt a trace of love that was born in her soul. She didn't say it out loud like the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. However, in her heart, they were all the same. She longed to be with him forever, no matter in battle or in life. Beasts could never become humans. However, beasts could continuously evolve and become infinitely close to humans. The prerequisite was that the beasts could continue to evolve with the help of their master. Let's continue to challenge the next hall. When Yue Yang came out from the land of warmth, he realized that the magic crystals had all been absorbed by the domain form, world. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. Thousands of magic crystals had been wasted just like that. After absorbing thousands of magic crystals, the world had leveled up to platinum rank level 3. The domain form of light had expanded by almost half a meter. At the same time, the heaven runes inside had become brighter and richer. However, to let it absorb magic crystals to evolve to its peak, it would probably be more difficult than using magic crystals to fill up the ocean. Yes, yes. After being kissed by Yue Yang, little Wen Li's face was completely red. She seemed to know how to be shy, but the little loli was still obedient. Chapter 313. After passing through the Earth Shrine, Yue Yang obtained another, ground-splitting pearl, but it was still a fake imitation. Ground-splitting pearl fake. The wielder can shake the ground within 100 meters, destroying all structures on the ground. Limited to one use only. Yue Yang was speechless when he saw this. He had to kill 1,000 strong beasts in order to obtain a shoddy, earth-opening pearl. Who was the one who designed this damned reward? It was fine if it was fake, but it could only be used once. What a pain in the ass. If he had a phone, Yue Yang would definitely call to complain. He guessed that the next sky shrine, the reward would also be a fake, sky-splitting pearl. Not to mention that the 3 world shrines were hard to challenge, the rewards were also very little. Compared to the 12 zodiac temples, this was simply a challenge for a miser. When Yue Yang was teleported to the Sky Hall of the 3rd stage, he almost fell to the ground. In the Sky Shrine, there were no 3 types of beasts like the Earth Shrine and the Human Shrine. There were only 2 types. They were the Sky and the Demon Abyss. The ground was like a demon abyss, with demonic swamp dragons appearing and disappearing from time to time. They looked like 9-headed monsters with only 4 limbs. They had fins on their backs and were extremely good at swimming. They had no claws, fat bodies, huge heads, green eyes and a snake's tongue. Looking at them, there were at least 30 of them, all of them gold rank level 5. In the middle of the demon abyss blood pool, there were scattered fallen wyverns. Their bodies were covered in black smoke, and there were no less than 20 of them. They were also gold rank level 5. Further away from the blood pool, there were also tall demons that were about 5 meters tall. They were all holding blood scythes. They were similar to demon kings, but different. They were only gold rank level 5. There were 6 of them. One of the demon leaders seemed to be an intelligent creature, reaching gold rank level 6. This was just the ground of the demon abyss. In the sky above his head, there was a different scene. There were many white clouds in the sky, shining brightly. There were white-robed avians with wings on their backs, holding bows, scepters and swords in their hands, circling back and forth. In the lead, there was a white-robed birdman hugging a silver harp and playing it. There seemed to be someone singing, but Yue Yang could not understand a single word. Other than the wings on their backs, these white-robed avians looked no different from humans. The only difference was that they were all wearing green bay leaves as their headwear. Yue Yang couldn't agree with their actions. Seeing these white-robed avian wearing green hats so professionally and happily, Yue Yang felt a chill down his spine. What the hell was going on? With the birdman and the demon together, how could the 2 of them not fight? Just when Yue Yang was dumbstruck and unable to react, the demon chief suddenly came over. He mumbled a bunch of gibberish. Yue Yang knew that this was the language of the Devil Abyss, but he couldn't understand it. Actually, Yue Yang could understand 3 languages of the Devil Abyss, recognize 2 types of words, and even write one. This was the result of his strong memory. If not for the limited time, he could have learned even more. However, he had never heard this kind of Devil Abyss language before. Luckily there was Bloody Queen Red. She was a very qualified translator. This demon said that they have been sealed in this space for a long time, unable to leave this place. If we can help them leave, then they will give us the treasure, blood-sucking pearl. His request is for us to join hands with him, fly up to the sky, and shoot down all the avians in the sky, exterminating them all. He also said that if we choose to be neutral and not participate in the battle, then he will let us go to the teleportation circle and allow us to leave. In the sky, the white-robed avian carrying the silver harp flew down beautifully. Using the language of the soaring dragon continent, he arrogantly said, "Hesitant human warrior, I have to warn you, you are falling into the abyss of evil. Young man, it is not a good thing to be too close to the demon. Quickly come to your senses, stay away from the demon, and return to our side of justice. Your beast seems to be a holy beast." Seeing that Yue Yang had a holy beast, this white-robed avian's attitude became slightly better. However, he was still rather arrogant. The way he looked at Yue Yang was as if he was looking at a nouveau riche, or like a noble young master looking at a rich country bumpkin. In short, deep down in his bones, he had a deep sense of superiority and arrogance. If not for our abilities being sealed, we, the noble god's envoys from the heaven realm, would not have been confined in this dirty and narrow place. Human warrior, I will now bestow upon you a glorious gift, a glory that 18 generations of your descendants will never be able to enjoy. Immediately assist us, kill these demons, and let us remove the seal on our bodies. As long as we regain our freedom and return to the heaven realm, then I will bestow upon you a chance to accept you as a God servant, and bring you to the eternal and blissful heaven realm. When the white-robed avian carrying the silver harp said this, Yue Yang revealed a smile. This smile was brighter than the sun. In the depths of the smile, an extremely cold killing intent was hidden, but it was not revealed on the surface. At this moment, his level 5 counterfeit inherent skill was displayed to the extreme. Forget about the white-robed avian and the demon chief, even Yue Yang himself admired himself a little. Acting emperor and whatnot were just fleeting clouds, a fake smile was the way of the king. Yue Yang asked with a smile, "Before I make my decision, I want to ask the two of you a question. Why don't you fight with each other?" The white-robed avian carrying the silver harp berated Yue Yang angrily. "Foolish human, to actually compare us noble gods' envoys with demons, this is the most ear-piercing and unacceptable insult I have ever heard." On the contrary, the demon chief sneered, "Stop acting like a whore, disgusting dogs *t. I have already forgotten how many batches of avian have you been sealed in here. In these 1,000 years, I have already killed countless idiotic avian like you. Even though every time I kill, there will always be new replacements, but your disgusting face makes me want to fuck you." The demon chief flew over and raised his blood scythe. A heavy slash. Seeing this, the white-robed avian carrying the silver harp immediately flapped his wings, dodging the attack at an extremely fast speed and flew into the sky. He sneered, "Dirty creature, you think you are worthy of touching me? Even a pure white feather on my body is 100 times more noble than your entire body. If you have the ability, then fly up and fight with me. If not for the restriction of the law, you birdman can forget about escaping." The demon chief hatefully stomped on the ground, shaking the blood pool in the distance. "I have more or less understood the situation. What it means is that I will decide which side to join and defeat the opponent, then I will be able to obtain that side's reward. The reward from the demon side is the blood-sucking pearl. From the name, it doesn't sound like anything good. The reward from the avian side is to become a god servant. To be honest, this young master has no interest in becoming a slave." Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, the white-robed avian carrying the silver harp suddenly screamed and angrily roared at Yue Yang, "What? Damned human, stupid ant, lowly creature, you actually dare to insult us, a noble gods envoy? With your mouth, let me tell you, you stupid human, you will receive the greatest punishment. This is the anger of a god's dignity. I order you to crawl under my feet and kowtow to me to beg for mercy. If not, I will fly into a rage and use my divine light to destroy you. Alright, I originally wanted to let you live a little longer." Yue Yang really wanted to understand more about the heaven realm. However, from the looks of it, this white-robed avian would not shed a tear until he saw his coffin. He had a holy beast, yet he still dared to be arrogant. He really didn't know if he was ignorant or born retarded. Bloody Queen Red wanted to kill this white-robed avian just now. This fellow actually dared to use words to insult her own master. Forget about the fact that this avian only had the strength of a gold rank level 6, even if he was platinum rank level 6 or diamond rank level 6, she would still kill him without hesitation. Bloody Queen Red had never seen anyone who dared to be so arrogant. He actually dared to insult her own master. A dignified innate ranker actually scolded a gold rank level 6 avian as a lowly creature, scolded as a stupid ant. Listening to it, she really couldn't suppress the evil fire in her heart. Die. Bloody Queen Red was so angry that even her eyes had turned red. She soared into the sky, her gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and eye-destroyer dagger striking out at the same time. Summon. The white-robed avian calmly prepared to summon his grimoire. However, his movements froze. Little Wen Li had unknowingly appeared behind him. Little Wen Li, who had learned how to teleport, used her binding inherent skill to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Even the great emperor of Ziwei, Shuntian and the blood prison great demon King Baruth, who were at the level of a gold rank level 6, did not dare to let their guard down, let alone a white-robed avian whose true strength had been sealed. The dual icicle blades pierced deeply into the avian's back. Bloody Queen Red, who was strengthened by giant shadow, flew in front of the white-robed avian like lightning. The banshee screeched. The white-robed avian instantly fell into a state of dizziness. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and eye-destroyer dagger pierced deeply into the area between his eyebrows and his left eye. Little Wen Li swung her tail and lashed at the white-robed avian's back like a whip. A meteor fell to the ground with a loud bang. It shook the ground non-stop. Kill. Man, who was holding the crescent blade in her left hand, or the golden lion shield, leapt up high and roared like thunder. Her crescent blade heavily slashed at the white-robed avian's head. After one strike, she felt that it was not enough. She raised the golden lion shield and heavily smashed it on the white-robed avian's spine. Although his strength was sealed, the white-robed avian's life force was the same as before it was sealed. Yue Yang could see with his level 5 divine vision that before he was sealed, this white-robed avian was not weaker than Moqi Shu Ling. He might have already reached innate level 5. However, after being sealed, the white-robed avian did not even have 1,000th of his battle power left. Forget about little Wen Li, Red and Man joining hands, even if Fatty High's Thunder Mammoth, Silver-Horned Rhinoceros and Little Hippopotamus joined hands, it would still be enough to make him suffer. Although he was not dead, he was already heavily injured. If he was not saved immediately, he would definitely die. In the sky, those gold-ranked level 5 white-robed avian were stunned when they saw that their leader was attacked and fell to the ground. Then, they immediately swooped down and prepared to save him. Roar. That demon chief was also dumbstruck. He never thought that Yue Yang would make a move on his mortal enemy. When he regained his senses, he immediately roared loudly. The demonic swamp dragons in the blood swamp raised their heads and spat venom towards the sky. On the other hand, the corrupted flying dragon soared into the sky and faced those white-robed avian who swooped down. The other 5 demons also threw out their black spears with all their might. These spears seemed to be specially made to deal with the white-robed avian. Both sides fought intensely, but Yue Yang did not care at all. The white-robed avian that flew closer were all intercepted by the Bloody Queen. She pierced their hearts and killed them in the sky. One by one, the avian fell to the ground. If they met little Wen Li, the avian would be even more tragic. Little Wen Li was the kind of ranker who could swing her blade. With a single slash, a human head would fly into the sky. Without their leader, the avian team was utterly defeated. Although the avian leader was still struggling with all his might, he was no match for Man's limitless strength. Man first sent the gold-ranked harp flying with a kick. She then forcefully grabbed the avian leader with both hands and threw him heavily in front of Yue Yang. Just as he fell into Yue Yang's world, the avian leader started to howl miserably in pain. In this special domain of beasts' world, his energy was continuously being absorbed. There was no possibility of him struggling at all. In the sky, a sword-wielding avian wanted to fly up to help, but when he saw this situation, he immediately flew up and hid far away. Some avian that used bows and arrows aimed at Yue Yang. Without needing Yue Yang to deal with it, the Bloody Queen Red had already used her flame whip, and ruthlessly whipped the back of the avian that had knocked an arrow. When he fell to the ground, the barbarian cow shadow Man punched out. Suddenly, a red light flashed in her eyes. Doom's eyes was activated, instantly killing that avian. Half an hour later, the battle ended. The Bloody Queen, Little Wen Li and the barbarian cow shadow killed the most avians, followed by the demon chief and his 5 subordinates. The corrupted wyverns only surrounded and killed a few. As for the demonic swamp dragons, they only killed 2 injured avians. On the demon's side, there were only 8 or 9 demonic swamp dragons and 12 or 13 corrupted wyverns that were riddled with wounds. After all the avians died, the 5 demons and the demon chief released their seals and regained their original strength. The 5 demons were all lesser innate rankers. As for the demon chief who could speak, he was an innate level 5 ranker. He coldly stared at Yue Yang with a condescending attitude for a long time before finally speaking. Because of the restrictions of the ancient code, human, I am willing to fulfill my promise this time. I can give you the blood-sucking pearl, but you must immediately send all the corpses here. Young human, don't be greedy for items that don't belong to you. I admit that you are a ranker with potential, and you also have a strong beast. However, our strength is not something that you can shake now. Take the blood-sucking pearl and complete the Sky Shrine's mission. Leave this place immediately. This place is no longer a place for humans to challenge. Roar, roar, roar. The other 5 demons who had regained their lesser innate strength all roared at Yue Yang, telling Yue Yang to scram. In front of Yue Yang, there were more than 30 avians' corpses piled up. Among them, the white pearl that was dug out from the avian leader's brain had already been kept by Yue Yang into his lich ring. He had also kept the gold-ranked harp. To the demons, Yue Yang's actions were tantamount to embezzling their spoils of war. This was an unforgivable act. If it was just now, when the demons were still gold-ranked level 5, they would be helpless. But now, they had regained their lesser innate strength. Even the demon chief had regained his innate level 5 strength. No matter how strong this human male was, he was not enough. Based on the ancient code, they could not go against the ancient code to kill him, but expelling him was definitely not a problem. With regards to the demon chief's warning and the 5 demons expelling him, Yue Yang smiled once again. Just like the smile he gave to the avian leader just now, his killing intent was hidden deep. Cold as ice. That's more interesting. I'm not interested in the blood-sucking pearl, but I wouldn't mind having more of your demon hearts. Yue Yang snapped his fingers and summoned the sleepy golden crown thorny flower queen. The little lowly queen looked a little drowsy. Golden crown thorny flower queen. When the demon chief saw it, his pupils immediately contracted. It was obvious that he knew what his nemesis was. Chapter 314. Compared to the innate level 5 demon leader, the few lesser innate level demons were much slower. When the golden crown thorny flower queen appeared, they did not recognize her at first. However, when the leader said so, they immediately turned pale with fright and prepared to fight. The golden crown thorny flower queen was the eternal nightmare of the demon abyss. Her existence was not only a strong enemy, she was also a higher level predator. Even if a poisonous snake ran amok on the ground, once it was targeted by the giant eagle in the sky, it would only be a dead end, because it was its natural predator. Like the corrupted wyvern, it did not dare to fight. Once it reacted, it immediately flapped its wings and retreated. The demonic swamp dragons in the blood pool sank one after another. If they had enough intelligence, they wouldn't have done this. This was because to the golden crown thorny flower queen, hiding in the blood pool was completely useless. This was because the thorny flower would directly drill out of the blood pool and devour them like fish in water. Don't panic, it's just a bronze-ranked level 1 golden crown thorny flower queen. The demon leader nervously swallowed his saliva and scolded his subordinates. Fortunately, this was a newly nurtured queen, and she looked like a little girl. If she was allowed to grow and reach her peak, there would be no need to fight this battle. The few lesser innate demons reacted and felt ashamed. They roared angrily. Just now, the golden crown thorny flower queen was scared to death. Now that they realized that she was not as scary as the rumors said, they immediately became serious. Of course, if they had to face the golden crown thorny flower queen alone, they would definitely not do it. They did not even need to fight, they knew that they were definitely not the thorny flower queen's match alone. Roar! Roar! The few demons roared at each other and prepared to rush forward and attack the golden crown thorny flower queen. Where is this? Did I arrive at the demon abyss after a nap? It's not the blood prison demon king. Forget it, these are not bad fertilizer. The golden crown thorny flower queen was still a little confused. When she saw the demon innates and lesser innates in front of her, she thought that Yue Yang had arrived at the demon abyss. Human experts, in this battle, both of us will suffer heavy losses. Why don't we split the spoils? You get your spoils, we get ours. As for the white cloud fortress in the sky, we will split it 50-50. After this, you can complete the challenge and leave. Before we leave the heavenly palace, we will give you the blood-sucking pearl as a gift. The innate level 5 demon chief took out a blood-red bewitching pearl and said sincerely, suggesting that both sides should share the spoils of war. According to his calculations, Yue Yang would have a slight advantage, because Yue Yang's side had killed more birdmen. Good idea. Without waiting for Bloody Queen Red to finish translating, Yue Yang nodded his head and happily agreed to this suggestion. We'll sign a devil contract and never go back on it. The demon leader then took out a blood-red contract scroll and a demon finger bone pen with a small skull embedded at the top. Of course, signing the contract is the beginning of a good cooperation. Yue Yang suddenly smiled again. The demon leader felt that this kid's smile was even scarier than his own. This kid was clearly smiling brightly like the sun. However, there was a kind of demonic feeling. It seemed to be cold and evil at the same time. It rose from the tailbone all the way to the spine, causing his entire back to feel cold. The demon chief first wrote his name on the devil contract, then threw it to Yue Yang. Yue Yang didn't even bother to look at the terms and conditions on the demon card. Instead, he confidently waved his pen and signed a name, Titan. That's right, this was the name he registered in the mercenary guild. It was also the name he used to enter Tong Tian Tower. Was this name important? No, the important thing was to sign the devil contract. After signing the devil contract, both parties would become allies. Since they were allies, they would no longer be restricted by the ancient code of the Sky Shrine. Only challengers would receive the protection of the ancient code. Challengers had the right to start a war, and after winning, they would not be harmed until they left the Sky Shrine. The demon chief thought that this kid's beasts were very strong, but he himself was only a warrior below level 6 in the Soaring Dragon continent. In other words, he could easily kill him with one finger. When the demon contract signed by both sides shone and ignited into a ball of flames, the demon leader smiled sinisterly. Betraying an ally was a despicable act. However, he was a demon himself. Betraying an ally, what was wrong with that? Demons were inherently evil. The devil contract is dripping blood. Yue Yang looked at the devil contract burning in the air and saw drops of black blood dripping from it. According to the knowledge inherited from the pitiful guy's mother, Yue Yang obviously knew what this meant. You guys have unilaterally destroyed the devil contract just now. You guys want to kill me. That's right. Before the demon chief could finish his words, the blood scythe had already reached Yue Yang's neck. I like your honesty, and I like your straightforwardness even more. Since it's like this, I'll grant you an intact corpse. Yue Yang smiled indifferently. He raised his right hand slightly, and the golden beast on his right wrist transformed into a strange sword with mysterious runes, blocking in front of Yue Yang's neck. Under the law of space, he could not attack, but he could defend. The gold-ranked blood scythe was incomparably sharp. It slashed down. However, the handle of the scythe brushed past the tip of Yue Yang's nose. A strong gust of wind blew Yue Yang's hair. As his hair fluttered, Yue Yang's eyes revealed a mocking smile. The second half of the blood scythe strangely stopped at the side of Yue Yang's neck. It fell silently and finally landed on the ground with a ding. The demon chief's expression changed greatly. He looked at the broken scythe in his hand in disbelief. This was a gold-ranked treasure, indestructible. But now, it was cut in half by the opponent's sword. What was going on? Suddenly, he came to his senses and pointed at the strange sword in Yue Yang's hand that had transformed from the golden beast and cried out in shock, this is a Tong Tian beast. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders and added, the one and only Tong Tian beast. The golden crowned thorny flower queen tilted her head and turned to Yue Yang. This fellow is really stupid. Are all demons stupid? Why would he think of ambushing you? Isn't this even more ridiculous than eating with me? Before she finished speaking, 5 demon spears that could kill birdmen shot towards her. The power of any one of them was enough to pierce through her. Boring ambush. The golden crowned thorny flower queen waved her hand. Hundreds of bronze-ranked thorny flower auxiliary plants and cluster plants rose into the air. Every single one of them was much bigger than the demonic swamp dragon hiding in the blood pool. The demon spears shot towards them, but they did not seem to have any effect on the soft and slippery bodies of the thorny flower. Some of the auxiliary plants easily pulled out the demon spears from their bodies and sent them to the front of the golden crowned thorny flower queen. The process was very fast. In less than 2 seconds, they completely ignored the demonic chi and poison on the spears. Before the 5 innate demons threw their spears a second time, more thorny flowers drilled out from the ground. They continued to combine and interweave, finally forming a thorny flower giant that was over 30 meters tall. All the thorny flowers were bronze ranked, ranging from bronze rank level 1 to bronze rank level 9. The only thing missing was the highest bronze rank level 10. Even so, the appearance of this 30-meter tall bronze-ranked thorny flower giant made the 5 innate demons dumbstruck. How could they fight against such a tall thorny flower giant? Before the 5 demons could react, suddenly, another 2 bronze-ranked thorny flower giants appeared on the ground. Luckily, these 2 thorny flower giants were shorter, each of them was only 20 meters tall. Their targets were not the 5 demons, but the demonic swamp dragon hiding in the blood pool, as well as those corrupted wyverns that were flying around in fear. The demon chief had the urge to cry out loud. Who exactly was this young human man? Originally, he wanted to kill him and take all the spoils of war for himself. However, he did not expect that his strength was not something he could even think of. If he had known earlier, he would have immediately left this sky shrine after removing his seal. Being greedy for small gains was really killing people. Signing a demon contract was not a big deal. However, once he broke it, according to the rules of Tong Tian Tower, he could not leave the battlefield before the other party. This Wasn't this the same as rushing himself to his death? Let's stop fighting. If you are willing, I will give you all my treasures as compensation. Furthermore, we will meet in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. I will compensate you 100 sky crystal coins. We don't have to risk our lives, that would only cause both sides to suffer. If you are willing, I am willing to compensate you for my actions just now. The demon chief had calculated in his heart that he would definitely suffer a huge loss in this battle. It would be better for him to bear the humiliation and compensate Yue Yang. After he left this place, he could invite more helpers to kill this brat. A Tong Tian beast that could cut gold-ranked weapons in half, he believed that many strong warriors would be tempted by it. Towards the demon chief's suggestion, Yue Yang waved his hands and smiled. Clever demon, do you think I will still believe your words? If I did not restrict you to this sky shrine, I would not have signed a demon contract with you. Alright, I will not criticize your clumsy strategy anymore. Those are not what you demons are good at. Let us discuss how you want to die. How do you want to die? When the demon chief heard this, he staggered as if he had been punched by Yue Yang. Right now, even if he was an idiot, he understood everything. This brat had been scheming from the start. He was afraid that he would leave the sky shrine immediately, so he purposely showed weakness so that he could suppress him without fear and force him to sign a demon contract. He would then tear it apart and start a war even though they were allies. He had concealed his true strength. It wasn't until I turned hostile that he finally revealed his final Tong Tian beast. Do you think that you can defeat me with just your snake demon, bloody needlework, barbarian cow girl and this bronze rank level 1 golden crown thorny flower queen? The demon chief roared angrily, I am an innate level 5 ranker, it is meaningless no matter how many beasts you have. I am completely invincible. Do you know what my domain is? My domain is dark shadow. As long as I do not show myself, you will not be able to find me in the darkness of my domain. You have forgotten about my Tong Tian beast. Yue Yang smiled. He loved to see his enemies angry, because that kind of anger represented helplessness. Even if you have a Tong Tian beast, you will not be able to find me. The demon chief spread out his hands and the surrounding 20 meters radius turned into darkness. His upper body gradually turned into a transparent shadow. As long as you enter, I will attack. You will not be able to find me, let alone defeat me who is like a shadow. If you accept my suggestion and stop now, I will add another 100 sky crystal coins. What if I say that I have quintet golden puppet mice that specialize in breaking barriers, traps and domains? Yue Yang summoned the 5 puppet mice. The demon chief was so angry that he could not speak. If you think it is not enough, I can summon more until you are satisfied. Yue Yang summoned the spirit of flame and smoke who had absorbed the sand beast's gold-ranked level 8 demon crystal, Storm Heart. She was now a gold-ranked level 5 spirit of flame and smoke. Her whole body was covered in raging flames and thick smoke. In her head, the Storm Heart was spinning continuously. There was a trace of nirvana flame flickering on top of it. That was her most important component, the ultimate flame. How many guardian beasts do you actually have? The demon chief was going crazy. He felt that he was finished. This spirit of flame and smoke was also the bane of his dark shadow domain. He was not invisible, he only turned into a shadow and had a physical body. Would it be able to deceive the spirit of flame and smoke who was a combination of storm, flame, smoke and specter? It was impossible. What made him despair the most was that this human brat in front of him had all summoned guardian beasts. What did guardian beasts mean? They would never die in battle and would never betray. Under such circumstances, what else could he do to defeat his opponent? Forget about the golden crown thorny flower queen, the holy beast bloody queen and the quasi-holy beast barbarian cow. He still had a serpent girl with unfathomable strength. In the demon chief's heart, this serpent girl was not inferior to the golden crown thorny flower queen. It was because of her that the avian leader, who had been his enemy for hundreds of years, lost his life on the spot. Yue Yang summoned the Reaper Mantis again and ordered it to kill those corrupted wyverns that were flying around in fear. At the same time, he looked at the despairing demon chief and revealed a bright smile that was even more terrifying than a demon king's. His handsome face revealed a devilish evil. If you don't mind, I would like to call a few more helpers. Hearing this, little Wen Li lightly tapped her lily-white hand and summoned her diamond grimoire. The protective shield rose up and the stone element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon appeared one after another. The demon chief saw this and his claws trembled. His voice was filled with fear. Diamond grimoire. Your beast can summon a diamond grimoire. Damn it, who are you? How could a level 6 elder and below possess a divine beast that can contract a grimoire? This is impossible, this is definitely impossible. You are not even a level 6 elder, how could you possess a divine beast? Yue Yang smiled. His smile made the 6 demons in front of him shiver. Why don't you guess that she is the transcending mythical beast that I was born with? Transcending divine beast. The demon chief suddenly felt suffocated. The foolish Yue Yang had actually started a war with a rancor who possessed a transcendent divine beast. Furthermore, this rancor had a holy beast bloody queen and a quasi-holy beast barbarian cow, a reaper mantis that was the natural nemesis of the dragon clan, a puppet mouse in the spirit of flame and smoke that specialized in breaking his domain, a Tong Tian beast, and even a plant-type emperor beast golden crown thorny flower queen that specialized in subduing demons. In this world, was there an existence that was more foolish, arrogant, greedy and tragic than himself? When he saw the many beasts slowly surrounding him, the shadow of death that had never appeared in his heart for thousands of years floated up. This time, he was afraid that it would not be as simple as being sealed in the sky shrine. He was about to die. No, no, the demon chief roared in sorrow, his voice echoing in the sky shrine for a long time. Chapter 315. After fighting for an hour and 15 minutes, the demon chief who was covered in wounds finally fell miserably. Innate level 5, even in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, he was powerful. However, in the 2nd floor of Tong Tian Tower, he was defeated. Of course, this was an exception. No one would have thought that there would be such an abnormal person like Yue Yang in this world. Dying in Yue Yang's hands, the demon chief did not feel wronged. This was because before him, the stronger Moki Shu Ling and Duan Mu Long Cheng also died with hatred. We can't waste the corpses. Yue Yang waved his hand. Not only did he keep the white pearl in the avian's body, he did not let go of the feathers on its back. He plucked out everything that could be used and let the golden crown thorny flower queen summon the thorny flower to swallow the corpses. The avian's entire body was a treasure. The white pearl was better than the magic crystal. Its feathers could be made into arrows. Some of its weapons were even silver ranked and the worst was bronze ranked. As for the corpses, they were good fertilizer. It was the same for the demons. After unsealing the 5 lesser innates, Yue Yang dug out their demon hearts and gave them to Wei Tai Lang, who had made a great contribution earlier. Although Wei Tai Lang didn't come, Yue Yang wouldn't forget his watchdog. As for the magic crystals, after refining them with Nirvana's flame, he divided them among Red, Man, the golden beast, the spirit of flame and smoke, and the reaper mantis. Of course, the corpses would still be fertilizer for the thorny flower. After this battle, the reaper mantis leveled up from gold rank level 4 to gold rank level 5. The spirit of flame and smoke and Man also showed signs of leveling up. He believed that they would be able to level up soon. Bloody Queen Red was trying to break through to holy beasts, 2 stars. She had almost succeeded, but the level displayed on her grimoire had not increased. The golden crown thorny flower queen did not level up and was still bronze rank level 1. However, the thorny flowers she summoned had leveled up. Many of them had even leveled up to silver ranked thorny flowers. Especially those that had swallowed the corrupted wyvern and demonic swamp dragon's thorny flower, the changes were even more obvious. Yue Yang did not bother to go to the avian's residence and the demon's fortress to search for treasures. He was prepared to enter his grimoire world to take a look. Middle-ranked gold-ranked grimoire had leveled up after the battle. The golden pillar of light shone for a long time. In the golden light, the special type warbeast world in the form of a domain expanded a little. After absorbing the birdman and demon's energy, other than the wind, fire, water, earth and metal runes, there were 2 new heaven runes, light and dark. The runes within the range of the ring of light were even more abundant, revolving around the grimoire extremely slowly. The mysterious energy formed a unique domain that provided special benefits to the owner and all of his beast companions, but had a terrifying weakening effect on the enemy. Right now, its area of effect wasn't wide, and it was only platinum rank level 3. If it were to level up in the future and expand its area of effect, it would definitely be a powerful weapon. Of course, Yue Yang felt that no amount of magical crystals would be enough to nurture this bottomless pit. Little Wen Li tugged at Yue Yang's arm. Can I enter the grimoire world now? Yue Yang was overjoyed. He gathered his thoughts and realized that the world was no longer resisting him. There was even a faint feeling of guidance. More of the guidance came from little Wen Li who was tugging at Yue Yang's arm. A burst of golden light emerged from the grimoire and enveloped Yue Yang's body. In an instant, Yue Yang disappeared without a trace. At the moment of teleportation, Yue Yang felt that little Wen Li was bringing him along as they flew in the void at an extremely fast speed. It was as if they had passed through thousands of mountains and rivers, but it was also as if only a blink of an eye had passed. Under his feet, he landed on the ground after being suspended in the air. His eyes lit up. Yue Yang realized that he was in a strange world. This grimoire world wasn't very vast. From a few kilometers away, Yue Yang could see the end of the world. It was a ring of undulating mountains, and above it was a domed sky. The sky was bright, but there were no stars or moon. There weren't even any clouds. It seemed a little monotonous. The height was estimated to be only 1,000 meters. There were some especially tall mountains on the ground that almost reached half the height of the domed sky. The ground was mainly made up of water. There were lakes everywhere. In the middle, there were a few islands of different sizes. There were only grass and a few vines on the islands. There were a few short figs and no tall trees. The water was extremely clear. There were no fishes or prawns, only quiet lake water. To be more accurate, other than Yue Yang, Little Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Ah Man and other living beings, there were no other living beings in this new world. It was just a newly born world. Let's work together and make this our new home. Yue Yang was overjoyed. With the grimoire world, even if it was a little crude, as long as he built it himself, it could still be gradually perfected. If there were no butterflies, birds, fishes or prawns, he would bring them in. If there were no flowers or trees, he could plant them continuously. As for the house, he could just bring the materials in to build it. Okay, Little Wen Li nodded her head obediently, expressing her excitement. Let's dismantle the Sky Shrine's White Cloud Fortress and the White Cloud Fortress made of floating rocks and move them in. There's also the Demon Fortress. Those are all good materials. Bloody Queen Red liked to live in high places. She was very interested in the floating rocks in the White Cloud Fortress where the avians lived. She decided to dismantle them and build a pavilion in the sky. Then what are we waiting for? Under Yue Yang's command, all the beasts moved out. The Demon Fortress was destroyed. The Barbarian Cow Shadow and the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen worked together to move the large pieces of obsidian back. Even the Reaper Mantis helped. Only the Spirit of Flame and Smoke, who did not understand the trifles of life and only knew how to fight based on her instincts, stared blankly for a while. Seeing that Yue Yang did not have time to care about her, she flew to a mountain peak and summoned a fiery red magma to form a small volcanic pool. She then lived in it comfortably and continued to digest the storm heart in her body. Bloody Queen Red and Yue Yang flew together to the floating rocks in the sky. They dismantled the White Cloud Fortress that the avians lived in piece by piece and transported them back to the grimoire world. Fortunately, as long as they moved the floating rocks into the range of the domain of light, they would be automatically transported in. Otherwise, if they had to move the floating rocks one by one, it would really be tiring. Yue Yang was in charge of dismantling the walls and collecting treasures at the same time. He destroyed everything that he did not need to prevent the challengers from seeing through his tricks. He reckoned that every once in a while, some rankers from Tong Tian Tower would throw some beasts, birdmen and demons into the three-world shrine through some means. As long as they were used up, they would be compensated. Of course, if the place where the avians and demons lived was destroyed, those fellows would definitely not care. The avians leader and the demon chief both had their own storage bracelets. It was not suitable for Yue Yang to wear them. He decided to find a time to refine these two items and see if he could fuse them with the Lich Ring to increase its storage capacity. Although storage was no longer a problem with the grimoire world, it was still more convenient to wear the Lich Ring. Especially in battle, or when it was inconvenient to summon the grimoire. Red, Ah Man and the others were still moving the rocks. Yue Yang and Little Wen Li went to complete the final reward for clearing the Sky Shrine. Please don't set a time limit, otherwise they would faint if they cleared the Sky Shrine without getting the reward. The crystal card flashed across the Heavenly King statue's hand. The Heavenly King statue was smashed into pieces, and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Yue Yang used his innate chi to disperse the dust and found a ball of faint green light in front of him. On the other side of the ball of green light, there was an orb that was emitting a faint light. Sky-splitting orb, fake. The holder can use this orb to forcefully open a dimensional space. Limited to one use only. Yue Yang sweated profusely. The Sky Shrine's reward was indeed a fake. Just from its appearance, this fake sky-splitting orb was not even as good as the silver-ranked blood-sucking orb. At the very least, the blood-sucking orb could absorb blood when embedded on a weapon, directly increasing the weapon's power. If it was swallowed by a beast, the blood-sucking orb could even activate the blood-sucking skill through the beast. Although this blood-sucking skill was a little useless, because it was a probabilistic skill. A probabilistic skill was the same as Doom's Eyes, but Doom's Eyes could kill instantly, while the blood-sucking orb could only absorb blood. Even a mosquito's leg was meat. Yue Yang did not reject any treasures, the more the better. If it was said that Yue Yang was very disappointed with the 3 world shrines rewards before, then this ball of green light had completely changed his view of the world. 5 colors of God light green, one of the 5 colors of God light. The holder of this light can transform all poisons, all plant-type beasts will be strengthened by 10 times, and the holder of this light will temporarily obtain the nature body. Yue Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision also saw a message, shattered God light, 9 layers seal. In other words, under the 9 layers seal, the green God light of the 5 colors of God light was still so powerful. If all the seals were undone, Yue Yang could not imagine how powerful it would be. According to Yue Yang's memories before he transmigrated, this thing was not simple. It was a treasure that Kong Zan had refined for tens of thousands of years. It was said that a bit of innate chaos chi enveloped Mahamayuri and formed 5 tails. Later on, Mahamayuri Kong Zan used tens of thousands of years to refine feathers that were 3 feet long. They were like 5 treasured swords. Although they were feathers, they were as heavy as ancient mountains. As for PK, once the 5 colors of God light appeared, Huang Feihu, Chong Haihu and Pagoda, Dinghai Pearl and Golden Alms Bowl all became floating clouds. Luya and Yang Jian, who were extremely powerful, ran away in fear when they saw the 5 colors of God light. Even Zhang Zia, who had the divine beating whip, could not do anything to it. If one word was to describe the 5 colors of God light, it would be powerful. Of course, this 5 colors of God light might not be Kong Zan's tail. However, since it was called the 5 colors of God light, it must not be a simple treasure. Could it be that Kong Zan's butt was kicked by the old Taoist priest and a fragment of his tail fell out? Yue Yang guessed maliciously. However, he still kept the treasure immediately. After clearing the 3 world shrines, there was actually a 5 colors of God light as a reward. It was too touching. It was a pity that he could not clear the instance dungeon repeatedly. Otherwise, Yue Yang would have obtained all the 5 colors of God light. When Yue Yang kept the fake sky-splitting orb and one of the 5 colors of God light, the green divine light, the whole sky shrine started trembling. This was similar to clearing the 12 zodiac temples. Seeing that there were not many things left to pack, Yue Yang hurriedly signaled for everyone to retreat. God knows if this trembling would attract the attention of a certain god of design in Tong Tian Tower. Although he was not sure, the cautious Yue Yang gave up on moving the last piece of obsidian. This thing was also available in the Demon Palace in the Demon Abyss. If it was really not enough, he could just visit the great demon King Baruth. Whatever harp, blood scythe and other weapons were all kept. Red, Man and the other girls also returned to the grimoire world. Yue Yang rushed out of the teleportation gate like a wisp of smoke. He almost bumped into the golden armor captain. You didn't die. This golden armor captain was different from the golden armor captain who guarded the 12 zodiac temples on the 1st floor. He did not recognize Yue Yang, and when he saw that this little thief had come out alive, he was extremely shocked. You seem to have been in there for a few hours. Why didn't you die? There were too many monsters inside, so I hid and took a nap. When I saw that there were no more movements, I tiptoed out. That was close. Yue Yang pretended to be glad that he had narrowly escaped death. When the golden armor captain heard this, he laughed out loud and patted Yue Yang's shoulder. You're really lucky. I've never heard of a party with less than 50 people. 90% of those who could pass through the human hall would be wiped out. You being able to escape from the human hall is already a miracle. Brat, don't overestimate yourself. It's definitely impossible for you to pass through the human hall alone. I won't dare anymore. Yue Yang pretended to be afraid and quickly slipped away. Haha, this little thief ran really fast. I reckon he has an invisible treasure, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape, the golden armor captain mumbled, but he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. If his curiosity was strong enough, he could use his authority to enter the room with the crystal pillar display and use his authority to check on the situation of clearing the trial. Then, the truth would probably scare him to death. This was because Yue Yang's completion rate in the 3 world shrines was as high as 3000%. In other words, this brat had exceeded the difficulty by 30 times. Chapter 316. When Yue Yang came out from the 2nd floor of Tong Tian Tower, he did not rush back to the little flower garden. Instead, he went to the Yu clan castle first. Second uncle Yu Ling reported the situation of the clan. If Yue Yang was not around, he would not be able to be the substitute clan master. It was only now that he realized that being the clan master was really not easy. The pressure was extremely huge. Fortunately, there was Yue Yang, his extremely powerful nephew, to support him. The other clan representatives had to give him some face when they spoke. If it was only him, a level 6 beginner elder, who was supporting him, the others would probably not even pay attention to him. I don't know much about the matters of the clan. I will be at ease if you handle it. Yue Yang was actually not very interested in the clan. Other than the ghost genius Yu Gong's puppet palace, Yue Yang did not care about anything else. Yu Ling and the 2 elders also opened the secret room that only the core members of the clan could enter to Yue Yang, allowing him to browse through it. Inside, there were many records of the 3 Renaissance heroes and the past geniuses. It was a dazzling sight. The 3 Renaissance heroes' battle techniques, beast training, military strategies and social strategies were very useful to normal Yu clan disciples. However, to Yue Yang, who had inherited the knowledge from the pitiful guy's mother, there were not many things that were worth studying. As for military strategies and social strategies, Yue Yang was not a general or an official, so it was useless to him. He was an innate, so these things were useless to him. The 3 Renaissance heroes' writings were not written for innate rankers. They only guided the younger generation on how to continue the clan and how to strengthen the Yu clan's position in the 4 great clans and even the soaring dragon continent. It could be said that the only thing that Yue Yang was looking forward to was the ghost genius Yu Gong's puppet palace. According to the records, the Yu clan's secrets from 1,000 years ago were stored there. If Elder Yu Hai was at home, Yue Yang would have entered it long ago. Unfortunately, Elder Yu Hai was not around, and only he, the real clan master, knew the secret location of the puppet palace. Located underneath the Yu clan castle, it was not a real puppet palace, but a puppet factory. The ghost genius Yu Gong had built this puppet factory. The future generations did not need to be geniuses. As long as they studied, they would be able to create low-leveled puppet beasts. Feng Er was expelled by the floating mist sect. Mr. Ku Ming expressed his apologies, but he could not disobey the sect leader's orders. Yu Ling's voice carried a hint of sadness. This generation of the Yu clan was actually full of talents. Yu Tian and Yu Yan had once been chosen as one of the world's 10 great heroes. Afterwards, Yu Feng had contracted a grimoire at the age of 6. His talent had already been revealed, and the 3 great sects had rushed over upon hearing the news. Even the Southern Mountains floating mist sect had fought to take him in as a disciple. Afterwards, Yue Yang pulled a carriage, carrying forth mother, his foster mother, and his sister to the Yu clan castle, shocking the whole world. The incompetent good-for-nothing of the past had become the most abnormal young genius. Even Yu Bing, who was only proficient in plant-type beasts, had shone brilliantly in the New Year's clan tournament. At that time, all the warriors in the world were amazed by the Yu clan's younger generation. However, today, the eldest son Yu Tian was destroyed, the 4th son Yu Yan was crippled, the 5th son Yu Ting was missing, the 6th son Yu Bao was facing the clan's judgment, and the 9th son Yu Feng had been expelled by the floating mist sect, becoming an abandoned disciple. If not for the 2 siblings, Yu Yang and Yu Bing, the whole Yu clan would have declined beyond repair. Yu Yang understood what was going on. He had beaten up Bai Yunfei and made him kneel down in front of everyone. This humiliation could never be erased. If this guy went back and told his father about this, it would be strange if the floating mist sect would still teach Yu Feng. He felt that this matter would happen sooner or later. Now that Yu Feng had been expelled, it was already within his expectations. Yu Feng had lost his master, so it was not a bad thing for him to guide Yu Feng and increase the Yu clan's strength in the future. After all, he could not stay in the soaring dragon continent forever to look after the Yu clan. If he and the girls went to the heaven realm and did not return for 100 years, the Yu clan would not be able to do without a few youths to support them. He muttered to himself for a while and made his decision. I am busy right now. I need to help Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers to become innates. I don't have time for now. When Yu Yang said this, second uncle Yu Ling became even more dejected. It's all right, your matter is the most important. Yu Ling had already guessed that Yu Yang would reject him. Who knew that Yu Yang's next words would make him unable to believe his own ears? Listen to me first, second uncle, regarding Xiaoju's matter, I will guide him when I have time. Actually, he is still young now, so building a good foundation is the most important thing. There is no need to be anxious. As for the floating mist sect, it's fine even if we, the Yu clan's disciples, walk the path of the four great sects, but can't we become innates? Yu Yang would not teach Yu Feng very diligently, but it would not be a problem for him to give Yu Feng some pointers when he had time. Ah, really? Then second uncle will thank you on behalf of Feng Er. Yu Ling was overjoyed. He immediately bowed deeply to Yu Yang on behalf of his son. Of course, he understood that the floating mist sect had fallen out with Yu Yang because their young sect leader was beaten up by Yu Yang. However, he could only swallow the bitterness in his stomach. Yu Yang and the floating mist sect were not people that he could offend. Furthermore, even if Yu Feng was not expelled, he might not be able to learn his true abilities. Bai Yunfei might even take revenge on him secretly. Yu Ling mentioned this to Yu Yang, hoping that Yu Yang could give Yu Feng some pointers in the future when he was stuck at a bottleneck and was unable to break through. He could also give Yu Feng a martial arts pill or some other miraculous medicine, so that Yu Feng would not walk down the same path as Yu Tian and Yu Yan. He never thought that Yu Yang would actually be willing to personally guide his own son. This, how could he not be moved? As an innate, even a few pointers from Yu Yang would be better than learning from the floating mist sect. As a disciple, if he was not absolutely loyal to the floating mist sect, would he be willing to teach him everything? As a Yu clan disciple, how could Yu Feng be loyal to the floating mist sect? Furthermore, Yu Feng's master was only a level 6 elder, and there were even 2 level 5 grandmasters who assisted him with basic knowledge. How could they be compared to Yu Yang, who was an innate ranker? Thinking about this, Yu Ling's tears became moist. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and took a deep breath. Then, he cupped his hands towards Yu Yang and said with a choked voice, Xiao-san, I was wrong in the past. I was muddle-headed in the past. Please don't let it hang in your heart. Putting himself in Yu Yang's shoes, Yu Ling knew that he couldn't be as open-minded as Yu Yang and let bygones be bygones. If he became an innate, would his third brother, Yu Chu, who was always criticizing him, or his big brother, Yu Shan, who always pressured him, ask for his guidance, or ask him to teach their sons? Could he be as magnanimous as his nephew Yu Yang? Obviously, he couldn't. Yu Ling now understood that Yu Yang's nephew was much stronger than him, his second uncle. In terms of character, he was also far behind him. Yu Ling, who was extremely moved, never thought that Yu Yang only taught Yu Feng because he was afraid of trouble, afraid that he would always sigh in his ears. This was what Yu Yang thought. If Elder Yu Hai came back and mentioned the same thing, he might not be able to reject him. Hence, he might as well agree now. Yu Feng was still young anyway, he didn't need to spend time teaching him. Yu Ling would be able to teach his son well. Now, you should teach him basic knowledge. A great building starts from a small place. The more solid his basic knowledge is, the higher his future achievements will be. In order to boost second uncle Yu Ling's morale, Yu Yang took out a white pearl from his lich ring and passed it to second uncle Yu Ling. I didn't bring anything with me at the moment, so I'll give this to Xiaoju. His guardian beast seems to be pretty good, you should train it well. Gold rank level 5, second uncle Yu Ling received it happily. When he saw it, he almost jumped in shock. Gold rank level 5 light type magic crystal. No, he had never seen this kind of magic crystal before. It didn't look like a magic crystal from a beast, nor did it look like a giant dragon's magic crystal. It wasn't even a goblin's orb. What kind of creature's energy core was this? It looked very pure. It would be the best to use it to train Yu Feng's guardian beast. It wasn't that Yu Ling had never seen a gold-ranked magic crystal before. However, when Yu Yang gave him a gold-ranked magic crystal, he felt that this magic crystal was a bit troublesome. He felt even more ashamed. Not only did his nephew not oppose him, he even gave him his full support. Thinking about how he used to roll his eyes at his nephew and even ridicule him, how could he not feel guilty? If Yu Ling knew that all the birdmen that Yu Yang killed in the Sky Shrine were gold-ranked, and that the pearl he gave him was the worst, he probably wouldn't feel so guilty. I still have a few of these things. Xiaoju's guardian beast has finished absorbing them. I'll give him another one then. Yu Yang didn't explain and went out on his own. Could it be that this thing came from the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and above? Although Yu Ling didn't know what it was, he knew that it was definitely a good thing. After admiring it for a long time, he suddenly remembered that his son Yu Feng was still waiting for his good news in the study room. He hurried over excitedly and couldn't wait to tell his son this good news. Now, Yu Ling's only hope was his youngest son Yu Feng. He didn't expect his son Yu Feng to have the same abnormal strength and unbelievable improvement as Yu Yang. He only hoped that his son would be able to reach the innate realm in the hundreds of thousands of years of training. Even if he had to train for 200 years, he would still be able to reach the innate realm in the end. As for Yu Tian and Yu Yan, forget about it. Forget about Yu Yang. Even Yu Ling himself felt that they weren't worthy of forgiveness. In the plaza, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers were training. They still didn't know that Yu Yang had come back. Only Wei Tailang was there. Its nose was especially sensitive. Once it smelled its master's unique scent, it immediately came up to greet him. Yu Yang first waved his hands at the excited clansmen. He was like a superstar, escorted by his clansmen all the way to the plaza. As for the clansmen, they were naturally praised and rewarded with money. These were what they needed the most. For example, Lin Lei and Lin Miao, the two family guards who followed Yu Yang on their own accord, were rewarded with a bronze-ranked weapon each. This made them feel extremely proud and their faces were flushed red. They were so happy that they kowtowed and thanked Yu Yang. Bronze-ranked weapons weren't worth being so excited about, but they were thankful for Yu Yang's attention. Yu Yang smiled and threw a few pearls to Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers. When these few gold-ranked level 5 pearls came into his hands, Fatty Hai was like a pervert who had seen a naked girl, drooling like a waterfall. Wei Tailang circled around Yu Yang and rubbed against him, extremely anxious. It knew that there would definitely be a share, but its throat couldn't wait to eat. It was basically the same as Fatty Hai. If it wasn't for the difference between humans and wolves, others might even mistake them as brothers. When the few demon hearts came out, it didn't even have time to chew before it swallowed them into its stomach. The Thunder Mammoth, King Kong Demon Ape, Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle and the others were all extremely envious. Unfortunately, not to mention that there weren't any, even if there were, they wouldn't be able to endure the evil demonic chi of the demon heart. Only a pervert like Wei Tailang could crazily chew on the demon heart. Don't look at me like a hungry kitten, Yu Yang couldn't stand those beasts' gazes. He threw a few lightning leopard, storm wolf and flaming lion demon cores to them. They were all silver ranked, causing the King Kong demon ape and the other beasts to roar loudly, beating their chests and stamping their feet in joy. I'm ready. Where should we go next to challenge? Tong Tian Tower. Demon Abyss. I won't go west if you point me to the east. Fatty Hai smiled and asked. It's not that there aren't any places, but those who are below innate would be instantly killed. Yu Yang's words scared Fatty Hai so much that his heart almost exploded. Pretend I didn't say anything. Fatty Hai waved his hands. Give us a little more time. Although it's a little arrogant to say this, we will become innate sooner or later. Yi Kong resolutely clenched his fist. The Yi Kong today was no longer the Yi Kong who almost starved to death in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. I'll give you 1 year, no, 9 months. If you don't work hard, I'll go to Heaven Realm first. The Heaven Realm gate opens once every 100 years. Do as you see fit. Yu Yang decided to give Yi Kong and the others some pressure. They didn't have much time. If they didn't work hard, they wouldn't be able to make it in time. When Yi Kong and Fatty Hai heard this, they were first overwhelmed with shock. Then, their faces turned serious and determined. I'll definitely make it in time. Yi Kong clenched his fist tightly and promised Yu Yang in a low voice. Then, he waved his fist at Fatty Hai and shouted, Come, let's continue practicing. You think I'm afraid of you? Fatty Hai's eyes were red as he growled like a wounded beast. He understood very well what Yu Yang meant by the deadline. It was the difference between a true warrior and a mediocre person. If they couldn't make it to Heaven Realm before the Heaven Realm gate closes, they would be left behind by Yu Yang. After 100 years, even if Yu Yang returned from Heaven Realm, they would probably become mediocre people. Their potential would be exhausted and they wouldn't be able to improve anymore. How many 100 years could a person live? If they didn't work hard while they were young, when they grew up, their muscles, bones, and veins would be fixed. Their hot-bloodedness and fighting spirit would be extinguished. Then, how much fighting power would they have left? Moreover, if Yu Yang went to Heaven Realm, the difference between them would only get bigger and bigger. Yu Yang, who had trained in Heaven Realm for 100 years, would probably advance to a higher level world. Even if he returned to Soaring Dragon Continent, he would only be visiting his family. At that time, would he still be a target that they could look up to? At that time, they would probably not be able to reach him even in their dreams. The pressure of time in Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's hearts was also felt by Princess Sissy and the others. In fact, it was even stronger and more intense. They had to follow him. 100 years of separation was something that they definitely couldn't accept. Between friends, they might not be able to follow each other to the end. After 100 years, they would still be friends. But between lovers, if they couldn't be together, it would be over. What was more pressing was that Yue Yang was still preparing to enter the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. This was the first step to enter Heaven Realm. At the same time, this was also a test. Yue Yang had to pass the Prison Emperor Divine Palace's test and defeat those sealed Heaven Realm warriors. Only then would he have a chance to enter Heaven Realm. When Yue Yang returned to the Little Flower Garden, he had just finished telling them about passing the 3 world shrines. Before he could even bring everyone into the Grimoire world, Princess Sissy grabbed his collar and lifted him up. She glared at him with her tiger-like eyes. "There's not enough time, train your swordsmanship." Yue Yang originally wanted to take a couple bath with Sickly Beauty and enjoy their blissful sexual life before training. He didn't expect Tigress to be so impatient. It was rare that she took the initiative to invite him to train. Yue Yang naturally agreed. Sickly Beauty smiled and pulled Yu Bingen in and along. "Then let's enter the Grimoire world first and build a small house with our own hands. There's nothing inside, we can take turns to build a new house. If Qianxin is tired, we can go with Fallen Flowers to train. Let's go, let's not disturb Qianxin's swordsmanship." Not disturbing Princess Sissy's swordsmanship training was an excuse. Princess Sissy could train her swordsmanship normally. When she was together with Yue Yang, it was naturally to train body fusion. This was the two-person world that Sickly Beauty had created for Princess Sissy and Yue Yang. If the girls weren't around, she thought that Princess Sissy would be able to relax a little. Seeing Sickly Beauty and the others enter the Grimoire world one by one under little Wen Li's guidance, Princess Sissy blushed. "You should take a bath first. You're sweaty and stinky, it's going to kill me." Yue Yang saw that she was acting coquettishly, and his heart was moved. He couldn't help but reach out and forcefully embrace Tigress, who was pretending to be angry. Intoxicated, he forcefully kissed the struggling beauty in his arms. Chapter 317. Princess Sissy panicked and wanted to dodge, but she realized that this brat was too fast. Even if she turned her face to the side, he still kissed the corner of her lips. Princess Sissy did not have the time to clearly understand the feeling of being kissed. She quickly exerted force and broke free. "You're asking for a beating." Princess Sissy raised her small fist, indicating that she wanted to hit him, but her whole body was limp. If he hugged her again, she reckoned that she might let him have his way. "Am I really going to be an unmarried princess with a big belly?" Princess Sissy was rather flustered, her heart was beating very fast. She blushed and pushed Yue Yang lightly. "Don't come closer, or else I'll really get angry. Go and take your bath, I've never seen such a rude bastard like you, ha." Yue Yang knew that it was useless to be impatient. This tigress would not be able to run away sooner or later, so he should take it slow. He smiled proudly and turned to leave. Princess Sissy was flustered and angry. She wished that she could give him a kick. But she was afraid that it would be like the last time at the Cloud Top Lake, where he would catch her when she tried to kick him and press against her body. Princess Sissy remembered that her pants were torn at that time. Maybe her secret had already been seen by this brat. She immediately felt even more embarrassed and blushed. It took a long time for her to come back to her senses. Touching the corner of her lips, she recalled Yue Yang's kiss just now. The feeling of being kissed by him was a little strange, an indescribable strange feeling. Unfortunately, it was too fast and she did not feel it clearly at that time. As Princess Sissy thought about it, her jade-like face blushed again and she secretly scolded herself. "Idiot, you let that brat take advantage of you, it's a pity that you did not feel it clearly." After giving up on the memory of the kiss just now, Princess Sissy tidied up her clothes, afraid that the other girls would come out and see anything wrong with her body. Finally, she touched her buttocks. She struggled too intensely just now and seemed to have touched something hard. It must be that brat's bad thing. When Princess Sissy remembered that she had seen his bad thing a few times before, her face immediately turned red. This brat's lust was truly boundless. It seemed like he was in great danger. However, the old man at home was not back yet. If she didn't force Yue Yang to talk to him, he would at least ask for her hand in marriage in secret. She didn't even have a title. If she was eaten by him and became an unmarried princess with a big belly, it would be really embarrassing. The more Princess Sissy thought about it, the more restless she became. She really wanted to see if Yue Yang had returned from his bath, but she was afraid that he would think that she was peeping. When Yue Yang came back from the shower, he was covered in steam. However, he did not tease Princess Sissy again. On the surface, he pretended to be an obedient child. Of course, the more he acted like this, the more worried Princess Sissy was. Now that Castellan Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty, and Shui Wuxia were not by her side, Princess Sissy was able to relax a little. She only struggled a little when Yue Yang held her hand, leaned on her shoulder, leaned on her back, and other basic body fusion movements. She was not as resistant as before. Since she had already been kissed by him, holding hands was not a big deal. Since Fallen Flowers and wuxia were not here, it would be a waste of effort to argue with this shameless brat. Once they started cultivating, Princess Sissy's mind gradually calmed down and she fully immersed herself in it. Now that she no longer had any psychological barriers, she also had an indescribable contract when cultivating with Yue Yang. She was not inferior to Shui Wuxia, who had the most tacit understanding. Princess Sissy even realized that it was not that she could not cooperate with this guy. It was just that she had mental barriers in the past. Now that they were not by her side and he was alone, after she untied the mental barriers, her cultivation was like a fish in the water. When it came to tacit cooperation, it was easy. Princess Xianxia secretly rejoiced. It seemed that she wasn't bad either. If it wasn't for Shui Wuxia, she would be the most tacit partner with him. With a good start in the body fusion technique, Princess Xianxia became more open and devoted herself to assisting him, allowing his innate qi to flow through her body. When her meridians were connected, there was a slight pain. However, Princess Sissy enjoyed this feeling. The pain was nothing. Instead, she felt happy for Yue Yang's gentle comforting actions. Yes, it was indeed a kind of happiness. Just like when she was young, she fell to the ground and cried when she was injured while she was practicing her sword skills. Then, she saw her father reaching out his hand and gently wiping away her tears. It was that kind of gentleness, that kind of happiness. This guy was really similar to her father. Both of them did not know how to spoil and love each other. They were both men who cared about their faces. They would not say those kind of words, even though they liked her from the bottom of their hearts. She remembered that not long ago, her father once said to her, "Although you have grown up, you have not learned how to take care of yourself, let alone others. You have to find a boy who knows how to take care of you. He may not necessarily hold you in his hands every day, and he may not know how to be gentle and affectionate to you. As long as he has you in his heart and can always protect you silently, that's enough." This guy, Yue Yang, might be the kind of person that her father talked about. He would not say flowery words to her. However, he had her in his heart, even if she was very clumsy and did not know how to respond to him. Now, with him by her side, it was like having her father by her side when she was practicing her swordsmanship when she was young. After she grew up, her father's loving figure disappeared. What replaced him was him. He was the bad guy who was destined to make her emotions unresolvable and messy for the rest of her life. Time passed very quickly. 6 hours had passed. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others came out of the grimoire world under little Wen Li's guidance. Princess Sissy blushed when she saw City Mistress Fallen Flowers' half-smiling expression. Originally, they had agreed to only practice for 3 hours, then it would be Fallen Flowers' turn. She did not expect that she would even take up her time. City Mistress Fallen Flowers did not mind. She cooked together with Yue Yang. She learned Yue Yang's cooking skills and made dinner for Yue Yang. Among the girls, Yue Yang's cooking skills could be said to be the best. The omnipotent Shui Wuxia was also not bad. The third was Sickly Beauty. Before Sickly Beauty became Yue Yang's wife, her cooking skills were so-so. However, once she became Yue Yang's wife, for some reason, her culinary skills improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, she became more willing to cook. In the past, she always preferred to eat simple food and concentrate on studying runes. Now, it was the complete opposite. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Inan could only cook simple food. It was edible, but it was still far from delicious. As for Yu Bing, she did not know how to cook, but it was not a problem for her to help others wash vegetables. Among the girls, the only one who couldn't recognize all the seasonings and only knew how to eat but didn't know how to cook was Princess Xianxia. Since young, Zheng Wuyu had been strict with her, just like a boy. Moreover, he had intentionally groomed her to become an emperor. She had never once worried about her diet. Even when she went out to train, she would be accompanied by Yu. She had never had the chance to cook. "I'll go and help too." Princess Xianxia was actually a little reluctant to part with Yue Yang. If it wasn't for the fact that the girls were so hungry that they came out to cook, she still wanted to continue training with Yue Yang. In order to show in front of the girls that there was nothing between her and Yue Yang, she decided to stay away from him. For example, to help in the kitchen. "Don't, the food you cook will spoil my stomach." Yue Yang was shocked and quickly stopped her. "What did you say?" Princess Sissy was furious. She did not know how to cook, but it was impossible for her to make poison. How dare he look down on her? "Qianchen, don't be anxious if you want to learn. Next time, I'll do it today." Yu hurriedly tried to smooth things over for her brother, while Luohua's city mistress snickered. She wasn't good at cooking either, but it was definitely not a problem to cook it well. Even if it wasn't delicious, it would definitely not cause one's intestines to rot after eating it. Looking at city mistress Fallen Flowers' smile, Princess Sissy was even more depressed. Why were they both women? Why was her cooking talent so bad? It was not that she had never tried cooking, but it was either burnt or half-cooked. She had no talent since childhood, and her mind was not on cooking. Princess Sissy had long given up learning in this area. Today, when she heard what Yue Yang said, she really felt a little unhappy in her heart. The sage once said that if a woman wanted to hold a man's heart, she must first satisfy his stomach. In this aspect, she was definitely a failure. Princess Sissy did not insist on cooking a meal herself, but she did take this matter to heart. She decided to work hard in secret. One day, she would make Yue Yang eat until his stomach was round and licking his fingers. After Yue Yang returned, the girls resumed their regular lives. Everyone focused on training, and when they were free, they would build houses in the grimoire world. Every day, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers occupied the most time. Both of them occupied about 5 hours of Yue Yang's time each, because they had been training for a long time. They had become more and more in sync with each other. The effects of body fusion had brought about a significant improvement in their strength every day. On the 5th day, Princess Sissy's guardian beast, White Tiger, leveled up. There were even signs of it evolving from platinum ranked to diamond ranked. As long as the White Tiger that was in one body with Qianchen became a holy beast, it would be the time for Princess Sissy to become an innate. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was slightly slower. On the 9th day, City Mistress Fallen Flowers' guardian beast, Light Elf, Aurora, finally leveled up from gold ranked level 5 to platinum ranked level 4 with the help of Yue Yang's innate Qi, God's Dew, Water of Life, 5-colored divine light and other rare treasures. Aurora was different from Princess Sissy's White Tiger. It needed at least a month's time before it could level up again. However, City Mistress Fallen Flowers still had the 3-tailed snow fox. With the help of Yue Yang's Nirvana Flame, Heaven Runes and the Avian Leader's White Pearl, the little fox immediately leveled up to platinum rank level 3. Although it had not unlocked its intelligence, the 3-tailed snow fox already had a certain level of intelligence. If one were to compare all the non-humanoid beasts, its intelligence might even be higher than Wei Tai Lang's. Could it be that she will really become a fox girl? Yue Yang was also unsure. He realized that the 3-tailed snow fox's evolution direction was different from Wei Tai Lang's. Wei Tai Lang was the same as its master. They were both strange exceptions, different from the others. He reckoned that even if it evolved into a holy beast, it would not transform into a humanoid form. However, the 3-tailed snow fox gradually showed signs of evolving into a humanoid form. Yue Yang secretly sweated as he thought about it. Could it be that this 3-tailed snow fox would eventually transform into the beautiful Daji that could bring calamity to the country and people? After 10 days of body fusion, not only did Yue Yang, Fallen Flowers and Xianxia's cultivation level soared, their feelings for each other had also grown. Unknowingly, they had started to accept his hugs. Of course, the excuse in their hearts was that it was necessary for them to train body fusion. Sometimes, when his naughty thing that could not be restrained touched their thighs or buttocks, they would only be embarrassed and not angry. Most of the time, they would pretend that they did not know anything. Sometimes, When they were tired from training and were unwilling to leave, they would just nestle in his embrace and have a good sleep. Although Yue Yang did not take the opportunity to push them down, in the hearts of the two girls, they had already accepted this man who was destined to be their nemesis. They did not resist his occasional kisses and gropes, they only wanted to guard the last barrier. Yue Yang was not anxious at all. Rather than forcefully pushing them down, it would be better to let things flow naturally. That day, he believed that it would not be too long. Maybe they only needed a little bit of external factors to break through the last barrier in their hearts. There's a message from that big breasts girl of yours. She wants to meet you at the Yu clan castle tomorrow at 9:00. Princess Sissy had left the little flower garden for 2 hours. Her original intention was to inquire about the news of her father's return. She did not expect that there would be no news from her father. Instead, she received a reply from Impatience Sky Law in the Thief Guild. Really, when Yue Yang heard this, he was overjoyed. He had not seen Impatience for a long time, he really missed her a little. Look at how happy you are, don't you just want to see my big breasts? Princess Sissy's tone was sour as if she had drunk 3 bowls of vinegar. She almost wanted to tell Yue Yang, if you want to see my big breasts, we have them too. It's just that I don't wear Sky Law's revealing clothes. Chapter 318. Seeing Impatience again, Yue Yang realized that the beauty was slightly thinner. Maybe it was because she had just recovered from her injuries, but her charm was still stunning. Of course, Yue Yang went straight for her snow-white breasts, preparing to bury his head in them. Little rascal, let's talk about serious matters, don't mess around. Yue Yang's forehead was pressed by Impatience's jade finger. Her beautiful face revealed a smile that could even make the sun lose its brilliance. The serious matter is very simple, it is to attack the prison Emperor Divine Palace in half a month. After I'm done, beauty, can you put aside the important matters of the country? Let's deal with our private affairs first. Yue Yang pretended to hug her, but Impatience dodged Yue Yang's hug. Instead, she opened her arms and hugged Yue Yang from behind. Her cherry lips moved closer to Yue Yang's earlobe and kissed it lightly. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you. Every innate who has the qualifications to enter the heaven realm has signed an agreement that they cannot kill each other because of personal or worldly grudges. Everything is for the sake of entering the heaven realm. If you want to kill the prison Emperor Divine General, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Although he had only woken up after sleeping for 5,000 years, his strength has almost recovered. Even if he fought with the Supreme Elder Humans, he would probably have a 50-50 chance of winning. If you want to kill him now, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Furthermore, he has a lot of helpers, just the 2 of us alone won't be able to deal with him. What if we add in an old tortoise? Yue Yang felt an indescribably wonderful feeling of her breasts pressing against his back. He immediately shamefully hardened. That old tortoise is good at defense, but not good at attack. It's useless. Impatience seemed to know that Yue Yang was aroused. Her hand slowly moved down from her chest to her lower abdomen, and then continued downwards, causing Yue Yang's blood to boil. He almost couldn't help but push her down not far from the Yu clan castle's entrance. My attack power is not bad, Yue Yang advertised. What kind of attack power? Phoenix Fairy Beauty's small hands flirtatiously slid past, intentionally or unintentionally touching that excited and high-spirited thing. Her cherry lips asked seductively beside Yue Yang's ear. Her voice sounded like she was panting and moaning at the same time, causing Yue Yang's heartbeat to increase by 300 beats. Yue Yang swallowed his saliva and pretended to be serious as he replied, all of their attacks are pretty good. Why don't you test them? Where is the test? Impatience kissed Yue Yang's earlobe gently, her breath like she was humming. Let's go to your home. Yue Yang made a decision to save money. He could get a hotel room, but not only would it be a waste of money, he would also be afraid of the police. Why don't we go to your house? I like to test it on your bed, it's exciting. Impatience gently lifted her calf and slowly rubbed against Yue Yang's thigh. Her hand reached into his pants as if she wanted to grab something fun. Sorry, there's already someone on his bed. Shui Wuxia's voice suddenly came from behind. She was holding a book as she walked in front of the 2 of them. As if there was no one else around, she ignored them and said, please continue, I'm just passing by. Yue Yang sweated profusely. As expected, this girl was worried about him. Impatience giggled. Before she let go of Yue Yang, she actually pinched his cheeks. Little rascal, next time you want to have an affair, remember to find a place where there's no one around. Don't let your wife catch you, that's too pitiful. Do you need to kneel on a washboard when you go back? Don't tell me you're a henpecked husband. Yue Yang was very vengeful. He also reached out to pinch her smooth cheeks. Beauty, it seems like you were the one who seduced me just now, causing me to be caught by her, right? When Impatience heard this, she elegantly shrugged her shoulders, causing her voluptuous breasts to sway. Now, do you still want to go to my house? Impatience blew on Yue Yang's face with a fragrance. Yes, Yue Yang felt that the one who said no was Dongfang Bubai. My bed is so big, so soft and so comfortable. Impatience smiled. Her smile was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a country. Yue Yang felt that this girl should be described by the phrase, charming to death. No wonder King Zhou would be bewitched by a fox spirit. It turned out that there were really enchanting women in the world who could make people suffocate in the land of gentleness. Really, Yue Yang's eyes lit up. A blissful sexual life was waving at him. Isn't this our mistress? Shui Wuxia, who had disappeared just now, suddenly appeared in front of Yue Yang in Impatience. She closed the ancient book in her hands and asked Yue Yang curiously, I seem to have heard that you want to go somewhere. To her house. Yue Yang was a little flustered by her bright eyes. Why are we going to her house? Shui Wuxia's smile was as bright as the sun. There were no dark clouds, hail, lightning or storm at all. I want to test if her bed is big enough, soft enough. Yue Yang's answer was clear and logical, and his reasoning was sufficient. It's your first time going to someone else's house, so you need to bring all the tools. Have you brought all the tools? Shui Wuxia smiled and stretched out her hand with a gentle face. She straightened Yue Yang's collar and took out a handkerchief to wipe Yue Yang's face, as if she was a virtuous wife sending her husband out to work. I've brought the tools with me. Yue Yang sweated profusely. He couldn't leave this tool at home, otherwise he would really become Dongfang Bubai. That's good. You have to work hard, I'll wait for you at home. Shui Wuxia's smile was as gentle as the morning breeze. Finally, she gave Yue Yang a light kiss on his lips, just like a wife sending her husband off to work. Impatience saw this, and her expression was even more uncomfortable than if she had drunk 3 bowls of vinegar. Her eyes flickered as she suddenly realized that she had met a formidable opponent. Not a formidable opponent on the battlefield, but a formidable opponent on the field of love. Originally, she was only a little interested in Yue Yang. She never thought of loving him for the rest of her life. She only felt a little uncomfortable because her sister spoiled and protected him, so she had to snatch away the man that her sister fancied. Finally, after experiencing life and death with Yue Yang, she felt that this man was more to her liking. Although she didn't really plan to live together with him, she couldn't help but want to tease him. Especially when she saw him being captivated by her charm, she felt happy in her heart. A woman's innate vanity was satisfied to the greatest extent. She knew that she had to be beautiful and attractive, but other men's greedy gazes made her feel disgusted. That was a kind of naked possessiveness, invasion and humiliation. This brat's gaze was completely different. It was more of admiration and admiration. Although there was also some lust, it wasn't the main point. He liked her charm more than her body, not the 2 lumps of flesh in front of her chest. Yue Yang's gaze gave her a feeling of enjoyment. She enjoyed his admiration, enjoyed his arousal. Seducing him made her feel a great sense of accomplishment. However, just when Impatience thought that her charm was invincible, she realized that no matter how seductive she was, she couldn't occupy the first place in his heart. No matter how impulsive his lust was, his gaze wouldn't be lost. Especially when this girl holding a book appeared, he would immediately change from a frivolous wastrel to an obedient child. Maybe he was pretending to be an obedient child, but at least he valued this girl holding an ancient book, which was why he was like that. He pretended to be serious to her, but he was frivolous to himself. This was the difference. It was the difference in the rankings of charm in his heart. He regarded her as the first, which was why he did that. Impatience looked at Shui Wuxia. She realized that this girl who carried an ancient book with her gave her a great sense of danger. This sense of danger was hard to describe. Impatience knew there was, but she couldn't say why. No one had ever given her such a great sense of danger, never. This was not the difference in strength, but the difference in charm. As one of the 3 big shots of the demonic palace, Impatience had never thought that a 20-year-old girl would actually be able to win against her, and even defeat her. She, who possessed the charm inherent skill, had lost to a woman's seduction for the first time in 1,000 years. Other than her sister, Could it be that there was a girl who was more outstanding than her? Impatience looked at Shui Wuxia, whose smile was like ice melting under the sun, seriously. She realized that this was indeed a formidable opponent. Shui Wuxia seemed to have just noticed Impatience. She is the client who wanted to test the bed. Yue Yang introduced. Why don't you bring her home to test it? Our bed is bigger, softer and more comfortable. There are also many girls at home, it doesn't matter if she sleeps on it or not. Why bother others? Bring her home, her chest is quite big, but it doesn't take up much space. Shui Wuxia's words made Impatience feel as if she had been slapped in the face by someone. Are you really confident? Aren't you afraid of inviting a wolf into your house? Impatience stared at Shui Wuxia. In my eyes, a female wolf is actually the same as a female sheep, because they are both female. Shui Wuxia looked at Impatience calmly and smiled. My confidence depends on whether my mother's client likes our Xiao San's bed. If she doesn't like it, then my confidence will be very big. If she likes it, then my confidence is like my chest, it can't get bigger even if I wanted to. What an interesting girl. Since it's like this, I really want to test the bed in your house and see if I like it. Impatience originally didn't want to care about the prison emperor divine general, because she felt that it would be too difficult for Yue Yang to kill the prison emperor divine general. The prison emperor divine general was an old man from 6,000 years ago. Although he had lost a lot of power, he had already recovered after sleeping for thousands of years. He wasn't the Thousand Goblins sect leader, nor was he Shun Tian. It wasn't impossible for Yue Yang to kill the prison emperor divine general, but at least it was impossible for the time being. This was because no matter how much of a genius he was or how fast he improved, he wouldn't be able to catch up to an old man who had lived for thousands of years. In comparison, the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, had only lived for 900 years. The difference between him and the prison emperor divine palace who had lived for 6,000 years was huge. Luckily the prison emperor divine general had slept for thousands of years to recover from his heavy injuries. Otherwise, no one in the younger generation would be his match. Now that she was provoked by Shui Wuxia, she had the motivation to accompany him till the end. He wanted to play with this brat and see if he had the ability to kill the prison emperor divine general. Of course, the most important thing was to make this brat fall under his pomegranate skirt and make him his servant. After that, he would defeat this 20-year-old girl who gave him a great sense of danger. If this little girl grew up in the future, she would probably become someone like her sister. Impatience realized that she had underestimated her in the past. Other than Yue Yang, that abnormal brat, no one could compare to her speed of growth. She was even faster than herself in the past. Very good. Since it's like this, I will welcome you on behalf of my Xiao San's bed. Shui Wuxia smiled indifferently and held Yue Yang's arm as naturally as a newlywed wife holding her husband's arm. She then opened a group teleportation golden teleportation door. Yue Yang turned around to look at Impatience. Shui Wuxia reached out her hand and pinched his buttocks like a wife punishing her husband. You're still looking at me. Your eyeballs are going to drop to the ground if you keep looking. Impatience knew that she was trying to provoke him, but in the end, she still decided to follow them. She didn't care about men, but since there were people fighting for him, she might as well play with him. There was a saying in the world, no one plows a thin field, but someone fights for it. No matter what, she had to defeat this little girl who made her suffer. She definitely couldn't let another woman like her sister surpass her. No matter if it was strength or charm, she definitely couldn't. Furthermore, Yue Yang was quite interesting. He wasn't as annoying as other men. As for how to deal with this lecherous little rascal, it seemed like she had to guard the last hurdle. She definitely couldn't let him take advantage of her and eat her up. Impatience looked at Shui Wuxia's and Yue Yang's backs as they disappeared into the teleportation door. She then looked at the sky and thought, Sister, I want this man. I must snatch him away. Do you have any objections? High and mighty supreme human being, when you see your younger sister snatching away the man you love, what will you say? Your expression would definitely be very interesting, right? Chapter 319. The arrival of Impatience doubled the hostility of the girls. Other than sickly beauty, even Yu Bing had a hostile look as if her brother was about to be snatched away by this heavenly enchantress, let alone Castellan Fallen Flowers and Princess Sissy. However, there was also a benefit to her arrival, that was, it allowed the girls to train hard. Because of the gap in strength and the threat of rivals in love, Princess Sissy and Castellan Fallen Flowers usually trained, almost whenever Yue Yang was free, they would sit or stand beside him. On the one hand, it was to monitor impatience and prevent her from seducing Yue Yang. On the other hand, it was to show their charm and not let this kid forget the old one when he had a new one. As for Shui Wuxia, who lured impatience back, she didn't seem to care at all. Her days were no different from before. Other than practicing body fusion with Yue Yang, she usually held a book and read. In the beginning, impatience didn't look down on the girls, but in her eyes, these little girls wouldn't be able to reach half of her strength even if they trained for another 200 years. She felt that her only strong rival was the usually quiet Shui Wuxia. However, in less than 2 days, impatience's view changed greatly. The speed of improvement of these little girls, not to mention ordinary people, was 100 times faster than peerless geniuses. Even under the careful guidance of her sister, she didn't have such speed of improvement. At this speed, it wouldn't take 200 years, perhaps 20 years to catch up with her. Especially Yue Yang's body fusion, it simply made impatience gasp in amazement. She had never seen this kind of training before. Not only could Yue Yang improve by himself, but he could also improve together with his lover. Moreover, the more people who trained, the faster this kid improved. What kind of training was this? It's not that impatience had never seen a cultivation method that required 2 people to practice together, but it could only be achieved by twin brothers or sisters who had a high degree of tacit understanding. How could there be a cultivation method that could be practiced by randomly pulling a little girl over? If he could casually pull anyone to cultivate with him, would there still be such a thing as chi deviation in this world? Not to mention ordinary martial artists, even inborn experts would suffer from chi deviation and eventually become a cripple if they were to cultivate recklessly. The strangest thing was that impatience saw that Yue Yang could use Nirvana's flame to purify these young ladies' bodies, but they would not be burned to death. Even his own body could not withstand the Nirvana flame. How could he control it to purify their bodies? The pure energy circulating in their bodies, what kind of cultivation method was it produced? There were also runes. This kid actually knew about ancient runes, and he seemed to have mastered more ancient runes than her. As for the heaven runes, impatience realized that the little girl called Yu Bing could recite more than 10 of them. On the 5th day, impatience saw that Yue Yang had raised Princess Sissy to the lesser innate realm, and was extremely surprised. According to ordinary martial artists, they would need at least 50 years to train, and even a genius martial artist would need at least 10 years. However, with this kid's help, Princess Sissy only used 5 days to achieve what others would need 50 years to train. This speed was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Princess Sissy was not the only one who had leveled up at the same time. Within these 5 days, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Inan and Yu Bing had also leveled up. Because impatience was here, Yu did not practice body fusion with Yue Yang anymore, and gave her time to Inan and Yu Bing. If they continued to train at this speed, impatience believed that these young ladies would only need to train for another 3 years to catch up to her. In 5 years, they might even surpass her. Now, she understood why Yue Yang was able to fight against Shun Tian, Thousand Goblins sect leader and great demon King Baruth at the age of 20. The reason was that this brat had mastered a cultivation method that no one else in the world could match. With this kind of cultivation speed, whatever holy beasts guiding him, what good preparation, what spiritual chi accumulation, what spirit pills, according to this brat, were all just fleeting clouds. A thought flashed past impatience's mind. Sister must have seen his ability, that's why she saw him in a different light, right? Otherwise, with her arrogant attitude that disregarded all men in the world, why would she be his introducer? No wonder that little girl, Shui Wuxia, dared to challenge him. The answer was already obvious. The reason was that she was his fiancée and cultivated with him every day. It was hard for her not to improve at a high speed. After another 2 days, City Mistress Fallen Flowers' 3-tailed snow fox leveled up from Platinum rank level 4 to Platinum rank level 5. Yue Yang started to think about how to help it evolve. Once the evolution was successful, the 3-tailed snow fox would gain intelligence and become a holy beast. Seeing this, impatience could not hold it in anymore. I also want to practice that body fusion with him. Also, we will exchange and share the secrets of heaven runes and ancient runes. Impatience stated her conditions. She could not tolerate her tortoise speed of cultivation. Before she saw Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others improve, she felt that her cultivation speed was not slow at all. Other than her sister, who was the supreme elder of the human race, no one could compare to her. Even the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, and the Thousand Goblins sect leader had to stand aside. However, after coming to the little flower garden for only 7 days, she felt that her views needed to be changed. Sharing heaven runes and ancient runes, I don't object to you practicing body fusion. However, if you want to obtain our personal insights, then you need to exchange your special insights. Shui Wuxia had already discussed this with Princess Sissy and the others. She knew that impatiens would not be able to resist the urge to practice body fusion. When you practice, we must be present. You are not allowed to practice with Yue Yang privately. Princess Sissy added another condition. She was afraid that this impatiens would do something with Yue Yang while practicing. Although impatiens was currently an ally, it was uncertain whether they would be friends or enemies in the future. Princess Sissy felt that it was best for Yue Yang not to be too close to her. As for Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy's conditions, impatiens smiled and did not reply immediately. Instead, she asked City Mistress Fallen Flowers, "What about you? Do you have anything else to add?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers shrugged her shoulders. "Of course there is. You cannot enjoy any special privileges. You can only practice for 2 hours a day." Yue Yang had just returned from opening up Yu Bing and Inan's meridians. He only heard the latter sentence. "What are you guys talking about? What 2 hours?" He was a little curious. This impatiens usually did not see eye to eye with the girls. Why was she secretly discussing with them today? When impatiens saw that Yue Yang had returned, she immediately used her charm inherent skill. Her voice was as sweet as honey. She laughed softly. "I want that too." Yue Yang was startled at first. Then, he immediately reacted. This girl seemed to want to practice body fusion with him. However, he immediately rejected. No way. Why? His reaction really surprised impatiens. Why would he reject her? Not to mention her, even Shui Wuxia and the others did not expect this. Ahem, think about it. You're not related to me. You're not my fiancé, nor are you my sister. It's not good to have intimate physical contact. You're a woman, and it's bad for your reputation. Yue Yang did not dare to say that he was afraid that this impatiens would see through his innate invisible sword qi and secretly learn it. If he did not have the innate invisible sword qi as his foundation, no matter how miraculous body fusion was, he would not be able to level up every few days. All of this was because Yue Yang had the innate invisible sword qi. Yue Yang knew that the most special thing about him was that the heavenly sword goddess taught him the innate invisible sword qi in his dream world. If he did not have this, no matter how hard he worked, he would probably be the same as Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the others. He would not be able to reach the age of 20 and become an innate a year ago. He would be able to easily kill Moki Shu Ling, who had the power of a level 5 innate. Without the innate invisible sword qi, Yue Yang would not be able to open up the meridians of Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers one by one and help them get close to the innate realm. Body fusion was only the best bridge. The most important thing was the innate invisible sword qi. Yue Yang did not know what kind of special ability the impatiens had. What if she had the ability to slowly find out his secrets after getting close to him? I have already killed 10,000 people, how could I still be innocent? Furthermore, it's so tiring to always care about reputation. The impatiens laughed. Who are you trying to fool? You are obviously still a virgin. What do you mean by killing 10,000 people? Even an 8-year-old wouldn't believe you. After interacting with her for the past few days, Yue Yang had already made an accurate judgment. This impatiens's body was emitting a strange fragrance. It was the same fragrance as Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. He believed that it was the scent of a virgin. The sickly beauty's body also had that scent before, but it had already changed into another kind of fragrance that smelled extremely good. After the change, the fragrance became softer and more fragrant, but the original hint of immaturity had disappeared. How did you know? The impatiens was a little dumbfounded. She had hidden her aura very well. Other than her sister who had the divine eyes, she did not expect this kid to be able to see through it. How did he see through it? It can't be, she is actually still a virgin. Princess Sissy and the others were also dumbfounded. Only Shui Wuxia and Sickly Beauty looked normal. Hey, the Sickly Beauty and Shui Wuxia had once compared their bodies. The result was that there were many different changes in their bodies that were almost the same. The Sickly Beauty's body and skin were more moist. Her chest, waist, buttocks, legs, and even eyebrows had slight changes. These were all the mature characteristics of a wife. There were many differences between her and the virgin Shui Wuxia. As for the impatiens, although she was dressed like a demon, her childish eyebrows were still there. Her pelvis was not open. Her waist was soft and still. Her buttocks were perky but not plump. Her skin was smooth but not glowing. There was a big difference between her and the current sickly beauty. The only thing that made people envious was her snow-white breasts. They were naturally tall and straight. If she had such big breasts as a virgin, it would be even more exaggerated if she became a wife. I guessed it. Yue Yang heard that he had let it slip. You messed with me last time. You broke my most important thing. You have to take responsibility. Only a little thief like you had touched me before. You even hurt me there. If you don't take responsibility, I will fight you to the death. When the impatiens said that, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who was drinking water, spat it out. Where did you hurt? Yue Yang asked curiously. It's that most tender place. It's very tender and thin. Impatiens was prepared to explain in detail to Yue Yang. Yue Yang hurriedly waved his hands. I'm innocent. I can guarantee that there's no such thing. Feng Xianmei did not let it go. You made it bleed, and you still say there's no such thing. If you say there's no such thing, I'll cry myself to death in front of you. Hearing that, Yue Yang patted his chest to show that he was afraid. He then asked Shui Wuxia and the others for help. You guys were there at that time. Tell me if there's any such thing. Why don't you guys check her? I really didn't break it. She's still a virgin. Don't you guys think that I'm being wronged? Shui Wuxia smiled slightly. Big breasts girl, I'm not sure whether he broke it or not. But I can guarantee that even if he didn't, you would definitely break it when you practice body fusion with him. You better think about it carefully. We are all his fiancés. That step will happen sooner or later. If you're an outsider, then you'll be at a disadvantage. Our family's Xiao San's ability to steal food is very strong. We can't guarantee that he'll be very obedient. You better think about it yourself. Impatiens really muttered to herself and thought for a while. In the end, she giggled. Don't try to bluff me. Even beginner sisters can cultivate. So what if I'm not his fiancé? I'll cultivate the same type as Yu Bing and Yu Yu. Little thief, try it if you have the ability. Maybe you'll really get what you want. Yue Yang did not reply. He only swallowed his saliva secretly. If he said that impatiens wanted to practice body fusion with him, it would definitely be a lie if he was not tempted. Princess Sissy mumbled softly. It's still uncertain who will push who down. In the beginning, Yue Yang and impatiens did not dare to use their innate chi when they practiced body fusion. They only used the 5-colored divine light and nirvana flame to strengthen and purify the great sky demoness body. Yu Yu, who knew what would happen, pulled Yu Bing in and into the grimoire world to build Yue Yang's new home. Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers stayed behind. They endured their shyness and watched over them. To be precise, they were watching over impatiens. They were afraid that the great sky demoness would push Yue Yang down. At the same time, they also left sickly beauty behind. If Yue Yang really could not hold back his anger, she, his ready-made wife, could serve him for a while to vent the excess anger in his body. However, when they started cultivating, Yue Yang gradually immersed himself in it. In the end, he relied on his instincts to practice body fusion, completely forgetting about his previous vigilance. Of course, his vigilance was unnecessary, because impatiens did not have the ability to secretly learn. Even if she did not think of finding out his secret. Most importantly, Yue Yang didn't know that without the heavenly sword goddess's sword spirit empowerment, no one would be able to learn the innate invisible sword chi. Even if Yue Yang wrote it down from memory, organized it into a book and distributed it to the whole world, this innate skill would not be any more effective than the worst mercenaries' iron chopping blade technique or crushing stone hammer technique. Without the sword spirit empowerment, no one would be able to learn a true innate skill. It was even more impossible to be like Yue Yang, who could casually use his fingers or even any part of his body to release the sword chi. Oh my god, I'm going to die. Under the purification and burning of the nirvana's flame, impatiens felt both pain and comfort, moaning non-stop. So noisy, Yue Yang could no longer resist her natural charm inherent skill. His last bit of rationality was gradually lost. He pressed impatiens under his body, lowered his face and sealed impatiens' moaning mouth with his lips. Countless innate chi gushed out and flowed towards impatiens' body that was being purified by the nirvana's flame. The two-pronged purification caused Impatience, who was pressed down by Yue Yang, to tremble. She was still clear-headed and in pain, but she could not reject this nirvana rebirth process. As long as she persevered until the last moment, her body would be completely purified and she would become a brand new great sky demoness. The innate level 9 that had been stagnant for 100 years would be able to break through in one go. Actually, back in the demon palace, her body had already been purified once, but the purification time was extremely short, only a few seconds. With her innate level 9 strength, she would be able to recover very quickly. Now, the purification of the nirvana's flame this time was a long burning process. It might take an hour, or a few hours, or even longer. If not for the special pure energy in her body that was nourishing her body and repairing her damaged meridians, Impatience felt that she would have fainted from the pain. In her body, some of the meridians that were slightly unobstructed were forcefully opened up wider channels. Some of the meridians that she did not know about were also opened up, forming new channels. Impatience was in extreme pain, and she instinctively wanted to struggle. However, she knew that this was a nirvana rebirth process. It was a miracle that only happened once in 1,000 years. It was a nirvana rebirth purification that others could only dream of. She forcefully endured it with her willpower and did not resist the invasion of Yue Yang's innate chi at all. No matter where his nirvana's flame ignited, she endured it with all her might. Her clothes had long melted, and her sweat evaporated into steam. Her smooth skin sizzled as it burned and regenerated continuously. That kind of process was simply unimaginable pain. Impatience knew that there were impurities in her own energy. It was not as pure as shui wuxia and the others. Moreover, it had accumulated too much, so the pain she had to endure was even greater, and the purification time was also much longer. If I die, then so be it. Impatience opened up her pair of jade arms and hugged Yue Yang tightly. This was the only way for her to restrain herself from struggling and escaping. Within the nirvana's flame, countless runes seeped out from Yue Yang's body and merged with the runes that appeared on Impatience's body, forming a new pattern. Heaven runes and ancient runes continuously merged and glowed in Impatience's burnt and regenerated body. They continuously interacted with the various runes on Yue Yang's body, as if they were alive. In the end, they floated in midair and formed a galaxy of runes. When they touched the bodies of Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, they also activated the runes on their bodies, placing them into this small sea of runes. The Nirvana's flame pillar soared into the sky. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were different from Impatience. They had already been purified countless times, so they did not feel much pain in the Nirvana's flame. Instead, they felt a sense of joy as if they were bathed in fire and reborn. Those like Little Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Awe Man and the Sleepy Thorny Flower Demoness stood in the Nirvana's flame pillar and bathed in the Nirvana's flame together. Those who could not, stayed at the edge of the sea of runes, enjoying the process of the runes merging with their bodies. This process was very long, maybe more than an hour. When the Nirvana's flame disappeared and the sea of runes gradually dimmed, returning to Yue Yang's body, Impatience's diamond grimoire suddenly appeared. It automatically flipped to the title page that recorded inherent skills and guardian beasts. Following that, a golden pillar of light soared into the sky. Charm, inherent skill, guardian beasts and Impatience herself all leveled up at this moment. The naked Impatience floated out from under Yue Yang's body and soared 100 meters into the sky. Her aura was like a tsunami that could topple mountains and overturn seas, spreading out in all directions. At this moment, her body had fused with her guardian beasts. Purple demon wings that were more than 10 meters long quickly extended out from her back. Behind her snow-white buttocks, there was also a spiked tail. On top of her head, there was a small and cute demon horn. Her 10 jade-like fingernails also gradually lengthened, becoming purple demon claws. The most obvious change was her eyes. Her pupils were deep purple, like the eyes of a demon king. A light wheel that was formed from deep purple, crimson purple and light purple perfectly and ingeniously combined, surrounding Impatience's body. These special signs all showed that Impatience's guardian beast, Succubus, had leveled up to Diamond Level 10 Great Demon King. Impatience let out a scream, and the whole ground shook. A tornado-like energy spun around her body crazily. Even the golden pillar of light that shot out from the grimoire seemed to be distorted by it. After breaking through the 100-year bottleneck, Impatience had been bitterly training but could not break through to innate level 10. Suddenly, she rushed up from innate level 9 and successfully stepped into this new realm. Chapter 320. Ever since she reached innate level 10, Impatience's attitude had undergone a huge change. She, who was originally at loggerheads with the other girls, would now welcome Princess Sissy with a smile when she saw her stern face. Every day, she would either study heaven runes with sickly beauty, or discuss with Shui Wuxia about their understanding of body fusion. Otherwise, she would help Yue Yang guide Yu and Inan. Of course, towards Yue Yang, her attitude was the best. That little thief, combined with her unique clear voice and charm, inherent skill, when she said it sweetly, it was so sweet that even Yu Bing, who didn't understand the relationship between men and women, would feel goosebumps on her arms when she heard it. Impatience, who was originally a little lazy, only eating and sleeping all day, had now become very diligent. She was extremely passionate about training. Only when Yue Yang was free, she would pull him to do body fusion. Now that she had broken through the bottleneck and reached innate level 10, she had a new goal. That was Ji-Zun innate. According to Impatience, Ji-Zun innate was another kind of innate realm. It was a higher level innate realm and was also divided into 10 levels. Of course, innate level 10 was the beginning of Ji-Zun level 1. With this new starting point, Impatience would definitely not give up the chance to catch up to her sister. Impatience didn't say what level Ji-Zun was at, nor did she say that she was Ji-Zun's sister. However, Yue Yang had long suspected it. This Impatience looked a little similar to Ji-Zun, especially her pair of big breasts. Other than these two sisters, Yue Yang had never seen anyone else with such beautiful breasts. Furthermore, their backgrounds were very similar. Ji-Zun had even told Yue Yang that she had a rebellious sister, and because of this, she gave Yue Yang unlimited freedom. Of course, big-breasted lady didn't mention it, and neither did Yue Yang and the other girls. Every day, Yue Yang would transfer innate qi to the Impatience to purify the energy in her body. Sometimes, he would even use Nirvana's flame. The focus of body fusion was not on her, who had already reached innate level 10, but on Princess Sissy, who was preparing to break through to innate. With Yue Yang's help and the influence of her love rival, Princess Sissy's improvement was tremendous. Initially, she needed a month to break through to the innate realm, but now, she was considering breaking through to the innate realm in 22 days. If it wasn't for Yue Yang, who advised her to wait for 2 more days, fearing that she might harm her health by being too hasty, Princess Sissy would have already wanted to break through to the innate realm 2 days ago. In the end, under Yue Yang's persuasion, Princess Sissy decided to break through to the innate realm on the 25th day. Just when she was full of confidence and was about to fulfill her wish. Suddenly, something changed her plan. The reason was that the old cunning fox came to the little flower garden and brought a piece of shocking news. Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other rankers from Da Sha and Tian Luo were released by the Eastern Goblin Tribe's Dragon Emperor. They were escorted by the 2 heavenly Imperial Guardians into the God's Ruins, Ancient Passage. Because of the corrupted warriors and the Eastern Goblin Tribe's rebel army's pursuit, Da Sha's State Grand Master was forced to activate a teleportation circle, sending Zheng Wuyu and the others to another ancient passage that no one had ever set foot in before. In the end, when the heavenly Imperial Guardians defeated the enemies, they found out that innate rankers were unable to enter the ancient passage's teleportation gate. There was a restriction there. The old cunning fox had already become an innate, but he could only sigh. The only way he could think of was to see if Yue Yang, this abnormal brat, had any good ideas. Maybe this abnormal innate ranker could enter. After all, in the summoning grimoire, Yue Yang was only a level 4 champion, he wasn't even a level 5 grandmaster yet. If Yue Yang was also unable to enter the ancient passage, then the old cunning fox hoped that Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia could enter and think of a way to bring Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others out. Can't I get someone to bring me into the grimoire world? Impatience couldn't bear to leave Yue Yang, who helped her purify her energy every day. No, a few heavenly Imperial Guardians had already tried. There is a strict restriction on innate rankers, they are unable to enter. The old cunning fox shook his head and sighed. Then I'll go back and prepare first. We'll meet back here 3 days later. Impatience didn't reject the idea of entering the prison Emperor Divine Palace anymore. Now that she had leveled up to innate level 10, her confidence had increased. Yue Yang couldn't bring her into the ancient passage, so she decided to return to the demonic palace first and prepare a little. After all, the prison Emperor Divine Palace wasn't a simple place, she had to make ample preparations. Then let's go. Princess Sissy rejoiced. Luckily she didn't rush to the innate realm, otherwise she might not be able to bring her father back. Let's go. City Mistress Fallen Flowers also had the same thought. Brother, Yu Bing was afraid that Yue Yang would stay outside and not be able to enter. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to fight together with her brother and save her grandfather. It's alright, let's go. Yue Yang placed Sickly Beauty, Yu Yuan in and into his grimoire world. He carried his sister Yu Bing on his back and followed the old cunning fox towards the ancient passage in the God's ruins with Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Shui Wuxia. This ancient passage was completely different from the one that chased after the Eastern Goblin tribe. It was also a tall and majestic passage, but it was extremely damp. Water droplets dripped down from the cracks above. Some places even formed a water curtain. The water on the ground was extremely deep. In front of a teleportation circle, the heavenly imperial guardians of Da Sha and Tian Luo were helpless. No one would have thought that there would be such a restriction that prevented them from entering to save people. What worried them the most was that this teleportation circle had never been opened by anyone before. No one had ever stepped into it before, so they didn't know if there was any danger inside. The corrupted warriors and the Eastern Goblin tribe's rebel army would definitely not give up. There might even be another wave of attack. The heavenly imperial guardians couldn't leave. Before saving people, they had to guard this teleportation circle to prevent the corrupted warriors and the rebel army from destroying it. They hoped that Yue Yang could bring about a miracle. At the very least, he could ask Princess Sissy and the others to go in and take a look, and bring Zheng Wuyu and the other warriors back. Try it, you might be able to do it. The ascetic practice saint didn't dare to have high hopes. Everyone else had the same thought. They didn't think that the restriction would be an exception for Yue Yang. They only hoped that he would try his luck. Don't worry, I will definitely save everyone. Yue Yang was afraid that there would be an ambush once he entered, so he put City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Yu Bing into the grimoire world. Then, he pulled Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia with his left and right hands respectively. Under the watchful eyes of the heavenly imperial guardians, the State Grand Master and the old fox, he walked towards the teleportation circle. The State Grand Master hurriedly activated the teleportation circle. A dazzling light flashed, and Yue Yang, Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia disappeared at the same time. Ah, this brat is really abnormal. The ascetic practice saint and the others were dumbfounded. The restriction prevented all innates from entering, but Yue Yang was an exception. It was probably because this brat was only a level 4 hero and had already become an innate, unlike the others who were all level 9 saints. The restriction here could possibly prohibit level 9 saints and not innates. Of course, no one knew the truth. Anything could happen in the God's ruins. Since Yue Yang could enter, it couldn't be better. The ascetic practice saint was so happy that he put his hand on his forehead. When he was teleported out, Yue Yang felt that he had fallen into the water. Luckily, he was still holding onto Xianxia and wuxia. If not, it would be even worse if he lost them. This also proved that the people who entered were not teleported to different places, but to the same entrance. Now, he just had to follow the trail to find Zheng Wuyu and the others. Little Wen Li quietly came out. She secretly summoned Stone Element Medusa and Storm Beauty. In the water, their battle power would increase by a few times. Stone Element Medusa also summoned the Golden Tiger Shark to help her search for traces of Zheng Wuyu and the others. The Tiger Shark was extremely sensitive to fresh blood. If Zheng Wuyu and the others were injured, it would definitely sniff them out. Looking at the surroundings, this should be an underground cave. Shui Wuxia floated up to the surface and observed for a while. When Yue Yang, who was searching for traces underwater, surfaced, she said softly. So big. Princess Xianxian used her hand to wipe the water off her face. She discovered that there were many stalactites hanging densely above her head. The largest ones were the size of a house and were tens of meters long. The smallest ones were tens of meters long and were shaped like spears. The top of the cave was quite high. Many water droplets dripped down, forming a waterfall. Yue Yang rode on the back of the Golden Tiger Shark and shouted, "Is anyone there?" His voice echoed in the cave for a long time. After waiting for a long time, there was no response. Zheng Wuyu and the others were probably long gone. The two girls leaned on Yue Yang's left and right, holding onto his arms. The Golden Tiger Shark swam forward based on the remaining weak scent. In fact, it was unable to determine the exact direction. The direction it was heading in was mainly due to Yue Yang and Little Wen Li's senses. especially little Wen Li's senses, which were more accurate than Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia's senses. After swimming for a while, the golden tiger shark became excited. Because it smelled blood. Moreover, it was a fresh blood smell. It was as if someone had just started a battle here. Was this the blood of the experts from Zheng Wuyu and the others? There were no strong enemies. They were all experts. How could they be injured? Could it be that there were other terrifying creatures in this cave? When Yue Yang thought about it, he immediately frowned. Stone element Medusa and Storm Mermaid pointed in a direction, indicating that there was a strong creature in front of them. Was it Zheng Wuyu and the others, or the owner of the cave? After thinking for a while, Yue Yang decided to go and take a look. After swimming forward for a few kilometers, he suddenly saw a large lake-like underground world. There were many strange fish in the water, as well as countless kinds of aquatic plants. They were like man-eating vines that floated in the water. Once a fish swam near, they would immediately prey on it. The golden tiger shark was almost hit. Fortunately, it was considered a tyrant in the water. It struggled with all its might and escaped from danger. There was no need for Yue Yang to do anything. At the rocky shore of the lake at the bottom of the cave, there was a large piece of bubbling beach mud, emitting a strange stench. Storm Mermaid's face revealed a look of extreme disgust. Stone element Medusa had already drawn her bow. It was obvious that they had discovered the enemy, ancient giant crab. No, that's not right. This should be a corrosive ghost-faced crab. With his heaven eyes divine vision, Yue Yang discovered that there was a cunning enemy hiding under the beach mud. It was extremely huge, about the same size as the mountain-like ancient giant crab he saw in the Cancer Temple. Moreover, this fellow's level was gold rank level 6. I'll fight it. Princess Sissy felt that this ghost-faced crab did not need Yue Yang to do anything. She could take care of it herself. Be careful, this crab is not simple. Furthermore, most crabs live in groups. I'm afraid there's more than one of them. Shui Wuxia thought that there would at least be a male and a female. This thing is not just one, but a whole nest. Yue Yang's heaven eyes divine vision could detect that there were a few more hiding in the deeper parts of the mud. There might even be more corrosive ghost-faced crabs in the deepest parts. The most terrifying thing was that there was a passage above the beach where they were hiding. There seemed to be a few human footprints on it. Those were most likely left behind by Zheng Wuyu and the others when they passed through. Why don't we fly through the air? It's not good to be entangled with them for too long. It's more important for us to find them. Shui Wuxia felt that it would be troublesome to fight them. These ghost-faced crabs had high levels and hard shells. They could also drill into the mud. It would be too tiring to fight them in the mud. Boom boom. Before Shui Wuxia could finish her sentence, two corrosive ghost-faced crabs drilled out from the mud, revealing their mountain-like bodies. They looked extremely clumsy, but they were actually extremely fast. They pounced on them aggressively. Chapter 321 How could there be a few gold rank level 6 corrosive ghost-faced crabs here at the same time? This was definitely impossible to see in the Soaring Dragon continent. In the Soaring Dragon continent, even in the lower floors of Tong Tian Tower, a gold-ranked beast was already a king. With his heaven eyes divine vision, Yue Yang discovered that these corrosive ghost-faced crabs were not kings, but their levels were extremely high. In other words, they were just shrimp soldiers and crab generals, yet they were already so powerful. If a king beast appeared here, Yue Yang would not have a problem. However, if Zheng Wuyu and the others met one, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Ha! Princess Sissy waved her giant sword and unleashed her white tiger chi, slashing between the eyes of the first corrosive ghost-faced crab. For normal crab-type beasts, the area between their eyes was their fatal weakness. Warriors could use their heavy blows and burst out of their swords to break or shatter the giant crab's eyeballs. Then the giant crab would be defeated irreversibly. Of course, this was not only limited to giant crab beasts. The eyes were the weakness of almost all beasts, except for the ghost-eyed bug which had hundreds of eyes. For the giant crab with a thick shell, hitting its back or claws was useless, it was equivalent to scratching an itch. Attacking the eyes first to break the enemy's vision was the most efficient way. The heavy blows from the white tiger chi and the emperor's sword chi caused the corrosive ghost-faced crab to feel pain. However, its super-fast reaction, strong carapace defense, and strange long-stalked eyes that could easily shrink and retract at will made Princess Qian's all-out attack ineffective. The corrosive ghost-faced crab's eyeballs were different from normal beasts. They looked a bit like the antennae of a snail, but they weren't soft. The long handle-shaped eyeballs were also wrapped in hard armor, and looked like a long hammer. It could shrink back, or it could be placed horizontally in its eye socket. On top of the eye socket, there was a huge eye cover that protected its only weakness, that was hard to be damaged by swords. If it was not for Princess Sissy's fierce sword chi, it probably would not have shrunk back into its strange long eyes. Be careful, Yue Yang could not help but remind her. This dark-type corrosive ghost-faced crab looked a little cunning, she could not be careless. I know, Princess Sissy was very confident. She felt that she could take down a giant crab by herself. She was no longer the Princess Sissy when he first met her. On the other side of the water, Shui Wuxia, Stone Element Medusa, and Storm Mermaid were fighting against the second monster. Unlike Princess Sissy's frontal sword key attacks, Shui Wuxia's attacks were more of a hit-and-run style. She wouldn't attack easily, but once she did, it would be a lethal ambush that combined lightning and ice. Once she attacked, the enemy would definitely be heavily injured, and there wouldn't be a second result. The Stone Element Medusa was also waiting for an opportunity. Once the giant crab opened its mouth, she would not mind sending a petrifying rocket into it. The Storm Mermaid was luring the giant crab in front. She was swimming 10 times faster than it. If needed, she could summon a whirlpool of water to drag the giant crab into the water or shoot it into the sky. Other than being in charge of providing support in secret, Yue Yang was also secretly monitoring the movements of the other corrosive ghost-faced crabs. It was a rare opportunity, so he decided to give Princess Sissy a try. It would be a warm-up for him to enter the prison Emperor Divine Palace. When Princess Sissy waved her sword to attack, he had already flown to the footprints that looked like human footprints and examined them carefully. Those weren't the footprints of Zheng Wuyu and the others, but the holes created by the methane. After a period of time, the holes were gradually filled up with mud, leaving only shallow footprints that looked like human footprints. Of course, these holes could also be the work of the corrosive ghost-faced crabs after they spat out bubbles. Yue Yang did not sense any human presence, so he did not insist on exploring the cave under the mud to see if there were any treasures. Right now, it was more important to find Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai. When he saw that the remaining corrosive ghost-faced crabs had all come out, intending to surround him, he immediately took out his crescent blade, Crescent Moon, and ignited it with purple flames, using his Yang ability to create a fire dragon. Fire was a good way to deal with beasts. Of course, fire-type beasts were an exception. The few corrosive ghost-faced crabs all spat out vomit-inducing mud in an attempt to stop the fire dragon. Their speed was very fast. 2 of them spread out to the sides, while the other one drilled into the sand and came out from the water. It waved its giant pincers and fiercely pincers towards Yue Yang. If one was hit by these giant pincers, even a mammoth's leg would be broken. However, the person it met was Yue Yang. Among the younger generation, Yue Yang was definitely the killer of gold-ranked beasts. The number of gold-ranked beasts that had died in front of Yue Yang was uncountable. I'll let you have a taste of ice and fire. Yue Yang waved his blade and activated his yin ability. Instantly, the space around him turned into an icy hell. When the giant pincers almost clamped onto Yue Yang's body, they were frozen stiff. Their movements were extremely slow. The corrosive ghost-faced crab that was attacking Yue Yang immediately ran away, but the terrifying purple flames covered the sky and covered the earth. Yue Yang's other hand took out his Wei Jin magic blade and fiercely slashed at the frozen giant pincers. Waves of heat rolled, instantly burning the giant pincers until they sizzled. The ice on the pincers turned into gas, and the thick bristles on the pincers were also set ablaze. That ghost-faced crab had just spat out a mouthful of mud on the pincers when Yue Yang had already flashed in front of its mouth, shooting a fire dragon straight into it. That ghost-faced crab struggled desperately as if it had fallen into boiling water. I'll let you have a good time. The Crescent Moon blade's yin ability fiercely slashed at the burning mouth. In an instant, a lump of ice was stuffed into the ghost-faced crab's mouth, freezing its eyes as well. In less than 10 seconds, the ice and fire energies collided and created a huge mess, causing a huge explosion. With a loud bang, the ghost-faced crab's mouth was blown open. The crab's gills, internal organs, vital organs, mud and other messy things were all blown out. The remaining 3 ghost-faced crabs reacted extremely quickly. Seeing their comrade die, they immediately waved their pincers and burrowed into the mud, distancing themselves from Yue Yang. On the other side, Shui Wuxia had already frozen the corrosive ghost-faced crab in front of her. Although that corrosive ghost-faced crab wasn't dead, it definitely wouldn't be able to escape back to the mud under the beach alive. The stone element Medusa's golden arrow pierced through its long-handled eyeball. The eyeball slowly changed color, turned gray, and finally petrified. It wanted to sink to the bottom of the water, but the storm mermaid was a master at controlling water. A huge water pillar lifted the ghost-faced crab's huge body out of the water, and Yue Yang tacitly followed up with another thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, that gold-ranked level 6 ghost-faced crab had turned into a roasted crab. However, this ghost-faced crab still wasn't dead. The tenacity of its vitality was beyond her imagination. The stone element Medusa's snake hair contained the fake Nirvana's flame that Gemini Temple's Yue Yang had released. Although it wasn't as strong as the real Nirvana's flame, its power was still something that normal beasts couldn't defend against. The snake hair wriggled as it opened its mouth and shot fire arrows at the ghost-faced crab's frozen mouth and eyes. This was a little different from the ice and fire collision that Yue Yang had created just now, but the effect was similar. The energy of ice and fire collided, creating a huge explosion. This explosion created a huge wave, splashing water all over the sky. The ghost-faced crab's jaws and long-handled eyeballs were blown far away. The ghost-faced crab still hadn't died, but it didn't have the strength to struggle anymore as its body and claws collapsed. The storm mermaid used a huge wave to push it towards the beach, breaking 2 of its claws in the process. Seeing that Yue Yang and Yue Yang had finished off their enemies, Princess Sissy was a little anxious. She had slashed the corrosive ghost-faced crab in front of her until it was covered with cuts and bruises, but she couldn't use a fatal blow. Of course, it wasn't because she wasn't strong enough, but because the huge sword in her hands wasn't a good weapon. It was only a bronze-ranked heavy sword. The previous huge sword had been broken several times, and in the end, it was broken by the fake Yu Chu's death ray. She didn't have a suitable weapon anymore. Even though there were many high-leveled weapons in the Da Sha Kingdom's treasury, there wasn't a huge sword that she was used to. Yue Yang had originally wanted to forge a huge sword for her, but he had to prepare to help her break through to innate these few days, so he couldn't find the time to forge one. Holding a bronze-ranked weapon wouldn't be able to unleash Princess Sissy's full power. Hit! Seeing that the ghost-faced crab was about to escape, Princess Sissy did a somersault and chased after it. Her body somersaulted and landed on the ground. Her bronze-ranked huge sword followed the Emperor's sword chi and the White Tiger's chi, forcefully piercing into the mouth of the crab. The huge sword that was almost 2 meters long pierced through the crab's mouth. Just when Princess Sissy thought that she could finish off the enemy, the extremely tenacious ghost-faced crab suddenly spat out a black corrosive acid from its injured mouth. Princess Sissy covered her face with her arms and quickly retreated. Her entire body was covered with a silver-colored heavy armor, so normal acid wouldn't be able to harm her body at all. However, when this kind of terrifying acid splashed onto her silver armor, it immediately corroded her armor rapidly, sizzling and emitting green smoke. Yue Yang was shocked and teleported in front of her in a flash. Crescent blade flashed and cut her armor piece by piece. At the same time, he used his right hand to tear off the broken armor to prevent her body from being corroded by the acid. In less than 2 seconds, Yue Yang had skinned Princess Sissy into a little white sheep. "Be careful," Yue Yang shouted from behind. Whoosh, whoosh, the eye stalks of the corrosive ghost-faced crab suddenly exploded and shot out 2 emerald green water arrows towards Princess Sissy and Yue Yang. Princess Sissy couldn't care less. Her natural reaction was to hug Yue Yang tightly and flip backwards. Carrying Yue Yang, she cleverly dodged the attack of the 2 water arrows. When she came back to her senses, she realized that her actions were very ambiguous. She hugged Yue Yang's head in her arms, and this lad's head was buried on her naked breasts. Princess xianxia couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She wanted to say something, but Yue Yang acted as if he didn't see it. Once he steadied himself, he immediately checked her entire body carefully. In the end, he discovered that her skin was flawless and had not been damaged by the acid. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Princess Sissy covered her breasts with one hand and punched him with a weak fist. She said angrily, "What are you doing?" Yue Yang then realized that Tigress was shy. Actually, every time they dual cultivated, her clothes would be ruined. It wasn't like he hadn't seen her breasts before, he just pretended not to know. Of course, he still had to take care of Tigress's face. He laughed it off. "I thought you were injured just now. Luckily, you're not hurt at all." Princess Sissy was touched and embarrassed at the same time. She rolled her eyes at him. "You're the one who's injured. You don't even know how to dodge the water arrows. Idiot, blockhead." I have the 5-colored divine light. Moreover, it's just a small poisonous water arrow. It's useless against me." Yue Yang chuckled. "You're so annoying, you big baddie." Princess Sissy thought that he was right. This lad had the 5-colored divine light, so the poison would be like a tonic to him. She was too anxious just now, so her natural reaction was to hug him. Then, wouldn't that be letting him off lightly? Thinking of this, her face became even redder. Seeing that he brought her clothes again, she took a closer look and realized that it was her clothes this time, not Yu Bing's small and narrow clothes. She felt a little sweet in her heart, but she still scolded him, "Who allowed you to take other people's clothes?" "Ah, underwear, you big pervert." When she saw that Yue Yang had even collected her underwear and bra, she immediately became extremely embarrassed. She raised her fist, vowing to not forgive him. Shui Wuxia pretended not to see it. As for the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid, they watched with interest. At the same time, they secretly learned this kind of human behavior. To them, this kind of intimate interaction and emotional communication was what they lacked the most in their lives. If they wanted to become holy beasts, they had to learn more from their master. After quickly changing her clothes, Princess Sissy couldn't help but punch Yue Yang's chest in embarrassment. At the same time, she forbade this lad from looking at her lecherously. After digging out the magic crystals, Yue Yang didn't dig into the mud to chase after the remaining corrosive ghost-faced crabs. He only took a few claws from the remaining ghost-faced crabs, corpses. He gave up on the other crab shells. Originally, those would be the best material for armor. Right now, his priority was to save people. He didn't care about the crab shells. They returned to their original path and swam downstream once again. There was only one reason why they couldn't smell clearly in the water. It was because Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other warriors were swam downstream. Hence, the water current had taken away their scent, leaving not much of it. In addition, there was also the smell of the monsters in the water, so even the gold tiger shark with its sensitive sense of smell couldn't differentiate them. As they swam downstream, they met all kinds of strange-looking monsters in the water. Very few of them were bronze-ranked, most of them were silver-ranked. Gold-ranked monsters could also be seen from time to time. In this ancient passage, there were monsters that were at least Tong Tian Tower level 5 and above. Princess Sissy was a little anxious. She was afraid that something would happen to her father. It wasn't easy for them to come out from the eastern goblin tribe. She didn't expect to encounter such a setback. There seems to be something. It's blood. The gold tiger shark suddenly smelled fresh blood and swam forward like an arrow. When it found the source of the blood, Yue Yang discovered that there were still a few drops of blood on a stalactite. The blood had not coagulated yet, proving that the injured people had just left not long ago. The appearance of the blood made Princess Sissy a little flustered. She was afraid that her father and the other warriors had met a strong monster and their lives would be in danger. Her heart was beating very fast. Yue Yang comforted her a little and continued to chase forward. In front of them, a huge waterfall suddenly appeared in front of the cliff. The gold tiger shark that was moving forward at an extremely fast speed couldn't stop in time. It directly brought Yue Yang, who was on its back, and jumped down the waterfall. Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia hugged Yue Yang tightly. Feeling the excitement of surfing the waterfall, they tried their best not to scream. Before they fell into the water, Yue Yang carried the two girls and used his innate chi to float in the air, slowly descending. The gold tiger shark crashed into the water like a cannonball, creating a 10-meter-high splash. Little Wen Li turned into a rainbow light and floated out, pointing in front of them. She had sensed the exact location. There were people in front of them. Yue Yang couldn't wait for the dizzy gold tiger shark to regain its ability to move. He immediately brought the two girls and walked on the water, flying forward. The further they went, the thicker the smell of blood became. In the end, even Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia could sense it clearly. After advancing for a few kilometers, another huge lake appeared in front of them. Yue Yang, Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia saw that Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and a group of warriors were fighting a huge monster miserably. That monster was incomparably ugly, but it was extremely strong. It didn't care about being surrounded and attacked at all. Instead, it caused the warriors to retreat step by step. Yanpo Jun and Feng Qi Sha, who were among the younger generation, had already fainted from their injuries. Even the eagle-eyed guy, who was slightly weaker, was covered in blood. Looks like the one who left the smell of blood along the way was him. Seeing that the situation was critical, Yue Yang couldn't be bothered to pay his respects to Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai anymore. With a long whistle, he took out the crescent blade and Wei Jin magic blade on his left and right. Carrying the ice and fire energy of yin and yang, he quickly flew towards that huge monster. All right, that brat is finally here. Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yue Yang riding on the ice and fire. Chapter 322. The monster that Yue Yang was attacking looked extremely strange. It looked like a fish with horns and an insect with claws. Dozens of octopus tentacle-like limbs were covered with densely packed barbs and suckers of different sizes. The front end of each octopus tentacle could split into a huge bloody mouth, from which spear-like poisonous thorns could be seen. Its body was as huge as a mountain. It could continuously change its shape and move. Its skin could split open at any time, just like a slime, revealing a horrifying mouth filled with shark teeth. Its eyes were at the top of its head, growing within its flesh. There were a few of them on both sides. The monster had horns on its head. There were dozens of sharp horns that covered its entire head. It seemed that it was not only a form of protection, but also a powerful weapon to attack. The corrosive ghost-faced crab from before would have exploded if it had been the corrosive ghost-faced crab from before. However, this strange monster only went crazy from the pain after being attacked by Yue Yang's fire and ice attacks. It did not fall down from its injuries. Strictly speaking, it was only injured by the sharp crescent blade and Wei Jin magic blade. The fire and ice attacks did not do much damage to it. Its smooth skin seemed to have a strong resistance to fire and cold. Yue Yang saw that even if its skin was on fire, it would quickly be extinguished. As for the ice, it only slightly froze its body and slowed down its movements. After a while, the effect would be greatly reduced and it would recover to its original state. Yue Yang was slightly surprised at this result. It was actually immune to fire and ice. What kind of monster was this? There were many monsters that were not afraid of fire, but there were very few that could resist both fire and ice, which were the exact opposite of each other. Be careful, this fellow is not afraid of fire or attacks. It's very difficult to deal with. Feng Kuang, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, Eastern Sky King and Western Sky King had originally joined hands to attack the monster. Seeing that Yue Yang had come, they immediately retreated, leaving the battlefield to the innate ranker, Yue Yang. Feng Kuang shouted at Yue Yang, reminding him loudly, its skin can recover, it's not afraid of being cut by knives or axes. We have to think of another way. Yue Yang obviously had a way to deal with this monster. Even if it was not afraid of fire, Nirvana's flame could still burn it to death. As long as it wasn't a pure object, Nirvana's flame would destroy any living creature or object. Even if it was a person's spirit or soul, it wouldn't be able to resist its burning and purification. If the object's energy was very strong, and the person's spirit and consciousness were extremely strong, the burning time would be even longer. However, it wasn't completely ineffective. There was no existence in the world that could ignore or devour Nirvana's flame. Even Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. If not for Yue Yang, she would not have survived the Nirvana flame pillar alone. It was precisely because the Nirvana's flame was absolutely pure and had unparalleled power that it could destroy and purify everything in the world. It also had the special ability to revive life. That was why it was known as the world's #1 flame. There was no doubt about the first place. No flames or willpower could affect the Nirvana flame, but the Nirvana flame could burn and purify everything, including flames. Yue Yang might be the first warrior in history who could truly control Nirvana's flame. Of course, this was related to the two phoenixes. Other than the Nirvana flame, Yue Yang also had the World Exterminating Wheel. The World Exterminating Wheel, which had the immemorial, ancient era and heaven realm runes, was also an unprecedented existence. As long as Yue Yang threw it into the World Exterminating Wheel, even a ranker like Shun Tian would not be able to escape unscathed. The reason why the World Exterminating Wheel could not be used was not because it was not powerful enough. It was because Yue Yang did not have the best control of its movement, and was not able to unleash its full potential. Other than these two, Yue Yang still had many other killing moves. Not to mention the innate invisible sword chi, even the flame bow and ice arrow created by Yue Yang were enough to make this monster suffer. However, Yue Yang did not use any of them. He only silently condensed a ball of star explosion. When the greedy and ugly monster opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Yue Yang shot his star explosion deep into its internal organs, and he easily teleported away. That ugly monster did not care about this kind of attack at all. Its internal organs seemed to have a very strong endurance. It can swallow shockwaves, Master Golden Blade reminded loudly. Just now, his blade aura also took the opportunity when it opened its mouth to slash into it. He did not expect that it would not be injured at all. Rumble. Yue Yang clenched his fist. This was his will to activate his domain. Currently, it was still very small, the size of a ball, but it suddenly exploded in the ugly monster's stomach. It was true that the ugly monster was able to swallow energy. However, that depended on what kind of energy it could swallow. For example, an ant could move a grain of rice. This was the extent of its strength. For it, easily moving a grain of rice was already very impressive. However, if a 10,000 Jin boulder was placed in front of it, no matter how strong the ant's ability to move things was, it would still be impossible for it to move it. If Master Golden Blade's blade aura was a grain of rice, then Yue Yang's domain power, Star Explosion, would be a 10,000 kilogram boulder. That greedy ugly monster's stomach exploded with a huge bloody hole. The tentacles, the spikes on its head, the disgusting eyeballs, and all kinds of colorful internal organs all exploded out. Furthermore, with Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision, he even saw a strange black pearl exploding in midair. Good stuff. Yue Yang quietly kept it into his lich ring. He looked at the monster that had half its body blown up. This monster was actually not dead yet. Zheng Wuyu and the rest were very excited. They had attacked it for half a day, but not only were they unable to kill this incomparably ugly and greedy monster, they were even almost injured by it. Yue Yang destroyed half of its body with just one attack. Seems like innate rankers were indeed different. Feng Kuang, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao and the rest looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They could feel that Yue Yang had become even stronger after a few months of not seeing him. Now, he even had a domain. This kind of improvement was like 1,000 miles in a day. It was a pity that Yan Po Jun and Feng Qisha, who had experienced so much in the Eastern Goblin tribe, were still working hard to become level 6 elder. A level 7 overlord was like a huge mountain, stopping these two young geniuses. Unlike Yue Yang, not only had he reached the innate realm, he had also comprehended the domain power that only innate rankers who were at least level 5 innate rankers could possess. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Yue Yang discovered that the ugly monster that had half of its body blown up could still slowly recover to its original state. Although most of its body had been blown up, its muscles and skin started to grow again. In less than 5 minutes, it had completely recovered to its original state. Of course, its strength had decreased a lot. It was very different from its aggressive appearance just now. Other than the fact that its body needed a lot of energy to recover, Yue Yang guessed that the reason why the ugly monster had become weaker was because it had lost the pearl that he had kept in his lich ring. Seems like there was still a big secret hidden in that black pearl. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy chatted with Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai for a while. When they saw that the monster had recovered, they immediately came over to help. Seeing that his daughter had a lover and had thrown her father aside, Zheng Wuyu couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly at Elder Yu Hai. Seems like this ill-fated couple was fated to be together. At that time, they would have to call each other their own, otherwise they wouldn't know how to clean up the mess. If they pretended not to care, it would be selfish of them. They would definitely want to get the approval of both parents so that they could happily get married. However, if they agreed to it, the seniority of the elders would be awkward. Since Zheng Wuyu came back from the Eastern Goblin tribe, he had seen a lot of things. He felt that it wasn't a loss for his daughter to marry Yue Yang. No matter what, he was still an innate son-in-law. If it was someone else, they would probably fight to marry their daughter to him. For example, the Eastern Sky King. That fellow didn't care about his reputation at all. He was the first one who went to Yue Yang's door to seek happiness for his beloved daughter, Fallen Flowers. That fellow was the most qualified father. Shui Wuxia held Yue Yang's hand and started to condense her frost chi. The temperature of the whole space dropped rapidly. With the help of Yue Yang's innate chi, Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia, who practiced body fusion together, how terrifying would the yin frost be? The answer could be seen from the expressions on Zheng Wuyu and the others' faces. Zheng Wuyu and the others realized that the temperature they felt 10 seconds ago was still normal, but when they breathed in and exhaled, it had turned into white gas. The lake water became turbulent because of the shockwaves from the battle. But now, the lake water was condensing into a thin layer of ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the snowflakes danced in the sky, the layer of ice on the lake became thicker and thicker. In the end, the white stone city master's beast, Bai Yan, walked on the surface of the ice. Even though it was carrying a dozen tons of weight, the ice did not move at all. When Feng Kuang and the others saw this, they were all shocked. It turned out that not only was Yue Yang abnormal, this little girl Shui Wuxia was also terrifying. She might not be an innate, but she was probably only a step away. As long as she took another step forward, she would become an innate. The eagle-eyed guy even felt that the old cunning vice principal didn't give him this kind of pressure when he exploded. Another 20 years old innate. Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy. They knew that this was definitely Yue Yang's help. Otherwise, no matter how talented Shui Wuxia was, she wouldn't be able to break through to the innate realm at 20 years old. They didn't care about those lovers' stuff. They only knew that the Da Sha kingdom would have another innate ranker, and the country's power would increase again. To the two old fellows who hoped that the Da Sha kingdom would continue for thousands and thousands of years, their future generations would be able to grow under the protection of their predecessors. Of course, they were extremely happy that a new innate would appear. Ha! Princess Xianxia, who was standing on Yue Yang's right hand intertwined with his, shouted loudly. A hurricane-like aura exploded from her body. The shockwave that was emitted shook the bodies of Yan Qianzhong, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao and the other elders. The eagle-eyed guy almost fell down. As for the unconscious Yan Po Jun and Feng Qisha, they were almost blown 10 meters away. Luckily the White Stone City Master and Master Golden Blade managed to catch them in time. With regards to Princess Qian's powerful aura, it gave these seniors a huge fright. Another lesser innate. Since when could innate rankers level up in batches? Zheng Wuyu's eyes were opened wider than a cow's eyes. He didn't even dare to recognize his own daughter now. Good. Elder Yu Hai stroked his beard happily. Good. Another lesser innate granddaughter-in-law. Yue Yang really lived up to his expectations. Not only did he have a lot of wives, each one of them was more powerful than the previous one. Fallen Flowers and Inan didn't know that Xian and Wu Sha were already lesser innates. If they were to marry into the Yu clan, wouldn't the Yu clan have 3 innates? Yue Yang brought Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy as they floated in the air beautifully. Shui Wuxia threw out the yin ability that she had been accumulating for a long time, freezing the originally slow-moving monster into an ice sculpture. Yue Yang rotated his body, using his hands to move Princess Sissy's body. In the sky, there seemed to be a white tiger's roar. A few meters long sword chi extended out from the giant sword. As Princess Sissy swung her sword, the sword chi split the sky and slashed towards the ice sculpture. In the process of swinging her sword, Princess Sissy's left hand had been holding Yue Yang's right hand tightly. With the help of his innate chi and White Tiger's chi, the Emperor's sword chi shot out a 10 meters long sword chi. That power seemed to be able to cut the sky, cut the earth, cut everything in the world. With one slash, the ice sculpture was cut into 2. Tiger strike. Princess Qian let out a delicate shout. The sound waves were released from her mouth. This was the tiger roar that Yue Yang had meticulously modified for her. With this shout, the ice sculpture that was cut into 2 hit the giant hammer. With a loud bang, it exploded into millions of ice shards. Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other elders were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe the result of the battle in front of them. This was a gold rank level 8 demonic beast king. It was actually killed in a single move by Yue Yang and the 2 girls. Could an innate kill a gold rank level 8 demonic beast king in a second? It didn't seem possible, right? Furthermore, Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia were only lesser innates. Yue Yang didn't care about their reactions. He focused on finding the ugly monster's magic crystal. In his heart, what was a gold rank level 8? He had even killed a lot of holy beasts and innate rankers. Chapter 323 Yue Yang put away the ugly monster's magic core. He was interested in studying the spear-like poisonous stingers, the strange hard horns, and even the self-healing skin and muscles. He put them into his lich ring one by one. Because of the water pressure, the water flowing from the waterfall gradually broke the layer of ice covering the lake. The solid ice on the lake's surface broke into a few big pieces. Without the support of the yin ability, the ice gradually melted into water. The gold tiger shark was the happiest. Another gold rank level 8 beast for it to feast on. Furthermore, This was different from the web spider. Even if this ugly monster exploded into pieces, its meat was enough for it to eat until it was full. Not only it, Feng Xiaoyun, Yan Qianzhong and the others beasts were also happily devouring the monster's meat. In order to increase their son's strength, Yan Qianzhong and Feng Xiaoyun even specially went forward to collect a hard horn that originally grew on the monster's head. They were prepared to bring it back for their son to use as a weapon. This kind of hard horn was extremely hard. In addition, it was also immune to ice and fire. If it could be changed into a weapon, it would be a good treasure for Yan Po Jun and Feng Qisha. In fact, Yue Yang was also prepared to bring a few hard horns for Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. Although Yi Kong and Fatty Hai might not be suitable to use this monster's hard horn as a weapon for a long time, at least it was an option. Maybe they would need to use it in some battles. It was better to be prepared. As for those small and slender poisonous thorns, Yue Yang kept them for himself. They could be used as throwing spears in the future. They might not be needed to break through the prison Emperor Divine Palace, because it was filled with ghosts. But to advance to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, flame bows and ice arrows were not enough. There were too few ice arrows. Yue Yang had heard from Phoenix Fairy Beauty more than once that in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and above, they would often meet monsters that were as ferocious as a tidal wave. There were countless of them, and it was impossible to kill them all. These poisonous spears could be used to attack from a long distance. They might even be able to repel the enemy. Son-in-law, where's my precious daughter? Where's my little fallen flowers? East Sky King waited for Yue Yang to come back and immediately asked anxiously. I left her in the grimoire space. It's too dangerous here, and there's water everywhere. What if her body gets wet and she gets sick? If you want to see her, I'll summon her. Yue Yang deliberately pretended to be a good husband, and his words were very close to City Lord Fallen Flowers. No, there's no need. Let her have a good rest. I've already returned from the Eastern Goblin tribe. I can't see her anytime. It won't be too late to meet her after we get out of here. This prince has survived a great calamity. This time I have returned, I have decided to choose a good and auspicious day to arrange your marriage, lest there be any regrets in my heart. The Eastern Sky King was a good father who really loved his daughter. Although he missed his precious daughter, when he heard Yue Yang's words, he immediately beamed with joy. He felt that he had found the right son-in-law. Although this fellow was a bit of a playboy, he was caring and considerate towards his daughter, which was worthy of praise. Zheng Wuyu's ears pricked up as he listened. If the Eastern Sky King really married his daughter off, then everyone in the Soaring Dragon continent would definitely know about it. It would become a good story. If Little Fallen Flowers became the official wife in name, then wouldn't his daughter have to be a concubine? If he had 3 wives and 4 concubines, the official wife position would probably not be his daughter. It might not even be Little Fallen Flowers. It would most likely be Shui Wuxia, his fiancée who had been engaged since she was young. He had 2 secondary wives. His competitors were Fallen Flowers and Inan. If he acted slowly, then Da Sha Kingdom's most beautiful Princess Sissy, the future female innate, would have to marry into the Yu clan and become 3rd young Master Yu's concubine. Zheng Wuyu and the Eastern Sky King were relatives and close friends, but he definitely could not let this happen. After all, he was also a father. However, he did not have the right to stop the Eastern Sky King from rushing to arrange the marriage. He was really anxious in his heart. Elder Yu Hai naturally knew what Zheng Wuyu was thinking. He chuckled, everything will be done. This marriage will definitely be done well. However, we are not out of danger yet. Why don't we discuss it together after we get out and see how we can do it well? Zheng Wuyu naturally understood that Elder Yu Hai was helping him. Actually, it was enough to have a buffer time. He must not let the Eastern Sky King force Yue Yang to agree immediately. Otherwise, his daughter would have to become a concubine. He also knew that Yue Yang would not mistreat his daughter. Wu Sha, Fallen Flowers and Inan would also not make things difficult for his precious daughter. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, his daughter's value would drop. No matter what, Xianxia was still a princess. A Da Sha princess, even if she could not become the official wife, she could not become a concubine. Zheng Wuyu thought of this and immediately made a decision. When he got out, he must first mention this matter to Yue Yang. He could not continue to be muddle-headed. Otherwise, he and his daughter would not be able to show their faces. The warriors from the 2 countries gathered around. Feng Kuang, Eagle-Eyed Man, White Stone City Master, Master Golden Blade and the others all asked about what happened in the past few months when they left the Soaring Dragon continent. When they heard that the fake Yuchu had allied with the Goblin race, Demon Abyss, Thousand Goblins Sect, Green Summit Sect, Zijin Kingdom, 7 Great Dippers and the Great Emperor of Ziwei Shuntian to control the Yu clan, overturn Da Sha and invade the dragon-swallowing continent, they were all shocked. When Yue Yang told them that Green Summit Sect leader Duan Mu Longcheng and Vice Sect leader Moki Shu Ling were killed by him, the fake Yuchu and demon innate ranker Kai Liao were also killed by Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia, everyone was dumbfounded. You can kill the 7 Great Dippers in an instant. Elder Yu Hai was extremely happy. This brat was too awesome. They were fake innates. They were not strong. Wu Sha and Xianxia could kill them now. Yue Yang nodded. Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong and the others all felt ashamed. As seniors, they felt a lot of pressure. Even if they were fake innates, the 7 Great Dippers were not people they could fight against. Even if the 4 great clans, patriarchs joined forces, they would not be able to defeat a Yao Guang. It would be hard for them to not be defeated. Who would have thought that Yue Yang could kill them in an instant? Where's Dong Lu? Why don't I see him? Master Golden Blade, White Stone City Master, Eastern Sky King and Western Sky King were good friends with the old fox. They felt it was strange that they did not see him, who was an expert in teleportation. This is the Forbidden Space Gate. He has already become an innate, so he can't enter. When Yue Yang said this, Eastern Sky King and the others spat out water and coughed non-stop. This was also the first time Yue Yang knew the old fox's name. So this guy was called Shui Dong Lu. Shui Dong Lu. Could it be that this name came from the spring river flowing eastward? With regards to the old fox's name, Yue Yang made a malicious guess. No wonder the old fox never said his name, it turned out that his name was so wretched. As for how an innate like Yue Yang could enter, Eastern Sky King and the others did not doubt it at all, because this guy himself was an abnormal existence. However, the old fox who had been stuck at a bottleneck for tens of years suddenly became an innate. Eastern Sky King and the others were really curious. When Princess Sissy mentioned the martial arts pill, they immediately came to a realization. No wonder the old fox could become an innate. It turned out that Yue Yang had successfully refined the martial arts pill. I don't have any hopes of becoming an innate, but I still need to eat one martial arts pill. Eastern Sky King patted Yue Yang's shoulder. Son-in-law, count this as a betrothal gift. We don't have the ingredients now, but when we have the ingredients, you can eat one and throw one away. Yue Yang was reminding the few people in charge of the Soaring Dragon continent that if there were any good ingredients in the treasury, they should not keep them and wait for them to be eaten by worms. They should quickly take them out to refine pills. To Yue Yang, the martial arts pill was not difficult to refine. The martial god pill and the rebirth pill were the most difficult ones. However, with the Qilin girl here, Yue Yang felt that these were not a problem. The most difficult thing was to collect the ingredients. Yue Yang's words ignited the ambitions of these seniors. Individual talents were limited. In the 4 great clans and the 2 royal families, warriors like Feng Xiaoyun and Eastern Sky King were all stuck at the bottleneck between level 6 Advanced Elder and level 7 Overlord. The only one who could break through was Zheng Wuyu. The others could only continue to accumulate their skills and train hard at level 6 Advanced Elder. Some of them could not advance even an inch for more than 10 years, almost wearing out their fighting spirit. Most of them turned to nurture their clan's descendants or manage their clan, working hard to nurture the next generation. For example, Yan Qianzhong and Feng Xiaoyun had almost given up on the idea of becoming level 7 Overlord. They placed their hopes on their sons Yan Po Jun and Feng Qisha. Now, if they had the martial arts pill, although they were still far from innate, it was not impossible for them to become level 7 Overlord and level 8 Emperor. They had enough skills, but they did not have the opportunity to break through. The martial arts pill was the breaking point to break through the bottleneck. As long as they were not those pig-headed mercenaries with mediocre aptitudes, they would definitely be able to break through. We will think of a way to get the ingredients. We must refine the martial arts pill. As an emperor, Zheng Wuyu was captured by the Eastern Goblin tribe in the palace. Although he returned safely, he still felt ashamed. He also knew that he had already passed his adolescence. He might not be able to become an innate, but he must take the martial arts pill. He was definitely not satisfied with becoming a level 7 Overlord. He wanted to become stronger. In the Soaring Dragon continent, where the strong preyed on the weak, the stronger the emperor was, the more the commoners would believe in him and the more the enemies would be afraid. After everyone finished their small gathering, they decided to continue down the river in the karst cave, looking for an exit. With Yue Yang, this abnormally strong person, protecting them, even if they met strong beasts along the way, they would not have to worry anymore. Not to mention the Eastern Sky King and the others who loved to fight, even the old elder Yu Hai and the noble Zheng Wuyu would occasionally join in the battle. Among them, the ones who were the most enthusiastic were of course Feng Kuang and the eagle-eyed man. They were only one generation older than Yue Yang, so they were not considered old. They still had potential and hoped to continue to grow stronger. Hence, they worked the hardest, using real battles as training. Yan Po Jun and Feng Qisha, who had fainted due to heavy injuries, had already woken up after their father's timely treatment. They could not fight gold-ranked beasts, even silver-ranked beasts would be hard to deal with. In the underground river of the ancient passage, there were all kinds of super high-leveled beasts. They were either gold-ranked level 6, silver-ranked level 7 or bronze-ranked level 8. There were almost no beasts below bronze-ranked level 6. The group of people went down the river. With the attitude of hiding if they could and fighting if they couldn't, they killed their way out. 3 days later, they finally found the teleportation exit. If Yue Yang did not bring Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia to rescue them, it would be impossible for them to escape unscathed. This is only the outer area of the god's ruins. I think we should be at the bottom of the Death Canyon now. In this sealed unit space, there are already such terrifying beasts. I really can't imagine how strong the living beings in the inner area of the god's ruins are. The difficulty of the god's ruins, the core area, is probably not lower than the heaven realm. Zheng Wuyu let out a sigh after leaving. In front of the teleportation door, Yue Yang discovered that there were a few different teleportation points. He reckoned that other than the exit, there should be other corresponding areas in the karst cave. For example, the karst cave was water, so there must be fire, earth, wind and other areas. Furthermore, the karst cave was not completely explored. Along the way, Yue Yang avoided many areas that he felt were dangerous. He didn't really walk through the entire karst cave, he only went down the river from the entrance and found an exit. How big was the karst cave? What was its real secret? Yue Yang and the others still had no idea. The monsters they met on the way were not king-ranked. There must be one here. It was just that Yue Yang was anxious to save Zheng Wuyu and the others. He didn't have time to look for the Golden King Beast or the Karst Cave King. Were there any secret treasures in the Karst Cave? Yue Yang thought that there would definitely be treasures here, but he didn't have the time to look for them carefully. After coming out of the prison Emperor Divine Palace, his new goal should be to enter the Death Canyon according to the treasure map and explore the mysterious god's ruins. Of course, when Princess Sissy and the others had the ability to protect themselves, Yue Yang also wanted to take a look at the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. If he wanted to conquer the heaven realm, he must first build a good foundation at the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Coming out of the karst cave, Yue Yang realized that the exit was not the teleportation circle that the ascetic practice saint and the others were guarding. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to meet up with them now. Yue Yang was worried that the corrupted warriors and the Eastern Goblin tribe would set up an ambush. In the end, he decided to bring Zheng Wuyu and the others out of the ancient passage and return to the Yu clan castle. Then, he would personally look for the old fox and the ascetic practice saint and tell them that Zheng Wuyu and the others had escaped from danger. This was the right move. Yue Yang's cautious approach allowed Zheng Wuyu and the others to escape from danger. When Yue Yang returned to the ancient passage alone, he realized that a large number of Eastern Goblin tribe rebels were confronting the ascetic practice saint and the others. With the rebels' strength, he believed that they wouldn't be able to deal with the heavenly imperial guardians. However, with their advantage in numbers, the ascetic practice saint and the others definitely wouldn't be able to protect Zheng Wuyu and the others. There were too many of them. Scram! Yue Yang ignited his nirvana flame in one hand and condensed his world-exterminating wheel in the other. He gave the final order to the Eastern Goblin tribe rebels. With regards to Yue Yang, this terrifying enemy, the 3 leaders of the Eastern Goblin tribe rebels were quite worried. When they saw that Yue Yang had already saved Zheng Wuyu and the others, they knew that there was no turning back. They decided to give up on their attack and retreat in an orderly manner. They completely gave up on their plan to capture the Soaring Dragon Continent's human warriors. Originally, with the human warriors in their hands, they could stop the human innates from joining hands with the Dragon Emperor. But now that the opportunity had disappeared, they didn't need to risk their lives against the human heavenly imperial guardians. Furthermore, with the help of Yue Yang, before the three leaders of the rebels left, they stared deeply at Yue Yang for a long time, as if they wanted to remember his appearance. In the end, they led their troops out of the ancient passage and returned to the outer realm. The only one who stayed behind was the goblin general Pippa, whom they had met previously. She smiled at Yue Yang. "You've improved again. It's only been a few months and you've already improved so much. Humans, you're really a race that makes people envious." This charming lady played the jade Pippa softly as she walked away leisurely. Slowly, she disappeared from Yue Yang's sight. Yue Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This goblin general Pippa was definitely not a simple person. Although she wasn't famous in the soaring dragon continent, she might be a terrifying existence like the impatiens in the outer realm in the eastern goblin tribe. It wasn't good to be enemies with her now, because Yue Yang still needed to challenge the prison emperor divine palace in his best condition. He needed to challenge the heaven realm rankers who had been sealed there for thousands of years, and even the heaven realm great leaders. Even their souls were once the two great leaders of the heaven realm. These two souls that had been sealed for 6,000 years would be the strongest enemies that Yue Yang had met so far. They would also be his ultimate goal in the short term. Chapter 324. Yu Ling was not disappointed with Elder Yu Hai's return. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure of being the substitute clan master was too great. If Yu Ling did not have Yue Yang's support, he would have collapsed long ago. Now that his father had returned, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. His father's praise made him feel satisfied for the first time in his life. This was not the satisfaction of power, but the warmth of family love that he had not felt for a long time. Compared to his incomparably outstanding big brother Yu Shan and third brother Yu Chu, Yu Ling had never been valued and affirmed by his father like today. Although Elder Yu Hai had brought back his fifth brother Yu Ting from a secret place, the position of substitute clan master still belonged to Yu Ling. Elder Yu Hai had even promised Yu Ling that if ninth brother Yu Feng was willing to be the clan master, he would also nurture him equally. Regarding this, Yu Ling, as his son, was moved to tears. Fifth brother Yu Ting was chosen by his father and the elders to be the future clan master because of his physique, beasts and personality. He had been secretly nurtured since young. Of course Yu Ling knew about this. He even knew that his son Yu Feng was not suitable to be the clan master. However, this promise showed his father's fairness. Even if Yu Feng was not suitable to be the clan master, his father would not neglect his nurturing. His son was valued by his father in the clan. With his nephew Yue Yang's guidance in the future, in addition to his good potential, it was not impossible for him to become an innate in 100 years. Third brother, if you don't like being the clan master and you are busy, I will not force you. I will give this to you. The Yu clan has been hoping for an innate for hundreds of years. However, this thing has been kept by the clan master for hundreds of years. There has never been a chance. Today, I will pass it to you. Elder Yu Hai passed a rune crystal to Yu Yang in front of fifth elder, second uncle Yu Ling and fifth brother Yu Ting. This was the real key to the puppet palace. Created by the ghost genius Yu Gong, the three Renaissance heroes hoped that one of their descendants would become an innate ranker and inherit the clan's greatest treasure. Hence, they placed all the treasures that had been passed down for thousands of years into the puppet palace. Originally, Elder Yu Hai thought that his son, Yu Chu, was the most likely candidate to inherit the palace key. He never thought that he would die at such a young age. Instead, it was his useless grandson, Yu Yang, who far surpassed his expectations. He had wanted to give the key to the palace to Yu Yang for a long time, but he didn't know if his stubborn grandson would accept it. Right now, when his clan was almost destroyed by the fake Yu Chu's hands, he stood up bravely and fought against the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian. He killed the sect leader and vice-sect leader of the Green Summit sect, who had been enemies for thousands of years, and the 7 Great Bears brothers at the foot of the castle. With his own strength, he reversed the situation of the battle, turning the tide and reviving his clan. This battle made Elder Yu Hai completely relieved. Although this grandson's temper was a little stubborn and his killing intent was a little big, he was still his grandson after all. The blood of the Yu clan flowed in his body. Furthermore, he had been at odds with his family because everyone had looked down on him. In reality, everyone knew that this brat was extremely filial. He remembered that he and Bing had pulled the horse carriage together and charged into the Yu clan castle. It was all for his fourth mother Sake. With such a grandson, What regrets would there be in life? If there's something inside that everyone can use, I will take it back. Yue Yang didn't stand on ceremony with him and took the rune crystal. The rune crystal looked ordinary in Elder Yu Hai's hands. It looked like a normal crystal with a few small heaven runes on it. However, when the rune crystal entered Yue Yang's hands, it immediately released a dazzling light that illuminated the whole study room. It only dissipated after a long time. Could this be the legendary divine equipment choosing its master? Elder Yu Hai and the others looked at the glowing crystal in surprise. Yue Yang secretly laughed. Actually, it wasn't like that at all. This rune crystal seal would slowly unravel when innate chi came into contact with it. If it was a normal innate level 1 ranker, he would probably need at least 10 days to completely unravel it. However, for Yue Yang, who had extremely pure innate chi and understood heaven runes, 1 minute was enough. Yue Yang channeled his innate chi into the crystal, completely unlocking the seal on the heavenly rune. This rune crystal made by the ghost genius Yu Gong was not only a key, it was also a tool to test innate strength. Once it confirmed that Yue Yang was an innate, it immediately emitted a bright light, transmitting the map of the palace and all kinds of information about the traps and mechanisms into Yue Yang's mind. Regarding this, Yue Yang realized that this ghost genius Yu Gong was really an extremely powerful person. He wasn't an innate, but he could create an innate ranker's equipment. How many other treasures like the quintet golden puppet mice and the rune crystal would there be in the puppet palace? The current Yue Yang was really looking forward to it. Go. I also want to know what kind of treasure our ancestor left for our Yu clan. Elder Yu Hai smiled happily. In his eyes, the treasure passed down by their ancestor had acknowledged Yue Yang. This not only meant that their ancestor's treasure existed, it also meant that Yue Yang's identity was unquestionable. If this brat wasn't a descendant of the Yu clan, how could he be acknowledged by their ancestor's treasure? The negative influence brought by the fake Yu Chu had completely disappeared in Elder Yu Hai's heart under the radiant rune crystal. Not only did Elder Yu Hai believe it, even the fifth elder, Yu Ling, and the others believed that Yue Yang wasn't an impostor adopted by fourth daughter-in-law Xian. Furthermore, only an idiot would believe the words of a demon that was trying to sow discord instead of his own kin. The appearance of the fake Yu Chu had even forced Yu Shan to leave. Now everyone felt that Yu Shan must have some secrets, otherwise he wouldn't have been forced to leave by the fake Chu Yu. Because, if Yu Shan was really a demon, wouldn't he be in cahoots with the fake Chu Yu? It would be perfect for them to join hands and fight against the Yu clan. If he wanted to run away, it would mean that he had some secrets. Coming out from the study room, Yue Yang saw Princess Sissy waiting outside. That old fellow seems to have something to tell you. I'm warning you, don't talk about us when you talk. Otherwise, don't expect me to pay attention to you. How smart was Princess Xianxia? Of course she knew that when Yue Yang talked to her father, it would definitely be about their engagement. Don't worry, if the emperor bestows a marriage upon me, I will tactfully reject it. Yue Yang knew that although Tigress looked young, she was actually willing to marry him in her heart. He purposely teased her. Princess Sissy was angry when she heard that. She punched Yue Yang fiercely. Looking at your expression of being unable to get married, you are really quite pitiful. Tigress, don't be anxious. I will bear the pain and agree to it. Hearing Yue Yang's words, Princess Sissy was extremely embarrassed. She took out the giant sword on her back, wanting to chop this brat to death. This scared Yue Yang so much that he ran away while screaming. When Yue Yang went to meet Zheng Wuyu, everyone was waiting outside. Everyone held their breaths, quietly waiting for the good news. After a long time, there was still no movement. Everyone was a little worried that with Yue Yang's stubborn temper, he would fall out with Zheng Wuyu. Just when everyone was so nervous that their hearts were in their throats, Yue Yang suddenly came out. No one knew what they were talking about, but when everyone saw Yue Yang's joyous smile, as if he had gained both wealth and talent, they knew that the matter between him and Princess Sissy had been settled. Feng Kuang, Devil-Eyed Man, White Stone City Master, Master Golden Blade, and the others congratulated Elder Yu Hai. Not mentioning Elder Yu Hai and the others celebrating, Yue Yang greeted them and returned to his own grimoire world. Although the construction had just started and the project was far from complete, the girls had already used White Cloud floating stones and Demon Abyss obsidian to build a few small houses. They had also moved in a lot of daily necessities. Although it was a little crude, it was not a problem for people to live in it. As for the construction of the houses, Yue Yang did not have the chance to help. It was not that he did not want to help, but it was because his aesthetic view was completely different from the girls'. At the same time, the girls condemned him for wasting materials seriously. With the help of the Bloody Queen, the Barbarian Cow Shadow, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, the Reaper Mantis and other big and small beasts, the girls' construction progress was very fast. Furthermore, the houses that were built were not the boxy and ugly buildings that Yue Yang was good at, but miniature castles. If not for the lack of time, the girls would have wanted to make exquisite carvings on the castles made of white cloud floating stones and obsidian, decorating the inside and outside of the houses. They only wanted one result, and that was perfection. The only thing that Yue Yang did to help with the construction was to use his sword qi to draw heaven runes on the walls. Brother, did the emperor grant you a marriage? When Yue Yang returned to the grimoire world, Yu Bing was the first to welcome him. She wanted to know if Princess Sissy would also become her sister-in-law. Look, this is the dowry. Yue Yang took out a pearl and introduced it with a beaming smile. White Dragon Pearl, Da Sha Kingdom's national treasure. Now, give it to me. Who wants to marry you? Dream on. Princess Sissy's face turned red as she snatched the pearl. Also, this demon-subduing pagoda is said to be able to confine a demon king. This is a treasure that the Jun family's ancestors brought back from the heaven realm. No one can use it, so it's mine now. Ha ha ha. Yue Yang was immensely proud of himself. This demon-subduing pagoda had been placed in the Jun family's treasury for thousands of years. No one could use it, so it was almost sealed. Although this thing could only be passed down to the Jun family's descendants, if Yue Yang married xianxia, he would be his son-in-law, so he could be considered half a son. It would not be a problem to pass it down to him. Moreover, the demon-subduing pagoda could indeed confine a demon king. It was a pity that the Jun family had never produced an innate rancor who could catch a demon king. Other than Yue Yang, this abnormal brat, the demon-subduing pagoda was really useless to others. The sparkling and translucent demon-suppressing pagoda was placed in front of the girls. Everyone clicked their tongues in admiration when they saw it, especially when Yue Yang placed the white jade beetle and the mysterious pearl left behind by the dark golden specter together. The demon-suppressing pagoda emitted a gentle light that was not dazzling to the eyes. This light was like the moon or the rainbow, unusually soft. Yue Yang noticed that the mysterious pearl emitted a strange fluctuation in front of the demon-subduing pagoda's gentle white light. The fluctuation disappeared as soon as it appeared, but he caught it with his sharp senses. This kind of undulation might be fear, or it might be other thoughts. However, Yue Yang was able to confirm in an instant that the dark golden specter was definitely not truly dead. Or perhaps, its main consciousness had already disappeared, but the remnants of its battle consciousness were still there. As long as there was enough energy, he believed that it would be able to revive and recover. This was the same logic as when some beasts died, their masters could go to the Tong Tian Tower's summoning hall to revive them. This dark golden specter was probably also waiting for an opportunity to revive. Previously, why were the molten flame core and demon dragon crystal's remnant consciousness afraid of the mysterious pearl? The reason was very simple. This mysterious pearl's dark golden specter was not truly dead. It was an extremely dangerous existence, causing the molten flame core and demon dragon crystal to be afraid. When I have time, I'll slowly refine it. After I refine it, I'll put you on the Wei Jin magic blade and see if it can level up again. Yue Yang threw the mysterious pearl into the small space inside the demon-subduing pagoda. With the demon-subduing pagoda in his hands, Yue Yang felt that he might be able to gain a lot from breaking into the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. The Heaven Realm rankers inside the Prison Emperor Divine Palace might also be like the Dark Golden Spectre, not truly dead and leaving behind mysterious items like the mysterious pearl. Now that he had the demon-subduing pagoda, he wasn't afraid of being devoured by those items. He could pick them all up and slowly study them. Yue Yang suddenly thought of something. Could the Prison Emperor Divine Palace be an enlarged version of the demon-subduing pagoda? It couldn't be a treasure that the powerful Prison Emperor used to seal his enemies, right? Of course, it was useless to think about these things now. Yue Yang decided that before he broke into the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, it would be best if he entered the Puppet Palace to see what treasures the ghost genius Yu Gong had left behind. The more treasures he had, the greater his chances of breaking through the Prison Emperor Divine Palace would be.